Xie Zhaozhao opened her eyes. She was lying in a thatched hut, in a place that was dilapidated and drafty. Last night, she had a warm party with friends at her newly decorated villa to celebrate her 24th birthday. Now, she found herself here. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. She had somehow entered a novel and become the early deceased wife of a powerful official named Pei Heng. The original wife shared her name and was a selfish, vain woman who loved luxury. She was beautiful, but useless in every other way. Her cousin, who was also the heroine of the story, was gentle, kind, hardworking, and virtuous, her opposite. Pei Heng was a judicial officer in a frontier town. Though not high-ranking, he was tall, strong, and handsome. If the original wife hadn't accidentally fallen into the water and been rescued by Pei Heng, and if her family hadn't relied on scandal to cling to him, she might not have married him. After their marriage, they quickly had a child. But Pei Heng was busy with official duties and often away, unable to care for her feelings. The original wife thought everyone around her was coarse and never interacted with neighbors. Over time, she felt lonely within her own home. Soon after the child was born, her childhood sweetheart, Yang Ming, returned to visit his hometown after passing the imperial exam. They reconnected and started exchanging letters. Yang Ming was talented and charming. Even simple words were filled with affection. The original wife grew more dissatisfied with her husband, speaking coldly to him. She also paid little attention to her own son, dreaming of marrying Yang Ming as a noble lady. After receiving a letter from Yang Ming asking her to meet him, she took all the family savings and abandoned her husband to pursue true love. But the original wife had never traveled far and was inexperienced. Soon after leaving the city, her money was stolen. She ended up poor, sick, and dying in a broken temple. After her death, her cousin, caring for her young nephew, ignored gossip and took care of him as her own. Her kindness touched both father and son, earning her a good reputation. She eventually married Pei Heng. Pei Heng's career soared, and he was secretly a powerful figure. Their marriage was happy, and they had many children. Thinking of all this, Xie Zhaozhao was so angry she almost fainted from frustration. How could the original wife be so clueless? Even in a novel, she didn't give her a good character. Xie Zhaozhao struggled to climb out of the thatched hut. She refused to die in such a miserable state. But as soon as she moved, she felt dizzy and fainted again. In a hazy moment, she seemed to hear the sound of hooves. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man dressed in a black cloak, tall and long-legged, walking toward her with a bright light behind him. In that moment, Xie Zhaozhao felt as if she saw a divine being descending from the heavens. Her beloved was coming to take her away on a rainbow cloud. But in the next moment, her fantasy was shattered. The man stopped in front of her, looking down at her with a stern expression and a cold tone. Xie Zhaozhao, this is your last chance.
Come home with me.
Xie Zhaozhao's face looked like shattered bubbles. She realized he was the male lead of the story, her husband Pei Heng. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a stunning face. His deep eyes shimmered with cold light, making it hard to look directly at him. It was clear he was not a kind person. Pei Heng returned from a government trip and found his wife was missing. She had entrusted their child to her sister-in-law and left him a divorce letter. He read the divorce letter and heard from his wife's sister-in-law that she went to the capital to find her childhood sweetheart. He was so angry he wished he could harm her for being unfaithful. He searched for her all the way to bring her back, but when he saw her, she looked so tired and disappointed. Xie Zhaozhao, as long as I haven't signed the divorce paper today, you are still my wife. If you dare run away again, I will break your legs, Pei Heng said through clenched teeth. Tears couldn't stop falling from Xie Zhaozhao's eyes. She was truly scared by Pei Heng's fierce look. This wasn't a society with laws. Domestic violence wasn't illegal. If she ran away, it wasn't just breaking legs. She could be drowned in a pond. She cared about her life and didn't want to die so easily and helplessly. Seeing her crying and looking so weak, Pei Heng impatiently bent down and carried her. She was so fragile, she seemed to have only half a breath left. Her usually charming face was now pale and delicate. She had only been gone for 3 days, but she looked like a beggar. And she still dared to go alone to the capital to find her lover. Just now, she had been frozen and unconscious in a patch of grass, but now she was in Pei Heng's arms, feeling warmer and gradually regaining consciousness. She looked up at Pei Heng's cold face and felt even colder herself. With him like this, she was afraid he might strangle her in the next moment. She remembered a scene where Pei Heng only went to see their son after he was asleep at night because although the son looked like him, his eyes resembled the original owner. Pei Heng loved his son but didn't want to see him, which showed how much he hated the original owner. Now she was just trying to survive and not anger him. Perhaps because she was too weak or because the carriage was shaking all the way, Xie Zhaozhao didn't know if she had fallen asleep or fainted. When she regained consciousness again, she heard people talking. She was too young when she gave birth and didn't take good care of herself. Her body was already weak, and then she caught a cold that damaged her core. If she couldn't find a 50-year-old ginseng, a 10-year-old might suffice. Xie Zhaozhao was probably so confused by her illness that she took a long time to realize that the patient the doctor mentioned was herself. In ancient times, even a small cold could be deadly, and the original owner died in a broken temple because of it. But now, she had been saved by Pei Heng, so she probably wouldn't die. The doctor told her to nourish herself with ginseng. That stuff is expensive. Surely Pei Heng wouldn't be stingy. Suddenly, she remembered she had taken all the silver from her family when she left. How could she afford ginseng now? Oh no, Xie Zhaozhao, you're really risking your life and dragging her down too. Pei Heng, Xie Zhaozhao's voice was as soft as a fly, so faint she herself wasn't sure if he could hear her. Her clear eyes, normally sharp, were clouded with tears because of her illness, with reddened corners that made it hard to refuse her. The man didn't speak, his brows slightly furrowed, and his gaze was distant. Am I going to die? Xie Zhaozhao initially wanted to act brave to save her life, but she didn't need to pretend. Her words were full of real emotion. She truly felt terrible, overwhelmed by her desire to live and uncontrollable tears.
No, you won't die.
Although his tone was cold and distant, at least she was sure Pei Heng would save her. She vaguely remembered he had fed her medicine a few times, and she had been in a dazed state. When she woke up again, Pei Heng was bringing in porridge. Her body had improved a lot, and she had some strength, but she looked at the plain white porridge and didn't feel like eating. As someone who loved meat, she wanted to eat meat. Her body desperately needed protein. Seeing she wasn't cooperating, Pei Heng's eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. He brought the porridge to her mouth and coldly commanded, "Open your mouth." Xie Zhaozhao's fear of Pei Heng was probably physical and had seriously affected her. Still, she couldn't help but express her dissatisfaction. "I don't want to drink porridge, I want to eat meat." After saying that, she carefully looked at the man, still unsure of his temper. What if he got angry and hit her? Although they hadn't known each other long, Xie Zhaozhao felt that he wasn't the type to coax people. The story described him as decisive and ruthless. "Just woke up? Drink the porridge first," he said with an unquestioning tone. Xie Zhaozhao was indeed hungry and could only open her mouth to cooperate. And judging by his expression, if she didn't open her mouth again, he might just pinch her lips and force the food in. Xie Zhaozhao ate only a few bites before she couldn't eat anymore. It's not her fault. The original body just isn't strong. When Pei Heng was about to leave, Xie Zhaozhao sat up again, her gaze soft and gentle, like a gentle breeze. "I want to talk to you," she said softly, with a delicate voice typical of a woman. Xie Zhaozhao has a strong, decisive personality. Whatever she wants to say or do, she does immediately. Since she has entered this broken novel as the original owner, she must solve the problems instead of waiting passively. Pei Heng lowered his eyes, coldly looking at her. The room was quiet and tense.
Speak.
"I didn't write the divorce letter. If you don't believe me, you can compare the handwriting. I have no intention of running away." Qingming Festival is coming, and I am going to Huasien to pay respects to my uncle. You're always busy, and Muir is too young. I can only leave him in Huimin's care and go alone." As she spoke, she became more grieved, her eyes red like blood, tears falling like pearls. Of course, she was lying, but she couldn't be blamed. She was given such a broken start. What could she do? She could only think of a way to break the deadlock and save herself. She wasn't sure if the original owner wrote the divorce letter, but her handwriting was definitely different. As for eloping, she would insist she didn't run away if caught. She would deny it to the end. Pei Heng looked at her for a moment, as if trying to judge whether her words were true. Xie Zhaozhao met his gaze boldly. Anyway, she wasn't the one doing those stupid things, so she felt justified.
But she was really annoyed by her own physique.
If she had something to say, just say it. Why keep crying all the time? Anyway, I didn't run away. Even if you don't treat me well, I can't bear to leave my son, she choked out. Xie Zhaozhao thought her words should be convincing, since Pei Heng truly loved his son. He was his weakness in life. The book said he had another child with his cousin Xie Huimin, but he still favored his biological son, to the point where even the heroine didn't dare to mistreat him. But she didn't expect that as soon as she spoke, Pei Heng sneered coldly. "You still dare mention Muir? Now you care about him?" Xie Zhaozhao felt guilty, shrinking back under his stern look, tears flowing more fiercely. "Why are you so harsh? Can't we talk nicely?" No one had ever spoken to her with such a harsh tone before. What a terrible world this is. Pei Heng's dark eyes were deep and cold. She realized she had no excuse and thought about what she had done. "Rest early and go back home tomorrow morning," he said, frowning, losing the desire to continue talking. Xie Zhaozhao was relieved. At least she wouldn't be left to fend for herself.
"Wait,"
she called out to Pei Heng. "I want to take a bath." After wandering for a few days, she fell ill again. Her body was sticky and uncomfortable, which was especially hard for her since she took a bath every day. Pei Heng ignored her, but soon the second servant brought in a bucket of water. It was a large enough amount for her to use. Xie Zhaozhao casually glanced at the delicate face reflected in the water. It looked quite similar to hers, but more refined. Although Xie Zhaozhao was not very smart, she had to admit that this face was truly beautiful, an oval face, charming eyes, a high nose, eyebrows like distant mountains, and lips like they were painted with rouge. In modern words, her face was like her country's beauty. Just this appearance made Xie Zhaozhao feel a little better inside. The original owner finally had something worth showing off. She wondered how she was doing in the real world now. She was a successful graduate from a top university, started her own business during college, caught the wave of the times, and by her senior year, she had established her own company. Her career was booming and she was earning a lot. She had a big villa, small goals in her bank account, and concerts she didn't have time to attend. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but sigh. Since she was here, she had to accept it and make the best of it. No matter where she was, she wanted to live a good life. She didn't like suffering or struggling for nothing. The initiative had to be in her hands. As a talented woman from the 21st century, she wondered if she could still handle a feudal scholar official. After taking a shower and changing into clean clothes, she felt much better. When she opened the door, her gaze met Pei Heng's. Xie Zhaozhao didn't expect him to be outside, but she quickly remembered that this was an inn. If someone had barged in while she was bathing, it would be dangerous. Pei Heng was quite considerate, and her impression of him improved a little. Pei Heng didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to stare at him so boldly. Her charming eyes looked directly at him, and her lips were glossy like ripe berries. Her neckline was not fully covered, revealing smooth, white skin, almost showing what was underneath. "Get dressed and go back," Pei Heng said, and the door slammed shut. Xie Zhaozhao, who had planned to make a good impression, almost got disappointed before she could even smile. With this temper, no wonder her wife left. Xie Zhaozhao angrily lay on the bed, scolding Pei Heng countless times. She couldn't remember when she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already daylight. Pei Heng had prepared the carriage and was ready to leave after breakfast. It was her first time riding in a carriage, but she found it very uncomfortable. The seat was hard, and the carriage shook so much she felt like vomiting. It was not as comfortable as it looked on TV. When getting out of the car, Xie Zhaozhao felt dizzy and lightheaded, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Pei Heng caught her. Neighbors saw Pei Heng carrying Xie Zhaozhao and were surprised, leaning in to watch and asking as if watching a show, "Is this Pei Heng's wife returning? Where has she been these days?" She went to Huaxian to pay respects to her uncle. "I happened to be free recently, so I came to pick her up," Pei Heng explained, though he kept a cold face. His explanation kept Xie Zhaozhao's dignity intact, so neighbors would think carefully before gossiping. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at him with a faint smile. He was still a good person. "She went to Huaxian." The woman chuckled, but clearly didn't believe it. Pei Heng nodded. She was tired from the journey and caught a cold. "I'll carry her back first." Pei Heng carried Xie Zhaozhao into the yard, and the woman couldn't help but scoff. That little fox went to meet her lover secretly. Now she's back at her uncle's house? She was probably caught in the act and brought back. Pei Heng's temper isn't good, so she probably didn't get off easy. Even a beating is too light. She's so flirtatious. Once she's back, she'll definitely start flirting with other men again. We must watch our own man closely. While still in Pei Heng's arms and not yet down, Xie Zhaozhao heard a sweet, lively female voice. "Brother-in-law." Then a petite woman hurried out of the house. Her smile froze when she saw Xie Zhaozhao in Pei Heng's arms, and she widened her eyes in disbelief, saying, "Ajia, you're back. How is it different? Last time, Xie Zhaozhao ran away and was clearly dead outside. How could she be back now?" "Yes, I'm back," Xie Zhaozhao whispered, nestled in Pei Heng's arms. She didn't miss the expression on Xie Huimin's face. She was now sure that the original was deceived by this cousin. The original was foolish, but her fate was probably a result of her own actions. Xie Huimin quickly composed herself. "It's good that Ajia is back. While you were gone these days, I cleaned the house, aired the bedding, and Mir just finished eating egg custard and fell asleep." Xie Huimin's words showed how virtuous she was, but Xie Zhaozhao never did these chores. "Hubby, I'm tired," Xie Zhaozhao said softly, pressing against Pei Heng's chest, her voice sweet enough to overflow. Pei Heng subtly frowned but continued walking forward. Xie Huimin wanted to follow, but Pei Heng kicked his foot and directly closed the door, leaving Xie Huimin disappointed. Though Pei Heng walked quickly, he bent down gently to put Xie Zhaozhao down. Xie Zhaozhao quickly grabbed his arm, looking at him with a pitiful expression. She knew her gaze was very charming now, and she didn't believe she couldn't keep him interested. "Stay with me for a while." She held onto Pei Heng's arm tightly and wouldn't let go, not allowing him to leave. Xie Huimin would definitely take advantage of the situation to create misunderstandings, so she couldn't let her words lead him astray. Pei Heng's arm gradually softened, but his expression remained cold and distant. Since Xie Zhaozhao asked him to stay, he just stood there motionless, like a guard on duty. Although she felt a bit speechless, it was better than going out and getting involved with Xie Huimin. Xie Zhaozhao released his arm and lay on her side, taking the chance to observe him. His features were handsome and charming, very attractive, but his eyes were too cold and sharp, giving off an unapproachable vibe. He was tall and strong, with a slim waist and long legs, like a top male model. Wow, whether it's his face or his figure, both are top quality. No wonder he's so desirable. Just as Xie Zhaozhao was admiring him, Pei Heng seemed to sense her gaze and looked over at her. Their eyes met suddenly, and caught in the act, Xie Zhaozhao felt a bit embarrassed. But her husband, whether he looks or even sleeps, is completely within her rights. Her gaze grew bolder. Her fair skin, red lips, and sparkling eyes made her look like a delicate flower. Pei Heng's deep eyes were full of caution, and his words were cold and warning. "What are you planning now?" Xie Zhaozhao was used to his lack of romantic understanding. Although he was cold and strict, she had no major issues with him in principle. Even if she took all the money from their family, he would still come back for her. He was willing to use ginseng to help her health, guard her during baths, hold her when she fainted, and save face for her in front of others. Do you think everything I do is wrong? If I leave, it's considered running away. Looking at your husband is just a bad idea. Even criminals have the right to defend themselves and have a chance to start over, she said tearfully, looking at him pitifully. Her tearful, helpless expression was almost perfect. Tears came easily, and her emotions didn't need much stirring. If this were a TV drama, she could definitely win a big award for this crying scene. The man's expression was cold and unmoving, and he silently walked out without saying a word. Where are you going? His silence made her wonder what he meant. To the market, Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Though she didn't show a clear attitude, going shopping at the market might be a small turning point. She decided to take it slow. Do you still have money? She asked, pretending to be weak. Xie Zhaozhao took all the family silver when she left. During her illness, she repeatedly called doctors and took ginseng, and staying in the inn also costs money. Pei Heng is still just a minor official, and the family probably has no money left. Don't worry about money, Pei Heng said, and left the room. As a man, once married and with children, he must be able to support them. Xie Zhaozhao changed her position and leaned on the bed. Since she had become the original owner and inherited her life, she didn't want to be a tragic wife who dies early. She only wanted to be her own heroine. She aimed to turn her luck around. Not long after Pei Heng left, Xie Huimin came in. She hurried to Xie Zhaozhao's bed, looking worried. How is big sister? Did brother-in-law hit you?
Don't hide it from me.
I'll ask Dad to stand up for big sister. Xie Zhaozhao rolled her eyes inwardly, quietly pulling back her arm. She said vaguely, I'm fine. Brother-in-law is just a bit quick-tempered. Seeing Xie Zhaozhao avoiding her gaze and speaking vaguely, Xie Huimin felt relieved. She knew Pei Heng wouldn't forgive her easily. He probably broke her leg and only brought her in because he was worried others would notice. Brother-in-law is rough and doesn't understand cherishing women. If big sister feels wronged, tell me. I will help you. Did you find brother Yangming this time? Xie Zhaozhao didn't answer, but burst into tears, feeling heartbroken. Xie Huimin sneered inwardly. Foolish people are just foolish with a pretty face. So, what if she came back? She had her ways to deal with her.
Big sister, don't be sad.
The capital is far, but there will be chances later. Why not write a few more letters? Maybe brother Yangming will come to pick you up, Xie Huimin said kindly. Really? Xie Zhaozhao finally stopped crying. Seeing the woman in front of her, even crying so hard couldn't ruin her beauty. Her watery eyes looked even more alluring, red and captivating, so beautiful it was hard to look away. Xie Huimin was jealous and crazy, but had to admit, Xie Zhaozhao was truly beautiful despite being foolish. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made so many mistakes, and Pei Heng would forgive her again and again. Of course. Big sister and brother Yangming are childhood sweethearts, very special. He cares about you. Don't worry. There might be a quick turn of events, Xie Huimin said reassuringly. You're right. If he can't wait for me, he will come to pick me up, Xie Zhaozhao nodded. Exactly. I will also help you, Xie Huimin said. Huimin, you are so kind, Xie Zhaozhao said gratefully, holding Xie Huimin's hand. We are childhood sisters who grew up together. Since second uncle and second aunt are no longer here, I will protect sister, she said, resisting her nausea. Huimin, can I ask you for a favor? Xie Zhaozhao hesitated. Of course, sister. Just ask, Huimin replied. This time I lost all my silver when I went out. I can't let Pei Heng find out. Could you lend me some silver to use? I'll pay you back when he gets his salary next month, Xie Zhaozhao asked. Huimin knew she had lost her silver before leaving the city. This fool was probably planning to go to the capital. So, she decided to lend her the money. All I have is yours, sister. No need to split. Take it and use it, Huimin said generously, pulling out her purse and giving all the silver inside to Xie Zhaozhao. Huimin, you're so kind. What would I do without you? Xie Zhaozhao cried, moved. Then she asked about Pei Mu. Muir has been good these days? Has he been causing trouble or looking for me? The original owner almost died during childbirth and was almost unable to deliver. She was distant from this child, who almost took her life, but the child was very attached to her, like her little tail. Huimin smiled and said, "He's a little ungrateful one. He hasn't even mentioned sister once. Sister usually doesn't care about him, so why ask now? Just a casual question." "He's really a little ingrate," Xie Zhaozhao said angrily. Huimin comforted her a few more words, then, seeing she was still so naive, she left the room at ease. She heaved a heavy sigh, shook her head, truly afraid that she would become more foolish if they stayed together too long. Xie Zhaozhao opened her purse, revealing over 30 taels of silver notes. This was probably all of Huimin's family savings. Huimin's family didn't live well. They had younger brothers and sisters. How could she have so much secret money? All of it was taken from the original owner. She had just said they were all one family, so this silver belonged to her now. Xie Zhaozhao carefully hid the silver, knowing that money is always a woman's tonic, rich and nourishing. Huimin saw Pei Heng carrying many things into the kitchen and hurried after him. "Brother-in-law, are you buying chicken to help sister recover? Let me do it." "No need." Pei Heng refused. She had already troubled him for several days. Now that he was back, he naturally didn't want to trouble her anymore. "How can I do kitchen chores? I'm used to doing these things." "Let me take care of it," Huimin said, reaching to take the items from Pei Heng. "No, it's fine. You've taken care of Mu'er these days, and it's been a while since you came home. These pork and wine are for second uncle and second aunt." "Take them back," Pei Heng said. Huimin glanced at the items and saw they were divided into 2 portions. She hasn't been home for several days and should go back soon. Next, Xie Zhaozhao will probably do something reckless. It's best to upset Pei Heng so much that he divorces her. Being here is indeed inconvenient for her.
"Thank you, brother-in-law."
"It's not hard work. Mu'er is used to me. If I don't see him for a while, I'll miss him. My older sister was raised spoiled since childhood. She doesn't do chores or take care of children. If you need me to do something, I'll do it. I'm not afraid of tiring." Xie Huimin spoke while quietly glancing at Pei Heng. Seeing the cold, dark look in his eyes, Xie Huimin smiled faintly. "So, what if she returns? She will no longer have a foothold in this family." In recent days, Xie Zhaozhao has been sleeping a lot. When she can't sleep, she gets up and walks around the room. The yard isn't big. It faces north and south, with 3 main rooms above. There's a side room on the left and a kitchen on the right. It's enough for a family to live there. The furniture in the room isn't exquisite, but is complete. Just as Xie Zhaozhao was about to continue looking, she suddenly heard a soft, childish voice. A small bundle stood at the door, eyes bright with surprise and joy. The little one looked just like Pei Heng, so much so that a DNA test wouldn't be needed. But the eyes are definitely like Xie Zhaozhao's, dark and shiny, like obsidian. Fair and tender, adorable and chubby, this child is very handsome. Perhaps because they are mother and son, Xie Zhaozhao immediately liked this child. She smiled at him, about to speak, but the little one rushed over, hugging her thigh, and his face lit up with a flower-like smile. "Mommy, you're back." Just like in the novel, the little one is very clingy to her. "Where did Mommy go? Why didn't you bring Mu'er?" "Mu'er missed you so much," he said softly, with a hint of small grievance. The little one's aunt said Mommy left and didn't want him anymore. He didn't believe it. But now, Mommy is back. The little one's enthusiasm made Xie Zhaozhao feel a bit emotional. Her nose tingled, and she felt a pang of sadness. In the book, the little boy grew up to be a gloomy teenager, carrying a heavy, somber aura. The unmet maternal love in childhood became a shadow that followed him all his life. This was all the original owner's fault. If she hadn't recklessly caused Pei Heng to have the chance to find a stepmother for the child, how could such a cute little boy have grown into a gloomy person? Even with a successful career, it wouldn't heal his emotional wounds. "Mu'er, Mommy misses you too," Xie Zhaozhao choked up, kneeling in front of the little one. She wasn't sure if she could hold him without dropping him. Why are Mommy's eyes red? Little Tuanzi is most afraid of her mother crying. Mother just came inside from outside. The wind was too strong, so I squinted, Xie Zhao lied. I'll on Mom's eyes, then the pain will go away. Little Tuanzi carefully leaned in and gently blew air on her eyes. Since Xie Zhao entered this novel, she has never been truly cared for like this before. The purest, most sincere love from Little Tuanzi almost melts her heart. Little Tuanzi is the first ray of light she has felt since entering this world. Xie Zhao vows that from now on, Little Tuanzi will be her big son, and she will treat him well to make up for the original owner's mistakes. She wonders how her grandparents and other relatives are now. If they knew she had died like this, they would be very sad. And her parents, they are busy with their careers. She is their only daughter, yet 6 elderly relatives are the ones who send her off into this world with black hair. She wipes her eyes, forces a small smile, and pinches Pei Mu's little face. Mom isn't here, is Mu'er being good? Pei Mu immediately straightens his small body. Mu'er is very good. I wash my face, wash my feet, and smell nice every day. As Pei Mu speaks, Xie Zhao lowers her head and notices that Pei Mu isn't wearing shoes. His little feet are bare. Though it's spring, the weather during Qingming is still a bit cold. Little man, where are your shoes? Walking around barefoot might make you sick. Pei Mu shyly shrugs. I forgot. Every morning, the first thing he does is check if his mother has returned. He just dreamed she was back and was eager to see her, so he forgot to put on his shoes. Mom will go with you, Xie Zhao says, trying to pick him up. But Pei Mu shakes his head and says seriously, Mu'er can walk by himself. Mom's body isn't good. She can't get tired. Xie Zhao is moved again. Little Tuanzi must be here to heal her from the pain of being trapped in this novel. Mom will help you put on your shoes, she says, noticing his little feet are a bit cold. She rubs them to warm them up. His chubby feet are like lotus roots, so adorable. Pei Mu kicks his little feet and giggles. Mom, it's itchy. See if you dare walk barefoot again. I won't dare anymore. Mu'er won't dare again. He. When Pei Heng enters, he sees the mother and son laughing together. Xie Zhao is playing with Mu'er, covering his feet, helping him put on shoes, folding a small mouse out of a handkerchief for him to play with. Her smile is genuine, not forced. Pei Heng momentarily feels lost, as if in a dream. No, not even in dreams has he felt this way. His gaze shifts from his son to Xie Zhao. She just said that even a criminal has a chance to change. Has she really changed? Mu'er at this age loves to cling to her mother the most. Even in her dreams, Mu'er is calling for her mother. Could it be another fleeting moment? He truly can't bear to see Mu'er disappointed. Pei Heng didn't want to interrupt them, but the meal was ready. Dinner is served. Only then did the two notice Pei Heng standing at the door, not sure when. Xie Zhao held Mu'er's small hand. Let's go. Wash your hands and eat. Xie Zhao used soap beans to clean Mu'er's hands, then sniffed close to her nose. Mu'er smells so good, mother likes it. Mu'er's eyes sparkled with joy, clearly happy that her mother liked her. Pei Heng prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup. Though not lavish, it was enough for the family of 3. He poured 2 bowls of chicken soup, placing one in front of Xie Zhao and blowing on the other to cool it before feeding his son. Pei Heng's demeanor was cold and calm, but as a father, he handled the task effortlessly, appearing more steady. Xie Zhao glanced at her own bowl, which still had a chicken drumstick. Despite being stern, she still had a conscience. She had long been craving meat. Xie Zhao took a sip of the soup. It was delicious, with chewy meat, even better than the free-range chicken she bought herself. Honestly, food in ancient times was naturally green and pollution-free. The quality of the ingredients made up for any minor flaws in cooking. In ancient times, men cooking was rarer than officials going to court. Not bad. Xie Zhao praised without hesitation, giving Pei Heng a thumbs up. Your cooking skills are good. Pei Heng didn't respond, continuing to feed his son chicken soup. Xie Zhao didn't feel embarrassed and turned her head to her son. Mu'er, "Does Daddy's chicken leg taste good?" Muir also loved meat, holding the chicken leg, eating with a messy face and hands covered in oil, but she nodded happily. "Delicious, delicious. Daddy is amazing. Let's thank Daddy. In the future, he will make us more delicious chicken legs so Muir can grow tall, okay?" Xie Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng, who was expressionless, then shifted her gaze to the little bundle. The little one responded cutely, "Thank you, Daddy." As he spoke, his little head bobbed, oil smudging his cheek. Xie Zhaozhao quickly used a cloth to wipe his face, gentle and careful. Pei Heng's eyes briefly flicked over, then quickly looked away. The family of three was chatting happily. Only Pei Heng remained silent, naturally feeding his son the hot chicken soup, worried it might burn him. Xie Zhaozhao placed a chicken wing into his bowl. "You are the hero. You should eat too." She looked at Pei Heng with a smile in her eyes, full of warmth. Pei Heng's face remained calm, but inside, he felt a ripple of emotion. What is she trying to do? Pei Mu clapped his hands happily and said, "Daddy also wants to grow taller." Pei Heng slowly looked away and turned to his son. "Eat your food properly." After dinner, it was already dark. Xie Zhaozhao helped clear the dishes and went to the kitchen, stopping Pei Heng from leaving. Pei Heng looked at her. His deep eyes were not only cold, but also showed some confusion. "Move aside."
No.
Because of their height difference, Xie Zhaozhao had to look up to meet his eyes. "I wasn't just talking casually this afternoon. I will change." Pei Heng looked down and walked past her. This kind of talk was pointless. Xie Zhaozhao stepped forward again. "I'm not the same person I was yesterday. Life must go on. It's better to change than to stay the same." Pei Heng kept doing what he was doing and didn't stop. Xie Zhaozhao bit her lip, determined. "Pei Heng, if you want to divorce me, I understand. But I won't leave Muir to you. You know how much he loves me." Pei Heng's eyes suddenly turned cold and fierce. "Xie Zhaozhao, don't even think about hurting Muir.
He's my son.
I love him. Choosing to live with him is my right as a mother. I sincerely want to change myself and will prove it with actions. If you can't accept me, that's your problem." After saying this, Xie Zhaozhao left without daring to look at Pei Heng's expression. She didn't know if he would accept this or not. He was about her age, but his mind and strategies were extraordinary. Playing tricks on someone like him was useless. The only way was to win him with sincerity. It's so hard. But the little one is so adorable. Pei Heng finished tidying the kitchen and boiled some hot water. He took his son to wash up. Xie Zhaozhao noticed that Pei Heng had also made a small toothbrush for Pei Mu, even though it looked simple. Pei Mu could brush his teeth himself. He used fine salt and brushed carefully. Then he wiped his face and washed his feet. Pei Mu reached out his hand, asking Pei Heng to give him some fragrant powder. After making sure he was clean, he wanted to find his mother. "Can Muir sleep with Mama? He's very fragrant after washing." Pei Mu was afraid Mama might dislike him. "Of course, I want to sleep with Muir too."
"Wow, Daddy, hold me."
"Muir can sleep with Mama now." After saying this, he seemed to realize he had ignored Daddy and softly coaxed Pei Heng. "Daddy is an adult now. He can sleep alone." Although Pei Heng looked expressionless towards Xie Zhaozhao, he showed silent affection for his son. "Your Mama is also an adult." Pei Mu's eyes flicked around as she kissed Pei Heng on the face, then whispered into his ear, "Mama is a girl."
Millionaire is protecting Mama.
Pei Heng instinctively looked at Xie Zhaozhao. When Muir was born, she used to sleep with Granny Lu. Later, Xie Zhaozhao disliked Granny Lu's cooking and drove her away. After that, Muir started sleeping with him. Sometimes, when Muir slept with Xie Zhaozhao, she found Muir noisy and disturbing her rest, making her unhappy for 2 or 3 days, and she wouldn't bother to soothe Muir to sleep. "Tonight, Muir will sleep with you. If he wakes up, call me." Pei Heng didn't want his son to be upset. No matter how cold she was to her son, he still liked her. "I am his real mother." Xie Zhaozhao shot him a quick glance. She wasn't the original owner, so she felt confident and justified. Then she looked at Pei Mu with a gentle motherly smile and said, "Let's go, sleep with Mama now." Pei Mu was easy to comfort. After Xie Zhaozhao finished a fairy tale, she fell asleep. When Xie Zhaozhao left the room, Pei Heng had just finished showering. His hair was loose, and he was only wearing a white inner shirt. Under the light, that thin fabric was nearly transparent. She could even see the outline of his chest muscles and his slim waist and abdomen. His waistband was casually tied, adding a bit of sexiness. With this figure, Xie Zhaozhao thought he's really handsome. She could see him clearly without a screen. Xie Zhaozhao, you're really ungrateful. Pei Heng frowned. Her gaze was too strange. The hot water is in the side room. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Was this her way of showing friendliness? She knew her face could still win him over. Thanks, Pei Heng. Before she finished speaking or could even charm him, Pei Heng had already left. This person really doesn't listen at all. So frustrating. When Xie Zhaozhao entered the side room and saw the hot water in the bath bucket, she curled her lips in a sneer. Well, he can do some things after all. After washing up, she realized she had been too focused on admiring her handsome man earlier. Now she was furious, rushing in angrily. She hadn't brought any change of clothes or even a towel to dry herself. She looked up at the sky in frustration. She did want to use some tricks, but she hadn't planned to be so blatant. With no other choice, she used her inner shirt to wipe herself casually, then put on her outer garment to make do. Pei Heng had already finished to shower. She had been washing for so long, so he should be asleep by now. Xie Zhaozhao tiptoed out, clutching her clothes, and sighed in relief when she saw no one outside. She hurriedly ran back to her room, just about to go in when her nose suddenly hurt terribly. She clearly saw that the door was open, so she felt safe to rush in. No, the door can't have a temperature. Xie Zhaozhao looked up, tears in her eyes and a sad, resentful face as she looked at the person in front of her. Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhaozhao, whose hair was dripping with water, her clothes wet and sticking to her, outlining her graceful figure. From this angle, he could even see a bit of her neckline. Xie Zhaozhao, what are you doing? Pei Heng's temple was throbbing, and his tone was clearly tense. Why are you standing at the door so properly? You're about to bump your nose. Are you made of stone? Xie Zhaozhao complained. She covered her nose, looking as miserable as she could. She didn't want to cry, but the pain was too much to bear. Pei Heng swallowed hard. Mu'er just woke up. I came to check on her. After saying that, he turned sideways and moved past Xie Zhaozhao, then strode away. Xie Zhaozhao. Is she poisonous? Will being around her cause someone to get sick? Does it have to be so dislikable? Fine, sooner or later he'll be begging her on his knees. Xie Zhaozhao grabbed a cloth to wipe her hair. She had to admit, the original owner had a lot of hair and good hair quality. Her long hair nearly reached her thighs. Without a dryer, it was really hard to manage. Xie Zhaozhao didn't remember when she fell asleep. She got tired from drying her hair and just lay down. When she woke up, the little one was blinking at her. Seeing her wake, the little face broke into a big smile. Mommy's awake? Xie Zhaozhao squinted and pinched Mu's little face. Good morning, baby.
Good morning, Mommy.
Can I get up now? Mu whispered. Of course. Before she finished speaking, the little one climbed to the edge of the bed, skillfully slid down, and ran toward his special little. Xie Zhaozhao laughed and hit the bed lightly. Turns out the little one was in a hurry too. If he didn't get up soon, he might wet the bed. But he was already awake and didn't get down from the bed. Was he afraid of waking her? Mommy, Mu turned around, his face flushed, and his soft voice was shy. Xie Zhaozhao walked over, squatted down, and gently patted his head. You woke up a long time ago, but stayed still. Were you afraid of waking Mommy? Mu carefully observed her eyes. Mu is good. I won't wake Mommy up. Mommy finally agreed to let him come to sleep with her, so he couldn't make her upset. Seeing his expression, she knew she guessed right. She hugged him tenderly. Next time you need to, tell Mommy. Holding it in can make you sick. Mu doesn't want to drink bitter medicine. Pei Mu frowned and shook his head, looking resistant. Mu'er, don't drink the medicine. Then you can't do that anymore. Mother isn't afraid of noise, and Muir isn't noisy at all. Mother likes it very much. When Pei Mu heard his mother say she liked him, his eyes brightened. He was still worried that his mother might get angry again when she woke up, like before. But his mother was so gentle, and he liked her very much. Let's go. It's time to wash up and have breakfast. Xie Zhaozhao took his hand and led him to the side room. She remembered that after her bath last night, she hadn't poured out the bathwater, and she hadn't put away the soap beans. There were water stains on the ground, but now everything was clean and tidy. Even the face-washing water was ready. Pei Mu had his own small wooden basin, just the right height for him. He could dress himself, brush his teeth, and wash his face. This child was really easy on his mother. How could the original owner be so unkind to such a good child? Pei Mu proudly ran in front of Xie Zhaozhao, raised a small hand and waved it. Mother, it's clean now, and I've also put on some nice fragrance. Xie Zhaozhao held his soft little hand and sniffed at his nose. Baby, you smell so nice. Mother, you smell nice too. The mother and son turned their heads and saw Pei Heng standing at the door, not knowing how long he had been there. Xie Zhaozhao thought about how he suddenly appeared at the door last night, which still made her nose hurt. She glared at him irritably and said, "Are you standing here acting as the door guardian?" Pei Mu didn't understand her words. Mother, what is a door guardian? It's someone who watches the door. Are you afraid the door will be stolen? Xie Zhaozhao choked and teased him. Of course, we're afraid Muir will be taken. Pei Mu shook his head seriously. Muir won't run around. Muir won't be taken. Father is worried about mother. Xie Zhaozhao. She felt she had shot herself in the foot. Pei Heng turned his face away and coughed softly. I bought some wontons. Let's eat breakfast. Xie Zhaozhao quickly pulled her son away, trying to hide her embarrassment. But after taking a bite, she found the wontons tasted really good. They were filled with fresh meat, and the broth was made from bones, rich and fragrant, delicious beyond words. Pei Heng first fed his son, and Pei Mu ate with chubby cheeks, looking very satisfied, clearly liking it. The whole family was eating breakfast when a man's voice came from the door. They were filled with fresh meat, and the broth was made from bones, rich and fragrant, delicious beyond words. Pei Heng first fed his son, and Pei Mu ate with chubby cheeks, looking very satisfied, clearly liking it. The whole family was eating breakfast when a man's voice came from the door. Brother Pei, Brother Pei. As he spoke, even when they came into the yard, they stayed in the side rooms below, never daring to enter the main house. I didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to come into the side room today, so suddenly. Pei Heng instinctively glanced at Xie Zhaozhao and put down a spoon, saying, Go outside to talk. Xie Zhaozhao didn't like dealing. Even when they came into the yard, they stayed in the side rooms below, never daring to enter the main house. I didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to come into the side room today, so suddenly. Pei Heng instinctively glanced at Xie Zhaozhao and put down a spoon, saying, Go outside to talk. Xie Zhaozhao didn't like dealing. Pei Heng had not been at the office these days. A prisoner escaped a few days ago, and they still hadn't found him. The magistrate was furious. An escape was a serious matter, so they couldn't delay. But since Xie Huimin had gone home, Pei Heng was a bit worried about Xie Zhaozhao and Muir being at home. He thought about asking the neighbor, Granny Wang. Pei Heng had not been at the office these days. A prisoner escaped a few days ago, and they still hadn't found him. The magistrate was furious. An escape was a serious matter, so they couldn't delay. But since Xie Huimin had gone home, Pei Heng looked at Zhao Lei, who immediately stopped showing his surprise and covered his mouth, standing straight. Pei Heng turned and went inside. If you can't manage, ask Aunt Wang for help. Muir is so obedient. I can take good care of him. Pei Mu nodded cooperatively. Muir is well behaved. Pei Heng looked at the mother and son. Pei Heng looked at Zhao Lei, who immediately stopped showing his surprise and covered his mouth, standing straight. Pei Heng turned and went inside. If you can't manage, ask Aunt Wang for help. Muir is so obedient. I can take good care of him. Pei Mu nodded cooperatively. Muir is well behaved. Xie Zhaozhao noticed a splash of red among the black and white clothes. It was a large red diaper embroidered with mandarin ducks playing in water, somewhat familiar. She stepped closer and saw it was the one she changed last night. Perhaps it had been hurriedly dropped in the side room. She didn't expect Pei Heng to wash it too. Suddenly, she thought of a meme online about washing underwear. Her face warmed involuntarily. Luckily, Pei Heng wasn't here, otherwise, it would be even more awkward. "Mother, what's wrong with your face?" "Nothing. Your face is red. The sun is out and it's a bit hot."
Hee.
Xie Zhaozhao waved her hand as if fanning herself. Pei Mu looked up at the sky and then at Xie Zhaozhao. The sun was shining, but it didn't seem hot. Xie Zhaozhao planned to tidy up her room. She had noticed last night that the room was a bit messy. She was busy with work during the day. When she had free time, she either slept, did yoga, or organized her room. She would get rid of unnecessary things and place frequently used items within easy reach. The original owner took precious clothes and jewelry when she ran away. The remaining clothes were a bit old, but the fabric was good. Xie Zhaozhao washed and dried them before wearing. Pei Mu also kept helping, and Xie Zhaozhao realized he could fold clothes too. It wasn't until Pei Mu said he was hungry that Xie Zhaozhao noticed the sun was already setting. She hurried, forgetting the time. "Mother will cook for you," she promised confidently. But when she reached the kitchen, she was stunned. She didn't know how to use this big stove, and she wasn't sure how much water to put in the rice cooker. Feeling stuck, she saw eggs in the basket and thought steaming an egg custard might be easy. It's nutritious and good for children. After cracking the eggs, she found lighting a fire was hard. She finally found a fire starter but couldn't get it to ignite. She went to Pei Heng's room to find paper to light and finally managed to start the fire. The flame steadied, but Xie Zhaozhao was already exhausted and covered in soot. "We'll wait outside, and soon the egg custard will be ready," she said, unable to stand the smoke. Worried the fire wasn't strong enough, she added a few more sticks to the stove before leaving. Leaning on a rocking chair, she let Pei Mu sit on her lap, rocking and teaching him a few poems. They were so tired that the mother and son swayed and fell asleep. Suddenly waking up, Xie Zhaozhao smelled something strange, coming from the kitchen. She remembered her egg custard and quickly placed Pei Mu back on the chair, rushing to the kitchen. Thick smoke billowed from the stove, filling the whole room. Xie Zhaozhao panicked. There was no fire extinguisher and no firefighters. She had to handle it herself. Water. Yes, water. The water in the barrel was full, but pouring it out was slow. She wanted to carry a bucket, but it weighed nearly 20 pounds, and with water, it was even heavier. Her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground. The wooden bucket hit her leg, hurting so much she couldn't get up. She painfully got to her feet. Most houses in ancient times were made of wood, and if the fire spread, the whole house could burn down. "Mother, mother." Pei Mu's voice was full of tears. He woke up and couldn't find his mother. Hearing the noise in the kitchen, he ran over, scared by the thick smoke. "Mu, our mother is here. Don't come in." Xie Zhaozhao coughed uncontrollably. But Pei Mu ignored her words, ran inside and hugged her, asking, "Is mother okay?" "Mother is fine. Let's get out quickly." Xie Zhaozhao helped Pei Mu out, limping as they ran. The smoke was toxic, and the child's body couldn't handle it well. "Muer, our kitchen is on fire. Please find Grandma Wang and ask the neighbors to come help," Xie Zhaozhao said. Pei Mu nodded, ran outside on short legs, and Xie Zhaozhao had a cloth to go inside and put out the fire. Pei Heng had just caught the suspect and hadn't caught his breath when he heard Zhao Lei shout, "Brother Pei, go back and check quickly. The neighbors say your house is on fire." His heart tightened, and he handed the task of questioning the suspect to Zhao Lei before heading out. The neighbor who delivered the news saw Pei Heng and hurried over. "Commander Pei, your wife set the kitchen on fire and almost burned your son. You should go see." Pei Heng clenched his teeth, looking very cold, which frightened the neighbor a bit. Pei Heng mounted his horse and rode back from the government office, which took about the time to drink a cup of tea. From afar, he could smell the smoke and see the black smoke rising in the sky. At the entrance of Pei's alley, a crowd had gathered, talking loudly. I've never seen such a mother. How can she be so cruel? She even harms her own son. Exactly. Pei Heng shouldn't have brought her back. She's a troublemaker. She burned her own house, but luckily it didn't burn my home. If it had, I wouldn't let her go. Look, here comes Pei Heng. Xie Zhao is doomed this time. Pei Heng will definitely beat her to death. After getting off his horse, Pei Heng hurried into the yard and immediately saw Xie Zhao, her face covered with black marks and looking very disheveled. Next to her was Pei Mu, also covered in dirt, with red eyes and tears, but no visible injuries. Seeing Pei Heng, Pei Mu ran over like a savior on short legs. Daddy. Pei Heng bent down to catch his son. Tell Daddy if you're hurt. Pei Mu shook his head. I'm not hurt. Mother was saving the fire, but she got hurt. People outside bullied her. They said Mother was a bad woman who wanted to burn him, and that Daddy would beat Mother to death. Mother chased them all away. Hearing that the neighbor reported Xie Zhao was going to burn her son, Pei Heng felt like killing her then, but now his son's words seemed different. What's going on with the fire? Pei Heng looked up at Xie Zhao with a very stern expression. He gave her a chance to explain, and of course, he would find out the truth. What does he mean? Does he think she set the fire to burn Pei Mu, just like those people outside who are watching and laughing? Xie Zhao's anger shot straight up her head. Just as she was about to angrily question her, she suddenly changed her mind. Confronting her head-on would not only fail to clarify things but also worsen the conflict, which would be bad for her. In the next moment, she suddenly acted like a drama queen.
You scold me.
Xie Zhao's tears came suddenly. You're my husband. How can you join them in falsely accusing me?
Boo-hoo.
Pei Mu immediately broke free from Pei Heng's embrace and ran to Xie Zhao, anxiously raising his small hand to wipe her tears. Mommy, don't cry. Daddy is bad. Pei Heng was hurt by his son's words. He wondered what he had done wrong. But it was this woman who used him and hurt him. He remembered that clearly. Xie Zhao cooperated by squatting down. Pei Mu's dark little hand wiped her tears. Afterward, her face was streaked with black and white, looking both pitiful and funny. But Xie Zhao couldn't see herself. She gently patted her son's back and spoke kindly. Your daddy isn't bad. He's just silly and believes bad people's words. Pei Mu tilted his head, giving Pei Heng a resentful look, then comforted Xie Zhao. Mu'er trusts Mommy. Mommy is the best. Mommy wanted to steam egg custard for Mu'er, but unexpectedly, she burned the kitchen. It's Mommy's fault. Mommy is good. Mommy is the best. Mother and son hugged and cried loudly, making Pei Heng standing nearby look like a bad person. Pei Heng looked at her with curiosity. She just said she was going to steam egg custard for Mu'er, and then she burned the kitchen. But this woman was good at using Mu'er to trick him. He couldn't believe everything she said. Xie Zhao quietly observed Pei Heng's expression. Although she didn't fully trust him, her attitude had changed a bit. His look when he first saw her was full of hatred, as if he wanted to kill her. The original owner had done many bad things before, and it wasn't easy to change Pei Heng's impression of her. Xie Zhao wiped her tears and stood up. Since I am so disliked in this house, I will take Mu'er and leave. Pei Mu's eyes suddenly widened. He tightly held Xie Zhao's hand, but didn't move his feet. He looked at Xie Zhao and then at Pei Heng, tears flowing silently down his face. Pei Mu was clever. He understood what Xie Zhao meant. Her heart was torn when she saw Mu'er's tears. It hurt her deeply. Her little act to persuade Pei Heng to keep her had hurt the child. What she did now was no different from the original owner. Xie Zhao closed her eyes, wishing she could hit herself twice. Xie Zhao, Pei Heng suddenly stepped in front of her. He clenched his teeth and said, I will find out the truth. If I am wrong, I will apologize to you. Looking at his son's tearful eyes, Pei Heng felt so pained he couldn't speak. Xie Zhao looked down at Pei Mu. Mommy is sorry for you. What happened between her and Pei Heng was an adult matter, but her words just now hurt Pei Mu. Mother, are you leaving now? Pei Mu looked at Xie Zhao, quietly sobbing, body trembling slightly, voice choked with emotion, not daring to cry out loud. At that moment, Xie Zhaozhao suddenly understood that true sadness is when you are so upset you don't even dare to cry. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes turned red. This time, her tears were not for show but for Pei Mu. "I'm not leaving. Mother will wash your face." Pei Mu's face was streaked with dirt, probably not in good shape either. Pei Mu nodded repeatedly, as if afraid Xie Zhaozhao might change her mind, even smiling a little to please her. As Xie Zhaozhao lifted her foot, her injured leg prickled with pain, causing her to walk with a limp. Pei Heng also noticed her leg. It was indeed hurt. Could it be real? He silently stepped forward and picked up Xie Zhaozhao without a word. Suddenly, her body was lifted into the air, startling her. When their eyes met, she quickly looked away. It was clear she didn't want to pay attention to him. One mistake is one mistake. She accidentally burned the kitchen, which was her fault. But it's even worse that he doubted her without asking why. He, a military officer, has he been involved in unjust cases all these years? Pei Mu watched her father carry her mother away, blinking happily, her little face lighting up, and she quickly ran after Pei Heng on her short legs. Pei Heng carried Xie Zhaozhao to the side room and then silently left for the kitchen. He could tell the truth just by looking. The kitchen was a mess, and the soaked quilt was still steaming. He recognized this quilt. It was the one Xie Zhaozhao usually used. He didn't expect her to know how to put out a fire this way. He lifted the quilt and found a big hole in the iron pot. The bowl inside was already cracked, and the contents were black and sticky, unrecognizable. Pei Heng examined it carefully and confirmed it was egg custard. She probably couldn't start a fire herself. After lighting it, she added too much firewood, making the fire burn too fiercely. When the water in the pot boiled away, the pot caught fire. Then she ignited some nearby wood, and the fire became uncontrollable. It seems, as Muir said, she was trying to put out the fire. He had wrongly accused her. When he returned to the room, the mother and son had finished washing and changed clothes. Xie Zhaozhao turned her face away when she saw him enter, not wanting to look at him. Pei Heng looked at her coldly, but he knew he had wrongly accused her first. "Muir, go to the other room and eat some osmanthus cake. Dad and your mother need to talk," Pei Heng said softly, bending down to speak to his son. Pei Mu looked at Xie Zhaozhao's back and then at Pei Heng, who gently touched his son's face. "Don't worry," he said reassuringly. Pei Mu slowly left the room, also closing the door behind her. "Sorry, I was wrong about what happened today." Pei Heng's voice came from behind Xie Zhaozhao. She told Pei Mu to go out because he was going to apologize. But she didn't turn around this time. She believed he needed a lesson. Otherwise, in the future, if others casually doubted her innocence, life would become difficult. "How is your leg injury?"
Pei Heng asked.
He brought medicine when he came, clearly showing a gentle attitude. She responded with silence. He wouldn't coax her. He seemed a bit helpless. At this moment, Xie Zhaozhao spoke up. "Does it matter if my leg is hurt? Anyway, you dislike me. You'd be happy if I was hurt or disabled." She was a successful, wealthy woman trapped in this broken story. The original troublemaker left her a mess to clean up. She just wanted to make a steamed egg, but was accused of setting a fire.
Who could she argue with?
She felt the most wronged. Pei Heng slightly curled his lips but didn't want to speak. She was usually emotional and loud, especially since this time it was his fault. After she vented her feelings, it would be fine. Muir was scared today, and their argument also hurt him. He didn't want Muir to be hurt again, nor to see his mother lose control. Seeing that he didn't speak, Xie Zhaozhao turned around and looked up at Pei Heng. Tears gathered in her eyes, swirling, but her voice was unusually calm. "Do you think I'm just causing trouble again?" Pei Heng didn't answer, but his expression already showed his feelings. "Every time you judge me from a high position, ignore me, and crush my self-esteem. In your eyes, I am unreasonable and stubborn. It's your coldness that pushes me to this point. And I'm just making a fuss to get you to care for me more." Xie Zhaozhao looked calmly at Pei Heng, tears shimmering as she quietly expressed her feelings of unfairness, even stirring his sympathy. Pei Heng was shocked that she could say such words, which made his heart flutter. His emotions were complicated. He really didn't want to argue with her, but she said she just wanted him to care more. He could ignore her shouting and hysterics. But now, hearing her calm and plaintive accusations, he felt a bit reluctant. He had already lost hope in this marriage. As long as she didn't run away again and Muir had a mother, he could just get by. But her words. Pei Heng's deep eyes looked at her, hiding all his emotions in his quiet gaze. What do you want to do? After confirming she was emotionally stable, Pei Heng spoke. Can I do whatever I want between us? Do you believe what I say? Xie Zhaozhao asked back. Pei Heng opened a drawer in her dressing table and took out a letter. Xie Zhaozhao opened it. It was a divorce letter left by the original owner. The original owner was lazy. Although she could read and write, she couldn't write such beautiful characters. I said I didn't write it. It doesn't matter now. Pei Heng paused. Even if you wrote it, I've found the person again. Can you promise you won't leave in the future? Pei Heng wanted to say run, but felt that word wasn't quite suitable now. I can't bear to leave Muir, but if you want to drive me away, I won't cling stubbornly. Xie Zhaozhao clearly expressed her attitude. Although it's hard for women to survive in this male-dominated society on their own, with her ability to adapt, she probably wouldn't starve. Pei Heng frowned. When did I drive you away? He realized that this time, Xie Zhaozhao was indeed clever, quite good at turning the tables. So, do you still want to live with me? Xie Zhaozhao's eyes welled with tears, looking aggrieved. Pei Heng felt irritated by her tears. When have I ever not wanted to live with you? Muir likes her and needs her. That alone was enough for him to continue their life together. Before he finished speaking, Xie Zhaozhao already tore up the divorce letter. If that's the case, let's live well from now on. Let bygones be bygones and look to the future, okay? Okay. Pei Heng agreed. As long as she was willing to live well, he had no reason to refuse. Then I have a request. You say, please don't always look at me with a cold face. Cold and icy, like flowers needing nourishment, a home also needs warmth. If you want to give Muir a warm and loving home, you need to have warmth yourself first. It's not the past Xie Zhaozhao's fault, but mine now. Don't take your anger out on me. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled brightly, honest and open, radiant and charming. She was simply herself. What's past and what's present didn't matter. She was a bit strange. Although he didn't believe in superstitions or supernatural things, she really did seem like a different person now. In the past, Xie Zhaozhao would have hysterically cursed, not calmly conversed like she did now. Pei Heng looked at her with a hint of scrutiny. But when she looked at him, her eyes seemed to have hooks, pure yet seductive, as if she could see through people's hearts. Pei Heng's throat moved, and he softly hummed in response. What did you take just now? Xie Zhaozhao saw him holding something when he came in. It was osmanthus cake given to Pei Mu, along with a small ceramic bottle. It's medicine for your leg injury. Xie Zhaozhao gently tugged on his sleeve, her tone soft and sweet. You help me put on the medicine. I'm afraid it will hurt if I do it myself. Since they had spoken openly, there should be some real progress. Applying the medicine was a good start. Pei Heng stiffened for a moment. He knew she was afraid of pain. Xie Zhaozhao lifted her pants, revealing a small, slender, white leg with a large purple bruise on her shin that looked quite alarming. Pei Heng silently took the medicine, crouching in front of her. He gently pressed to check if the bone was injured. Xie Zhaozhao gasped from the pain, instinctively pulling her leg back. Pei Heng held her ankle. Don't move. His other hand pressed somewhere else. Does it hurt here? It hurts. Xie Zhaozhao looked pitiful. And here? Can't you just put on the medicine directly? It hurts so much. Her soft voice trailed off with a watery look in her eyes, making it hard to refuse her. It's not a bone injury. Once the bruise subsides, it will be fine. Pei Heng's tone softened a little. He often went out and bumped into things, so there was always some ointment at home, which worked well. But she still had to endure some pain because the medicine needed to be rubbed in to be effective. Sure enough, as soon as he pressed the ointment onto her injury, she cried out, "It hurts. Bear with it. It'll heal faster this way. Pei Heng rarely explained so patiently. Xie Zhaozhao tried to pull her leg back, but Pei Heng held onto it. Her small leg was not as strong as his arm, so she couldn't resist. Be gentle, gentle, she softly reminded him, looking down at him as he handled her injury. Her shy and slightly aggrieved look made Pei Heng feel a bit sorry. His hand holding her leg felt like a hot potato. Probably because of the ointment, his palm grew hotter and hotter, spreading through his limbs until he felt breathless. Listening to her faint gasps, he finally relaxed his grip. If he continued, her leg might turn even more blue in a few days. Is it done? Xie Zhaozhao's nose was a little sore. She forced herself to stay calm, so she wouldn't lose control.
Yes.
Don't run around these days. Pei Heng instructed. I won't run anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, both of them were surprised. She had used the word run, which was a sensitive topic. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her eye. She playfully pouted. I know. Pei Heng's stern expression softened a little, as if he was not used to her smiling at him this way. The kitchen can't be fixed quickly. I will ask someone to repair it tomorrow. I'll go shopping for some food first. Xie Zhaozhao nodded, and just as he was about to leave, she said, I also want to eat osmanthus cake.
Got it.
Pei Heng stepped outside and saw that the people at the alley entrance were still there, pointing and whispering about his family, looking like they were enjoying the show. He had good hearing and could even hear the woman cursing Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Heng gave them a sharp look, and they immediately fell silent. They dared to curse Xie Zhaozhao behind her back, but would never dare offend Pei Heng. The local bully, who nobody dared to mess with, was defeated by Pei Heng and is now in jail. Seeing Pei Heng walking toward them, they instinctively stepped back, their smiles turning into fawning grins. Commander Pei is leaving? The man who had just delivered the message asked bravely, unable to retreat further. Pei Heng's intimidating gaze made it hard to breathe. No one dared to meet his eyes.
Yes.
I appreciate Brother Niu going to the government office to report. I've already found out the cause of the water issue. A stray cat knocked over an oil jar and started a fire on the stove. It wasn't my wife setting the fire. Brother Niu, please don't spread false rumors in the future. Brother Niu nodded quickly, stammering, Yes, I misheard. After glancing around, Pei Heng's gaze settled on the woman who had just called Xie Zhaozhao heartless. Recently, stray cats have been running rampant in the street. Everyone should keep their doors and windows closed, be careful with fire, and watch over their homes to avoid disasters. Everyone agreed, and quickly dispersed. Pei Heng frowned slightly, realizing she had been troubled by rumors all along. Why had she never mentioned this before? Had he really been neglecting her? Brother-in-law. Following the voice, Pei Heng saw Xie Huimin not far away. Xie Huimin hurried over after hearing about the fire at Xie Zhaozhao's house. She knew her foolish sister would somehow ruin herself, even if she did nothing. She dared to set the house on fire. Right now, her mind was only on Yang Ming. She thought Pei Heng would definitely divorce her this time, but she was surprised to hear those words as soon as she entered the alley. He was defending Xie Zhaozhao and even scolding the neighbors who spoke ill of her. But men care about face, and Pei Heng protecting Xie Zhaozhao was probably just to save his own reputation. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone back for so long.
Is millionaire okay?
Did she get hurt? Sister didn't have experience with children, so please don't blame her. Xie Huimin looked confused and anxious, her eyes turning red as if afraid that Pei Heng would blame her. It's none of your business. Don't feel guilty.
Millionaire is fine.
Pei Heng said firmly, and was about to leave.
I'm glad is okay.
Brother-in-law, where are you going? Xie Huimin asked, catching up with him. I'm going to the Wang family. Big brother there will help build a stove, then I'll buy some food from the street. Pei Heng replied. Then I'll go buy food too. I know what Moore likes to eat, Xie Huimin said with a smile. Since she came to the Pei family, she had been buying many of the household items and food, so Pei Heng felt at ease. He reached into his pocket for money, but remembered he had given his wallet to Xie Zhaozhao earlier in the morning. Xie Huimin kindly said, I have money. Brother-in-law, don't worry. Pei Heng nodded. He decided he could give her money when he got home. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered Xie Zhaozhao mentioning she wanted to eat osmanthus cake. Buy some osmanthus cake too, he said. Xie Huimin nodded, I know.
Mua likes to eat that.
Pei Heng's eyes flickered briefly, but he didn't explain. Hearing footsteps, Xie Zhaozhao looked toward the door with a smile. You're back. Xie Huimin was struck by her bright smile, and after not seeing her for a day, she felt that Xie Zhaozhao looked even more beautiful. That smile could easily charm not only men but even herself. She wondered who had returned. Was it Pei Heng? With such a beautiful smile, could they have reconciled? Xie Huimin linked the earlier words where Pei Heng had spoken up for her. In the past, Xie Zhaozhao had already died at this time, but now she was alive, and their relationship seemed to be improving. If they had reconciled, what would she do? Xie Huimin thought about the wealth and fame awaiting her in the capital, the envy of others. No, she couldn't let Xie Zhaozhao take that away. She quickly composed herself and smiled, asking, I heard something happen at home, so I came back to check. Is sister okay? Xie Zhaozhao heard the way Xie Huimin kept talking about home and coming back, clearly treating this place as her own. She wasn't even dead yet, and she was already thinking about taking over. She was so eager. Xie Zhaozhao lowered her eyes slightly, pressing her handkerchief to her eyes, beginning her act again.
I'm fine.
Although she only said 3 words, her tone was so controlled that it seemed to hide 1,000 unspoken words, as if she wanted to say more but held back. Xie Huimin felt a little more at ease seeing her like this, appearing kind and understanding. I was worried about sister and couldn't wait any longer.
We are real sisters.
If sister has any grievances, she must tell me. When I came here, I heard people talking badly about sister, and I argued with them. Rest assured, I have driven them all away. Huimin, I didn't set fire. They are wrong about me, but Pei Heng. Xie Zhaozhao didn't finish her sentence, but a tear fell at the right moment. Seeing the beautiful girl crying made me feel pity. Her charming eyes looked like gentle spring water stirred by a breeze, enough to cause ripples with just a glance. Even compared to the many noble daughters Xie Huimin met after arriving in the capital in her previous life, few were as beautiful as Xie Zhaozhao. Even the city's top beauty couldn't compare to her. Brother-in-law is a rough man and might overlook sister.
Don't be sad, sister.
In the future, Xie Huimin saw Muo entering with a 9-link puzzle and quickly stopped speaking. Xie Zhaozhao blinked, and the tears that were about to fall immediately disappeared, making her eyes look even clearer. When I first returned, I saw brother-in-law talking with the neighbors. He asked me to buy some food and specifically told me to get osmanthus cake that Muo liked. Xie Huimin said this while waving at Pei Mu. Come here quickly, little niece. Aunt bought you something delicious. Compared to Xie Huimin's familiarity, Pei Mu didn't seem as close to her. Pei Mu had already eaten some osmanthus cake earlier, so she took a piece and handed it to Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the cake, slightly pouting. Was it bought for Muo? Is it embarrassing to say it was bought for her? Xie Zhaozhao didn't take it, but Pei Mu kept holding it up. Xie Huimin secretly scolded her inwardly for being ungrateful. This child is hard to please. In her previous life, she thought she was not mean to him, but he always kept his distance and quietly worshipped Xie Zhaozhao's memorial tablet. Not wanting Pei Mu to be sad, she bit his little hand before taking the cake. Muo, you're so good. Pei Mu, praised by her mother, brightened her eyes and showed a happy expression. Seeing the mother and son interact, Xie Huimin felt a bit frustrated but couldn't show it. Then she noticed the 9-link puzzle in Pei Mu's hand and suddenly had an idea. Does Muo know how to play with this?
Pei Mu shook her head.
She had tried several times but still couldn't solve it. It was a toy her father bought her a few days ago. He said he would teach her, but he had been away for several days and only returned yesterday, so she hadn't learned yet. Annie can teach you how to play, Xie Huimin said. In her previous life, she had studied for a long time before she learned, and now she could use it to win Pei Mu's heart. Children tend to admire those who are more skilled. But Pei Mu shook his head and said, I asked my mother to teach me. Pei Mu refused directly because the toy was bought by his father, and he didn't like others touching his things. Auntie said a few days ago that his mother had left and didn't want him anymore, and he didn't like that. Xie Huimin almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she heard Pei Mu's words. She knew that the clumsy Xie Zhaozhao couldn't possibly play with such a difficult toy as the 9-link chain. If she hadn't been reborn and seen the world in the capital, she wouldn't dare say such things. When Xie Huimin looked at Xie Zhaozhao, she also happened to look over. That glance seemed to see through people's thoughts, making her heart beat faster. Xie Zhaozhao quickly looked away and casually said, "All right, then mother will try." Pei Mu happily nodded and handed his favorite toy to Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the 9-link chain in her hand, a bright smile appearing on her lips. She had played with many such puzzles as a child. Though not as famous as those who broke Guinness records, she could solve it easily. Solving the 9-link chain by following the steps is actually simple. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, then 2, 4, 6, 8. When removing one, the second can't be removed, but the third can, and so on, repeating this cycle to remove all. Clever people have also found many ways to play with it, such as turning the chain into a flower basket or a silk ball after removing the rings.
Wow.
Pei Mu looked at the silk ball Xie Zhaozhao held in her palm and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mother is so amazing." Xie Zhaozhao raised her eyebrows, her smile bright and charming. "Of course I am." At this moment, Pei Heng entered. He had never seen Mu'er so lively and full of energy before, and Xie Zhaozhao looked at her son with pride and affection. Pei Heng's expression softened a little. He was glad he brought Xie Zhaozhao back. Her son needed her. Xie Huimin was so shocked she couldn't speak. She had learned to solve the 9-link chain after coming to the capital, asking Pei Heng to teach her. But Xie Zhaozhao solved it even faster than Pei Heng and could come up with different tricks. She wondered when Xie Zhaozhao had become so clever. Xie Zhaozhao naturally saw Pei Heng and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling proud without needing to say a word. Pei Heng, usually serious and cold, also couldn't help but smile slightly. "Father, look, this was given to me by Mother. She's even better than you." Pei Mu looked proud, just like Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Heng couldn't help but pat his son's head and said, "Yes, your mother is the best." Seeing this scene, Xie Huimin felt a tightness in her chest and was overwhelmed with jealousy. Xie Zhaozhao did something very wrong to him, yet he still treats her so kindly.
Why?
She is the one who stood by him through thick and thin, the one who will be with him for life. When will he finally notice her kindness? Mother Wang made lamb soup. She asked me to bring some back. "Let's have this for dinner tonight," Pei Heng said. He didn't want to trouble Mother Wang, but she said Xie Zhaozhao and Mu'er were both frightened, so a warm bowl of soup would help. "I'll go serve it," Xie Huimin said. After leaving the room, Xie Huimin took a deep breath. She was afraid she might lose control if she stayed longer. She was usually diligent and clever, so Pei Heng didn't refuse her. Once Xie Huimin left, only the three of them remained in the room. Pei Heng looked at the mostly untouched osmanthus cake and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" She was the one who bought it, but now she didn't want to eat it. Xie Zhaozhao pouted, "I asked you to buy it, not someone else." If Mu'er hadn't fed her, she wouldn't have eaten a single piece. Pei Heng thought Xie Zhaozhao was upset because he asked Xie Huimin to run errands. "I didn't bring money, so I asked Huimin to buy it." "Don't worry, I won't ask her to do that again," he said. Xie Zhaozhao's gaze turned faint and directed at him. Clearly, Pei Heng misunderstood her meaning. "I asked you to buy it yourself. I want your sincerity, understand?" She explained angrily. Pei Heng was momentarily stunned and still didn't quite understand. What's the difference between buying it yourself or having someone else buy it? Isn't it just the osmanthus cake? Xie Zhaozhao was used to being picky, and he was used to it too. But this time, he didn't think she was being unreasonable and simply walked away. Pei Heng responded with a faint That was his way of replying. Xie Zhaozhao raised her arm. "Hold me and carry me out." Her legs still hurt from walking, but she could manage. If someone carried her, she wouldn't have to endure the pain herself. Such close contact could help strengthen their relationship. She could tell that Pei Heng accepted her not because he fully trusted her, but because of Muir. And she also noticed that since Pei Heng came in, Xie Huimin's mood had been off. Maybe she had liked Pei Heng all along? How much had the original owner participated in her elopement? As a law-abiding citizen, she simply couldn't ignore a life. She wouldn't let Xie Huimin pay for her life. But she had to make her reveal her true intentions and seek justice for the original owner. She decided to push her along with Pei Heng's help. Sure enough, when Xie Huimin saw Pei Heng carrying Xie Zhaozhao out, she almost dropped the bowl in her hand. The lamb soup spilled onto her hand, and the hot sensation made her snap back to reality. Xie Zhaozhao curled her lips. Indeed, during a family drama right in front of the original owner, she didn't notice and still trusted her completely. Xie Zhaozhao, you really don't deserve to die. Pei Heng sat Xie Zhaozhao on a chair, with her father and son each bringing her soup and chopsticks, taking care of her like a princess. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the green onions floating in the bowl and frowned. I don't eat onions. Xie Huimin quickly said, I'll help sister pick them out. But Pei Heng was faster, taking her bowl and saying, I'll do it. Not sure if this counts as her showing kindness just now. Xie Zhaozhao smiled sweetly at Pei Heng, showing she understood. Thank you, husband. Pei Heng's ears turned red from her calling him husband, and his hand holding the chopsticks felt a bit awkward. Pei Mu looked at his wife and then at his father, feeling happy, and lowered his head to eat his own pancake. Xie Huimin clenched her teeth, holding back the urge to throw a fit. Xie Zhaozhao didn't do anything wrong, so why pick on her? Eating onions won't kill her. She's just being petty. Her leg is injured, not her hand. Can't she pick out the onions herself? She and Pei Heng have been married for many years, but he has never done such things for her. Why does she, Xie Zhaozhao, deserve this? Is it just because of her charming face? Pei Heng finished removing the onions and placed her bowl back in front of Xie Zhaozhao. She took a sip and said, It's delicious. Thank you, husband. Xie Huimin's palms were almost raw from gripping, and she couldn't wait any longer. She must find a way to make Pei Heng divorce Xie Zhaozhao, or she would truly go crazy. This meal was quite warm, except for Xie Huimin, who was filled with jealousy, but had to endure. Xie Zhaozhao felt completely relaxed, eager to see how long Xie Huimin could hold on. Xie Huimin's room was in the east wing. After tidying up, she hurried back to her own room. Lying on the bed, she finally felt that everything wasn't a dream. She no longer wanted to go back to that cold, unloving home. As a daughter, her second uncle and aunt treated Xie Zhaozhao like a treasure, but her parents often scolded and hit her. They made her serve the whole family, only favoring her older brother and younger brother. If she hadn't told her mother about Xie Zhaozhao and tricked her into leaving her dowry, which she planned to leave to her brothers, her mother wouldn't have let her go. Xie Zhaozhao was foolish. Over the past year, she had stolen a lot of money from her, and she still wanted her to give her the house deed. Until a month ago, she dreamed of her past life and realized what power and influence truly meant, what a noble family was. She naturally looked down on Xie Zhaozhao's little possessions. But Pei Heng, she was determined to have him. Xie Zhaozhao was a doomed person. She was the rightful wife of Pei Heng. Meanwhile, the mother and son finished washing up, and Pei Heng carried Xie Zhaozhao back to their room. Pei Heng watched his son sitting on the bed playing with a 9-link puzzle. He asked, Do you want to sleep with Daddy tonight? Pei Mu quickly refused. No, I want to sleep with Mama. Mama was fragrant and knew how to solve the 9-link puzzle. Mama's leg is hurt and can't touch things. Pei Mu looked at Xie Zhaozhao and said, Muir will be careful. Xie Zhaozhao pinched her son's soft face and said, Our Muir is the best behaved. Of course he can sleep with Mama. After saying that, she kicked Pei Heng with her uninjured leg and said angrily, Why do you always want to take my son? Her kick didn't hurt Pei Heng at all, but the place she kicked felt numb and tingly. Pei Heng's eyes fell on her white, tender foot, and the numbness spread through his body, gathering somewhere deep inside. He hadn't felt this way in a long time. Especially in the past 2 years, they had been sleeping in separate beds. He thought he no longer had feelings for her, but she had just lightly kicked him. That kick, or rather, that gentle nudge, made him react physically. He quickly turned around, almost like he was trying to escape. The mother and son looked at each other, eyes wide. Xie Zhao burst out laughing. Mama kicked Daddy away. Haha, kicked away. Their words clearly reached Pei Heng's ears. He walked faster, as if Xie Zhao had really kicked him away. His reaction made him feel ashamed and unsure how to face her. Xie Zhao was indeed different from before, as if she had changed into a different person. Today, she personally tore up the divorce paper, showing she truly wanted to stay and live well. Pei Heng took a long time to suppress his physical feelings and closed his eyes to sleep. Xie Zhao, having gone through this today, was exhausted and sleepy. She lay down and soon fell asleep. The next morning, she and Pei Mu woke up the latest. When she woke, Xie Huimin had already swept the yard and washed the clothes they changed out of yesterday. Yes, she was the original's contrast, naturally better in every way since she was the heroine of the story. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Seeing Pei Heng moving things from the kitchen outside, Xie Huimin hurried over to help. She knew exactly what kind of wife Pei Heng needed: hardworking, reliable, able to do housework and take care of children, not like Xie Zhao, who was just a delicate ornament. No need. Pei Heng refused. He carried a cabinet, showing strength, and didn't say much. Today, I need to rebuild the stove and paint the walls. He wants to clear everything inside early. Xie Huimin insisted on going ahead, but the kitchen door is small, and she stood there blocking Pei Heng's way. Really, you don't have to. Pei Heng wasn't angry. He just sounded a bit hurried and more forceful than usual when he was working and gathering strength. Xie Huimin originally wanted to outperform Xie Zhao, but when Pei Heng shouted at her, her eyes turned red. She wanted to help him, but was scolded. Xie Zhao hadn't even gotten up yet and hadn't done anything, yet he was so gentle with her. I just want to help you, Xie Huimin choked out. Pei Heng put down the cabinet, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, I don't mean to blame you. She was blocking the way, and heavy work isn't suitable for girls. If she got hurt, it would be hard to explain to Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao cares a lot for Xie Huimin. Before, he had to rush out on a business trip to deliver a message for him. He was hungry outside all day, and Xie Huimin made him a bowl of noodles. But Xie Zhao caused a fuss, saying Xie Huimin was his sister, not a servant in his house. So, he never troubles Xie Huimin with his affairs. Xie Huimin looked at Pei Heng in disbelief, tears almost uncontrollable. Did he mean she was wrong? That he was generous enough not to blame her? Is my brother-in-law upset with me? Xie Huimin felt very wronged. Pei Heng frowned. He didn't mean that at all, and he certainly didn't dislike her. No, I just think the stuff is too heavy for you. I'll move it out first. Brother One will come over soon, Pei Heng said, impatient to explain more or comfort her. Xie Huimin knew she misunderstood Pei Heng's meaning. He didn't like women fussing and crying. She wiped her tears and said, Then I'll move some lighter things. 2 people will be faster. She was willing to stay with him through hardships and then go back to Beijing to reach the peak of life. But that wasn't Xie Zhao, who was lazy and greedy, only interested in enjoying life and couldn't help him at all. Pei Heng nodded, not wanting to waste time explaining further. Xie Zhao watched the scene, but didn't bother them. She was indeed diligent and clever. After last night's excitement, her desire for Pei Heng was almost impossible to hide. Pei Heng moved another cabinet out, mostly large ones. Xie Huimin saw him covered in sweat and instinctively took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Just as she raised her arm, a voice came from nearby. Husband. Xie Huimin quickly retracted the handkerchief and hid it behind her, looking guilty and flickering eyes. Sister. Pei Heng was originally looking down. When he heard Xie Zhao's voice, he turned his head to look. There, under the eaves, stood a tall and a small person, like characters from a painting. Suddenly, he remembered the awkwardness from last night. He clenched his fist and cleared his throat. There is soy milk and buns in the clay jar on the main table. You and Muir can start eating first. If she hadn't been watching closely and noticed that Pei Heng had kept his head down the whole time, she might have misunderstood that the two of them had feelings for each other. No wonder she married Pei Heng right after she died. It turns out she was secretly scheming right under her nose. She really was blind and didn't see people clearly. Serves her right. She could give up her man, but no one else could take him away openly. The heroine? So impressive? Since she's not dead, she is still Pei Heng's legitimate wife. Even for the original owner, she wouldn't let Xie Huimin get her way. Don't want to. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes were full of a smile. Bathed in the morning light, she looked radiant. I want you to eat with me and Muir. Father will eat too. Muir, with short legs, stepped down the stairs, holding Pei Heng's hand and swinging it. Daddy, eat with us. Xie Huimin watched the two look at each other. Xie Zhaozhao's smile was charming, like a fox, and Pei Heng's eyes widened in admiration, while he gritted his teeth in jealousy. This fox spirit, Xie Zhaozhao, just knows how to attract men. Min, put down your work for now, and come have breakfast, Xie Zhaozhao said with a gentle smile. Xie Huimin bit her lip. Maybe it was her imagination, but she always felt Xie Zhaozhao's smile was a bit provocative. No need, you eat first. I'm not hungry. I'll finish moving things, so I won't delay Brother Wang going to the government office, she said kindly. She knew that Pei Heng liked someone who understood him. Xie Zhaozhao didn't understand him at all and couldn't help him. All right, we'll save some for you. Xie Zhaozhao's bright eyes shifted back to Pei Heng. He instinctively stepped toward her. Muir, like a little tail, followed happily, holding his hand. Xie Huimin didn't expect Pei Heng to really leave. He had clearly said he wanted everything done before Brother Wang arrived. Don't run around if your leg isn't well, Pei Heng said as he saw that Xie Zhaozhao's left leg was still weak. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, then picked her up and walked backward. Xie Zhaozhao smiled at Xie Huimin, who was watching them. Since she liked working so much, she could just take her time. The meat bun was filled with fatty meat and chopped green onions. Xie Zhaozhao picked out the filling and set it aside, eating only the bun skin. The bun skin soaked up the broth, salty and fragrant, soft and sticky. Pei Mu saw the meat on the plate and asked confusedly, Mother, aren't you going to eat? Mother likes to eat the skin of buns, not the filling. Pei Mu's eyes widened in confusion. Does Mother not like to eat meat? He loves meat the most. Xie Zhaozhao saw someone helping her eat the filling, so she ate another piece of bun skin, letting Pei Mu eat the filling. This time, Pei Mu didn't eat himself, but instead picked some and placed it in front of Pei Heng. Father also likes to eat meat. He has already eaten one. This one is for Father. Father, you should eat it too. Now it was Xie Zhaozhao's turn to be surprised. She planned to live a good life with Pei Heng, but sharing her leftover bun filling felt too intimate. And Pei Heng, with his proud and cold personality, would never eat her leftovers.
It was awkward now.
No need, no need. Your father doesn't like to eat. Xie Zhaozhao reached out to take the plate. But before she could, Pei Heng picked up some meat filling and put it in his mouth. Xie Zhaozhao stared wide-eyed. He was really eating. Pei Heng, besides not saying much, truly loved his son and wouldn't let him feel sad. Papa, is it tasty? Yes, very tasty. Mother's handmade bun filling is the best. Xie Zhaozhao. Can she praise like that? Pei Mu already held a small bowl in front of Xie Zhaozhao. Mom, please pour me some soy milk. He drank it all in one gulp, with a circle of white foam at the corner of his lips, looking very adorable. Mom's soy milk is delicious. Do you want some, Father? Pei Heng and Xie Zhaozhao exchanged glances. Today, the child was unusually lively. Pei Mu blinked, looked at his mother, then at his father. What's wrong? Isn't what he said true? Mom's soy milk really is delicious. He wasn't lying. When Huimin entered, the three had finished breakfast. Pei Heng was applying medicine to Xie Zhaozhao's calf. The bruise was spreading across her entire calf, some parts turning purple. Her skin was already fair, making the bruise look even more alarming. Although the bones weren't seriously hurt, the area was bony and the skin thin, making it easy to hurt when walking. Pei Heng had just used some force, and Xie Zhaozhao felt sharp pain.
Ow.
She frowned. If you don't massage the bruise, it will take longer to heal. This small injury will heal in a few days. As long as the bones weren't broken, it would only hurt for a few days. Much better than now.
Small injury?
Pei Heng disagreed. You were lucky this time. Otherwise, your leg might have broken. A heavy barrel falling down, with her small legs, was fortunate not to break any bones. My luck is good. It hurts. Before Xie Zhaozhao finished speaking, Pei Heng applied more force, causing her to tear up from the pain. Xie Zhaozhao's parents are both top scientists who serve the country. She was raised by her grandparents and is very healthy. Since childhood, she has been a healthy child, never suffering or feeling pain. Perhaps because her life has been smooth and lucky, even the heavens seem to envy her, which is why she is such good fortune. All right, it should be better in a couple of days, Pei Heng said softly, giving her another look. The massage was painful at first, but afterward, it felt warm and less painful. Xie Zhaozhao tried to apply some force herself, and the stabbing pain eased quite a bit. Pei Mu sat on a small stool, talking to Xie Zhaozhao's leg, saying that after a good rest, it wouldn't hurt anymore. No one noticed when Xie Huimin entered. Her father and son were both focused on Xie Zhaozhao. She is just a flirtatious woman who abandoned her husband. She doesn't deserve any attention. Outside, she could hear her crying and whining. She was so melodramatic, just a small injury, yet she wanted everyone to know. During dinner, the steamed buns and soy milk had cooled, and they tasted better when hot. She ate with a stomach full of resentment, growing angrier at Xie Zhaozhao for not dying outside. Pei Heng still needed to clean the kitchen, removing leftover firewood and broken items. He found a broom and swept everything to the side before putting it into a bamboo basket to carry outside. Soon, Brother Wang arrived with an assistant. 3 grown men finished the work quickly, so Pei Heng could go to the government office in the afternoon without delay. Hearing the noise, Xie Huimin volunteered to help. Today was all physical work, climbing high and low, places she couldn't really help with. Brother Wang waved his hand and smiled, saying, "You're just a young girl. Go rest."
This isn't your job.
But Xie Huimin didn't listen. She wanted to leave a good impression on the neighbors, so they would see her kindness. She bravely picked up a shovel to mix mud, but she had never done this work before, and water spilled everywhere from the shovel. Brother Wang got anxious and said sharply, "What are you doing, girl? You're just causing trouble. Now I have to add more water." Having been the wife of a nobleman most of her life, she was respected wherever she went. Now, a common laborer dared to scold her, and she couldn't accept that. She could tolerate Pei Heng, but she wouldn't tolerate others pointing fingers at her.
I didn't do well. You can teach me.
Why do you say I am causing trouble? I just want to help. Xie Huimin, being a former noble lady, speaks confidently first. Brother Wang's face darkened. You, girl, don't know your place. These are dirty, tiring jobs men do. Women shouldn't get involved. Besides, I don't have time to teach you. But Xie Huimin was not convinced. Seeing Pei Heng come out of the house like a savior, she hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and said, "Brother-in-law, please judge. Brother Wang says women can't do these jobs, but you know I am used to doing household chores." At this moment, Xie Huimin proudly reminds everyone that she is the one who does all the housework. Brother Pei, I'm not saying she can't do the work. I mean these dirty jobs are for men. This girl is really stubborn, Brother Wang said lazily, unwilling to argue further. Go back inside and rest. We 3 can handle things here, Pei Heng said as he pulled his arm away. Although she is his sister-in-law, she is not his real sister, so as a brother-in-law, he shouldn't say certain things. Does brother-in-law also think I am useless? Xie Huimin asked sadly. She, the noble lady, is not looked down upon by these low-born commoners, yet they speak of her this way. Auntie, mother asked you to talk with her for a while. Pei Mu ran over happily. She wanted to see Xie Huimin embarrass herself, but if she kept causing trouble, the morning's work at the stove wouldn't be finished. Brother Wang is a craftsman who earns money to support his family. He can't waste time. All right, Auntie, I'll go now, Xie Huimin said, wiping her tears. Before leaving, she cast a resentful look at Pei Heng. He is her husband, yet he didn't help her. All of this is thanks to Xie Zhaozhao. When Xie Huimin entered, Xie Zhaozhao was reading in the study. Her expression changed instantly. That was Pei Heng's room. Why was she there? Xie Huimin was already angry, and now she was even more upset. She almost stormed up to Xie Zhaozhao and asked, "What are you doing in Pei Heng's room?" Xie Zhaozhao looked up, her eyes and brows full of feminine charm. "Huimin, I love you dearly, but calling brother-in-law by his name like that isn't proper." Although she smiled, there was a coldness in her tone. Xie Huimin was stunned. That look made her feel a little afraid. She realized she had been too impulsive. She was so angry she lost her temper. Xie Zhaozhao was still alive, and she wasn't married to Pei Heng yet. "Older sister, I'm afraid brother-in-law will see and start arguing with you again. Didn't you say he never lets you into his room or touches things? We used to call him that privately, didn't we?" Xie Zhaozhao's lips curved into a slight smile. Her younger sister's tricks were indeed clever. She seemed innocent, but still reminded her that they shared a little secret. With just a few words, she easily controlled the original owner. "Huimin, I can call him by his name, but you can't. Calling brother-in-law directly like that breaks the rules and might affect our marriage," Xie Zhaozhao said softly.
Vi minns nedawardly.
How dare Xie Zhaozhao talk about rules? According to the rules, she should be punished for eloping with a wild man. Besides, what kind of relationship did she have with Pei Heng? How could it affect anything? No. When did Xie Zhaozhao start caring about their relationship? "Older sister, isn't it true that you don't like brother-in-law and want to find brother Yangming?" Huimin deliberately lowered her voice, as if sharing a secret. "I've been thinking these days, and I realize that brother-in-law is the kindest to me. As women, we should choose someone who treats us well. Besides, we have mu'er," Xie Zhaozhao said nonchalantly, admiring her slender fingers. Huimin saw her leaning lazily in the chair, revealing her slim waist and full chest. Her eyes slightly lifted at the corners, making her look even more charming. Her posture was unruly, and her flirtatious look was more suited to a courtesan than a noble lady. How could she be the head lady of the Pei family and lead the household like this? "Older sister, you're young and beautiful. Why not pursue your own happiness? Don't you want to become a noble wife? Even if a small soldier like you marries well, he can't give you wealth and status," Huimin continued to tempt her. "My husband is still young. Maybe in the future, he can make me a noble wife," Xie Zhaozhao said meaningfully. "This is a border town. No matter how promising, you can't reach the capital. And what about brother Yangming? He's still waiting anxiously for you. Don't you want to let him down?" Huimin hurriedly said. She needed to dispel Xie Zhaozhao's idea of staying and ideally tempt her to run away again. Otherwise, with a flirt like her constantly tempting Pei Heng, he wouldn't notice her at all. "What else can I do?" "Just forget about it," Xie Zhaozhao sighed softly. "Sister, it's better not to mention him. It hurts too much." She gently placed her hand on her chest, her brows slightly furrowed, showing a delicate, heartful expression that made men feel tender and protective. Xie Huimin clenched her silver tooth, almost biting it in half, but still forced a smile and said, "Sister, don't lose heart. I will help you. Little sister, please don't make me sad. You can't help me. It's not easy to save up money in the capital. My brother-in-law won't give us any more." Xie Zhaozhao covered her face with a handkerchief, looking heartbroken. Xie Huimin had tricked money from the original owner many times, and her secret stash was quite large. Otherwise, how could she buy people's loyalty? Some of the money was used to support the family, but most of it was still in her hands. That money belonged to the original owner, and she needed to get it back. "Don't be sad, sister. If I go out to earn money in the future, I can help support the family and earn some pocket money for you," Xie Huimin said with deep affection. As long as Xie Zhaozhao was willing to elope, she would pay for the silver herself. Little sister, don't just think about me. You're also of marriageable age. I need to remind the eldest aunt, or you'll become an old maid. Before Xie Zhaozhao finished speaking, Xie Huimin hurriedly said, I won't marry anyone. If sister doesn't find happiness, I won't leave you. My only wish is for sister to be happy. Tears of emotion filled Xie Zhaozhao's eyes. Huimin, you're truly my good sister. Big sister. While the sisters shared a deep bond, 3 others nearby had almost finished their work. Only the floor needed sweeping, and after airing out the house for 2 days, the kitchen could be used again. Pei Mu sat on a small stool, playing with a 9-link puzzle, quietly without crying, making trouble, or fussing. Even Brother Wang, with his quick temper, couldn't help but like the child. Unfortunately, she didn't have a good mother. Such a good child. Brother Wang was in a hurry to leave. He still had to build a house elsewhere and planned to come back to help when he had time. Suddenly, Pei Mu stood up from her small stool, took 2 small silver pieces from her little purse, and handed them to Brother Wang and another person. My mother said thank you for helping. This is to invite you for tea. Did Xie Zhaozhao give this? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. Is this really from your mother? Brother Wang couldn't believe it.
Pei Mu nodded.
My mother's leg was hurt, so she asked me to give this to you. Her leg was hurt? It seems the rumors outside are true, that Pei Heng really broke her leg.
But she was much more reasonable now.
In the past, Xie Zhaozhao's eyes would roll, and she wouldn't even look at them. Brother Wang wanted to refuse the money. Everyone was neighbors, and Pei Heng had helped his family many times. The money shouldn't be accepted. But Pei Heng stopped him. It's better to stay and have a meal with Brother Wang. We're busy at home, so just keep the money. He was supposed to give it to her originally, but unexpectedly, Xie Zhaozhao prepared it herself, which surprised him. When Pei Heng finished tidying up and returned to his room, Xie Zhaozhao was reading a book. For a moment, he almost thought he was seeing things. Xie Huimin was the first to notice Pei Heng. She quickly put down her osmanthus cake, nervously calling out brother-in-law. The breakfast was already cold, and she had only taken a few bites. Having grown used to delicacies in her past life, she couldn't really enjoy these simple foods now. Feeling a bit hungry, she took some osmanthus cake to eat, but Pei Heng saw her. She didn't want him to think she was lazy or careless. Pei Heng didn't realize Xie Huimin was in his room. A flicker of displeasure crossed his face. His room was his private space, and he disliked outsiders getting close. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at the sound, habitually folding the page she had just finished reading to save for later. Xie Huimin, not waiting for Pei Heng to speak, looked panicked and said, brother-in-law doesn't like others touching his things. From her understanding of Pei Heng, he was already angry. Really? Xie Zhaozhao put down her book with a loud snap when she set it on the table. Xie Huimin was delighted inside. Xie Zhaozhao was really asking for trouble. Not only did she fold the book, but she also carelessly tossed it on the table, clearly provoking Pei Heng. Brother-in-law, don't be mad at sister. She won't enter your room again, nor touch your things. I'll remind her. Xie Huimin looked anxious, trying to defend Xie Zhaozhao. Huimin, you can go out first. I want to talk to your sister for a few words, Xie Zhaozhao said with a cold smile. Xie Huimin instinctively looked at Pei Heng. His face didn't look very good. She lowered her eyes, feeling proud inside. Her words had worked. It seemed Xie Zhaozhao was once again asking for trouble. At this moment, she thought it best to stay far away. She hoped Xie Zhaozhao would go even further, maybe causing Pei Heng to break her other leg. Pei Heng watched as Xie Zhaozhao stood up from her chair, his gaze slowly drawing her figure closer. Her slender waist, elegant posture, dressed in spring makeup, her natural beauty and casual charm blended perfectly. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a charming smile as she stepped toward him. Am I an outsider?
No.
Pei Heng's Adam's apple moved, a trace of ripples flickering in his cold eyes. Can I come into your room?
No.
Pei Heng's fingers, resting by his leg, curled slightly, then relaxed. Xie Zhaozhao nodded with satisfaction, stopping in front of him. Her eyes never left him. Then, can I look at your book? Yes. Anything? Yes. I want to sleep in your bed again. Is that okay? Xie Zhaozhao leaned forward slightly, resting her arms on his waist, almost pressed against him. Pei Heng's body instantly stiffened, standing still without moving. Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Heng's voice was low and hoarse, as if he was trying to suppress something. Stop making trouble. What trouble? Xie Zhaozhao pouted. Our family only has the three of us. Sister Huimin just said that outsider is me, right? Pei Heng hadn't previously forbidden Xie Zhaozhao from entering his study because she had pawned some of his belongings. One of them was a jade pendant his mother left him. Just say it yourself. I won't pursue the past. Pei Heng's throat moved, and dark emotions flickered across his brow. You use my words to shut me up. Even Huimin said that, which shows that in others' eyes, I, your wife, have no position in your heart. No wonder neighbors dare to bully me. It's because I have no one to support me, Xie Zhaozhao said sadly. Someone bullied you? Stop pretending to be confused. We're married, yet others need to speak for me. It shows I am not as important to you as she is. Xie Zhaozhao felt uncomfortable inside. If he didn't know, it would be fine. But now, with Huimin openly interfering in their marriage, shouldn't Pei Heng reflect on himself?
No.
Just saying no isn't enough. You need to show me with real actions that everyone can see. Only then will they take me seriously as your wife, not just describe me as an outsider. Xie Zhaozhao's voice was sweet and charming, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man without blinking. Pei Heng knew she was pushing her luck, but couldn't refuse.
Fine.
Lower your head.
What?
Lower your head. You're too tall. She kept looking up at him, making her neck stiff. Pei Heng lowered his head as she requested. Xie Zhaozhao tiptoed and kissed his chin. Here's a reward for being so obedient. Pei Heng suddenly felt a loud thump in his head, his temples pulsing with veins, his eyes filled with desire. It was like that time he took medicine. He felt completely out of control. Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Heng's voice was restrained, struggling to hold back his rising desire. Why, can I kiss you? Xie Zhaozhao teased, her expression mischievous, like a kitten caught in mischief. Although Xie Zhaozhao had never been in love, she knew how to flirt with men. Her senior sister at school had even created an app like this, and she was one of the first users. Because of her busy work, these skills had been gathering dust in the corner of her mind. Now they finally came in handy. Based on big data analysis, Pei Heng's current behavior clearly shows he's falling in love. Just as Xie Zhaozhao was thinking about her next move, Pei Heng suddenly stepped back. Xie Zhaozhao felt a sudden emptiness and looked up to see he had already left. Did he run away? What unexpected situation is this? Xie Zhaozhao touched her hot cheek, her first kiss after all. She felt she had been lucky. Actually, she intended to kiss his lips, which looked soft and easy to kiss. But the big data on flirting suggested that at this stage, kissing the chin was more effective than the lips. Next time, she would make him so nervous he'd be unable to run away. When Xie Huimin saw Pei Heng rush out the door so quickly, he didn't even look at her. She guessed he was very angry. He left so fast that he didn't glance at her as he passed by. Huimin smiled triumphantly, thinking that Xie Zhaozhao's chances of being abandoned were getting closer. In the next 2 days, Xie Huimin felt especially happy because she noticed Pei Heng had been leaving early and returning late, ignoring Xie Zhaozhao entirely. She deliberately ordered a table of delicious food at a restaurant, fish and meat, very rich. In her past life, she wouldn't have cared for these dishes, but now she just made do. Does my sister have some happy news? Xie Zhaozhao asked. I saw that Ajia has lost a lot of weight recently, so I wanted to help her regain her strength, Huimin said with an innocent smile. Thank you, Sister Huimin. Mir, thank your aunt. Xie Zhaozhao also forced a smile. Mir liked eating fish, so Huimin took the initiative to help him remove the fish bones to get closer to him. Since her return, Xie Zhaozhao had improved her relationship with Mir, but she had to stay alert. Pei Heng could divorce her, but he loved Mir very much. Last time, he married her mainly because she took good care of Mir. Xie Zhaozhao didn't act like a mother now, just focused on eating. By the end, the last fish was eaten by the mother and son. Huimin felt annoyed, but had to endure it. She probably wouldn't be able to hold back for long. In recent days, she had spread the news while out shopping. Now, Xie Zhaozhao was just waiting to be overwhelmed by spit. Tonight, Pei Heng returned relatively early. Seeing the light still on in Xie Zhaozhao's room, he went inside. Mir was already asleep. Xie Zhaozhao was leaning on the bed reading, her long hair casually loose, revealing a neck like smooth jade. Under the light, her face was as pure as jade, with full, red lips like ripe berries waiting to be picked. In just one glance, Pei Heng couldn't look away. She had just finished her shower, and the scent of jasmine from her hair immediately filled his senses, enveloping him assertively. Pei Heng placed the box wrapped in oil paper on the table. "I bought this for you." Xie Zhaozhao snorted softly, not avoiding her this time. Why wasn't she avoiding him now? "I'm not running away, I just won't pay attention to you anymore." "I'm not ignoring you." Pei Heng's tone was a bit urgent. That day, he had lost his composure and shown a lack of gentlemanly manners, afraid she might see. "These days, I don't even want to go home, and Muir doesn't care either."
She says she isn't.
Xie Zhaozhao was angry. They had agreed to live happily together in the future, to love this home, but she had run away in the blink of an eye. "The office has been busy these days. I leave early and come back late, afraid of waking you." When he left in the morning, only Xie Huimin was up, and he remembered what Xie Zhaozhao had said that day, so he didn't pass on her message. In the past, whenever they had conflicts, Xie Huimin would pass messages, but that was not appropriate anymore. In the future, he shouldn't trouble her with family matters. He had already arranged for an experienced elderly woman to help with cooking. "Now you're not afraid of disturbing me?" Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. "Your room light is on. All right, I forgive you this time. Next time, no hiding and no running away." After she finished speaking, both of them fell silent for a moment, clearly recalling that day. Xie Zhaozhao's face blushed involuntarily, her first time feeling a real connection, and she had the urge to tease him. Just as she was feeling awkward and thought Pei Heng wouldn't reply, she heard him hum softly. His cold, clear eyes showed some embarrassment, but also seriousness. Xie Zhaozhao looked up, unable to hide her smile. How did Pei Heng manage to be both cold and alluring at the same time? "What did you buy?" "Osmanthus cake." Last time she said he didn't buy it himself, so today he bought it again when passing by. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes lit up, shining brighter than the stars in the sky. She tossed her book aside and got off the bed. As she moved closer to him, she could even feel her body warmth. She was only wearing light inner clothes, and her graceful figure was fully outlined as she moved. Pei Heng couldn't bear to look anymore. The restless feeling in his body almost shattered his willpower. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to suppress this urge. A strong desire to win immediately took over Xie Zhaozhao's mind. She didn't believe she couldn't tease him. In college, she was part of the drama club, so she had some acting training. "Open your eyes and look." "I don't believe your eyes are empty." Xie Zhaozhao's tone was soft and coquettish. Pei Heng opened his eyes and immediately met her sparkling gaze. His suppressed desire collapsed in an instant. His voice was deep and hoarse. "What did you say? You're afraid to look at me?" Xie Zhaozhao moved closer, her gentle breath lightly exhaling. "No." Pei Heng's breathing was already completely disturbed by her proximity. "Then look at me." Xie Zhaozhao persisted, as couples do when they want to deepen their feelings. Pei Heng looked up, noticing her black hair, red lips, and charming eyes. His heart was pounding like drums. He wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. Xie Zhaozhao could feel Pei Heng's whole body tense, his breathing becoming heavier. See, she was a top student and could excel in any subject she tried. Just teasing a man, easy to handle. Suddenly, she felt light as Pei Heng picked her up and carried her toward the bed. Xie Zhaozhao was secretly pleased. He was so eager. But she was just driven by a competitive urge and wasn't mentally prepared for this. "It's late. You should rest early." Pei Heng's eyes were red at the corners, and his voice was hoarse. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng with wide eyes. He was teasing her like this, and he still wouldn't give in? She even wondered if he was having trouble. Her gaze unintentionally moved downward, and Pei Heng seemed to notice. He raised his hand to cover her eyes, saying, "Xie Zhaozhao, rest early. I'm leaving." After saying those 2 words, he turned around, but this time it wasn't a hurried escape. He also turned off the nearby lamp and gently closed the door. Xie Zhaozhao felt both annoyed and amused. She had really hit a wall. She had scored high on that app, so this must be a bug, right? She didn't manage to tease Pei Heng, but ended up having a vivid dream all night. She rubbed her forehead, thinking, there really is everything in dreams. Is Mama's head hurting?
Pei Mu asked.
Not just my head, my face hurts too, Xie Zhaozhao sighed. She thought she could handle it easily, but in the end, her face was swollen. She had never felt so defeated. Getting a man was much harder than winning a project. Pei Mu looked at her worriedly for a long time. Where does your face hurt? Mu'er will help you breathe. Xie Zhaozhao was amused by his expression. Mama was just joking. It doesn't hurt anywhere. Today we'll go out for a walk. Having been in the story world for a few days, she was initially sick and groggy, then injured her leg, and hadn't gone out yet. Really? Pei Mu was excited when he heard they could go shopping with Mama. Of course. Come on, let's wash up and get ready. We'll eat breakfast outside. Zhao Zhao opened the door and saw Pei Heng standing outside. Why didn't he hide at the government office today? I bought some wontons. He noticed that Zhao Zhao seemed to really like the wontons from Grandma Li's house. Zhao Zhao snorted softly and walked away without saying anything to him. Pei Mu's eyes shifted as he looked at Pei Heng. Did Daddy make Mama angry? Pei Heng paused for a moment before replying with a simple Pei Mu pouted. No wonder Mama had a headache and a face ache early in the morning. It's because Daddy was angry. Is Mama feeling unwell? Pei Heng glanced in the direction Zhao Zhao had gone. Pei Mu nodded, then shook his head. Mama said she was fine and still wanted to take me to the market. Is Mama's leg no longer hurting? Ask Mama yourself, Daddy. Don't ignore her all the time. Mama treats me very well, even better than Auntie. Pei Mu said seriously. Pei Heng patted his son's head. Daddy knows. And remember, you haven't been practicing horse stance early in the morning these days. Don't slack off. Pei Mu shyly lowered his head.
Got it, Daddy.
Let's go. After Zhao Zhao finished washing up, she sat on the dressing stool with her hair in disarray. Having lots of hair is good, but combing it is a challenge. Lately, she hadn't gone out and just used a hairband to tie her hair up. Today, since she was leaving, she had to style it properly. She didn't bother with complicated hairstyles. She simply brushed all her hair up high. Because her hair was too long and might fall apart, she braided a ponytail and then wrapped it into a bun, securing it with a hairband. Looking into the copper mirror, she saw her reflection from different angles. It didn't look too strange. Her face was pretty, so whatever hairstyle she chose looked good. When Pei Heng's face appeared in the mirror, Zhao Zhao's face changed. Why haven't you gone to the government office yet? I took a break this morning. I'll go shopping with you and Mu'er, Pei Heng said calmly, not upset by her words. No, what if you leave us on the street and run off by yourself? Pei Heng thought she was still angry and wondered how to comfort her. But seeing her teasing and proud expression, he called out, Zhao Zhao. In the past, when he called her this name, it was cold and angry. Today, it carried a gentle affection he hadn't even noticed himself. Mu'er was wearing last year's clothes, which were a bit short. Zhao Zhao had lost her luggage when she went out, and the clothes at home were quite old. Especially last night's thin dress, which was almost see-through. She needed to buy a few new outfits. And hairpins. Zhao Zhao cherished her long black hair the most and was very skilled at tying it up. She would definitely wear a beautiful dress, style a gorgeous hairdo, and wear the best hairpins and rings when going out. Lately, she had been tying her hair with a simple hairband, which was too plain. Since you are so sincere, I will reluctantly agree. Please help me tidy up the room, and I will go find Mu'er, said Xie Huimin. After breakfast, a child at the door called out for Mu'er. Mu'er said he was Grandma Wang's grandson and often played with him. Pei Heng saw her run off quickly, so it seemed her leg was healed. Before Xie Huimin could leave the alley, she heard a woman's voice. "Little brat, you've caused trouble again. How dare you bully our stone? Come on, let's find your mother." Xie Huimin recognized the woman's voice as somewhat familiar. On the day of the kitchen fire, she was the most sarcastic, very fierce. But she usually didn't bother with her unless provoked. Just as Xie Huimin was about to change direction to find her son, she heard a childish voice say, "He took my thing first." "It's Mu'er." Xie Huimin quickly ran over. As she turned the corner, she saw the woman pulling Mu'er's arm. Mu'er, small and fragile, was being pulled so hard that he stumbled. Xie Huimin's anger surged, and she shouted fiercely, "Let go of my son." The woman, seeing it was Xie Huimin, released her grip. She crossed her arms and sneered, "You're just in time. Your son hit mine. Tell me, how will you compensate?" Xie Huimin stepped forward, grabbed her son, and protected him behind her. "Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Mu'er say that your son took his thing?" The chubby boy beside the woman scoffed, "It's just a torn piece of paper. I found it on the ground. It's not just paper. It's a paper dragonfly my mother folded for me. You took it after it fell on the ground. You pushed my son down first and cursed at him. That's why I fought back." Xie Huimin looked down at her son, who looked upset and had red eyes, clutching the torn paper dragonfly tightly. Even after being pulled roughly by Zhao Shi just now, she didn't want to let go. She felt very sad for her son and hugged him. "Mu'er is not at fault. It's their mistake. Mother will make them apologize to you." She looked at Zhao Shi and her son. "Did you hear that? Your son took advantage of his age to steal from my son. As a mother, you didn't teach him, and now you're bullying my son. Apologize, or this matter won't end today." "Why should I apologize? My son said he found it on the ground. Can't you understand that? If it fell on the ground, it means he didn't want it. Your son pushed my son, so he should apologize." Zhao Shi looked proud. "So, what if she took it? Her son was capable." Xie Huimin sneered coldly. It really proved the saying, "Behind every naughty child is a naughty parent." "Drop it on the ground if you don't want it," Xie Huimin sarcastically said. Zhao Shi didn't understand at first, but when she heard pulling the mill, she realized she was being insulted as a donkey pulling a mill. She suddenly jumped high and pointed at Xie Huimin, saying, "You little sly fox. You dare to insult me? Just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart." Zhao Shi was known for being fierce. That day, she was so angry after being chased out with a broom by Xie Huimin that she couldn't hold back now. But before she could slap Xie Huimin's face, Xie Huimin quickly grabbed her finger, forced it back, and, taking advantage of Zhao Shi's pain, kicked her in the chest. Zhao Shi staggered 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. Xie Huimin had been interested in activities like music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since she was 3. She also excelled in martial arts and shooting. Only her current body was a bit weak, lacking strength. Otherwise, that kick just now would have been enough to hurt her badly. Zhao Shi was stunned after being kicked by Xie Huimin. She wondered how this small, delicate girl with a slim waist and tiny arms and legs dared to fight her. She thought, if I don't tear her face apart today, how will she mend in the future? Seeing Zhao Shi rush at her again, Xie Huimin knew the weight difference was too big for her to fight slowly. She had to act quickly. This time, her attack was a bit unfair, but who asked Zhao Shi to be so reckless? Xie Huimin seized the moment and punched her. Zhao Shi covered her swollen chest and let out a loud, agonized scream. Xie Huimin thought to herself, "It's such a shame that this good voice isn't used for singing high notes." Worried about scaring her son, she lowered her head and comforted her. "Don't worry, mother is here. You're safe." Pei Mu looked shocked and proud at the same time, thinking, "Mother is so amazing." "Apologize, or I'll hit you again." Xie Huimin waved her fist at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi, still feeling the pain from the punch, couldn't straighten her waist. Seeing Xie Huimin's threat, She played her usual trick. She pulled her son and sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Come on, hit me. Mother-in-law Pei is bullying me. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Pei Heng disliked Xie Huimin and was planning to divorce her. If she brought shame to Pei Heng's reputation, she would definitely get a beating when she went home. A few days ago, Pei Heng had broken her leg, and she still hadn't learned her lesson. Just wait, this time she would get what she deserved. Zhao Shi's loud crying truly attracted the neighbors. She tearfully claimed that she and her son were being bullied. Xie Huimin had a bad reputation, and everyone sided with Zhao Shi, pointing fingers at her. Pei Mu immediately stepped in front of Xie Huimin, clenched his small fists. The neighbors didn't like mother-in-law Zhao Shi and often scolded her behind her back. He, as a man, wanted to protect his mother. Xie Huimin squatted down and gently touched her son's small face. It's all my fault, I didn't protect you well. Does your face still hurt? Xie Huimin quietly winked at her son, and Pei Mu immediately understood, starting to cry. But he wasn't pretending like the others, he was genuinely upset. They all bullied his mother. When Pei Mu cried, everyone's attention was drawn to him. His fair face and the finger marks on it became more noticeable. Lu family, how can you hit a child? Mu'er is so young, Granny Wang scolded. Although Granny Wang didn't like Xie Huimin, she liked Pei Mu. Everyone else agreed, saying, that's right. Kids will fight sometimes, but no matter what, it's wrong for an adult to hit a child. Pei Mu was known to be obedient and sensible, so people couldn't believe Lu's family would hit him. Stop talking nonsense. I didn't hit him. Xie Huimin, you shameless woman. Don't try to blame me. This little brat is just like his mother, full of lies and lowly. Who knows where his injuries came from? Zhao Shi cursed angrily. Shut up. He took my paper dragonfly and wouldn't give it back, then pushed me down and tore my paper dragonfly. Lu's wife is so fierce, she even hit my mother. Although Pei Mu was young, he was quick-witted, and everyone understood what was happening immediately. It was obvious that Pei Mu couldn't have beaten Stone, who was bigger and often bullied the children in the alley. People started blaming Lu's family for bullying. Lu family, how can you bully a 3-year-old? Do you have no humanity? A woman accused. Zhao Shi, known for being fiery, couldn't hold back. She jumped up from the ground, wincing in pain. You don't know anything. It's that little brat Xie Huimin who hit me. My chest still hurts. Zhao Shi was fat, and when she jumped, her chest jiggled, making her pain worse. But her injury was hidden, and she couldn't take off her clothes to show everyone. People looked at Zhao Shi with disgust. Although Xie Huimin wasn't a good person, their body types made it hard to believe she could have hit Zhao Shi. Xie Huimin was fragile and thin, standing alone to protect her child, looking even more helpless. Actually, Xie Huimin was just acting in her own home and hadn't done anything terrible to the neighbors. The Lu family kept saying she was seducing her husband, but with her appearance, did she need to anyone? I know everyone dislikes me, but Mu'er was bullied. As a mother, I have to stand up for him. All the sisters-in-law are mothers, so they should understand a mother's heart. Even if Lu's sister-in-law is being unreasonable and throwing tantrums, I still want her to apologize to Mu'er. Mother. Pei Mu quietly sobs while holding Xie Huimin. Everyone watching this scene feels sad. Xie Huimin is right. A mother cannot just watch her child suffer injustice. If someone bullies her child, she would risk everything to stand up for her. Once people empathize and put themselves in her place, they become even angrier. Their eyes toward Zhao's family grow more disgusted. Stop causing trouble, Lu family. Apologize to Mu'er now, Granny Wang says. She is older and has a higher status, so her words carry weight. I didn't hit him. Xie Huimin, stop making a scene here. Put away your flirtatious look, or I'll tear your mouth apart, Zhao shouts angrily. Xie Huimin sniffles, you all saw it. She hit someone and is so fierce. What will happen to my child if he goes out in the future? Seeing her like this, Zhao rushes over to hit her. Xie Huimin, frightened, hugs her son and falls to the side. Zhao, determined, rushes forward, trying to use her bulk to knock Xie Huimin down. But unexpectedly, Xie Huimin falls to the side. She can't turn quickly enough and can't control her heavy body, crashing heavily to the ground, a dog's fall. Zhao's clumsy, overweight state causes a burst of laughter. Enraged, Zhao gets up and charges at Xie Huimin and her son. Just as her palm is about to land on Xie Huimin, she sees her opportunity. Xie Huimin, ready, grabs Zhao's wrist to teach her a lesson. But someone beats her to it. Zhao's body is kicked aside and falls heavily to the ground. Xie Huimin looks up and recognizes the boots. It's Pei Heng. She lifts her head, her eyes immediately turning red, and her voice chokes with emotion. Husband. Pei Heng carries his son in one arm and half supports Xie Huimin with the other, shielding them in his embrace. His cold gaze makes Zhao shiver, and she can't stand up. Today I let you go. If you dare to bully others again, I won't forgive you, Pei Heng says coldly. Zhao is known as a fierce woman. Her father is a famous butcher from the border town, honest and brave. Her husband runs a small business and is straightforward. Zhao's family has been spoiled, so she's used to a good life. She often argues and scolds at home and has bullied others many times. But now that she's bullying her own mother and son, Pei Heng can't tolerate it, especially since Muer's face is injured. If he had arrived a moment later, Xie Huimin might have been hurt too. Because she is a woman, I will forgive her this time. The kick just now was enough to teach her a lesson. Zhao has never suffered such a loss before, especially not at the hands of that little troublemaker, Xie Huimin. She would not be willing to accept this. Pei, are you not tired of wearing a green hat? Why are you protecting this flirtatious woman? Zhao gritted her teeth and said. Pei Heng stopped in his tracks, his face turning very pale. Just as he was about to speak, Xie Huimin stopped him and said, I'll handle it myself. Xie Huimin stepped forward to Zhao and suddenly slapped her across the face. This slap is to stop you from harming my child. The child is young, but you're not. Zhao tried to resist, but Xie Huimin held her arm down. Another slap landed. This slap is to punish you for bullying Muer. A final slap struck her again. This one is for your malicious heart and for ruining my reputation. Zhao was slapped 3 times in a row, cursing loudly. She used her strength to fight back, determined to confront Xie Huimin. Pei Heng was worried that Xie Huimin might get hurt, so he stepped forward. His arms holding Pei Mu whispered softly, Mother can. Confused, Pei Heng watched as in the next moment, Xie Huimin quickly tore Zhao's scarf, neatly tying her hands, then kicked her leg. Zhao knelt on the ground, now too afraid to curse anymore. Xie Huimin looked around at everyone and then spoke. All the neighbors saw what happened. It's not that I, Xie Huimin, bully others. Zhao has been too unreasonable. I can't bear it anymore. Zhao repeatedly called me a fox spirit and accused me of stealing someone. I never defended myself before, only hiding and crying. My weakness has only made her more shameless in spreading rumors and insulting me. Today, I've had enough, and I will no longer tolerate it. Is it wrong for a woman to look pretty? Is it wrong to dress up? Just because I got married and became a mother, I can't dress myself anymore? I spend my husband's earned money on clothes and jewelry. I don't steal or rob. He is willing to spend on me. What does that have to do with others? I only say this once today. I did not steal anyone. I, Xie Huimin, am naturally beautiful and not interested in seducing men. My husband is handsome and wealthy, and he treats me well. I am not blind. Anyone who spreads rumors about me or damages my reputation in the future, I, Xie Huimin, will confront them once and fight back. Xie Huimin knew that many people here often spoke behind her back. That day when the kitchen caught fire, she wanted to act but was held back because there were many people and her leg was injured. Today, she took the opportunity to use Zhao as a troublemaker to show her strength. After all, Zhao was the loudest in her insults. There was complete silence. Or perhaps it was deathly quiet. Many women came out with their children to watch the event, worried that their kids might speak out of turn. They quickly covered their children's mouths. Usually, they often scolded Xie Zhao in front of the children. If it was exposed, it would be bad. Zhao family, if I hear those words from you again, I will break your teeth. Xie Zhao's expression was fierce and serious, not joking at all. She was truly willing to do it. Zhao tried to cover her mouth but found her hands were tied, so she quickly pressed her lips together in fear. Shi Tu was so scared, he wet his pants and dared not cry. After confirming her reputation, Xie Zhao walked over to Pei Heng. Let's go home now. Pei Heng's face had returned to calm. The Xie Zhao from before made him feel like he never really understood her. The three of them turned the corner in the alley and finally relaxed. They used to think Zhao was reckless, but today they realized who the real tough person was. From now on, they wouldn't dare speak badly of Xie Zhao anymore. Actually, besides being more beautiful, dressing up more, and being a bit more arrogant, Xie Zhao hadn't done anything truly evil. They didn't know when her reputation started to turn bad. Thinking about it, it seemed it all started when Zhao said Xie Zhao was flirting with her husband's eyes, trying to him. Now that they think about Lu Cheng, with his appearance, how could he compare to Pei Heng? Only if Xie Zhao was blind would she try to him. If Xie Zhao really wanted to a man, even the palace ladies could do it. Enough. They wouldn't dare to speak carelessly anymore. They all knew Pei was a skilled soldier, but today they saw that Xie Zhao was also fierce when she made her move. No wonder she dared to marry Pei Heng. It turns out they are a perfect match, truly a couple made for each other. Xie Huimin was hiding nearby, watching everything clearly. Xie Zhao had truly changed from before. She used to lack this kind of presence. Today, she made a bold move to scare others, backed by Pei Heng, so no one would dare mention those things again. She finally tarnished her reputation and cut off her escape route, but now it was all ruined. Could it be that she, too, had lived another life? Xie Huimin was shocked by her own thoughts. She didn't rule out this possibility. Who are you? Pei Heng looked into her eyes, sharp and deep, as if trying to see through her. The finger marks on Mu Er's face were disguised as lipstick, and if he hadn't been helping his son with medicine, he wouldn't have noticed. Xie Zhao didn't have her aura or intelligence, and she couldn't say such words, let alone fight. He saw her expertly subdue Zhao with a skill that used little effort, but was quick and fierce. He has been practicing martial arts since he was young, and knows well the difference between practicing martial arts and studying. Without a good teacher to guide him, he couldn't have trained himself to this level. Of course, I am Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao looked into his eyes, steady and calm, with no hint of emotion. I mean no harm. Just tell me the truth. Pei Heng stared at the beautiful woman in front of him, unwavering. Familiar, yet strange. But because she protected Muir, he wouldn't make things difficult for her. I'm not lying either. There's no need. Xie Zhao tilted her head and smiled. She truly is Xie Zhao. The name comes from a line in Mencius about wise people making others wise. Her grandparents, great-grandparents, and parents all agreed on this name. Grandpa said Zhao also means light, and that she was born in a good era, like the sun at 8 or 9 in the morning, representing hope and brightness. Her name is a wish and blessing from her family. Pei Heng looked at her. His gaze was not too serious, but it was clear he still didn't fully believe her. Xie Zhao shifted into a more comfortable position. When I was stranded in a ruined temple and almost dying, I had a dream. In that dream, I lived a different life, one from a different world. Do you want to hear about it? In a quiet room, Xie Zhao spoke softly, a gentle smile on her face. She looked confident and bright, just like her name, full of light and radiance. The world she described was free, democratic, and equal. He couldn't imagine it, but he appreciated its beauty. I had a beautiful dream. I wandered around the gates of, and came back. You and I have been married for 4 years. You should know that I have a beauty mark on the right side of my chest. I am Xie Zhao, your wife. Xie Zhao's beautiful eyes looked straight at Pei Heng, alluring and captivating. The evidence was right there on her chest. If he dared, he could check. Pei Heng narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, but his emotions were hard to read. What? You think I dare not? Xie Zhaozhao slightly lifted her chin. Of course not. You're my husband so naturally. Before she finished, Pei Heng was already in front of her. She didn't have time to react before he pulled open her collar. That bright red beauty mark was clearly visible, more vivid than the red embroidery on her bag. He remembered it well. His hand had lingered there before. She truly is Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao calmly adjusted her clothes, lifting her face and silently curling her lips. Well, husband, are you satisfied now? Pei Heng looked at her too, his eyes deep and calm, revealing no joy or anger. Sorry for his behavior, but it confirmed one thing. She is Xie Zhaozhao, his wife. Even he didn't notice at first, but when he saw that mole, he felt relieved. Xie Zhaozhao had been trying to button her dress for a long time but hadn't succeeded. She then realized that he had torn half of the button off. You've damaged my dress, Xie Zhaozhao said, raising her hand to hold his waist belt and pulling him closer. You owe me for it. How should I pay? Pei Heng looked down, his gaze falling on her bright red lips. Xie Zhaozhao leaned in close to his ear and said, Husband, from now on, all your salary should be given to me. Is that okay? Pei Heng felt a hot rush inside him and almost lost control. After a long moment, he managed to speak. Yes, I agree. Although Xie Zhaozhao was holding his waist belt and could escape, he didn't want to run anymore. Xie Zhaozhao, Pei Heng said, pulling her into his arms with force. Older sister. His words were interrupted by someone suddenly entering the room. Xie Huimin stood there panicked and flustered. I didn't know brother-in-law was also in sister's room. She said this, but she showed no intention of leaving. Pei Heng, tall and strong, held Xie Zhaozhao tightly, hiding her figure completely, so her disheveled appearance was not visible. Xie Zhaozhao smiled slightly and peeked out from his embrace. What's wrong? Didn't Moore tell you, sister? Xie Huimin faintly saw the glimpse of her sister's dress at her neckline, and they... Before she could speak, Pei Mu, standing behind her, showed no respect. Mother, father, Moore couldn't stop Auntie. I heard that sister and Moore were wrong today, and I was worried about sister, so I came in. Please forgive me, sister, Xie Huimin said, kneeling down with a very frightened look. Pei Heng frowned, his voice calm but with authority. No one blames you. Leave now. Xie Huimin gritted her teeth and got up, covering her face as she ran out. Today was a great humiliation for her, and she would remember it. She wouldn't let Xie Zhaozhao always be so happy and comfortable. Pei Heng's romantic thoughts were interrupted by Xie Huimin. Now that she had calmed down, he slowly released Xie Zhaozhao. Do you still want to go to the market? Of course, if you're in a hurry, you can go ahead first, Xie Zhaozhao said. He still had to go to the government office in the afternoon, so there wouldn't be enough time. I'll wait outside for you. Pei Heng nodded. Her dress was torn, so she needed to change into a new one. Xie Zhaozhao changed her clothes, and just as the three of them were about to leave, Xie Huimin came out of the kitchen. It's almost noon. What does sister want to eat today? I'll cook for you. No need, your sister-in-law will go shopping with me. Since she won't be home at noon, you can just do your own thing, Xie Zhaozhao replied. Xie Zhaozhao's smile was gentle. Xie Huimin's expression was a bit uncontrollable, and her eyes instinctively looked at Pei Heng. They had been married for many years, and he had never accompanied her shopping before, but now he was going with Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Heng was holding Pei Mu. Father and son both looked down at Xie Zhaozhao, and no one noticed her. Xie Huimin bit her lip, feeling wronged and pitiful, and looked at Xie Zhaozhao. Big sister used to take me shopping all the time. Yes, Xie Zhaozhao smiled softly, so today I won't bring my sister along. Your brother-in-law can keep me company. I'm not tired, Xie Huimin hurriedly said. I can help carry things for big sister and watch Moore. They couldn't be alone together, or Pei Heng's heart might truly be stolen by Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Mu pouted and looked at Xie Huimin. Auntie, Dad, and I just want to be with Mom. He didn't like Auntie. She always tried to get close to Mom and was disobedient, which made Mom very tired. Xie Huimin's eyes were almost filled with tears. Moore, do you not like Annie anymore? Did you forget that I used to take you out to play? Forget, Pei Mu said innocently, with no malice. Pei Heng patted his son's head and led the way outside. Xie Zhaozhao smiled and said, "Sister, today you can stay home and watch the house." Xie Huimin watched the three of them leave, her hands clenched so tightly that her palms hurt. That Pei Mu really was ungrateful, just like in the past, impossible to raise properly. After about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the busiest street in the border town. The weather was good today, and it was a busy time on the street with groups of people and families out together. Xie Zhaozhao was visiting an ancient market for the first time. Although she had been to some famous scenic spots during team-building trips before, this place lacked the old charm. Most shops were modern replicas aimed at making profit, but the atmosphere was too commercialized. Next is Ning Embroidery Workshop. "I'll make a few outfits for you and Muir," Pei Heng said. Summer was coming in a little over a month, so they needed to prepare clothes early. "Is your husband's purse ready?" Xie Zhaozhao winked at him. "Just buy whatever you want," Pei Heng said with a rare smile. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, feeling bold. She wanted to make matching outfits for her and Muir, so everyone would know they were mother and son when they went out. In the story, Pei Heng was a hidden big shot, so he was definitely not short of money. Apart from being a judicial officer, he also had his own business. She remembered that the largest agency in the border town, Bafeng, was under his name, though few people knew. Bafeng not only transported goods but also served as Pei Heng's intelligence network. He had made all these arrangements in preparation for his future return to the capital. "Isn't that Commander Pei? What a coincidence to meet here." The man speaking was coming down from upstairs, dressed elegantly in white, swinging a folding fan, with charming peach blossom eyes filled with a smile. His gaze was so captivating it was more suited to a romantic scene than a woman. "Young Master Liu." Pei Heng spoke calmly, but his eyes carried a warning as he looked at the other person. Lu Rongyu seemed to ignore him and came down from upstairs. "This must be the respected lady of the house. I've heard she's very beautiful. Seeing her today, she truly is stunning. No wonder Commander Pei keeps her hidden away and doesn't want to bring her out." Xie Zhaozhao looked up and saw that the man was named Liu. Could he be Pei Heng's good friend, Lu Rongyu? In the story, the heroine Xie Huimin can marry Pei Heng not only because she is the protagonist's cousin but also because Lu Rongyu, who secretly loves her, supports her. When he learns she prefers Pei Heng, he graciously accepts and treats her like a sister, protecting her all his life. Lu Rongyu is handsome and charming, with a natural pair of peach blossom eyes that are better at charming women than Pei Heng. In another story, he would definitely be the main male lead. Sure enough, in the novel, everyone loves the heroine's halo. Pei Heng quietly stepped in front of Xie Zhaozhao. "My wife is shy. Young Master Liu, please don't be so abrupt." Lu Rongyu chuckled, teasing, "I didn't expect Commander Pei to be so fond of his wife." Then he looked at the shopkeeper. "Today I was rude, so to make amends, the lady's choice will be paid for by me." The shopkeeper nodded and was about to wrap up the items, but Pei Heng said no need. He then shot a warning glance at Lu Rongyu, who deliberately seemed to oppose him. "Commander Pei, you're really not giving face." Xie Zhaozhao couldn't stand it anymore. There was no need to pretend to be strangers. They were acting too well. Next time, just stop. It looked like they were flirting and teasing an old lover. Xie Zhaozhao cleared her throat and said, "There's a tea house ahead. I'll take Moore to have some snacks. Husband and friends can chat at their leisure." After speaking, both of them were momentarily stunned. Lu Rongyu shrugged innocently. He couldn't be blamed for that. Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhaozhao. "I'll come find you later." Xie Zhaozhao took Muir and left. Only then did Pei Heng turn to Lu Rongyu. "What exactly do you want?" Lu Rongyu waved his hand, and the shopkeeper quickly closed the door, leading the staff to leave. Only the two of them remained inside. "If you won't see me, I can only meet you this way. Sit down and let's talk." Lu Rongyu sat comfortably on the chair, relaxed and carefree, but still elegant. "Pei, I am now under suspicion and can't meet the prince. If the prince has something to say, just say it quickly. My wife and children are waiting," Pei Heng said. Why do you treat me so coldly? Lu Rongyu shook his head, looking pained. Pei Heng closed his eyes. Just say what you need to say. Is that woman your wife? She looks different from the rumors. She's indeed pretty, but still not suitable for you, Lu Rongyu said. Pei Heng's eyes turned cold. How dare you investigate her? Lu Rongyu quickly closed his fan. I'm doing this for your own good. I know life has been hard for you these years, and you've been falsely accused by that country girl. When the time comes, just end it. You will return to the capital eventually. This is my business. You don't need to worry, Pei Heng said, turning to leave. The emperor will soon lift the ban on the Eastern Palace. The crown prince will clear his name. Pei Heng stopped in his tracks and suddenly turned around. What did you say? I said the crown prince will soon be free, and the Pei family might also return from Lingnan soon. Lu Rongyu's eyes reddened slightly. Something seemed to flash in Pei Heng's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Thank you, he said. After that, he left through the door. Lu Rongyu sighed and shook his head. After so many years, he still had that bad temper. Pei Heng looked up at the sky after leaving the shop, took a deep breath, and continued walking forward. Xie Zhaozhao and Pei Mu were listening to the storyteller tell the story of the three brothers of Peach Garden. When the story reached an exciting part, everyone cheered, including Pei Mu, who clapped happily. Does Mu like it? Xie Zhaozhao asked. Yes.
Pei Mu nodded repeatedly.
Most of all with Mama. Xie Zhaozhao was amused by Pei Mu. Although the little boy resembled Pei Heng, he was much better in personality. If they could perform a play about the three kingdoms, it would be so popular that they could earn a lot every day. Making money was more important than men. Otherwise, how could they survive on just a few dozen taels of silver? Although Pei Heng was rich, relying on oneself was better. If one day she and Pei Heng parted ways, she needed to have the ability to support herself. That way, she could take care of her son. This matter was urgent and needed to be planned soon. Xie Zhaozhao had already imagined several scenes of the play and planned to study it carefully when she got home. Is it good?
Dad.
Pei Mu exclaimed happily. Pei Heng sat down and saw only 2 kinds of pastries, then called the waiter to bring some dishes. Although this tea house didn't sell alcohol or food, it was a sibling establishment to the one across the street. If customers wanted drinks or snacks, they would be sent over from the other place. How do you know I know him? Pei Heng was a bit curious. That young Master Lu looked at my husband with such intense eyes. If he weren't a man, I might think he was in love with him. Such passion, probably just a friend though. But he doesn't seem to have any romantic feelings, right? Xie Zhaozhao's last comment was teasing, because Lu Rong clearly admired her. Cough, cough. Pei Heng choked on his tea at her shocking words. Muir is still here. Don't talk nonsense. Young Master Lu is very elegant and noble, surely raised among wealth. My husband's friends are probably from noble families too. If they fall on hard times, they might hide away in the countryside. Xie Zhaozhao probed. Eat your food. Pei Heng interrupted her. If she didn't want to say more, then he wouldn't push. It seemed he still didn't fully believe her. He remembered from the book that she died over a year before Pei Heng returned to the capital. She had plenty of time to prove her innocence. Although Pei Heng believed she was Xie Zhaozhao, her story about the dream was a bit too fantastical, and he couldn't judge yet. He believed people could grow up overnight after some experiences, but becoming so wise so suddenly was unheard of. The past was uncertain. If not for concerns about her reputation, he probably wouldn't have married her. She didn't know, but that was actually a good thing for her. Xie Zhaozhao saw that he seemed calm on the surface, but her eyes held a hint of sorrow. His seriousness, rigidity, and maturity were clearly related to his past experiences. She regretted not seeing him as a young man in bright clothes, full of energy and spirit. Today, the happiest was Pei Mu, his first time going out with both his parents. They dressed him in new clothes, gave him sweets, and the fish from this house was better than the one his aunt bought last time. Next time, I want to go shopping with Dad and Mom, Pei Mu said. Next time, Mom will take you out to the countryside for a picnic and to pick flowers. There are many butterflies and birds on the mountain. Your dad can catch fish in the river, and I'll make grilled fish for you, Xie Zhaozhao smiled. Pei Mu's eyes lit up first. Then he remembered how last time his mom accidentally burned the steamed eggs in the kitchen. Mom can make grilled fish. Of course, I'll guide you myself, and your dad will do the grilling, Xie Zhaozhao said with a raised eyebrow at Pei Heng. Pei Heng's lips curled slightly, but quickly returned to his usual cold expression, though he nodded in cooperation. After wandering around the street today, Xie Zhaozhao found many ways to earn money, one after another. Pei Mu was still young, and on the way home, he fell asleep in Pei Heng's arms. Before they reached the door, Pei Heng saw Zhao Lei looking around at the entrance. When he saw Pei Heng, he hurried over. Brother Pei, there's another case. Zhao Lei spoke anxiously, clearly indicating the case was serious. Pei Heng quickly took a few steps. I'll carry Mu'er back to her room. Zhao Lei nodded and followed him, but stopped at the door without entering. Xie Zhaozhao glanced at him, her lips dry and chapped. Go inside and have some tea. Zhao Lei was surprised and, seeing that Xie Zhaozhao was sincere, smiled. Thank you, sister-in-law. He ran all the way here and knocked on the door for a long time before someone opened it. Xie Huimin only said, my brother isn't home, and then closed the door again. Afraid of upsetting Xie Zhaozhao, Zhao Lei didn't dare knock again and could only wait outside. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Pei Ji's family of 3 wasn't home either. It seems Xie Huimin is very good at playing both sides. Using his sister-in-law's name to manipulate them, she was quite different when Pei Go was around. Xie Zhaozhao poured tea for him. Zhao Lei was very thirsty and drank it all in one go. Xie Zhaozhao smiled and poured him another cup. You should carry a lightweight water bag when you go out on business. It's more convenient and safer.
You're right, sister-in-law.
I'll buy one when I have time, Zhao Lei said quickly, holding the cup carefully so as not to spill. He smiled honestly, impressed by how beautiful his sister-in-law looked and how sweet the tea was. When Pei Heng came out, he saw the scene. Usually, Xie Zhaozhao didn't even look at his subordinates, let alone pour tea for them. Seeing the boss come out, Zhao Lei quickly finished his tea and set the cup down. Thanks for the tea, sister-in-law. I'm leaving now. Xie Zhaozhao approached Pei Heng, helped straighten his collar, as he was holding Mu'er and his clothes were a bit wrinkled. Be careful when you go out and come back early. It had been many years since anyone cared for his clothes like this or reminded him to return early. Memories he wanted to forget flooded back. Pei Heng felt a ripple in his heart and softly said, I understand. Zhao Lei scratched his head and smiled foolishly. He had never seen Pei Ge so gentle before. Xie Zhaozhao watched them leave, turned to go back to her room, but then heard a voice. Sister. Xie Huimin smiled and approached her, speaking softly with a mysterious tone. Sister, Brother Yangming from the capital has written to us. Really? Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Hurry and open it, sister. It must be because Brother Yangming couldn't wait for you, so he sent a letter to urge you. Xie Huimin urged her to open the letter, looking more anxious than she was. Xie Zhaozhao opened the letter and read it quickly. Sister truly has a keen eye. Brother Yangming said he bought a big house in the capital with 12 maids and servants to serve him. Once he arrives in the capital, he plans to marry me and also request a noble title for me. Congratulations to my sister for finally achieving her dream. I am truly happy for her. Xie Huimin held Xie Zhaozhao's hand, her eyes welling with tears of joy. I can finally live in a big house and enjoy a good life, Xie Zhaozhao said with longing, but soon sighed. But I don't have any money now. How can I go to the capital? If I get caught again like last time, what should I do? After speaking, she looked through the empty envelope again and complained, Yangming is so thoughtless. He has money to buy a big house, but he doesn't send any silver. How am I supposed to go? Don't worry, older sister. A few days ago, my mother gave me some savings. I will give it to you. As long as you're happy, I am willing to do anything. That's wonderful, Huimin. Now I can go to the capital, Xie Zhaozhao said excitedly, almost jumping. Xie Huimin took out her purse. Inside, there was only about 50 taels of silver and some banknotes. Xie Zhaozhao looked disappointed and put the purse back into her hand. This isn't enough. Last time I went to the capital, I used my own savings and my brother-in-law's, over 1,000 taels of banknotes. But we were robbed just outside Huaxian. If only I could hire a guard to me, but that costs money. After speaking, she looked down sadly and went into the house. Xie Huimin wanted to say more, but looking at the silver in her purse, she gritted her teeth. Don't be sad, older sister. I will think of a way. I will definitely find a solution. Her mention of hiring a guard gave her an idea. She remembered that Pei Heng owned a guard agency, which was actually staffed by the Pei family's guards, all skilled fighters. If Xie Zhaozhao went to the guard agency, Pei Heng would surely find out, and he would completely give up on her. This time, she had to do everything perfectly, no mistakes. Forget it. You can't catch a wolf without risking losing some children. Money can be replaced later. Xie Huimin kept her savings hidden in her room in the Pei family house, the safest place. Usually, no one but herself entered her room. If she kept the money at home, her biased mother would have stolen it long ago to support her two brothers. Xie Huimin counted her money. With the 50 taels in her purse, she had exactly 1,500 taels. If she didn't know that Xie Zhaozhao was unaware of her hidden funds, she might even suspect she was deliberately draining her savings. But taking out so much money at once would definitely raise suspicion. After thinking carefully, she decided to hide the money in a letter under Yang Ming's name. Then she would send her some extra money to show sisterly affection. She could only wait a few days to forge another letter from Yang Ming. Xie Zhaozhao went to Pei Heng's study again. She was really bored, with no work and no internet, so she could only read books to pass the time. This time, Xie Huimin was truly worried. The ink on the letter still smelled fresh, indicating it was written not long ago. The handwriting on the letter was neat, but Yang Ming was a top scholar. Although she had never seen a top scholar in person, she had seen their exam papers in later generations. That good handwriting showed strong skill, not easy for anyone to imitate. Her anxious jumping around only made her more obvious. Because of the morning's hug between Pei Heng and Xie Zhaozhao, Xie Huimin had been in a bad mood, but now she was no longer angry. This time, she was sure she could succeed. To reassure Xie Zhaozhao, she washed the clothes they had changed out of and cleaned the room and yard thoroughly. In the afternoon, she took Mu'er to the alley entrance to play. She loved taking Mu'er there. Sure enough, they met several neighbors in a short time. Huimin is helping her sister take care of the child again? That kid is really lucky. My sister is reading, so I took Mu'er out to play for a while, to give her some peace. Xie Huimin smiled. After that day, no one dared to speak badly of Xie Zhaozhao anymore. The neighbors secretly rolled their eyes but only smiled and said, "Your sister is planning to take the top female scholar exam, huh? She'll be talented in both literature and martial arts." "Auntie, you're joking. My sister just likes quietness." "Your sister is really lucky. Married a good husband, had a good son, and has a good younger sister to support her. Such blessings, I envy her." Pei Heng was out on a case for 2 days and hadn't returned. Xie Huimin used to hope he would come home, but now she hoped he would stay busy. She didn't want him to come home and be constantly attached to Xie Zhaozhao, making their relationship closer. Is sister thinking about brother-in-law? Xie Huimin decided to add fuel to the fire and make her feelings more intense. Xie Zhaozhao angrily said, "He's just a little soldier, busier than a local governor. Why would I care about him? No money, no home, and that day we agreed to buy clothes and send the money the next day, but it's been days, and I haven't seen him. Not even in the capital. I can't go out freely. Only these 2 pieces of clothing." After saying this, Xie Zhaozhao started crying. Luckily, Mu'er wasn't with her at the moment, or she would have had a hard time acting so convincingly. Brother-in-law really isn't thoughtful. How can he forget what he promised sister? This encouragement made Zhaozhao cry even harder. If he had even a little bit of me in his heart, I wouldn't have gone to Yang Ming. After all, we still have Mu'er. Everything is his fault. But I look like this, I have no face to see Yang Ming. Big sister, don't cry anymore. You're making me feel heartbroken. I'll buy something for you. Let's go buy it now, okay? Xie Huimin watched her mother and son leave dressed beautifully, feeling a cold smile inside. In the past few days, Zhao Zhao had gone out several times and took nearly 100 taels from her. Being unfaithful to her duties, she just wanted to enjoy life. Today, Pei Heng came home, and she wanted him to see that Zhao Zhao showed no remorse and was even more reckless, spending money under Pei Mu's name more and more. A few days ago, she bought some snacks and sent them to the government office for Pei Heng. Although he wasn't there, she heard that he might come back today. Half a day has passed, and he might come back soon. Mother is very happy today. Pei Mu noticed his mother smiling from ear to ear after leaving. Of course I'm happy to go out with Mu Er, Xie Zhao said, pinching her son's nose. Soon, she would be able to recover all the money she had tricked from the original owner. Xie Huimin learned her lesson. If she stopped in time and went home to live her own life, she would forgive her and forget the past. But if she insisted on her stubborn way, she couldn't blame her for losing all face. Mother, do we still need to listen to stories today? Mother has to go somewhere first. Mu Er, be good and listen carefully. After I finish my work, I'll take you to listen to stories, Xie Zhao said. In recent days, she had done some research. The reason why tea house storytelling has always been popular is because it's not limited by space, and the stories are widely known, attracting many people. She didn't want to do ordinary plays. The stories she wanted to tell weren't familiar to common folk, so they might not want to pay to enter a theater. Each theater has its own special performances, and they wouldn't take such risks. If she did it herself, she would need to set up a venue, choose performers, rehearse, and do marketing in advance. She currently lacked the strength for all that. She could only look for partners. In recent days, she found out that there was a book club in the border town, run by a mysterious and powerful owner. He had his own theater, called Jade Spring, which hosted high officials and wealthy people, and was more luxurious than ordinary theaters. Xie Zhao planned to try her luck there, naturally bringing a token of sincerity. As the biggest book club in the border town, it was grand on both floors, with a wide variety of books. Besides selling essential books for students, children's enlightenment books, travelogues, stories, as well as famous paintings and calligraphy supplies, the bookstore has only a few scattered customers. Business is not very good, and most of what is sold are storybooks and travelogues. Excuse me, is the owner here? I would like to meet the owner, Xie Zhao asked after looking around. The shopkeeper looked up from behind the counter, smiling kindly. Madam, if you have any questions, you can speak to me, he said politely. In this era, there are few readers. Knowing a few characters is already impressive. Poor people cannot afford books, let alone buy them. So, only customers with some spare money come to buy books, and the shopkeeper treats them well. Then I will be direct. I have a business proposal I want to discuss with the shopkeeper, Xie Zhao said, taking out her recent work. Please take a look. If you think it's not good, I won't bother you with a recommendation. She learned calligraphy with her grandfather since childhood. Otherwise, she would be illiterate in the world of books. The shopkeeper took the work and looked through a few pages, then looked up at Xie Zhao in surprise. Waiter, bring tea and snacks for this lady and young master. He continued flipping through the pages and said to her, Madam, please wait a moment. It's a coincidence. Today our boss is here. I will ask him to see you. After about 20 minutes, the shopkeeper came out and said, Our boss invites the lady inside for a detailed talk. Xie Zhao was worried about Pei Mu being alone here, so she took her son along. Behind the bookstore was a quiet, elegant courtyard. The shopkeeper pointed to a pavilion by the stream. Our boss is in the pavilion. Xie Zhao didn't expect the bookstore owner to be a woman. She looked about 24 or 25, and her every move was full of feminine charm. Even though Xie Zhao had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, none of them matched the grace of this woman. Her eyes clearly told a story. She was an experienced woman. Unexpected that the bookstore owner is a beautiful young lady, Xie Zhao said with a bright smile, her lips slightly red. I also didn't expect that the creator of such wonderful stories is a pretty young sister, the woman said with a raised eyebrow, mimicking Xie Zhao's tone. Both women exchanged glances of mutual admiration. Thank you for your compliment, sister. Just as talented horses are common but good riders are rare. My name is Xie Huimin. Nice to meet you. I hope to have the opportunity to work with you, she said frankly. She needed a chance to gain fame and make money, and the woman in front of her seemed to be just the person who could help. The woman across from her smiled, her eyes and expressions full of the charm unique to her age. You're quite straightforward, I like that. My surname is Wan. Everyone calls me Autumn Lady. Tell me, how do you want to work together? From now on, I will send you a new storybook every 2 months. The first 3 will be trial runs, paid in one lump sum of 300 taels of silver each. If you think my storybooks are good, and we have a good partnership, I will take 40% of all profits from the storybooks. How does that sound? Xie Huimin explained. 300 taels is not the highest price in this industry. Some well-known writers charge over 1,000 taels per book. Her Yu Lu Chun even spent a lot to hire writers for a new play. But for newcomers, not to mention 300 taels, even 30 taels is enough to attract many willing writers. And not everyone can get their work accepted by the publishers. However, with her eye for talent, she was sure her books would sell very well. Of course, it's not just about the storybooks. Taking 40% of the profits is possible, but she had a question. What do you mean by all the profits from the storybooks? Autumn Lady's lips curved into a smile, her eyes full of charm. Xie Huimin explained happily. You're really experienced, sister. I mean the profits beyond just the printing and selling of the storybooks. For example, if a storyteller wants to use the content, or if a theater owner likes the storybook and buys the performance rights, then that part of the profit should also be shared, 40% for me. Autumn Lady nodded, smiling as she said, You mean all the ways the storybooks make money. A good story can be presented in many ways. Xie Huimin finally understood that the old saying was true. People were not foolish, just born earlier. This Autumn Lady was truly impressive. She only gave an example, but she quickly thought of all the follow-up questions. Partnerships are all about negotiation, finding a point that makes both sides happy. Yes, Xie Huimin agreed calmly. Nothing is set in stone yet. Everything is open to discussion. To make big money, you need significant investment, money, manpower, resources, and she currently lacked that strength. Of course, she hoped to find a strong partner, like the Autumn Lady in front of her. Your storybooks are indeed good. Autumn Lady raised an eyebrow, pausing before continuing, but you're just a newcomer. It's not easy to establish yourself in this industry. 40% of the profits is a very high share. Sister, I am confident. My words will not only become popular in the border town, but will also spread across Great Qi. From now on, sister only needs to wait and count her money. Xie Huimin is not confident in herself, but in those senior figures. After all, she has absorbed the essence of 5,000 years of history, combining the best stories from many families, all of which are proven hits.
Oh.
Qin Yang didn't respond, but her expression of admiration already showed her approval of Xie Huimin. If sister didn't believe in her own judgment, she wouldn't have seen me, nor would she waste so much time talking with me. Xie Huimin looked at her, noting her luxurious clothes and jewelry, which were elegant but not. From her words and manner, it was clear she was skilled in business, truly the mysterious owner of this bookstore. But she was definitely not from an ordinary merchant family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such noble and refined aura. You're truly clever, sister. I agree to all your conditions. I will have someone prepare the contract and deliver it to your house soon. I hope our cooperation will be happy. Wan Qianyang smiled straightforwardly. She didn't ask where Xie Huimin lived or about her background. To her, those weren't issues. It seemed she truly had found the right person. Looking forward to our cooperation. Xie Huimin's smile grew even more firm, showing her determination. Whether in modern times or now, it seems girls are more likely to understand each other. Her first business partner was also a girl, and later they became lifelong friends, sharing everything. Wan Qianyang was very sincere. Although Xie Zhaozhao hadn't finished her story, she still paid the full fee. Mother has money now. Shall we go to a tea house to listen to stories? Xie Zhaozhao packed away the silver note and took Pei Mu to a tea house. While they were listening to an exciting story, someone suddenly stood beside their table. Xie Zhaozhao looked up and met Pei Heng's deep black eyes. The golden light fell on his face, half bright, half dark, an impossible shot for even the best movie to capture his handsome look at this moment. "You're back?" Xie Zhaozhao was naturally surprised. It had been 4 days since he and Zhao Lei left. That morning, Pei Mu was still talking about when their father would return home. She never expected he would really come back. "Dad," Pei Mu immediately threw himself into Pei Heng's arms, showing the natural affection children have for their parents. Xie Zhaozhao thought of how she hadn't seen her parents for a long time, and she would also rush into their arms now. Since she arrived here, she missed her family every day. But every time she woke up, she was still in the world of books. Her grandparents and grandparents-in-law were getting old, and she wondered if they could hold on. Xie Zhaozhao thought about her family, and her smile gradually faded from her face. She even felt a slight sense of sadness. Pei Heng noticed her changing mood. Was she really upset that he couldn't stay with her? The storyteller paused, then said, "Want to hear what happens next? Stay tuned for the next part." Today's story is over. Pei Mu was still eager. "Is it really finished? Do you want to hear more?"
Pei Mu nodded.
Pei Heng said, "Tomorrow, Dad will bring you here." When he said this, he looked at Xie Zhaozhao, but she didn't seem happy. Xie Zhaozhao noticed Pei Heng's gaze and snapped back to herself. "You don't need to go to the office tomorrow?" "Tomorrow is a day off," Pei Heng replied. "How do you know we're here?" "Xie Huimin said you went to Ningxia workshop," he answered. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow slightly. "Did she say anything else?" Pei Heng's expression darkened a little.
"No."
Of course, Xie Huimin said more, but he didn't want her to hear anything upsetting. It seemed Xie Huimin didn't like Xie Zhaozhao as much as he thought. Lately, her behavior had been a bit out of line. He had someone help find an old lady who would arrive in about 7 or 8 days. He planned to give Xie Zhaozhao some money so she could send her back home properly. After all, it was a family matter, and he wouldn't let his sister suffer. Xie Zhaozhao grabbed his sleeve. "Just say what you mean. Don't hide things in your heart. Misunderstandings hurt everyone." She had seen many schemes and tricks in the business world, but she preferred to be straightforward with those around her, to avoid misunderstandings and reduce conflicts. "What do you mean?" Pei Heng sensed there was more behind her words. Xie Zhaozhao looked at him with a meaningful gaze and gave a cold, faint smile. "Guess?" Recently, Xie Huimin kept trying to get close to him, unable to hide her feelings. He didn't believe he couldn't see through her little tricks. He even wanted to hide it from her. She should ask him what he really intended. However, Mu'er was clever and she didn't want to discuss this in front of him. Besides, she wasn't in a good mood right now. When Mu'er threw herself into his arms, it brought back many memories of missing her family. Her heart felt heavy and blocked. Even though she had made a good deal with Qionyang today, and even if she later divorced Pei Heng, she could support herself well. Still, she couldn't feel happy. "Mother will take you to eat something delicious, okay?" Xie Zhaozhao smiled and spoke to Pei Mu.
Pei Mu nodded happily.
The mother and son talked and laughed. A few times, Pei Heng wanted to speak, but Xie Zhaozhao would tease him with a smile and shut him up. Pei Mu couldn't understand the words of the adults. She looked at her mother and father smiling happily and liked it very much. Xie Huimin watched the family of 3 come back together and didn't seem to be arguing. "Brother-in-law came back today. I specially cooked many dishes. Your arrival is perfect. Sister, you've worked hard. These are all your brother-in-law's favorite foods." Xie Zhaozhao glanced at Pei Heng with a meaningful smile. Other than that, fish are only available at the market in the morning. Pei Heng hadn't even returned home by then. "Is it time to eat now?" Xie Huimin asked, but she had already started setting the bowls and chopsticks, acting like a hostess. Pei Heng replied quietly, "We ate outside." After saying that, he stood up and left. Xie Huimin felt wronged and asked, "Does brother-in-law dislike the food I made?" Xie Zhaozhao had been busy writing and drawing in his study these days. Her desk was messy. She knew he always liked cleanliness. She tidied the room, dried his bedding, and prepared a table of his favorite dishes. He didn't even look and just said he had eaten, dismissing her. Could he not see who truly cared for him? Xie Zhaozhao's smile was ambiguous. When Pei Heng looked over, she was also looking at him. In that moment, Pei Heng was very sure of one thing. She knows. Yes, how could she not see Xie Huimin's intentions when she is so clever? But if she already knew, why did she still keep Xie Huimin at home? "It's true I don't like it," Pei Heng said without regard for Xie Huimin's dignity. Xie Huimin was shocked, almost unable to control her emotions. Her lips trembled fiercely. How could he say that? Did he not know she was the wife who shared hardships with him? "Older sister, since brother-in-law dislikes me, what's the point of me staying in this house?" When Xie Huimin said this, she kept looking at Xie Zhaozhao, her eyes clearly encouraging. She said she wanted to leave just to make Xie Zhaozhao speak up and stop her. Moreover, given Xie Zhaozhao's protective nature, if Pei Heng treated her family badly, she would definitely cause a big fuss. Then, it wouldn't be her and Pei Heng's conflict, but Xie Zhaozhao and Pei Heng's. Neighbors wouldn't know why they argued. They would just think the couple was not harmonious. Her goal was not achieved, and she would never leave no matter what. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly realized that even if she exposed Xie Huimin's true nature, she wouldn't change. Her eyes were too persistent. It was as if Pei Heng was meant to be hers. Xie Huimin waited for Xie Zhaozhao to make the situation bigger. But she simply smiled faintly. "Huimin, I understand your feelings. But people's tastes are like that. If they don't like something, they just don't. It's hard to force it. Your brother-in-law just doesn't want to lie to you." Xie Huimin bit her pale lips, clearly surprised that Xie Zhaozhao wasn't on her side. And her words sounded a bit off, like she was talking about the matter, but not quite. But someone as foolish as Xie Zhaozhao wouldn't say anything clever, just pretending to be deep. Although she didn't cause a scene, it was good that she spoke to keep her from leaving. Xie Huimin lowered her head, looking trembling, biting her lip, and slowly spoke. "It's my fault. I caused my sister trouble. Brother-in-law, I'm sorry." She clenched her fists tightly, her fingers turning white at the joints. Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhaozhao with a dark gaze. He had already spoken, and if he blamed her later, why keep her around? He stepped back to his room, and Xie Huimin quickly looked in his direction but then withdrew her gaze. "Go back to your room and rest for a while," Xie Zhaozhao said calmly, as if nothing had happened. Xie Huimin frowned. Recently, she felt she couldn't understand Xie Zhaozhao. She was too calm. Could she have discovered something? But if she really found out her thoughts, with her personality, she would cause a huge fuss. How could she let her stay? Xie Huimin felt her previous plan was too slow. She needed to add more fire to make Pei Heng see clearly what he was defending. When Xie Zhaozhao returned to her room, Pei Heng was there, clearly waiting for her. "Mu'er has slept. I brought him to my room," Pei Heng said. "Do you know Xie Huimin likes you?" Xie Zhaozhao said, but her tone was certain. Pei Heng looked at her. "Did you know earlier?" She was too calm. Xie Zhaozhao used to be cold and distant to him and Mu'er, but she was very caring towards Xie Huimin, giving her everything good. That's why he worried she wouldn't be able to handle it if she found out. But now he seemed to understand why she was angry at the tea house. She thought he was hiding something to protect Xie Huimin. The words she said in his room last time were actually hints to him. But at that time, he didn't think about it at all. He only felt she didn't care about him. Xie Zhaozhao spoke lightly, as if discussing something unrelated. "Not too early. After I return this time, maybe. I didn't want you to be troubled after knowing. Since that's the case, let's send her home. Family is family, to avoid embarrassment. You see." She seemed ready to give in easily earlier. "Even if I send her back, she will find a way to return. Even if we talk openly, as long as she doesn't admit it, it will look like we are bullying her." Xie Zhaozhao rubbed her forehead, feeling unhappy. Xie Huimin had already started planning for herself. Everyone nearby praised her for supporting the family. What's wrong? Pei Heng asked, noticing she looked a bit unwell. Nothing. Xie Zhaozhao shook her head. Her face was indeed a little pale, probably because she was tired these days. Her body was too weak to handle much. I found an old woman who cooks to take care of you all. When she comes, I will send her back so no one will say anything. Pei Heng was already determined to send Xie Huimin away and wouldn't change his mind. Such matters can be big or small. It's best to resolve them before any trouble arises. Fine, since that's the case, I will tell you. Xie Zhaozhao took a letter from the drawer and handed it to Pei Heng. You read the letter first. Pei Heng read a few lines. The words were full of love and longing for Xie Zhaozhao. His passion was intense, and though he knew it wasn't so simple, he couldn't help but feel increasingly angry. How is it? Xie Zhaozhao glanced at him with a smile in her eyes. Pei Heng touched the paper, which was made of special paper only found in Bianqing, not from the capital. And the handwriting was not right. The top scholar's handwriting from Daki wouldn't look so sloppy. Where did this letter come from? Of course, my good cousin gave it to me. Xie Zhaozhao kept a smile on her face. I guess the next letter should arrive soon. What do you want to do? Pei Heng asked. Since she knew it was Xie Huimin scheming, she probably already had a plan. Just go along with her for now. Are you going to the capital? Pei Heng's eyes darkened with a calm, cold look. If I don't cooperate, how can I get back the dowry my mother left me? The silver was not much, just over 1,000 taels, but it was left by her parents. Since she had taken her body, she had to get it back. Pei Heng looked down at her, his face a little stern. Just for this? If she keeps bothering you, how will you clear your name? Xie Huimin's clever schemes showed she was not simple and had planned for a long time. Who knew how many tricks she still had up her sleeve? Xie Zhaozhao puffed her cheeks and chuckled softly. Having learned from her previous failure, she was naturally prepared this time. I'm not just showing you the letter. As long as you believe me, that's enough. And I'm not really going to the capital. I will invite bodyguards from the 8 Directions Agency to accompany me. They will protect me and also prove my whereabouts. Pei Heng's eyes flickered slightly when he heard about the 8 Directions Agency, but the moment passed too quickly to catch. Xie Zhaozhao also pretended not to know, choosing not to speak. Hold her leverage, and she won't dare to stay at home. If she leaves on her own, she can still protect her reputation. That's my last act of kindness as her older sister. However, I see she has deep feelings for you. Is there something between you that I don't know? Xie Zhaozhao's charming voice carried a hint of a stern interrogation tone. She was honest and straightforward, sharing her plan with him. Now it was his turn. Of course, Pei Heng was tall and handsome, making the young girls secretly fall for him. But the relationship between brother-in-law and sister-in-law could easily cause gossip and damage their reputations. Even if she and Pei Heng divorced and he remarried later, the new person might not be her. Xie Huimin seemed quite confident that without her, she could succeed. No, Pei Heng replied very confidently. He didn't spend much time at home and spoke very little. When Xie Huimin first came to the house, she always kept her head down, afraid and shy, not even daring to look at him. It was only in the past month that she started talking to him voluntarily. Actually, it was after Xie Zhaozhao ran away from home last time. That kind of love really is so mysterious. Xie Zhaozhao pouted, then looked up at Pei Heng with a teasing glance. Knowing you're attractive and drawing attention, you should be more careful in the future so I won't be falsely accused or have my good name ruined. I'm so innocent. Pei Heng's serious, cold face showed a faint smile. He said she was attracting attention? She was becoming more skilled at turning the tables. Xie Zhaozhao's smile grew livelier, with a hint of mockery. Not happy about it? Just admit that you're the one causing all this? Pei Heng raised his eyes and smiled slightly. You're always right under my nose and you didn't notice. Should you reflect on yourself? Xie Zhaozhao frowned. Are you blaming me? What do you think? Pei Heng suddenly leaned in, his tone gentle but with a sharp edge in his eyes. Her letter was forged. People don't just forge things out of nowhere. Xie Zhaozhao's expression immediately turned cold. What do you mean? Are you doubting me? Their height difference made her look up at him, unable to see his heart. He hid everything too deeply, impossible to see through. That's just an excuse to accuse without reason. Pei Heng's deep black eyes held a faint smile, more accurately, a teasing look. Pei Heng, you're doing this on purpose. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but reach out and push him, but he seemed to anticipate her move, raising his hand to hold her waist. With this push and pull, she ended up falling into his arms. Pei Heng looked down at her with narrowed eyes, his gaze dark and unclear. Only you can wrongly accuse me, Xie Zhaozhao finally understood that he was arguing against her earlier comment that he was flirting with others. You're so mean and petty, and you're in the army, she said through gritted teeth. Does being in the army mean I should be falsely accused? When you wrongly accused me before, why didn't you say so? Let go first. In this position, he was above her, taking the lead, so she had already lost the upper hand. Pei Heng didn't immediately let go. A faint smile appeared in his eyes, with a hint of playfulness. But in the end, he still released her. Xie Zhaozhao quickly took a cautious step back, feeling like he had suddenly become difficult to deal with. She wanted to read something from his eyes, but he was good at hiding his feelings, so she couldn't see anything. Why weren't you happy just now? Pei Heng suddenly asked.
No.
At the tea house, what were you thinking about? Xie Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned, then remembered her family. I was thinking of my father and mother, she said in a deep voice. She was trying hard to adapt to this world, to accept whatever came her way. But family bonds were always hard to let go of. Late at night, when it was quiet and she was touched by the scene, she couldn't help but think of them. Pei Heng didn't say anything more. 4 years ago, on the day Xie Zhaozhao fell into the water, she had just finished paying respects to her mother. Her longing for her mother was so strong that she became distracted and accidentally fell into the water, only to be saved by him. Pei Heng took out a box from his, which he had planned to give her at the tea house but didn't because she seemed uninterested at the time. This was bought when I was passing through Yun City on a case, he said, handing her the box. Yun City was larger and more prosperous than Bian City. When Lao Li, who was working with him, bought something for his wife, he also picked out a hairpin for her for some unknown reason. Recently, she had been tying her hair with a headband, which looked too plain. Xie Zhaozhao opened the box and saw a white jade hairpin inside, her eyes lighting up with a smile. Is this for me? Receiving gifts always made her happy. She didn't expect that someone like Pei Heng could be so tender. Yes. Pei Heng looked a bit awkward. It was his first time buying such an item, and he wasn't sure if it suited her. I like it. Help me put it in my hair, she said quickly, holding out the hairpin insistently. Pei Heng held the hairpin, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Hurry up, or I won't accept it. Take it and give it to. Before the other lady could finish her words, Pei Heng had already raised his hand and inserted a hairpin into her hair. Does it look nice? Pei Heng nodded. Is the hairpin pretty, or am I? Xie Zhaozhao looked into his eyes. Pei Heng stared directly into her eyes, noticing the teasing hidden within, clearly intentional. He suddenly stepped forward, so close that Xie Zhaozhao was caught off guard, a flash of panic in his eyes. She just wanted to tease him, to see the gentleman flustered and unsure. It was like pulling a cold, indifferent monk off his pedestal. But she miscalculated. This time, Pei Heng didn't run away in a panic. With this oppressive posture, she didn't like it. Clearly, she was the one trying to lure her prey, but now she felt like the prey herself. Xie Zhaozhao. Pei Heng's voice was low and hoarse. What do you want to do? This time, Xie Zhaozhao clearly saw desire in Pei Heng's eyes. Red-rimmed eyes, a frantic heartbeat, and a rolling Adam's apple. She had just been feeling playful, thinking that this cold, reserved man was quite a challenge. But she overlooked that this man had shared intimate moments with the original owner. They even had a child together. I want to thank you, Xie Zhaozhao admitted with some guilt. She really disliked that gaze of his looking down on her, feeling very insecure. Thank me? Pei Heng curled his lips slightly, his tone neutral. Thank me for what? Thank you for giving me the hairpin. Xie Zhao's gaze drifted, unable to meet his eyes. Pei Heng slowly released his grip, and Xie Zhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, adjusting her breathing. I really like the hairpin. When I have free time, I'll pick out a gift for you too. Then I'll wait. Pei Heng left the room, leaving this sentence behind. Xie Zhao took the jade hairpin from her hair, examining it in her hand. It was flawless white jade, clearly crafted with care. In a way, it could be considered their token of trust. Xie Huimin woke early on the second day and specially prepared breakfast, but Pei Heng left directly without even glancing at it. What exactly did he want? The one he truly cared about, he seemed to dismiss completely. Was it just because of Xie Zhao's face? No, Pei Heng's indulgence towards Xie Zhao was because of Pei Mu, that little schemer. She treated him so well, yet he still favored Xie Zhao more. If Pei Mu got into trouble, Pei Heng would never forgive Xie Zhao. Suddenly, Xie Huimin remembered what had happened a few months ago. A 3-year-old child was very easy to handle. Don't blame her for being ruthless. It was all because they pushed her to the limit. Pei Mu has not been lazy these days. After waking up, he first practiced horse stance in the yard, and then repeated the boxing moves his father taught him. Xie Zhao saw that her son was practicing properly and standing steadily, so she thought, no wonder he could push a heavier stone than himself. Mother, what kind of boxing did you practice that day?
Pei Mu still remembered that day.
Military boxing. Do you want to learn it? Grandpa had been teaching her since she was young, and she also learned sanda and shooting. Because of this, she has more strength than other children her age, and is always energetic at school and work. Yes, teach me, mother. Pei Mu's eyes sparkled. Xie Zhao showed him a few moves, and he quickly learned to do them well. Look, what did Annie buy for you? Xie Huimin came in carrying a vegetable basket and placed the things on a small stone table. Children naturally have no resistance to sweets. He secretly looked at Xie Zhao, who smiled and said, You've been practicing for so long.
Take a break.
Mother will pour you some water. Xie Zhao brewed peach blossom tea, made from fresh peach petals dried this year. After drinking, her lips and teeth still carried a fragrant taste. When she came out, the yard was filled with several children. Recently, Pei Mu had many fun toys, so more friends came to play with him. There were 2 grandchildren of Granny Wang, Li's daughter, and Shi, the son of the Zhao family, who was scolded by Xie Zhao the other day. Shi was frightened that day by Xie Zhao and ran away whenever he saw her for a few days. But he couldn't resist Pei Mu's toys and finally came over. Xie Zhao naturally didn't mind playing with children, as long as they didn't bully Mu'er. The children were all playing with paper dragonflies made by Xie Zhao. Today, she used a different folding method. Although they didn't fly as high as before, they could fly for a long time. Everyone ran and jumped around the paper airplanes in the air, filling the yard with children's laughter. Xie Zhao leaned on a rocking chair, reading a book, occasionally glancing in their direction. Suddenly, Pei Mu, who was jumping and chasing with his friends, stopped. He covered his neck and lower chest, looking uncomfortable and gasping for air. Grandpa Wang's grandson, Dinyo, was the first to notice something was wrong. Pei Mu, what's wrong? Hearing the noise, Xie Zhao quickly put down her book and ran over. Pei Mu couldn't speak anymore, his face turning bright red from holding his breath. She saw some candies on the small stone table. Several were about the size of a jujube. It seemed he accidentally swallowed a large piece of candy, which got stuck in his airway. Mu'er, did you accidentally swallow this candy? Xie Zhao asked anxiously. Pei Mu nodded painfully, indicating yes. He had just been running and jumping when the candy was swallowed and got stuck. Don't be afraid. Mother will save you. Xie Zhao quickly picks up Pei Mu and places him in front of herself. She wraps her arms around his waist and clenches her fists to press down on Pei Mu's abdomen. Once, then twice. Pei Mu lets out a painful whimper. Xie Huimin steps forward and snatches Pei Mu away. Older sister, you're crazy. How can you hit Mu'er like that? Give Mu'er back to me, Xie Zhao shouts loudly. She only has 5 minutes. If she delays any longer, Pei Mu might die. But Xie Huimin shakes her head. No, sister. You can't do this to Mu'er. He's your own son. Her shout is loud enough for the neighbors outside to hear. Denyo, Ernyo, go call grandma to come and talk some sense into my sister. Xie Huimin tightly holds Pei Mu, as if afraid Xie Zhaozhao might hurt him. Today, she wants everyone to see clearly that Xie Zhaozhao caused Pei Mu's death, so Pei Heng will never forgive her. Xie Zhaozhao notices Pei Mu's face turning pale. If the foreign object isn't removed soon, he will suffocate. Xie Huimin keeps holding Mu'er tightly, but that only makes his suffocation worse. Huimin, Mu'er has choked on sugar. If we don't get it out now, he'll suffocate. I can save him. Please give Mu'er to me. Xie Zhaozhao rushes forward to grab the child. But Xie Huimin runs out with Mu'er, holding him tightly and shouting, Older sister, I'm sorry. I can't let you harm Mu'er. The other children are terrified and run outside to find adults. Xie Huimin looks down at Pei Mu, who has fainted in her arms, worry on her face, but a strange sense of satisfaction inside. This is an ungrateful person, just like his mother, him. She can't blame herself. If she had died outside last time, none of this would have happened. She would have raised him well, just like in her previous life. Tears in her eyes, Xie Huimin shakes her head. Older sister, I can't let you hurt Mu'er. I have strength and can run fast. I will take Mu'er to the doctor right now. It's too late. Please give Mu'er to me. I can save him. Hurry, Xie Zhaozhao is so anxious her eyes turn red and tries again to take the child. But Xie Huimin seems to be fighting her, running out of the alley with Mu'er, shouting as she goes, Older sister, I'm sorry. I can't let you harm Mu'er. At the alley entrance, many people have gathered, pointing and whispering. Please talk to my sister. She's going to hurt Mu'er. Xie Huimin, you're crazy. Mu'er is my son. How could I hurt him? Xie Zhaozhao is so anxious, she wishes she could slap Xie Huimin. Big sister, please don't do this. Even if you argue with brother-in-law, Mu'er is innocent. Just let me take Mu'er to see a doctor. The neighbors didn't expect that Xie Zhaozhao was upset because of a family argument and was taking it out on the child. It had only been a few days, and now she was causing trouble again, criticizing her for being wrong. Grandma Wang sighed. The day Xie Zhaozhao protected Pei Mu so fiercely, she thought she had changed. But it didn't take long before she reverted to her old ways. Such a small child. How could she withstand her punches? Zhaozhao, don't stop. Huimin, Mu'er isn't feeling well. Hurry and take him to see a doctor. Don't delay the child. Seeing Pei Mu's face turn pale, as if he had been hit hard by Xie Zhaozhao, the neighbors also advised her. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Pei Mu, who was silent in Huimin's arms, with eyes closed as if dead. If she didn't take Mu'er away now, he might really be gone. If Mu'er had an accident today, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. She was willing to risk her life today. Xie Zhaozhao charged forward angrily. Huimin was startled by her fierce expression and froze for a moment. In that moment, Xie Zhaozhao snatched Mu'er back. Pei Mu had no more breath left. He was unable to stand. Xie Zhaozhao could only let him lie on the ground. Huimin tried to step forward again, but her movement stopped. Her gaze was cold and stern. Anyone who dares to come near, I will kill them. If Mu'er didn't survive today, she truly might kill Huimin. Huimin was frightened by her sharp, murderous look and stopped in her tracks. Big sister, please don't hurt Mu'er. I beg you, let me take Mu'er to see a doctor. Huimin said this, but she didn't dare to come closer again. The neighbors had seen Xie Zhaozhao hit Zhao that day. Now they only dared to agree with Huimin and point fingers. Xie Zhaozhao knelt on the ground, making Mu'er lie on his back with his legs over her thighs, facing her. She raised her hands, placing her middle and index fingers on Mu'er's chest and abdomen, quickly pressing and applying pressure upward. Everyone scolded her for hurting Mu'er again, saying they'd never seen such a mother. Her son was about to die, and she was still pinching and twisting him. Was she trying to kill the child? Big sister, I know you don't like brother-in-law, but Mu'er is still young. He also carries our family's blood. Please don't treat him like this. Huimin suddenly knelt down, crying like a broken flower. Xie Zhaozhao ignored external interference, focusing solely on repeating the same action.
Suddenly, Mu'er kuhit.
Xie Zhaozhao's face lit up with joy, and she quickened her movements. Xie Huimin cried even harder this time, and even Granny Wang couldn't help but scold her. Xie Zhaozhao, if Mu'er were to have an accident, how will you explain to Pei Heng? Stop fooling around and take him to see a doctor quickly. At that moment, the candy in Pei Mu's mouth was spat out, and his flushed face gradually regained color. He woke up. Pei Mu's voice was very weak. Looking at Xie Zhaozhao, he said, "Mother." He had just been unable to breathe and fainted, but in his dazed state, he felt that his mother was saving him, and he heard everyone scolding her. "Mother is here. It's okay now." Xie Zhaozhao choked with emotion, her eyes turning red. Just now, she didn't dare cry or show any weakness. It was so close, so very close, that she almost never saw such a good child again. Living all these years, she had never been so scared before. Xie Zhaozhao comforted her son, holding him in her arms, and told everyone Mu'er had candy stuck in his airway. If it hadn't been removed in time, he could have died in half a moment. Whether adult or child, if they choke, the best rescue time is within half a minute. At this moment, you need to press the patient's abdomen. Missing that window means even the best doctors can't save them. It's dangerous to stop someone from doing that. Xie Zhaozhao's gaze fell on Xie Huimin, who was kneeling on the ground, crying. Xie Huimin didn't expect Pei Mu to wake up. Just now, when he was in her arms, he seemed to have stopped breathing. What kind of magic had Xie Zhaozhao used? Thinking back last year's New Year when I visited relatives, a child there was choked by a jujube and died before reaching the clinic. And that Lu family's old lady was suffocated by a dumpling. Everyone finally understood. No wonder, no matter how they scolded Xie Zhaozhao just now, she ignored them. She was racing against time to save the child. They then turned to criticize Xie Huimin. Luckily, no one tried to stop her. Otherwise, they might all have been considered killers. She's not the biological mother, not her own child.
Exactly.
When her child was in danger, she was here crying and pretending, almost delaying the rescue. Even if her aunt is good, she's not the biological mother. Xie Huimin's carefully built image of a virtuous, homemaking woman collapsed in an instant. She had deliberately bought those candies today because she had seen children suffocate and die after getting candy stuck in their throats. She had planned everything perfectly, but she didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to actually be able to save him. Now, I failed to steal the chicken and lost everything. Xie Huimin quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry, sister.
I didn't know about this.
I thought only the doctor could save Mu'er. I was just worried about Mu'er." Xie Zhaozhao's beautiful eyes darkened. She pretended to be pitiful in front of everyone to gain sympathy, but she didn't care at all. Xie Zhaozhao held Mu'er and walked past her without even glancing at her. "Sister, it's all my fault for being stupid, but I was really worried about Mu'er. Caring too much made me panic. I never meant to harm Mu'er." Xie Huimin cried heartbreakingly, trying to grab Xie Zhaozhao's skirt, but missed. How did Xie Zhaozhao become so clever? How did she know this could save someone? But those thoughts don't matter now. She must first soothe Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Huimin got up from the ground, crying as she chased after her. When she entered the room, Xie Zhaozhao suddenly slapped her. She used all her strength, and half of Xie Huimin's face immediately swelled. "Sister," Xie Huimin knelt again. "I know I was wrong, but I really didn't do it on purpose. I told you I could save Mu'er, but you said in front of everyone that I was angry at Mu'er because of your brother-in-law." "Xie Huimin, what kind of heart do you have? Pack your things and leave," Xie Zhaozhao said coldly. She used tricks to coax the original owner into eloping, and even now wanted to use the same old tactics. She could overlook it, but she couldn't tolerate it when it involved children. No matter what her relationship with Pei Heng was, this was an adult matter. The most innocent person was Mu'er. The candies she bought today were maliciously intended, and afterward, she repeatedly tried to stop her. If she hadn't participated in the school's rescue team during her university practical activities, she wouldn't have known about Heimlich maneuver and wouldn't have had the chance to save Muir. All the scheming before was insignificant compared to Muir's life. She didn't want the dowry money of the original owner anymore. Xie Huimin had to leave today. Sister, please don't drive me away. I was really confused at the time. I was afraid you would hurt Muir. Shut up. Don't make excuses. I won't believe you. You know my parents never liked me. This family has no place for me. Xie Huimin looked up at her. She was pretty and delicate, with a tearful voice that made her seem pitiful. Does it have anything to do with me? You almost killed Muir. I will never forgive you, and I won't let you stay here, Xie Zhaozhao said coldly, refusing. Sister, I didn't want to harm Muir. I was just too scared. If I go back, my parents will sell me to that old man Chen to be his concubine. Are you trying to force me to death? Xie Huimin's delicate face was full of sorrow, tears pouring down like heavy rain. She moved into the Pei family to escape an arranged marriage. Later, she told her mother that she could get money from Xie Zhaozhao. She sent silver home, and sure enough, her family stopped mentioning the marriage and told her to find a way to get the house deed. The house they now live in was left by Xie Zhaozhao's mother, and they do not hold the deed. Xie Zhaozhao looked at her coldly, a sneer on her lips. At this moment, she still tried to act pitiful to manipulate her morally. The original owner was indeed foolish and naive about reality, but she was very sincere to Xie Huimin. Yet, she repaid kindness with cruelty, trying to steal her man and take over her home. Xie Huimin, you've been eating and taking from me for over a year. How much have I given you? Do you even feel grateful? You know exactly what you're thinking. Pack your things and leave, or when your brother-in-law comes home, he will send his men to take you back if you're not afraid of losing face. Now, at least outsiders don't know, and she still has some dignity. But if things get worse, it won't look good. Big sister, you're so unfair to me. Forcing me out is like pushing me to death. Maybe I should just die, Xie Huimin said. Then she threw herself at the wall. Xie Zhaozhao didn't try to stop her, and even moved aside. Xie Huimin didn't actually hit the wall. She looked up and met Xie Zhaozhao's gaze. Big sister, you're so heartless. I just need a simple shelter, a roof that my sister doesn't want, to block the wind and rain. But you won't even show me this little mercy, she said. Xie Zhaozhao didn't want to argue further with such a spiteful person. She wouldn't admit her mistakes. She could always find excuses for her cruelty, blaming the family, the parents, everyone. Never herself. Big sister is just afraid I know too many secrets, so she's in a rush to kick me out. Xie Zhaozhao stopped walking. Xie Huimin's lips curled into a cruel smile. She had many ways to deal with her, because she held many secrets. Xie Huimin stood up from the ground, wiped her tears. She was the noble wife of the Duke, and Xie Zhaozhao was not worthy of her kneeling. She slowly walked to Xie Zhaozhao, raised her head proudly, and looked at her confidently. Before she could speak, Xie Zhaozhao raised her hand and slapped her. This time, the slap landed on her left cheek, perfectly symmetrical with the other side.
How dare you hit me?
Xie Huimin covered her burning cheek and stared at Xie Zhaozhao. You came close to ask for a slap, so I naturally fulfilled your wish, Xie Zhaozhao said with clear sarcasm. Xie Huimin was furious and humiliated. Xie Zhaozhao, you'll regret this. Just now, you were kneeling in front of me and calling me sister repeatedly. Why are you no longer pretending and showing your true self now? Xie Zhaozhao's bright eyes looked at her steadily, her gaze cold and her tone sarcastic. If that's the case, then no one will have a good time. Xie Huimin gritted her teeth in anger. They had already argued for a long time. It was time to end it. She had lived here for over a year and considered this place her home. Now, she was reluctant to leave, but she would be back soon. And she would return as the lady of the house. When Xie Huimin finished packing and came out, Xie Zhaozhao was no longer in the yard. She didn't even come out to see her. She thought she looked down on her. She would make her regret her actions. The neighbors at the alley entrance hadn't left yet. They saw Xie Huimin walking out with her bag, tears streaming down her face, looking back repeatedly. Huimin, did your sister kick you out? Zhao Shi was the first to speak. She didn't really care. She just wanted to see the joke. A few days ago, Xie Zhaozhao had beaten her up. She didn't feel good about it, but didn't admit it. When she heard the sisters had fallen out, she had to watch the fun. Everyone had their thoughts, but Zhao Shi was bold enough to show her feelings openly. Xie Huimin shook her head, wiping tears. It's not my sister's fault. I was just too stupid. They were neighbors, seeing each other often. Although they didn't want their neighbors to be better off than them, they also didn't want them to be worse. Your sister is angry now. Just say a few soft words and apologize. This will all be over. Exactly, we're all family. Once your sister calms down, it will be fine. You can stay home for a few days. Everyone was chattering, but they were just trying to smooth things over. They seemed to defend her, but didn't want to offend Xie Zhaozhao. To let everyone know about Xie Zhaozhao's situation, she had often given them benefits before. But now, none of that mattered. They were a bunch of ungrateful people. But she couldn't leave empty-handed. I won't be here these days. Aunties, please help take care of my sister. She's never raised children before. A few days ago, I wasn't home and accidentally burned the kitchen. Xie Huimin wiped her tears as she spoke. When she said she burned the kitchen, it reminded everyone of their impression of Xie Zhaozhao. Everyone in the neighborhood knew that Pei army officer's wife was famously lazy. She didn't cook, sew, or take care of children. Xie Huimin only went home for a day, and she burned the kitchen. Luckily, the fire was controlled, or it could have caused trouble for several neighboring houses. Your older sister. Zhao Shi cleared her throat. She's lucky, doesn't have to do anything. When you leave, she might have to come over tomorrow. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Zhao Shi really remembers past slights and forgets the lessons. If Xie Zhaozhao hears this, she will argue with her again. Xie Huimin felt a little better after hearing Zhao Shi. Sister-in-law, don't say that. My older sister has been spoiled since she was young. She likes reading and values knowledge. Xie Huimin's words about liking knowledge had a meaningful tone. Sometimes Zhao Shi was quick to respond. That's a waste. Officer Pei is a soldier, unless she can remarry. As soon as Zhao Shi finished, everyone exchanged glances and fell silent. Some bowed their heads to work on their shoes. Others twisted ropes. In short, everyone was busy with their own tasks, hearing nothing. They said nothing, but their words were powerful enough to wake the dead. A few days ago, the story of running away was really about seeking an old friend. It was said that the friend was childhood sweethearts and a top scholar, very learned. Xie Huimin curled her lips, waiting patiently. The real show was yet to come. Then I'll leave it to all of you, sisters-in-law. When I return, I will thank you properly. Xie Huimin wiped her tears, leaving reluctantly. Once she was far away, everyone stopped what they were doing at the same time. Do you think after Xie Huimin leaves, this family will fall apart?
Who's to say?
Look at Zhao Zhao. She's not the type to settle down peacefully. But I think she genuinely cares about her son now. Zhao Shi spat out a seed shell and scoffed. If she really cared, I'd write Zhao backwards. She's just fooling Officer Pei, that strong man. Everyone didn't reply, but they agreed on one thing. Pei Heng was handsome and skilled, but not very smart. As for Zhao Zhao, she was not the type to be married into the family. Although Pei Mu was fine now, he was still shaken and fell asleep shortly after returning. He didn't wake up until dusk. Xie Zhaozhao was worried he was starving, so she went to call him. When she found him, she noticed something was wrong. Her face turned redder than usual. She touched his forehead and saw he was burning hot. His whole body was like a small stove. He had a fever. If this were modern times, she could give him fever medicine or cooling patches. But in ancient times, a high fever like this could be deadly. Xie Zhaozhao carried Pei Mu quickly out to find a doctor. Just as she reached the door, she bumped into a strong embrace. Why are you in such a hurry? What happened? Pei Heng raised his hand to steady her. You came back just in time. Mu'er has a fever, Xie Zhaozhao said anxiously, her face full of guilt. She had no experience in caring for children and thought Muir was just sleepy and had fallen asleep. She didn't realize that Muir had developed a fever at some point. It's not your fault. Children are like this when they're young. I'll go call the doctor so Muir won't feel uncomfortable on the way,
Pei Heng said.
Xie Huimin nodded. She was at home just now, so she could only hold Muir and find a doctor. Now she truly understands how hard it is to take care of a child alone. The most important thing now is to reduce the fever. Without a cooling patch, she could only twist a cloth to wipe Muir's hands, feet, and chest to help cool him down. Pei Heng walks quickly, and soon the doctor arrives. The doctor sees Xie Huimin unbutton Muir's clothes and use warm water to cool him down. He checks Muir's forehead and nods, saying, "You're doing very well." When a child has a fever, it's best not to keep him in a stuffy environment. The doctor also checks his eyelids, feels his pulse, and listens to Muir's occasional mumbling. "Did he get scared today?" "You're right, sir. He did get a little scared today," Xie Huimin replied. Pei Heng looks at Xie Huimin, wondering if someone has bullied them again today. The doctor nods. "I'll give him an acupuncture treatment to reduce the fever and prescribe a herbal medicine for convulsions. After drinking 2 doses, he should be fine."
"Thank you, doctor."
The doctor gives acupuncture, and after more than half an hour, Muir's fever subsides. He also drinks the medicine. Pei Heng sees the doctor off to his room to rest, knowing tonight will be tough. If Muir develops a fever again, he will need more acupuncture. Today, they can only stay here overnight. Lie down and rest a bit. I'll watch Muir, Pei Heng says. She has had a tiring day. Just now she cleaned Muir and fed him medicine.
It was really exhausting.
I'll just lean here. Muir will see me when he wakes up. Xie Huimin's gaze falls on Muir. She has taken over the original owner's body. Although Muir was not born from her, after these days together, she has already begun to see herself as his mother. Since she is his mother, and he is very attached to her, he will surely be happy to see her when he wakes up. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Muir in a daze, calling Mama sometimes and Papa other times, followed by a sudden convulsion. Xie Huimin leaned on the bed, gently patting his back. "Mama's here. Don't be afraid." Seeing Pei Heng sitting on the bed, she said, "You should lie down too. You can lean on Muir." Pei Heng hesitated but then heard her say, "What? Afraid I'll eat you?" "No." Pei Heng's face flashed with a slight blush. At this moment, Muir opened his eyes and called out Papa. Pei Heng had no choice but to lean forward. Muir still mumbled occasionally, which showed that today's events really frighten him. Although he is clever, he is still just a child. It was her negligence. No one expected Xie Huimin to act so recklessly and harm a child. Xie Huimin gently patted Pei Mu's back. "Would you like me to sing you a song, dear?" The dark sky hangs low. Bright stars follow. Insects fly. Insects fly. Who are you thinking of? Xie Huimin's soft voice quickly calmed Pei Mu's emotions, and he gradually became quiet. It was also the first time Pei Heng heard her sing. The tune didn't sound like the folk songs of Deepening. It was a bit strange, tinged with sadness. But it was very beautiful. Perhaps the song had a calming effect, or maybe because both father and mother were nearby, Pei Mu became much more peaceful and gradually fell asleep without fever. The candlelight in the room was soft, making her bright face look gentle and calm. Since Muir was born, the family of 3 had never been so close, nor had he ever dared to imagine such a scene. She was still herself, but she was no longer the same as before. While Pei Heng was covering Xie Huimin with a blanket, he accidentally touched her fingers and quickly pulled back. Xie Huimin was half asleep and unaware of Pei Heng's expression at that moment. But Pei Heng seemed to be burning with fever. Even a light touch made his hand feel fragile and bone-like, igniting his entire palm. The person with a fever became him, and she was like a cool medicine that could soothe his heat. Her hand was right in front of him, and he could reach out and touch it easily, but each time he tried to get closer, he failed. Finally, he silently recited his internal martial arts techniques countless times, opening up his body's meridians and channels, barely managing to suppress the heat. He gently touched Pei Mu's forehead. The fever had completely subsided, and his body no longer twitched. It seemed the medicine had worked. Pei Heng quietly got up. Dawn was breaking. He had prepared porridge. Muir had been burning all night, so a light meal was best. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly woke up. The sky outside was turning white. Dawn had arrived. Pei Heng was no longer in bed. She touched Pei Mu's forehead. The fever was gone. The doctors said once the fever broke, he would be fine. Just a few more doses of medicine, and he would recover. Xie Zhaozhao left the room. Pei Heng was chatting happily with the doctor. The doctor checked Pei Mu's pulse, confirmed he was fine, and then advised her on what to watch for next before taking his leave. Pei Mu had slept too long. Xie Zhaozhao was worried he might faint from hunger if he kept sleeping, so she called him to eat some porridge. Children recover quickly, but after just one night, he had lost a lot of weight. His big eyes looked even larger, and when he looked at people with longing, it made their hearts ache. Especially when he looked at Pei Heng and called him daddy, tears shimmered in his eyes. Pei Heng held his son in his arms and softly comforted him. A real man shouldn't cry. If you have something to say, tell your dad. Little aunt is mean, said Muir, tears falling as he spoke. Pei Heng had wanted to ask Xie Zhaozhao yesterday how Muir was frightened. At first, the doctor couldn't speak openly, but when Muir had a seizure, their only concern was Muir's safety, so they ignored everything else. Now that Muir had started crying, it reminded them of what had happened. Xie Zhaozhao first calmed Muir's emotions, gave him some rice porridge, and let him play with a small green frog she had just made. Then she told Pei Heng everything about yesterday. I'm not sure if she bought those candies on purpose, but I clearly told her I could save Muir. She tried to stop me and twisted the story, saying I only disliked you because I was cruel to Muir. That made me realize she wanted to harm Muir. Although sending her away now would surely make her angry and ruin their plans, she couldn't bear to see her try to kill Muir. Such a serious threat to a child's life was too much for her to accept. Even though the situation ahead might be difficult for her, she had no regrets. Once someone has murderous thoughts, they can't stay in the house. You're right to do this. When a person has murderous intent, they won't stop after one attempt. There might be more. Keeping such a person close to the mother and child would only bring disaster. I can guess her next move, but I need your cooperation. After explaining her plan, Xie Zhaozhao saw Pei Heng's face turn slightly pale. That's not right. Once the truth is revealed, everyone will see that it was Xie Huimin who spread false rumors and framed her. No. A woman's reputation is precious and must not be tarnished. Pei Heng still disagreed. Even if it was fake, if someone later spread rumors and defamed her, it would become her weakness. What nonsense reputation! If a woman's reputation is so precious, why do people casually spread lies and insults? Can that be called precious? It just shows that reputation is a burden for women at Chain. I want everyone to see that even if women are in the mud, they shouldn't accept it. When others throw mud at me, I plant flowers with that mud. A woman's life should bloom like a flower in the sun, not compromise, retreat, or cling to life. I want to win this fair and square. Xie Zhaozhao's voice was soft and charming, her smile pure and free of any gloom, shining as brightly as her name. Have you thought it through? Pei Heng's usually sharp features softened for once, his tone gentle, almost like how he spoke to Muir every day. Naturally, Xie Zhaozhao smiled. I'm willing to bet everything because I trust my husband. He is my greatest confidence. Xie Zhaozhao leaned toward Pei Heng and gave him a flattering smile. Although her plan was careful, the most important and most uncertain part was his heart. She was also taking a risk, whether he would always believe in her. Pei Heng raised an eyebrow, a half-smile on his lips. What if I don't agree? Then I can only beg you. How would you beg? Xie Zhaozhao beckoned him with a charming smile. Come closer, and I'll tell you. He was captivated by her smile, his heart suddenly tightening, but he still moved closer. Xie Zhaozhao tiptoed, grabbed his arms, and kissed his lips before quickly pulling away. Before Pei Heng could properly feel her softness, she had already left. Although she only touched his lips, it felt like she had reached into his heart, making him feel ticklish. Is this okay? Xie Zhao exhaled softly, afraid to meet his gaze. Her heart pounded loudly, as if it might jump out of her chest. Why are you blushing? Pei Heng's voice was deep and low, close to her ear. Only the two of them could hear. Xie Zhao's eyelashes fluttered suddenly. Was she really blushing? She looked up and unexpectedly met his deep, dark eyes. Her cheeks felt hot, and she instinctively stepped back, nervously saying, I want to see Muir. But after just one step back, he grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. He looked down at her, breathing heavy and rough. Xie Zhao looked up at him, feeling overwhelmed by his scent, as if her senses were being flooded. Her heart raced faster, and she felt incredibly warm. Could a fever be contagious? Maybe she really caught it from Muir. Pei Heng. She clutched his shirt, wanting to push him away, but her body was too weak, lacking strength and resistance, as if she was both resisting and welcoming him. This time, why didn't you call me husband? He asked, their breathing tangled together. The room was hot and intimate, making her feel confused. She usually called him husband sweetly, but now she called him by his name. Didn't she just say she would ask him? Was that enough? Xie Zhao's face turned completely red. She lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling fiercely. But she also didn't want to lose control, so she snorted softly. Why are you being so petty? Do you mean I can't call you by your name? Mother, Pei Mu's voice came from outside, along with the sound of his footsteps. Little Frog's leg is broken. Xie Zhao heard Pei Mu's voice and became worried. She instinctively tried to step back, but Pei Heng didn't let go of her arm. Please let go, Xie Zhao hurriedly said. Pei Heng softly chuckled. Are you afraid too? I'm not. Xie Zhao pouted. She wouldn't admit defeat. She was just worried that Muir might see. Next time, she would make him admit defeat. She struggled a bit, but Pei Heng seemed to use more strength, and she couldn't break free. Pei Mu had already come inside. Seeing his parents hugging each other, he ran over to hug them, softly saying Muir also wants a hug. Pei Heng freed one hand, slightly bent down, and with one hand, picked up his son smoothly. Xie Zhao took the chance while he was distracted to try to step back, but he was already prepared. With a slight force, she couldn't escape. Xie Zhao scolded him, and Pei Heng's face was filled with a faint smile, a bit too proud. Pei Mu hugged his father with one arm and his mother with the other, kissing their faces. You are quite fair, very balanced. Xie Zhao looked at her son with full affection. Father and mother work hard to take care of Muir. Muir will practice martial arts every day from now on and won't be lazy anymore. Pei Mu thought his recent illness was because he had been lazy before. His body was too weak. Muir is so good. Mother will stay with you too. Will father and mother always stay with Muir? He really liked his mother now and hoped she would always be kind to him. And father too. They seemed to have a silent understanding, exchanging glances. Xie Zhao quickly looked away and turned to Pei Mu. Okay, mother will always stay with you. Father will also stay with Muir. After leaving the Pei family yesterday, Xie Huimin didn't go home. She saw someone on the street. Lu Rongyu. This man had finally appeared. He was truly her destined benefactor. Xie Huimin followed him from a distance, watching him enter a residence. It seemed he had been in the border town for some days. The Duke of Lu was noble and wealthy, and no matter how good the inn was, it couldn't compare to his residence. Xie Huimin adjusted her clothes and boldly approached, but was stopped at the door. Please inform young Master Lu that the wife's younger sister of Mr. Pei has something important to discuss with him, she said confidently, holding her head high. She was the future wife of a nobleman, used to commanding servants and being surrounded by people. Though she was temporarily out of favor now, she wouldn't let a little servant look down on her. The servant saw that although she was dressed simply, she carried herself with grace. She said she was the younger sister-in-law of Master Pei, so perhaps she had an important matter to discuss. Lu Rongyu had been in Bianqing for nearly a month and had only met Pei Heng once. That guy truly shows no regard for their childhood friendship, even hiding from him to handle official business elsewhere. When he heard that Xie Feng said Pei Heng's younger sister-in-law wanted to see him, he wondered if it was that Xie Zhaozhao who sent her. That would be interesting. Lu Rongyu raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly.
Let her in.
Soon, Xue Feng brought her inside. My young lady greets Lord Lu. Lu Rongyu looked at her, noting her steady gaze and calm speech, which showed good manners. He had seen Xie Zhaozhao that day. Beautiful, charming, and alluring. No wonder Pei Heng was attracted. This girl, though pretty and refined, was not as stunning as her sister. Are you the wife's younger sister of Pei Heng? Lu Rongyu asked lazily. Yes, that's right. Xie Huimin allowed him to examine her, knowing he would eventually like her and that she could help him. You know I live here, and who sent you? Lu Rongyu asked, seeming relaxed but actually pressing him with every word, making it hard to ignore. Young master only needs to know that I can assist you, Xie Huimin said confidently.
Oh.
The man's eyes, like peach blossoms, seemed to smile and not smile, clearly doubtful. I have something for you to see, young master. Once you look at it, you'll understand, she said, handing him a letter. Lu Rongyu casually took one, glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly. As he continued reading the other letters, their content was bold and quite inappropriate. Lu Rongyu almost crushed the letters in frustration. Where did these come from? Have you finished reading? Asked you. Where do these letters come from? Lu Rongyu repeated. Xie Zhaozhao had quite some nerve. She was indeed a rustic girl, rude and immoral. He didn't dislike her, but she dared to step outside her place and cheat on her husband, which was outrageous. Xie Huimin was confident Lu Rongyu would believe her. Or perhaps he was already unhappy with Pei Heng, who was noble and upright, marrying a woman with only beauty and no substance. These letters gave him a reason to doubt. You come from a noble family, and I believe my brother-in-law is also from a high-status family. I know you dislike my sister's rural background and think she's not suitable for him. But my sister also has someone she loves. If you can help her, her wish will come true, and your wishes will naturally be fulfilled. Xie Huimin smiled slightly, confident that Lu Rongyu would believe her. In fact, he cared more about Pei Heng's affairs than his own. He was not only a friend of Pei Heng but also his cousin, and their relationship was extraordinary. He paid more attention to Pei Heng's matters than to his own. In her past life, she clearly liked him, but when she chose Pei Heng, she wanted to match his status. To do so, she became sworn siblings with him and later protected him whenever she could. Did Xie Zhaozhao send you? Lu Rongyu's voice remained cold and indifferent. My older sister wants to part peacefully with her husband, Xie Huimin said, with a meaningful smile. She intentionally spoke ambiguously to make Lu Rongyu misunderstand. Part peacefully? Lu Rongyu snorted coldly, his narrow eyes coldly staring at her.
Exactly.
Please, young master, help me. While practicing boxing with her son, Xie Zhaozhao sneezed. Who could be thinking about her so much? She looked toward the kitchen. She could see it from where she was, so she shouldn't be missing it so much. Waking up to see her beloved preparing breakfast. Does that count as living her dream life? In recent days, Xie Zhaozhao had been practicing boxing early every morning. It helped her spend time with her son and strengthen her body. However, her body was not very strong. At first, she could only do a few moves before panting heavily. After practicing for a few days, she could barely complete a full set. That day, when she kicked Zhao Shi with full force, it only caused her chest to ache. Later, her attack on her privacy was very embarrassing. It was a narrow victory. In the past, with the same strength, Zhao Shi would have been lying in bed for 10 days or half a month. But luckily, she was facing Zhao Shi, who was unskilled. If it had been someone else, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. She still needed to train her body. After practicing with her son, Pei Heng had finished cooking the porridge, which was topped with a boiled egg and drizzled with sesame oil, smelling delicious and very tempting. Most importantly, Pei Heng remembered she didn't eat scallions, so her bowl didn't have any. Pei Heng was a complicated person. He came from a noble background, but had a kind of down-to-earth charm that wealthy young masters usually lacked. This simple, homely feeling gave her a sense of security. He was flexible and resilient, unyielding. Even though he was banished here, he showed no resentment. His ability and courage made him adapt easily. Even without noble status or family support, he could handle things smoothly. It's hard for someone to rise from low to high, but falling from high to low is even harder. Few people can stay calm through ups and downs like him. The more she spent time with him, the more he seemed deep and unfathomable. This is probably what later generations call being captivated by appearance, then talent, and finally loyalty to character. Pei Heng looked up and saw Xie Huimin, who was staring at him blankly, holding noodles but not eating. Thinking about what?
Thinking about you.
Xie Huimin blurted out, only realizing afterward that Pei Mu was still nearby. She quickly tried to fix her mistake. I was thinking your noodles must be very tasty. Her face turned slightly red, and she hurriedly lowered her head to eat her noodles, hoping to change the subject quickly. However, Pei Mu showed no respect and looked at Pei Heng, saying, Mother wants Dad. Can Dad skip the official office today and stay with Mother? Pei Heng glanced at Xie Huimin, who was about to dip her face into her bowl, and smiled slightly. Your mother just wants to eat noodles. Pei Mu tilted her head to look at Xie Huimin, who was hiding her face in her bowl. She tugged at her sleeve and whispered softly, Mother, you miss Dad, right? Ask him to stay with you. Xie Huimin closed her eyes, praying to her ancestors. Please, spare her. She promised never to talk nonsense in front of the children again. She looked at Pei Heng for help, blinking at him desperately. Save her life. Finish your noodles first. Tomorrow, Dad will take you and Mother to watch a play when he has a day off, Pei Heng said thoughtfully. Dad is so good. Pei Mu, still a child, was happy to hear they could go out tomorrow. She lowered her head to eat her noodles and stopped asking whether she missed him. Pei Heng cast a meaningful look at Xie Huimin. She quickly nodded at him, silently expressing her gratitude. After clearing his bowl and chopsticks, Pei Heng went to the official office. Today, Xie Huimin also needed to go out. She had arranged with Aunt Chiu that today she would deliver the complete draft of her first storybook and bring the signed contract with her. Xie Huimin had learned to style her hair simply. Today, she styled it into a traditional Qingyan bun from the pre-Qin period. Her hair was rolled into cloud-like loops, lifted high on her head, tied with a red ribbon that kept it secure and elegant. When she walked, she looked graceful and charming. Pei Mu had now become a little fan of Xie Huimin. No matter what she wore, she would praise her enthusiastically. Luckily, Xie Huimin had a thick skin and could accept the straightforward compliments without blush or breathlessness. Sometimes, she even gave Pei Mu tips on her wording. It was a bit hot today. Since she lacked strength, she kept carrying Pei Mu but was also reluctant to let him walk with her and tire himself. So, she asked Granny Wang to take care of him for a while. Recently, Granny Wang had noticed Xie Huimin had changed her attitude and was more enthusiastic than before. Don't worry about your work. With Pei Mu here, you can rest assured, Granny Wang said. Her two grandsons loved playing with Pei Mu. Although he was young, he was very clever and well-behaved, understanding a lot and being very obedient. Xie Huimin also brought some small toys and snacks that children liked. Naturally, the kids loved them. She crouched down and said, Stay here and listen to Granny. Mother will be back in about an hour. Pei Mu nodded happily. Mother, you can go ahead. After saying that, he waved goodbye to his mother and went to play building houses with Nyo and Diniu. Today, Autumn Girl was not here. Xie Huimin handed the storybook and the contract to Shopkeeper Han. Shopkeeper Han didn't expect Xie Huimin to deliver the storybook earlier than planned, and he laughed happily. Master is busy and couldn't come, so he specifically asked me to tell you that the lady has agreed. Xie Huimin smiled and said, My sister is very kind.
Please thank her for me.
I will repay her someday. Just writing a few more storybooks for the lady would be enough. I can't wait to hear what happens to Sun Dashing after he's trapped under the 5 Elements Mountain, said Shopkeeper Han eagerly. Xie Zhaozhao looked mysterious and said, "The Buddha says, it cannot be told. It cannot be told." At noon, Pei Mu still hadn't come to pick her up. Granny Wang saw that Mu refused to go inside and insisted on waiting in the corridor, so she quickly advised her, "Maybe your mother is delayed by something. Mu, be good and go back inside with Granny to eat. After eating, we can wait for your mother, okay?" Although the Wang family was not rich, they could still provide a meal for Pei Mu. They couldn't let their family eat while the child was hungry outside. "Granny, my mother will come to pick me up. She will also buy me a chicken leg." Pei Mu shook her head. Granny Wang didn't expect this obedient-looking child to be stubborn deep inside. She said, "Then Granny will bring the food here and eat with you in the corridor. When your mother comes, you'll see her." Pei Mu looked toward the gate again, pouted her little mouth, and nodded. After a few bites of food, Pei Mu looked toward the gate again, but another hour passed, and she still didn't see Xie Zhaozhao. She sat on a small stool, almost falling asleep. Granny Wang called her son over quietly and said, "Go check the bookstore. Maybe she forgot the time while reading." Wang Dashan nodded. The poor child was really waiting for her mother. About half an hour later, Wang Hu returned, sweating all over. "Mother, something's wrong." Pei Heng's wife ran away again. Granny Wang was shocked.
How could that be? I thought the child had changed.
The shopkeeper said she left in the morning. "I thought she went home and then went to Pei's house. The place was a mess. I found this letter on the ground. She probably left in a hurry and forgot to take it." Although some words were hard to recognize, Wang Dashan could roughly guess the meaning. Xie Zhaozhao's lover in the capital gave her money for the journey to the city, and she waited for him there. But she hurriedly packed her things and left. Why is this child so cruel? Granny Wang stomped her foot in anger. This made it hard for her to explain to Mu'er, who was still eagerly waiting for her mother. Wang Dashan drank 2 bowls of water in one go and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I'll go tell Brother Pei now. Maybe I can bring the person back." "Yes, go quickly, go now." Xie Zhaozhao had just left the bookstore when she was suddenly covered her mouth, stuffed into a sack, and thrown into a carriage. The movements were quick and precise, with no unnecessary words. Xie Huimin, a 16-year-old girl, was clever, resourceful, and brave. No wonder she dared to say things that might make others regret. She truly is the heroine of the story. The carriage stopped after about half an hour. She was taken into a large house. When she was pulled out of the sack, Xie Zhaozhao took a deep breath, feeling suffocated. She looked around the room. She didn't know where she was, but the room was quite elegant. Xie Zhaozhao frowned. Something's puzzling her. She sat quietly on the chair, not making a fuss, saving her strength to escape later. The door opened again. The person who entered was backlit, so she couldn't see their face clearly. But she recognized who it was. It was someone holding a folding fan, very flamboyant. Once seen, hard to forget. She had been thinking earlier that Xie Huimin was quite capable, able to find such a professional helper. Seeing Lu Rongyu now made that seem reasonable. He didn't speak, and Xie Zhaozhao didn't plan to either. She needed to understand his purpose. Lu Rongyu looked at Xie Zhaozhao, sitting there calm and composed, as if he was just a guest. He shook his fan and adjusted his robes, sitting at the head of the room. He slightly raised his chin, showing a haughty attitude. "Miss Xie, do you know why I asked you here?" Xie Zhaozhao smiled, her eyes lifting in a charming arc. "So, young Master Lu prefers to invite people with a sack. I've learned something today. Don't worry, I'll pass on your warm hospitality to Pei Heng." Lu Rongyu naturally caught the sarcasm in her words, but he didn't have the chance to respond. Pei Heng wouldn't believe her anymore. "I will treat you well these days. Miss Xie, you should be sensible and not cause trouble. Once everything is settled, you'll be free," Lu Rongyu said casually. Xie Zhaozhao immediately understood the whole situation. Xie Huimin and Lu Rongyu had teamed up. The letter from the capital should have arrived by now. How would it shock everyone when it finally appeared? She yawned indifferently, playing with her fingers, not taking his words seriously. Her attitude annoyed Lu Rongyu. He had already been generous to let her go, but she was too bold. Xie Huimin, this is all your own fault. You, a woman of loose morals, are not worthy of Pei Heng, she said, crossing her arms. Huh, Xie Huimin snorted softly. Young Master Lu is so eager to clear obstacles. Does he want to marry him himself? But Pei Heng isn't a man who shares his bed with another man, or else young Master Lu might try to become Miss Lu by changing himself. Xie Huimin truly doubts that everyone has misunderstood the author's deeper meaning. For example, young Master Lu's love interest is the male lead, Pei Heng. He only treats the female lead well because he cares about the person he loves. Otherwise, as a friend, he is too meddlesome. The famous Prince Lu of the capital was so angry he stomped his foot. He would never allow such a rustic woman to stay near Pei Heng. Xie Huimin, you're so disgusting. You shame our dignity, said Lu Rongyu, no longer waving his fan, losing his composure, pointing it at Xie Huimin. Young Master Lu, is kidnapping a wife considered honest and upright? Xie Huimin shook her head. Did young Master Lu invite my cousin to his house? At this point, she wouldn't still be thinking of hiding away, would she? Not seeing each other for just a few days, I didn't expect my sister to miss me so much, said Xie Huimin, smiling as she entered from the door. She came with Lu Rongyu, but didn't come inside. She didn't expect Xie Huimin to guess her thoughts. When did she become so clever? Xie Huimin put away her smile. Her delicate features suddenly turned cold and elegant. I was thinking that my sister is using young Master Lu as a fool to get what she wants. Can she handle his anger then? Xie Huimin's face changed. I don't understand what you mean, sister. Don't understand? Then I'll be direct, Xie Huimin sneered. Young Master Lu, you still haven't realized that my good cousin has her eye on my husband and is trying to get rid of me using your hand. Xie Huimin felt guilty for a moment, but quickly calmed down. Sister and Yang Ming love each other and have promised to be together. I do all this for sister. Please don't slander me or ruin my reputation. Young Master Lu, I beg you to think carefully. You're a noble young man from the capital, being used by a rustic girl. I'm afraid you won't even have the face to return to the capital, Xie Huimin said coldly, mocking. Young Master Lu, don't listen to my sister's provocation. She's just angry and embarrassed, Xie Huimin hurriedly explained. Xie Huimin's expression grew colder. What are you two? When did you start representing Pei Heng? Our marriage is none of your business. Stop with your sweet words. Pei Heng's matters are my affairs. We've known each other longer than you. You have known your mother longer than anyone else. Why don't you take care of your father instead? Xie Huimin pursed her red lips and spoke sharply, but her words were deeply hurtful. Xie Huimin's lips trembled as she instinctively looked at Lu Rongyu's expression. Because she knew that Lu Rongyu didn't get along well with her parents, and that Lu Rongyu's father had someone else in his heart. If it weren't for her maternal family supporting her, she might have lost her position as the princess. Xie Huimin, I won't let a woman like you ruin Pei Heng's life. Lu Rongyu's brows nearly furrowed in anger. He was very angry. It had been many years since anyone dared to provoke him so boldly. He thought his temper had improved over the years. He had planned to forgive her for giving birth to Pei Heng, considering her efforts, but now he saw it was unnecessary. Older sister doesn't like brother-in-law. Wouldn't it be better if everyone was happy? Why say such words that make things awkward? Besides, Xie Huimin didn't give her a chance to continue and slapped her. Shut up. Who do you think you are? Eating my food, drinking my drink, using my things, and still trying to steal my man. I could raise a dog better than you. Today, I will beat you first. It's okay for sisters to teach their younger sisters a lesson. Xie Huimin, like a small lion in anger, raised her hand and slapped her several times, all in defense of the original owner. Older sister, are you trying to falsely accuse me? If pouring dirt on me makes you feel better, then go ahead. Xie Huimin covered her pale face, refusing to admit anything. As long as she didn't admit it, Xie Huimin would be wrongfully accused, and she had proof of her infidelity. Xie Huimin's gaze seemed to casually glance at Lu Rongyu. Didn't he like her? Why didn't he come to rescue her? Xie Huimin looked at both of them, a mocking, cold smile on her lips. I see you two are a perfect match, one a green tea, the other pretending to be innocent. Lu Rongyu snapped open his folding fan with a bang, revealing a row of sharp blades at the top. The fan was special, not an ordinary folding fan, but a deadly weapon. Xie Huimin covered her face and looked down, but a fierce smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Xie Zhao Zhao. Oh, Xie Zhao Zhao. Why did you have to provoke Lu Rongyu? Even if he really killed her, Pei Heng wouldn't do anything to him. It seemed today was Xie Zhao Zhao's death day. She was already a person who deserved death. She should have died long ago. Before her thoughts finished, something flew past her eyes and hit Lu Rongyu's wrist precisely, causing his fan to fall to the ground. Lu Rongyu turned his head, just in time to see Pei Heng approaching with a sword, his face full of a murderous aura. Pei Heng wore a black official robe, with sturdy boots, and carried a cold, sharp aura. Usually, he only looked cold and distant, but now he was covered in a dark, murderous energy. Despite the bright sun outside, everyone felt scared. He didn't even glance at the others in the room. Instead, he quickly stepped forward, grabbing Xie Zhao Zhao's waist to protect her, with his sword pointed at Lu Rongyu. Tension filled the air. Are you trying to kill me? Lu Rongyu looked up and met Pei Heng's gaze. His eyes were bloodshot, but he showed no sign of backing down. He was pointing his sword at him. All for this woman. Brother-in-law, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't hurt young Master Lu, Xie Huimin said quickly. Pei Heng's sword spun rapidly in his hand. The blade moved precisely, circling over Xie Huimin's head and returning to his hand, then pointed again at Lu Rongyu. Xie Zhao Zhao's eyes widened in shock. Such skill with a sword, no special effects could match this. Then, an even more shocking scene happened. Xie Huimin's hair suddenly came loose, black strands falling freely. She looked terrified, clutching her head and screaming before fainting. Xie Zhao Zhao's mouth opened slightly. She tightly hugged Pei Heng's slim waist, praising him openly. My husband is so amazing. Luckily, you came, or I would have been bullied to death. Her eyes blinked, tears starting to fall. Pei Heng looked down at her, noticing her tears wetting her eyelashes. He tightened his arm around her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. The tears brushed against his chest, leaving a faint mark. He could feel her shoulders trembling slightly, probably crying from deep sadness. Xie Zhao Zhao looked up from his arms, a small smile on her lips. She glared provocatively at Lu Rongyu. Today, besides finishing her script, she also planned to meet 2 guards she borrowed from Xiang Qianyang. She knew Xie Huimin was secretly plotting against her. She couldn't risk herself, so she needed someone to help her secretly. Soon after leaving, she noticed someone was following her. She had arranged with her guards, if anything happened to her, they should find Pei Heng. Xie Huimin hadn't shown herself these days, probably hiding her plan to run away with someone, which would ruin her reputation completely. Since she didn't care about her image, she decided to make a bigger fuss. The only surprise was that Lu Rongyu was involved too. Earlier, she had scolded them to distract them and buy time. If Pei Heng didn't come soon, Lu Rongyu might really hurt her. Fortunately, he arrived. She had guessed right, he believed in her. Lu Rong clenched her teeth in anger, her charm almost dangerous enough to cause trouble for the nation. She must not stay close to Yi, or she would bring him trouble. Yi, don't be fooled by her face. She's lying to you, Lu Rong said straightforwardly. It was indeed his people who kidnapped her here, but he hadn't hurt her at all. Instead, she spoke rudely with sharp words and even hurt someone with her hands. We grew up together, and I owe her kindness. I've never forgotten that. But don't think you can interfere in my family affairs or hurt my wife, Pei Heng said clearly, word by word. Are you really looking at me like that? Do you know this woman has been lying to you? She wants to run away with her lover. I was just exposing her true nature, Lu Rong said angrily. Pei Heng glanced at her. Then Zhao Lei took out a letter brought by Wang Dashan and held it up in front of Lu Rong. Is this the letter the young master mentioned? Look carefully. The paper is a special type of paper used only in Biancheng, and the ink is the cheapest made in a small workshop there. Any stationery shop can buy it. Also, there is no one named Yang Ming among the candidates in the capital. This person is just Xie Huimin's false accusation to frame Madame Pei. Since you came from the capital, don't you know the name of the new top scholar? Xie Huimin's plot to harm the young master's family has already been stopped by Madame. She bears a grudge and is spreading false accusations. You're being used. The sunlight hit Lu Rong's side face, making her handsome features half-lit and half-shadowed, with a layer of sarcasm in her eyes. He wasn't incapable of discovering these things, but he preferred to believe they were all true. He preferred to believe that Xie Zhaozhao was a flirtatious, bad woman, so he wouldn't feel guilty about how he handled it. But so what? She doesn't deserve you, Lu Rong sneered coldly with a smile. Years ago, Pei Heng saved her, but her family took the opportunity to blackmail him into marrying her. Such a marriage could never be happy. He couldn't stand that Pei Heng's wife was such a woman. The Pei family would soon be cleared of suspicion, and he deserved the best woman in the capital. Since he was going back to the capital, he should settle these matters early. Pei Heng couldn't bear it, so he decided to be the bad guy. Wang Dashan couldn't stand it anymore and scolded, "How can you be so shameless? Why are you trying to break up their marriage? Don't you know how sad Pei Mu was when she cried looking for her mother?" Xie Zhaozhao suddenly remembered she told Pei Mu before leaving that she would pick him up at most within an hour. Pei Mu couldn't wait for her, and she was very sad about that. "Husband, I want to go home." "I miss Mu'er," she said. Pei Heng looked away, lowered his head, and said, "All right, let's go home." His eyes are not very gentle. They are just more noticeable when compared to the last time he looked at Lu Rongyu. Pei Heng sheathed his sword. "Rongyu, just this once. I don't want my sword to point at you again." Then he looked at Zhao Lei. "Send Xie Huimin back to the Xie family and tell them to take care of their daughter." The story of Xie Huimin framing her older cousin spread, and she couldn't stay in Border City anymore. The Xie family would marry her far away, so she wouldn't be a problem for them anymore. Pei Heng looked down at the person in his arms.
"Can we leave now?"
Xie Zhaozhao could leave, but if she did, it wouldn't show Pei Heng's favor for her or make Lu Rongyu angry. Feeling wronged, she pouted. "Husband," before she finished saying hug, Pei Heng easily picked her up and strode out of the room. Lu Rongyu opened his eyes wide in disbelief. They had known each other for over 20 years, but he had never seen Pei Heng like this. Could it be that life in Border City was so hard it broke his will and made him unable to resist the temptation of beauty? When he looked over, Xie Zhaozhao was smiling at Pei Heng, her smile wild and charming. She was so bold in front of everyone, and Pei Heng was indulgent toward her. Zhao Lei rolled his eyes. What's the big deal? They're adults, not their parents. They're so controlling. Luckily, sister-in-law was safe. Otherwise, he really didn't know what Brother Pei would do. Earlier, Brother Wang brought news that sister-in-law ran away, then someone else reported she was in trouble. Brother Pei looked so scared, he couldn't even look twice. Xie Zhaozhao wrapped her arms around his neck, her lips slightly pouting in dissatisfaction. Who exactly is Lu Rongyu to you? You said you grew up with him. Is your family also in the capital? Pei Heng lowered his head to meet her gaze, his deep eyes like thick ink. It was like unbreakable sorrow or an unhealed wound. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but beneath, there were turbulent currents. Do you want to know? 8 years had passed, and everything in the capital was far from him, but the memories remained clear. I am your wife. I don't want to hear about you from others. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes darkened, tears shimmering in her eyes. Or, do you think I don't deserve to know? No. Pei Heng paused for a moment. My family was in the capital, but we were disgraced and exiled to Lingnan now. Although he was pardoned by the emperor, he was still considered guilty. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes sparkled brightly, without any hint of dislike. She hugged Pei Heng's arm even tighter. No wonder I felt your noble bearing and unmatched grace at first sight, almost thinking I saw a divine being descend from heaven. We must be destined for each other. Otherwise, Why would you travel so far just to choose this place? It's because of me, right? Pei Heng heard such straightforward and exaggerated praise for the first time in his life. He couldn't help but smile slightly and responded with a rare My husband is the best, 100 times better than that clueless young Master Lu. No, 10,000 times better. He can't even compare to a single toe of my husband. Where did you learn these words? He asked. I didn't before. I only learned them when I saw you. What? Don't you like it, husband? Xie Zhaozhao's face was charming, and she kept her eyes on him with a smile. Pei Heng's heart pounded fiercely, but he kept his expression calm. However, he couldn't bring himself to say those two words. Do you like me or not? Xie Zhaozhao swung her arm playfully. Pei Heng, worn out by her teasing, could only quickly reply with an seeing his ears turn red. She refused to give up and blinked. What does mean? You don't like me, do you? Are you planning to secretly leave us and run away? Nonsense. Pei Heng scolded softly. Who knows? To prove you won't do that, you need to say you like me, that you like me the most. Xie Zhaozhao took the opportunity to curl around his neck and act coquettishly. Her eyes, clear and bright like stars in the night sky, were also charming enough to stir ripples in his heart. As the ancient said, the most captivating are the eyebrows and eyes. He couldn't deny it. I like you. Pei Heng blurted out before he even realized. Wow, my husband said he likes me. Xie Zhaozhao's face was full of happiness. Later, Pei Heng found that no matter how beautiful the starry sky was, it couldn't compare to her eyes at that moment. Xie Zhaozhao lowered her head and kissed his lips, then pulled away, but didn't leave completely. Their eyes met, breaths intertwined. Pei Heng's throat tightened, his heart pounding wildly. Just as he was about to press his lips to hers, the carriage suddenly stopped without warning. In the next moment, Wang Dashan's voice was heard. Brother Pei, we've arrived. Xie Zhaozhao grinned mischievously and jumped out of his embrace. I'm going to pick up Mu'er. But she was pulled back before she could leave. Xie Zhaozhao's small face was as pink as peach blossoms, with bright eyes like new moons, and her hair was as snowy as a flower tree. Pei Heng pressed her shoulder, kissed her on the forehead, and said in a low, hoarse voice, I'll carry you down. The official's carriage didn't have a bench, making it inconvenient for her to get down. You're so good, husband. Most of the time, it was too hot in the carriage. Pei Heng got out, enjoyed the breeze, and gradually felt better as the heat in his body eased. Xie Zhaozhao got out of the carriage, jogged quickly toward the Wang family's courtyard, and saw Pei Mu sitting on a small bench, staring at the gate. Mother! Pei Mu suddenly stood up with a loud shout, knocking over the bench, and ran towards Xie Zhaozhao with short little legs. Mu'er! Xie Zhaozhao's eyes welled up with tears the moment she saw Mu'er. Pei Mu's eyes turned red, and tears rolled down his cheeks. He had been waiting for his mother. When he woke up from his sleep, he heard his grandmother and the Wang family's maid say that his mother had gone to the capital. He didn't believe it. He was sure he could wait for his mother to come back and pick him up. Grandma Wang and the maid also stayed with him in the corridor. Seeing the mother and son hugging, they couldn't help but feel emotional. It's good that she's coming back. Pei Mu loved his mother very much. This child was truly filial. Thank you, Grandma and Auntie, for taking care of me. My mother is coming to pick me up. I'll ask her to buy chicken legs for Big Nyo and Second Nyo tomorrow, Pei Mu said proudly with a puffed-up little face. His mother was good at everything and earned a lot of money. She was very impressive. She even said she would buy him a big house in the future. Grandma Wang couldn't help but pat the child's head. Good. Mu'er is so generous. He'll definitely grow up to be capable of great things. Her gaze towards Xie Zhaozhao became more complicated. It's good to have you back. Wang Dashan, who came in with Pei Heng, wiped his sweat secretly and gave a subtle signal to his mother. Luckily, she didn't say anything, or things could have become awkward. Thank you, Auntie, for today. I'll take them home first, Pei Heng said, holding his son and naturally taking Xie Zhaozhao's hand. Xie Zhaozhao tilted her head and looked into his deep eyes, feeling an indescribable mixture of emotions. Grandma Wang forced a polite smile and nodded. She wondered what was really going on. It didn't seem like they had been forcibly taken back. After the family of 3 left, Wang Dashan finally told his mother everything. Grandma Wang was furious. She said she would rather tear down 10 temples than break up a marriage. Pei Sonjuan's friend was too unreasonable. What she hated most was Xie Huimin. How could she conspire with outsiders to trap her own sister? When Xie Zhaozhao returned home, she found her room in a mess. It was obvious that Xie Huimin had sent someone to do it. Always be on guard. It's hard to prevent family traitors, Xie Zhaozhao said angrily. The original owner had truly raised a treacherous person. Luckily, she was prepared today, and Pei Heng believed her and arrived just in time. Otherwise, with Lu Rong and her help, any mistake in the process could have caused her great shame. Pei Heng tidied up the messy bed and wardrobe, while Pei Mu, being sensible, picked up the things that had fallen on the ground. After dinner, Pei Mu fell asleep, and Pei Heng began washing the freshly changed sheets and clothes. Xie Zhaozhao came out of the room, her hair casually braided to one side. She was wearing a white Songjiang 3-corner cloth shirt. To stay cool, she rolled up the sleeves and pant cuffs high, revealing her fair skin, brighter than moonlight. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at the moon. She realized that ancient moonlight was really so bright. Everything was clear, and she didn't need a lamp to wash clothes. Pei Heng was dizzy from watching her small, lotus-like legs sway. Go back to your room and sleep. I'll finish washing soon. I want to stay with you, Xie Zhaozhao said, pulling a small stool and sitting confidently beside Pei Heng. Your way of washing clothes is so handsome. She wasn't exaggerating. When he twisted the clothes forcefully, she could see his arm muscles bulge slightly. And the muscles along his back were straight and firm. They weren't the bulky, greasy muscles from gym workouts, but lean muscles she liked, looked strong and powerful. At 24, he was still young and full of vitality. Go back to sleep. No, I just want to watch you, she said, resting her elbow on her knee and propping her chin up, openly watching him. Ancient times didn't have lively nightlife, so watching handsome men was her only entertainment. Pei Heng put down the sheet, leaned over, and scooped her up from the stool, holding her close. He leaned down and kissed her lips precisely. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes widened. Pei Heng kissed her again. This was the second time today. But this time, it was on her lips. He withdrew from her teeth and lips, but his lips stayed close to hers, their breaths mingling. Xie Zhaozhao was gasping hard. He looked down at her, his voice hoarse. Do you want to see more? The moonlight in the yard was bright. She could clearly see the desire swirling in his deep, ocean-like eyes. His breath was warm. He was warm too. It made her feel hot inside. Xie Zhaozhao took a moment to calm down, but her breathing was still rapid, and her eyes looked a little shy. She mumbled, I should go back. She quickly slipped out of his arms and ran away. Pei Heng watched her hurried retreat, a gentle smile on his lips. Coward. When he looked down, he saw her embroidered shoes left on the ground. He bent down and picked them up from the stool. He splashed cold water on his face several times to suppress his desire. Xie Zhaozhao, running away in a panic, knelt on the bed, covering her face, her heart pounding like thunder. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Blushing, heart pounding, she couldn't help but want to see him and cuddle with him. This is what love feels like. Does she really like him now? She is a hunter, yet she fell into her own trap. But she has been focused on studying and building her career for so many years, managing a big family business, and suddenly she finds herself in a different world. It's such bad luck to encounter this. Shouldn't she be rewarded with a handsome guy as compensation? So love feels like this, much more fun than that app her senior sister uses. She likes excitement. But what just happened was a bit too intense. Is this her bringing down her cold, high mountain flower, or is Pei Heng successfully fighting back? Xie Zhaozhao covered her face and rolled around on the bed, probably annoyed by Pei Mu. Seeing Xie Zhaozhao, she groggily called out Mom and then turned over to sleep again. She had an urge to go to Pei Heng's room to find him, but after thinking, she gave up. They just started dating and going to bed so quickly is too fast.
She should take it step by step.
The next morning, when Xie Zhaozhao woke up and saw her shoes neatly arranged, she felt something was off. She tilted her head and stared blankly for a moment.
Oh.
She remembered. Last night, she returned to her room barefoot, so the shoes must have been brought in by Pei Heng. When did he come in? She had no idea. Did he see her tossing and turning on the bed? Did he see her in an ungraceful sleep position? She was really overwhelmed. When Xie Zhaozhao and Pei Mu finished their last military drill, Pei Heng came in from outside, carrying breakfast for the whole family. She had been thinking about how to pretend last night never happened, acting like a scoundrel who doesn't admit her mistakes after eating. But Pei Heng, usually calm and composed, suddenly broke his usual demeanor. When he saw her, shouldn't he have been excited, wanting to look at her but afraid to? Shouldn't he have tried to find clumsy excuses to get closer? How could he be so calm? No, she couldn't lose. Xie Zhaozhao chased after him into the kitchen and stopped him in his tracks. She slightly raised her chin, kept her eyes on him, and said nothing. Pei Heng didn't speak either, but had a faint smile at the corner of his lips. His gaze fell on her bright red lips, like ripe berries, tempting to pick. Was she seeking a kiss? It seemed she really liked kissing him now. Thinking this, Pei Heng leaned down and kissed her lips. Her lips were soft, softer, and more delicious than the cheese she ate as a child. He wasn't satisfied with a light taste and wanted to explore deeper. Xie Zhaozhao's mind exploded, stumbling as she said, "Pei Heng." Xie Zhaozhao reached out and pushed him on the chest. He wasn't prepared and bent over to cooperate with her, and she actually pushed him away. "Why did you kiss me?" She originally wanted to sound a bit stern, but her voice came out soft and sweet, like she was teasing. Not just her voice, but her whole body was soft. She had no hint of a bossy attitude at all. It should have been her pushing him into the corner and doing a wall kiss. "Can I kiss you?" The man's deep eyes looked at her slightly red face, with a faint smile in his eyes. "Not allowed." "Then should you kiss me back?" For a moment, Xie Zhaozhao's mind went blank. Back.
How could she do that?
"You've learned bad habits." Xie Zhaozhao stomped her foot, about to leave, but he caught her waist and pulled her back. "Do you still like me?" He wasn't just interested in kissing her, he wanted more. She didn't want to stay awake all night like last night, tossing and turning, getting up to splash cold water on herself. Her lips parted slightly. Of course she liked him. She just didn't like not having control of the situation. "Zhao, do you still like me?" Yesterday on the carriage, she said so many sweet words, charming and eloquent. Why wasn't she saying anything now? Xie Zhaozhao looked up at him, like stars falling into a deep sea. It turned out his eyes could be so beautiful, like a vast ocean, belonging only to her. She tiptoed and kissed him. This time, she wanted to take back the initiative. Pei Heng's smile couldn't be hidden. He hugged her arm tightly, as if wanting to hold her close. "Mom and Dad are shy." Pei Mu covered his eyes but was smiling. He was practicing boxing seriously, but his mom was nowhere to be seen. He thought his mom was lazy and skipping practice, but he didn't expect that his dad and mom were secretly kissing. Xie Zhaozhao snuggled into Pei Heng's arms. Oh no, this was a disaster. During dinner, Pei Mu kept grinning foolishly, looking at his dad and mom alternately. Xie Zhaozhao thought, turns out loving gossip is a fine tradition of China, suitable for all ages, both old and young, ancient and modern. Eat your food properly. Pei Heng saw Xie Zhaozhao blushing so much her face almost buried in her bowl and gently reminded his son. "Does Dad want to sleep with Mom tonight?" Pei Mu asked innocently. Niu said his dad was older than him, but still wanted to sleep with his mom. He was unhappy and told his grandma. His grandma said couples should sleep together. Niu also said his grandma promised to find a wife for him to sleep with in the future. Since his mom is his dad's wife, she should sleep with him too, right? Xie Zhaozhao coughed suddenly, nearly knocking over her bowl. Even Pei Heng, usually calm, looked awkward for a moment. Children are not allowed to ask adults about such things. Pei Heng regained his calm. It was Grandma Wang who said it. Nyo said that once he finds a wife, someone will call him to get up, and he won't wet the bed anymore, Pei Mu said seriously. And he's not a child anymore. He knows everything. But he doesn't want to find a wife. He doesn't wet the bed. He just wants to sleep with his mother. If father wants to sleep with them, he will make some space for him, since their bed is big anyway. Does Nyo still wet the bed? Xie Zhao quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. Nyo is 2 years older than Muir. Looking at it this way, Muir is still better. Yes, I saw Grandma Wang airing the quilts yesterday and Nyo admitted it too, Pei Mu said. After speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He turned his head to look at Pei Heng, hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Did Daddy wet the bed last night? Why was he airing the quilts?" Pei Heng, usually calm, suddenly coughed awkwardly. Although he tried to maintain his usual composure, his handsome face turned red to his ears. Last night. It was hard to mention. Better not bring it up.
Ha ha ha.
Xie Zhao swore she was really trying to hold back, but she still burst out laughing, losing her composure. Pei Heng's expression was truly priceless. His son's sudden change of topic caught him off guard. That usually calm and serious person instinctively looked at Xie Zhao, clearly flustered. Does mother not spank father's bottom? Nyo's mother just spanked Nyo's bottom. Pei Mu saw Xie Zhao laughing and couldn't help but smile happily. Mother's smile is really beautiful. But Pei Mu also secretly glanced at his father. He didn't want to betray his father, but lying isn't good for a child. Ha! You really are your father's good big son. Xie Zhao laughed so hard, she almost crawled under the table. One prank isn't enough. She has to add another to clearly trick her own father. With reason and evidence. Perhaps overwhelmed by embarrassment, Pei Heng calmly allowed Xie Zhao to tease him. Are you two done laughing? Pei Heng's lips curved into a gentle smile as he leisurely looked at the joyful mother and son. One caused him to sleep alone last night, dreaming sweet dreams all night. The other made him lose face early in the morning, speechless. Indeed, they are a mother and son very good. Although it's quite rude, it's also very funny. Pei Mu didn't know what his mother was laughing at, but as long as she was happy, he was happy. All right, I was wrong, Xie Zhao huffed softly, acting spoiled. Pei Heng looked at her, his eyebrows slightly raised, with a half-smile. In truth, it was indeed her fault. Xie Zhao glared at him angrily, then said to her son, "Actually, Dad accidentally spilled water on the quilt." Pei Mu blinked and asked, "Why is Dad drinking water in bed?" "From now on, he's not allowed to drink water in bed," Xie Zhao said, pinching her son's little face with a look of affection. Pei Mu nodded and said, "Mother is right." She needed to cover up this matter in front of her son. Or else, if he told his good friend Nyo, the story about Pei Heng wetting the bed would spread. Just after breakfast, before they could clean up, a loud voice suddenly came from the door. "Zhao, I'm sorry, sister-in-law." Xie Zhao and Pei Heng looked at each other. What was coming was inevitable. Sister-in-law Chao was dragging Xie Huimin like she was holding a little chick. She loosened her grip, and Xie Huimin knelt on the ground. Zhao, today I will punish this disobedient girl. Let her serve you and your family. She did something so shameful. It's embarrassing for our Xie family, Chao said loudly. Her shout was heard by the neighbors, and soon, the door of the Pei family was crowded with people. Some listened to Chao and nodded. After all, Xie Huimin did chores and took care of the children at the Pei house. Even if the sisters fought, it wouldn't lead to beating or killing. Seeing people supporting her, Chao's voice grew even louder. She's always listened to you since she was little. If she upset you this time, as long as you're satisfied, you can scold or hit her. Xie Huimin, with messy hair, cried, "Sister, I know I was wrong. I'll work hard to make it up to you.
Please give me a chance to change."
Xie Zhao raised an eyebrow and sneered silently. Was she trying to guilt-trip her? No way. Huimin, you've been with us for over a year. I gave you all the dowry my mother left me. Do you think any household chores are worth more than 2,000 taels of silver? The neighbors were shocked. 2,000 taels? That's not just serving someone. It's like they're treating her like an ancestor. Even the top maid in the district's family only earned 2 taels of monthly silver. A big family's yearly expenses only cost about 10 or so taels. Even the wealthiest could only spare 20 or so. 2,000 taels, that's a lifetime's worth of money. Huilin, a young girl, had been at home eating and living for free, taking over 2,000 taels from her family. They all wanted to do this kind of service work. Chao's eyes widened like copper bells. 2,000 taels? She had only received less than 200 taels in over a year, and the rest was taken by the disobedient girl. How could her heart be so cruel? That money belonged to her brother and brother-in-law. Why should she keep it all for herself? Mrs. Chow was furious and kicked Xie Huimin hard, knocking her back 5 or 6 feet. You little brat, where did you hide over 2,000 silver coins? Hurry up and take them out. Xie Huimin was kicked so hard she almost lost her breath and took a long time to crawl up from the ground. She didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to bring up old issues. Afraid she would continue, she knelt before Xie Zhaozhao, trying to hold her leg. Pei Heng quickly caught Xie Zhaozhao and moved her away from her. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Pei Heng and signaled him not to interfere. Today, she wanted to settle the matter of the Xie family. But Xie Huimin was still not willing to give up. Sister, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Mrs. Chow was eager to get the over 2,000 silver coins. She stepped forward and kicked a few more times. You little brat, where are the coins? If you don't show them, I will beat you to death. Xie Huimin protected her head and refused to speak. Sister, save me. Sister, save me. It hurts so much. Seeing this mother and daughter fighting over the money, everyone started scolding them. It turned out that this family were like vampires, and they all thought Xie Zhaozhao was an easy target. Xie Zhaozhao looked at the mother and daughter coldly, smiling softly. You used the silver I gave you to hire someone to kidnap me, spread rumors that I ran away, and ruined my reputation. I should have handed you over to the authorities for exile, but considering past kindness, my husband allowed you to shave your head and take the blame. Our grudges are now cleared. Whether you live or die in the future has nothing to do with me. Andy, if you want to hit or kill, go back to your own home. Don't dirty my courtyard. Mrs. Chow didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to be so ruthless and refused to take her in. She became anxious. That little brat still hadn't gotten the house deed. She needed to stay and regain Xie Zhaozhao's trust. Moreover, Xie Zhaozhao had a difficult childbirth, lost a lot of blood, and her health was fragile. She wouldn't live long. The family business, Pei Heng built, shouldn't fall into others' hands easily. Zhaozhao, you are her biological sister. Let her stay by your side for the rest of her life, working like a beast. You're delicate and can't do heavy work. Mura is still young and has no family around.
How can that be?
Xie Zhaozhao interrupted her with a cold look. Auntie, you're hoping I die so that Xie Huimin can become the stepmother to my son. Pei Heng's face darkened. He realized this family had such plans. Mrs. Chow's words forced Xie Zhaozhao to tear apart her last bit of dignity. She didn't want to mention it at first. After all, it was not honorable for her sister-in-law to covet her husband. Everyone looked like they were eagerly waiting for a big scandal. It was true. When Xie Zhaozhao was pregnant, Pei Heng saw she was young, and he was often away from home, so he had a maid take care of her. Later, when Xie Huimin moved in, that maid left. Back then, the whole family was thinking about making Xie Huimin the wife of Pei Heng. Ugh, so shameless. Is this even human? Chao Shi realized she had spoken too hastily and blurted out, Madam, that's not what I meant. I truly only want what's best for you. You're injured and can't have children anymore. Your sister can help support you. Shut up. Pei Heng was usually cold and indifferent, but now he radiated a deep, chilling, murderous intent from head to toe. That fierce energy came from every pore of his body. Even standing in the sunlight, he couldn't hide his murderous look. Take Xie Huimin and get out. Pei Heng spoke each word clearly, his expression and tone as cold as if they dared to say one more word or stay a moment longer. Blood might spill. Chao Shi was frightened by Pei Heng and pulled Xie Huimin away quickly. She had thought Pei Heng would be at the government office now, but unexpectedly, he was at home. Next time, she must find out clearly before coming. First, she would recover the money that the dead girl had hidden, then think of other plans slowly. Stop right there. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly spoke. Zhao Zhao, Pei Heng nervously grabbed her arm. The doctor only said she might have difficulty having children in the future, but not absolutely. The doctors in the border city had limited skills, and better doctors would treat her in the future. He hadn't told her earlier because he thought it wasn't necessary. Having Mu'er was enough. His mother only had him, so it was nothing. Now, he was afraid she would be upset.
Xie smiled gently. I'm fine.
She understood what he was worried about. Actually, whether she could have children didn't matter to her at all. She was afraid of pain, and if she couldn't have children, that was even better. She already had Mu'er. She didn't believe women must pass on their family line. Chao Shi thought Xie Zhaozhao had softened and shamelessly smiled. Zhao Zhao, I knew you were good. Huimin is tough and healthy. You can order her around in the future. I'm not interested in raising other people's children. What I mean is, please ask Madam and your family to move out of my house. Xie Zhaozhao looked down on them with a cold, distant expression. Chao Shi was stunned, like she had been stepped on her tail, and shouted loudly, This is our home. Where do you want us to go? Zhao Zhao, are you trying to force us to death? Xie Zhaozhao's lips curled into a mocking, indifferent smile. Of course, you should move back to where you came from. You've been freeloading here for years. Do you really think this is your home? Mrs. Chao sat on the ground, slapping her thighs and crying. Your mother married into our family and only gave birth to you, a girl. She cut off our family's lineage. When you go downstairs, you'll have to kneel and apologize to the ancestors. Stop talking. Xie Zhaozhao stepped forward and sharply slapped Mrs. Chao. Try saying one more word about my mother. Mrs. Chao was stunned by the slap and didn't respond for a moment. The house was given to my mother as a dowry by my maternal grandfather. It's not yours, the Xie family. My parents just passed away, and you're trying to take over my home and force me to marry. I've tolerated you long enough. The house deed is with me. You have 3 days to move out, or I'll report you to the authorities. Your family will end up in jail together. You dare. Although Mrs. Chao said this, her confidence was already weakening. Pei Heng was an official in the government office. Without the house deed, they had no case. It was all because of that stubborn girl. Huimin tried if you dare. Xie Zhaozhao sneered coldly. She then looked at Pei Heng with a smile and asked, Husband, how would the officials judge the situation? 100 strokes of the cane, 3 years of imprisonment. At her gaze, Pei Heng's coldness seemed to fade slightly, but when he looked at Mrs. Chao and her daughter, the oppressive aura returned. Pei Heng was a judicial officer in the border town, responsible for law and order. If the Xie family refused to move, he would handle it strictly according to the law. And the 100 strokes of the cane were very significant. Some people couldn't even endure 30. Mrs. Chao didn't dare argue with Pei Heng. She blamed Huimin for everything and dragged her, hitting and scolding her as they left. The onlookers dispersed. As women, she didn't want to force Huimin to this extent, but Huimin was determined to cause trouble. Still, causing a fuss was good. It cleared the rumors about the original owner. It also made everyone see their true faces, preventing others from gossiping about their abuse of power. With the house deed left by the original mother and Pei Heng's support, the Chao family dared not cause trouble again. This was one of the few possessions the original owner left. Later, she planned to give it to Mu'er as a keepsake. The original owner probably intended this, which is why she didn't give the house deed to Huimin. When leaving home, she didn't take it with her, but hid it in Pei Heng's bookshelf. Pei Heng's room was off-limits. Unless she went in to read, she wouldn't find the deed. She knew then that the original owner loved children, but she loved herself more. Xie Zhaozhao looked down at Mu, feeling it was okay. She would love him well in the future, even more than before. Just now, Mu had been by her side, worried she might be bullied, ready to fight the Chao family mother and daughter. She liked this child at first sight, perhaps because they are truly destined to be mother and son. Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhaozhao and Mu'er with deep, unreadable eyes. Zhao, Pei Heng's low voice sounded beside her. She looked up, smiling gently, and asked cheerfully, "Didn't we agree that today Mu'er would take us to see a play? Are we going or not?" "Of course, we are going," Pei Heng said, holding her hand and gently squeezing it, showing he valued her greatly. Xie Zhaozhao playfully scratched his palm with her finger, her eyes shining with charm. "Wait a moment, I want to change into a pretty dress first." Mu'er immediately said, "Mother looks beautiful in whatever she wears." No woman dislikes being praised for her beauty. Knowing you're pretty is one thing, being told so is another. Our Mu'er is also very handsome and charming. When he grows up, he will surely attract many girls. Mother will love him to death. Xie Zhaozhao hugged her son, pressing her forehead to his, their closeness full of love. Pei Heng felt a bit uncomfortable, like he was being ignored. And she said she loved Mu'er. She meant love, not just like. The little boy's mouth was sweet as honey, increasingly resembling Xie Zhaozhao. It was Pei Heng who had pulled her waist, naturally. No one else had the strength or courage to do so. "Mu'er says you look good in anything, so no need to change." Xie Zhaozhao pouted. "No, I haven't worn the dress I made last time. I want to wear the prettiest one." Then she seemed to remember something, beckoning him with her finger. "Lower a bit." He was too tall. Every time they kissed, it was a bit difficult. Pei Heng didn't know what she was about to do, but cooperated by leaning down slightly. "After you change, I'll show you first, okay?" Her soft, gentle voice was like a sweet breeze, charming and delightful, making his heart itch with longing. Without hesitation, Pei Heng nodded, though secretly wishing. But she finished teasing him and ran away, leaving the father and son to stare at each other in surprise. "Dad, what did Mother just say to you?" Mu'er asked curiously. "Your mother said I look good," Pei Heng replied calmly, without blushing or panting. "Better than Mu'er?" Mu'er's little face showed shock. "Yes, better than Mu'er." "Dad is lying." Mu'er pouted, looking upset. Mother had just praised him as the most handsome and loved him most, yet Dad was lying. "Your mother first knew and liked Dad, then she met you, so you come second." Just moments ago, Mu'er was happily smiling, but suddenly he started to cry. "I want to find Mother." Pei Heng picked up his son and pinched his little face. "Crying and looking for your mother? Are you still not a real man?"
Pei Mu pouted sadly.
"I am a little man. I can cry. Even Nyo still wets the bed. Wetting the bed is more embarrassing than crying." "Don't mention Nyo wetting the bed again." Pei Heng thought he was being teased.
Pei Mu responded softly.
Pei Heng couldn't bear to see his son upset, so he wiped his son's tears and said, "Your mother likes to see you smile the most." Pei Mu quickly raised his small hand to wipe his tears and comforted himself. "Mu'er won't cry anymore." "Good boy." Pei Heng patted his son's little head. Xie Zhaozhao seemed especially fond of styling his son's hair into two little buns. His skin was already fair, and with his hair styled like that, he looked like a little girl. "Don't mess up my hair." He loved the hair his mother styled for him. She said that once his hair grew longer, she would give him a pretty headband with little bells hanging on it. He hadn't seen such a headband before, but he was sure it would be very beautiful. After changing clothes, Xie Zhaozhao jumped out of the room, and Pei Heng raised his hand to cover Mu'er's eyes when he heard the footsteps. "Is it pretty?" Xie Zhaozhao twirled around, holding his skirt, bright and a little proud. "Yes, it's pretty." The dress's color made her skin look as white as snow, bright and charming. Pei Heng looked at her with deep eyes, clearly amazed. Though he only said 2 words, his tone was lazy and affectionate. Maybe because the sun was a bit hot, Xie Zhaozhao felt her face flush. She seemed to blush more easily now. But he only praised her with 2 words. She had been beautiful since she was little, always complimented. No one had ever failed to pursue her, written love letters or even more passionate ones, but she looked down on them all. Unexpectedly, she ended up in a pure love story after entering the book. She was quite proud of herself. Pei Mu pushed away Pei Heng's big hand angrily.
"Dad,
Dad covered his whole face, blocking his view of his mother, and she couldn't see him either. Are your tears wiped away? Pei Heng asked in a voice both father and son could hear. Pei Mu puffed out his cheeks. He didn't cry anymore. Seeing his mother made him feel better, his eyes shining, and he smiled brightly. Mother is so beautiful. Mother is a fairy descending to earth. Recently, Pei Mu had been listening to stories. The storyteller often praised beautiful women as if they were fairies descending from heaven. Pei Heng sneered a little at his son's flattery. Have you seen a fairy? Of course, my mother is one. Pei Mu nodded sincerely. Xie Zhaozhao happily hugged Pei Mu's little face and kissed him. What a little sweetheart. Look at my mother's clothes. Are they the same color as yours? We call this a parent-child outfit, specially for little fairies and little heroes. Xie Zhaozhao was very pleased, with a smile that matched her son's exactly. Pei Heng usually has serious eyebrows, but now they were soft with a gentle smile as he watched the mother and son praise each other. Pei Mu's little face was full of pride. He was wearing the same clothes as his mother, something no one else had. His mother even called him a little hero and said she loved him most. Pei Heng. As expected, a sweet-talking child is more charming than one who can do things well. She hadn't noticed before that this child had a talent for scheming. Seeing Pei Mu smile so happily, showing his little white teeth, Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel adorable. She couldn't resist kissing her son again. She would never allow such a cute little boy to end up sad and lonely. Pei Mu also hugged Xie Zhaozhao and kissed her cheek, saying, "Mom smells so good." Pei Heng cleared his throat. Did they not see him? They didn't have clothes like his, nor was it his turn to get a kiss. This time, Xie Zhaozhao took the initiative to hold Pei Heng's hand and gently shook his fingers. Let's go. Pei Heng held her hand back, looked down at her, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Okay, let's go. Pei Mu hugged his father's neck with one arm and made a gesture to start. As soon as they stepped outside, she saw a carriage parked at the door and turned to look at Pei Heng. It seemed their family wasn't wealthy enough to go out in a carriage. It was ordered a few days ago, so you and Muir can go out more easily, Pei Heng said calmly, as if talking about good weather. Xie Zhaozhao's eyes lit up. Having a carriage was so convenient, no more walking under the hot sun. She looked up at him and softly said, "My husband is so good." In modern times, that would be like giving a car almost a romantic gift. Is that okay? The man's low voice almost sounded like a whisper. Okay, my husband is the best. Pei Heng looked down at her beautiful red lips moving as she spoke, and his words truly touched her heart. But she had just praised Muir and kissed him. Pei Mu was happy too. Now, we have a carriage, and we can go out with Mom in the future. No more worries about Mom not being able to carry him. He was eager to get in the carriage. Pei Heng carried Muir with one arm and easily lifted him into the carriage with the other. Inside, the carriage was padded so that even if they bumped into something, it wouldn't hurt. Muir was curious about everything and played inside the carriage. Pei Heng kept his eyes on her, shielding his son with his legs to prevent him from falling, but his gaze also fell on Xie Zhaozhao. She noticed his look and asked, "What are you looking at me for? Can't look?" Pei Heng smiled softly with his thin lips. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly felt that this scene was a bit familiar. She remembered. Before, she also spoke to him in this tone. At that time, she had a teasing tone.
But now,
Xie Zhaozhao's desire to win stirred inside her, and she moved a little closer to him, almost leaning on him. She blinked and said, "If you like to watch, then watch enough." Pei Heng looked at her beautiful face, his heart stormy, but his expression remained calm. However, he wrapped his arm around her waist, and his answer was clear without words. Pei Mu was satisfied watching her carriage, then climbed onto her father's lap, resting her face on her mother, feeling very comfortable. "Father, can the carriage go to the capital?" Pei Mu suddenly asked. "Yes, do you want to go to the capital?" Xie Zhaozhao teased her son with a smile. "Yes, I want to go to the capital to take the top scholar exam, so that father and mother can go with me," Pei Mu said. He didn't know where the capital was or what a top scholar was, but from their words, he understood that a top scholar was a high official, very impressive. He also wanted to be a top scholar so his mother would like him the most, the first favorite. Pei Heng didn't expect Muir to have this idea in his young mind. He hugged his son closer to himself, making him sit more steadily. To become a top scholar, you need to read many books and write many essays. It's hard work. Are you not afraid? Pei Mu frowned seriously. I'm not afraid. As long as mother likes me, I am not afraid of anything. Xie Zhaozhao felt a moment of awkwardness. It seemed that the original owner's elopement had a big impact on Pei Mu. No wonder in the book, Pei Mu didn't inherit the heir position and was focused on studying and entering officialdom. It turned out that this was his obsession. He had been hoping for his mother's approval and affection. Xie Zhaozhao felt a strange mix of sourness and tenderness in her chest. She smiled gently, her expression rare and serious. No matter what Muir does, mother likes him. Whether he takes the top scholar exam or not, whether he goes to the capital or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is being with Muir. Pei Mu was a bit confused. They clearly said that mother liked the top scholar who could read well and liked the capital, but now they said it didn't matter. But if mother said she liked him and wanted to be with him, then mother wouldn't leave him. Really? Of course, Muir is the most important person to mother. Is he the first person you liked? First liked, Xie Zhaozhao said seriously. Pei Mu raised his eyebrows proudly and looked at his father. Mother said she liked me first. It's not necessarily that she liked him first because they knew each other longer. She could like him more later. His mother told him the story of the tortoise and the hare, and in the end, the tortoise won. I still want to be the top scholar, and I want to make my mother happy. Xie Zhaozhao looked at her son's cute and soft appearance, feeling more tender. She was busy comforting her young son's fragile heart, holding him and speaking sweet words, not noticing Pei Heng's expression nearby. It seemed everything was changing, but she liked these changes very much. The carriage had been moving for a long time without stopping, and only then did Xie Zhaozhao realize something was wrong. Are we not there yet? Don't you like the play, you Lu Chun?
Pei Heng asked.
Xie Zhaozhao peeked through the curtain and saw that the carriage had already left the city walls. No wonder he used a carriage to go out. It was planned from the start. How long does it take to get from here to Fong City? She asked. About 2 hours. We will stay in Fong City tonight and return tomorrow. Pei Mu, hearing they would stay out overnight, clapped excitedly. Kids are always happy to go out and play. The carriage rocked back and forth. At first, Pei Mu was excited, chattering nonstop like a little bird, but soon he got sleepy. They stopped at a tea stall on the way for tea, then traveled for over an hour more, reaching Fong City near the end of the day. Although they had snacks on the way, they still felt a bit hungry. Pei Heng had bought tickets for the evening show, so they had plenty of time. Fong City was bigger and more lively than the border town. The wide streets and bustling crowds showed its prosperity. But Pei Heng seemed familiar with the place, leading them directly to an inn. The front yard of the inn was a restaurant, and the backyard was the inn itself. The storefront facing the street was busy but clean. Xie Zhaozhao wasn't sure what to order, so she handed the task to Pei Heng, who probably knew more about Muir's tastes. When Pei Heng spoke to the waiter, he was polite and refined, unlike other guests who shouted loudly. His noble upbringing was deeply ingrained. Even now, in this small town, he remained himself. He was neither arrogant like a person in power, nor servile like someone in trouble. In official attire, he was the military officer Pei Kanjun, holding a sword to uphold justice. In casual clothes, he was a good husband, caring for his wife and family. The dishes arrived quickly, with a good mix of meat and vegetables, mostly adjusted to her and Muir's tastes. One dish, pigeon soup, was clearly for her. Her grandmother loved making medicinal dishes, and she knew pigeon soup was very nourishing for women. Sure enough, Pei Heng first served her a bowl of soup. Xie Zhaozhao didn't say much, but smiled warmly, feeling like a seasoned couple sharing a quiet understanding. Pei Mu was nibbling on a chicken leg, his mouth greasy, but still very well behaved. After finishing dinner, they returned to the room to rest for a while. When they went out, it was just dusk. The evening breeze was gentle, and some shops had already lit lanterns, creating a beautiful scene. Pei Mu found everything interesting, but because there were many people and it wasn't a familiar place, Pei Heng kept him in his arms. Yulo Spring was not far from the inn. It only took a short walk during the tea time. Even though Xie Zhaozhao was mentally prepared, she was still amazed by the reputation of Yulo Spring. The interior was even more impressive, decorated in an antique style with great taste. Xie Zhaozhao knew a bit about interior design and understood that the more elaborate the decoration, the more money it cost. No wonder only high officials and nobles came here. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. Wan Xiaonyang's big spending exceeded her expectations. She even wanted to ask Pei Heng about her background. Are the tickets expensive? Xie Zhaozhao asked suddenly. Not too bad, Pei Heng replied calmly, showing no sign of regret. Xie Zhaozhao quickly realized that Pei Heng not only bought such expensive tickets, but also a room on the second floor. Are you not worried about money? She whispered. He had been spending quite a lot recently. Pei Heng glanced at her with a low gaze and a faint smile. Raising you and the child is enough. Xie Zhaozhao usually wanted the best of everything, but she rarely felt worried about his money. Are you hiding something from me? She took the opportunity to ask.
Wanna know?
Pei Heng curled his lips. Xie Zhaozhao nodded eagerly and moved closer. His gaze fell on her face, bright eyes, white teeth, and lips that looked tempting, making one want to kiss her. Xie Zhaozhao seemed unaware of his thoughts and coquettishly said, Tell me. Pei Heng lowered his eyes, his lips almost touching her. Brother Pei. A voice came from nearby. Pei Heng looked up and saw Qin Shu among a group of people. Xie Zhaozhao withdrew her body. When she saw the woman approaching, dressed in official attire, she didn't hide her gender and looked quite heroic. The woman also looked at her. Probably a woman's instinct told her. Xie Zhaozhao saw a hint of displeasure in her eyes. No, more precisely, it was disdain. Xie Zhaozhao calmly withdrew her gaze. It seemed Pei Heng attracted many admirers. There was even a flower in Fangcheng. Master Qin. Pei Heng nodded softly. Brother Pei, why didn't you say you were coming to Fangcheng? I wanted to host you, Qin Shu said cheerfully, with a familiar tone. Accompanying my wife and child to watch the show is enough. No need to trouble you, Pei Heng replied, holding his wife with one arm and his son with the other. So this is what sister-in-law looks like. I heard she is very beautiful, and today I see it for myself. It seems men like delicate women. Qin Shu smiled and glanced at Xie Zhaozhao. At this moment, Xie Zhaozhao leaned into Pei Heng's arms, looking more dependent and gentle. Being delicate is not necessarily a bad thing. But when Qin Shu said it, it sounded different, less friendly. Husband, who is she? Xie Zhaozhao lowered her eyes and looked obedient, acting like a naive young woman. Recently, Pei Heng noticed Xie Zhaozhao's sharpness deep inside, and he didn't miss the teasing look in her eyes. This is Qin Dashu, the official in Fangcheng. Pei Heng looked at her with a bright, loving smile. I heard the court recruited some female officials, and the requirements were very strict. Qin Dashu being accepted shows she is very talented. Xie Zhaozhao admired her ability. She knew well that women often had to work harder than men to succeed, especially in a male-dominated society. There's no denying Qin Shu is very capable. Qin Shu squinted her eyes, looking a bit proud. Being a female official isn't that great. Men always think women in official positions are too strong and not gentle enough, so they can't please them. When Qin Shu said this, her eyes seemed to casually glance at Xie Zhaozhao in Pei Heng's arms, then finally land on him, as if seeking his confirmation. There's no good or bad about it. Whether you're an official or not, strong or gentle, it's your choice. As long as you're happy, that's enough. You don't need to care what others think. It's like drinking water. Only you know if it's warm or cold. Pei Heng's voice was deep and calm, like he was telling a story. He didn't argue with Qin Shu or embarrass her. From start to finish, his eyes never looked at her, only focused on his wife in his arms. But Qin Shu felt like she was choking on something. She couldn't argue back, but she felt unhappy inside. Qin Shu's expression was complicated. When she looked at the woman in his arms, delicate and weak. She could tell she was the kind of woman men wanted to protect. She didn't like women who depended on and flattered men to survive, and this wasn't just about her. Qin Shu lowered her eyes, then smiled again. Pei Ge doesn't come here often, so I have to show some hospitality. She clapped her hands and called a servant. Tonight's expenses will be on me. Qin Shu was a regular guest at Yellow Spring and had an official status, so the people here showed her respect. This also satisfied her vanity. Pei Heng didn't refuse anymore. Then, I thank Lord Qin. I won't bother Brother Pei anymore. I'll take my leave. Qin Shu made a fist-bumping gesture, looking honest and upright. Xie Zhaozhao tried to push away Pei Heng, but his arm was firm. She tested and couldn't move him. The man looked down at her, his handsome face showing a slight flicker of emotion. When we were in Fong City on official business, I helped her out. Are you showing off how many love interests you have? Xie Zhaozhao's black and white eyes stared at him angrily, accusing him. But he could see that Qin Shu had some feelings for him, which was rare.
You know I don't mean that.
We rarely get to watch a show, so don't be upset for others. Pei Heng wrapped his arm around her waist, preventing her from leaving his embrace. After speaking, he turned to his son in his arms and said, Your mother is angry. Go and comfort her. Pei Mu leaned down, holding Xie Zhaozhao, and kissed her face. Are you still mad, Mom? Xie Zhaozhao was always patient with Pei Mu. She held her son's small hand and cooperated. I'm not mad anymore. After all, our Mu'er is so cute. Pei Mu proudly looked at Pei Heng. Daddy also needs a kiss. Pei Heng looked down at her, a gentle smile on his lips. Truly his son. Xie Zhaozhao pouted. Dream on. The woman he brought over showed off her authority in front of her, then brought food and drinks to annoy her. He wanted to move on with a light remark. No way. But she didn't have time to argue with him now. The show was about to start. After the drums and gongs, actors and actresses appeared on stage. Back then, this kind of play wasn't as refined as in later times. But for ancient people, it was already a visual feast. Still, it could be better. Xie Zhaozhao asked a servant for paper, then took a small pouch from her bag and took out a piece of stone ink. She watched the show while sketching on the paper. Qin Shu looked far at Pei Heng, whose son sat quietly in his arms, watching the stage without fuss. He was peeling walnuts and hazelnuts, placing each one on small dishes in front of his wife, occasionally feeding his son a nut. His movements were calm, natural, and elegant, not losing his dignity even while doing such small chores. Because of his thoughtfulness, the couple beside them even had a small disagreement. Qin Shu lowered her eyes, looking a bit lonely. Actually, no one disliked her. It was just that she didn't like anyone who liked her. But no matter how much she liked him, she wouldn't become a concubine. She had heard their marriage was not good and had hoped a little. Now it seemed the rumors were false. Life is unfair. Sincere people are betrayed, while those who forget loyalty thrive. He was so good, yet he married a wife who was just a pretty face with no benefit to his career. Are all men only concerned with appearance? And is he no exception? Just as the performance reached its exciting, the lead actress suddenly looked pained and collapsed into a pool of blood. With a cry of someone's dead, the audience erupted into chaos. Everyone instinctively ran outside, and the scene became very disorderly. Pei Heng instinctively protected his wife and child, his eyes and movements showing caution. Based on his years of experience in solving cases, he sensed something was wrong. Perhaps the killer was among the audience. Suddenly, he noticed a man in the corner acting differently from others, moving hurriedly and nervously. The man was very calm and instinctively covered his face with a folding fan, showing signs of guilt. The city of Bian is under the jurisdiction of Fong City, and the magistrate of Fong City is also his superior. With a crime happening right under his nose and the culprit escaping, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Pei Heng gently placed Mu'er on a chair and said, "Stay with your mother. Don't run around. Daddy will be back soon." After speaking, he tiptoed over the second-floor railing, leaping into the air with a few steps, and blocked the blue-clad man's path precisely. The man was first startled, clearly guilty, then angrily said, "Move aside. You good for nothing. Get out of my way." In that moment, all his expressions fell into Pei Heng's eyes. Even if he wasn't the murderer, he was definitely involved. "Someone has died in the theater. No one is allowed to leave," Pei Heng said seriously. The man in blue was very arrogant. "Do you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Are you tired of living?" When he moved to attack, Pei Heng raised an arm to block him, and he couldn't dodge. The name and identity of the young master are not important. "Before the laws of Daki, everyone is equal," Pei Heng said firmly. While Qin Shu was momentarily stunned, the chaos on the stage had already started. As a government official of Daki, she couldn't ignore it, especially since she saw Pei Heng step forward. She rushed up, pulled out her badge, and shouted, "I am an official of the Daki Bureau of Household Registration. Stop your arrogance. Guard the gates carefully. No one is allowed to leave." Although everyone was unhappy with the woman in front of them, they respected the badge she held. Qin Shu called over a guard and said, "Quickly go to the yamen and inform the magistrate that the Yulo Spring incident has occurred." As an official, the guard dared not refuse. "Are you all right?"
Qin Shu asked.
Pei Heng shook his head. "Please, Magistrate Qin, make sure to watch this person carefully." Since Qin Shu was in charge now, as a city official, she should take responsibility. After Pei Heng finished speaking and was about to leave, the man in blue refused to back down. "Stop right there." He shook his shoulders, held his head high, and looked very arrogant. "Who is this wild kid who popped out of nowhere, meddling in others' affairs, and shamelessly claims to watch over me? Qin Shu, tell him who I am." The man in blue openly called Qin Shu by her name, showing he had a notable background. Qin Shu showed a desire to ease the situation and smiled, saying, "Brother Pei, this is the niece of the county magistrate's wife, Li Jia's third young master from Yanqing." Qin Shu emphasized the words county magistrate's wife to remind Pei Heng of this person's identity. Pei Heng sneered with disdain, "So you are young Master Li." Li Jia from Yanqing is also a noble family, but in recent years, they have become increasingly unruly. The family's younger members act very arrogantly. Seeing Pei Heng's attitude, Li Mian flicked his sleeve and became even more arrogant, saying, "Kneel and apologize, or this matter will not be over today." Qin Shu quickly acted as a peacemaker. Brother Pei is a judicial officer in the border town. It's normal if he doesn't recognize young Master Li. Today's matter is just a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. When the officials arrive, I'll host a drink for everyone. From now on, we'll be friends. Li Mian sneered coldly and refused to back down. "Just a small judicial officer. What's so special? Today, you must kneel and apologize to me. May I ask, where does this young master serve, what rank does he hold, and what is his status?" Xie Zhaozhao had already stepped in front of Li Mian, her beautiful eyes glinting as she raised her chin and said, "Since young master comes from a noble family, I assume he is educated, knows the law, and understands what obstructing official duties means. Do you know what crime that is?" Everyone's gaze fell on Xie Zhaozhao. Not only was she impressive in presence, but she also looked stunning. Delicate features, white skin like jade, hair dark as clouds piled with snow. When did such a beautiful woman appear in Fangcheng? You have no official rank, yet you refuse to salute the officials. That's a crime of disrespect. You also maliciously obstruct official duties, which is another crime. Moreover, you are involved in a murder. Under everyone's watch, how can you bully others with your influence? Xie Zhaozhao said each word clearly. When Qin Shu introduced him, she only mentioned his family background, indicating he had no official position. Furthermore, she suddenly remembered the case involving Li Jia from Yanqing. In the records, the case of Li Jia was handled by Pei Heng himself. The case started when Li Mian caused the death of a singing girl. That girl was from the border town, and her parents and brother reported the matter to the local magistrate. It turned out that the singing girl was the Huadan flower girl, on stage just now. Although Li Jia from Yanqing was a noble family, They had become increasingly arrogant in recent years and had become a local menace. Pei Heng used this case to team up with his rival, the Du family, to investigate thoroughly and uncover many murders committed by the Li family. Li Jia was sentenced to be beheaded or exiled, depending on the severity. Pei Heng solved the major case involving the Li family and gained the magistrate's appreciation. The magistrate, who had long disliked his wife's family for abusing their influence, saw an opportunity. Using Pei Heng's help to eliminate the Li family, he also divorced his wife. This not only preserved his reputation but also earned him a reputation for fairness and justice, acting without bias and punishing the guilty. Soon after, the county magistrate was recognized by the court for this case and was promoted quickly. All of this happened a year after the original owner's death, but it happened earlier than expected. Perhaps it was because of her that a butterfly effect was triggered. This is official business. You don't understand anything, so don't speak recklessly. Qin Shu scolded and even impatiently pushed Xie Zhaozhao away. A delicate little woman should stay behind a man and seek protection. Making a fuss now only adds trouble for him. Xie Zhaozhao, holding the child, was caught off guard by Qin Shu's sudden move and staggered. Afraid of hurting her son, she instinctively protected Pei Mu. Seeing the mother and son almost fall, Pei Heng held her waist with one arm and picked up the child with the other, holding them securely. "Didn't I tell you not to come down?" Pei Heng asked urgently, but without blame. The scene was chaotic, and he was worried they might get hurt. "I was worried about you," Xie Zhaozhao said softly. She could tease her husband, but not others. Hearing this, Pei Heng's heart felt like fine sand falling, soft yet heavy, making his chest ache. For many years, no one had openly protected him like this. But Pei Mu, in his arms, pouted and pointed at Qin Shu, saying, "She pushed my mom. She's a bad person." Pei Heng comforted his son, then looked coldly at Qin Shu. Qin Shu, caught off guard that a child would complain, awkwardly said, "I was worried that Madame Pei might cause trouble here." Li Mian saw through this. It was a family. A delicate young lady trying to stand up for her husband was just a joke. "Your man is so useless that it's not easy for you. If you send this young lady to me for a few days, I might consider letting you go," Li Mian said, his gaze on Xie Zhaozhao growing more lecherous. He had never seen such a beautiful young lady before. Despite having a child, her figure was still so good. Her waist and chest were attractive, much more appealing than the one on stage. He wondered how she would be in bed. Pei Heng's face was as calm as water, his eyes dark like an ink sea. He seemed peaceful, but inside, turbulent waves roared. Those who knew him well understood that he was now filled with murderous intent. Even at his most rebellious youth in Beijing, he never used his power to bully or kill innocents. Now, as a judge, he would not abuse the law. But today, he had the urge to kill. He was already sentenced to death, especially because he had insulted his wife. Pei Heng moved so quickly in front of Li Mian that a scream sounded. He had already disarmed Li Mian's arm. If the case hadn't been fully investigated and the people needed an explanation, he would already be dead. Li Mian knelt on the ground in great pain, shouting loudly, "I won't let you go. I won't let you go." Qin Shu didn't expect Pei Heng to completely offend Li Mian for Xie Zhaozhao. Her gaze grew more filled with disgust. Such a woman only causes trouble. She stepped forward quietly and said, "Brother Pei, you might have caused a big problem today. I will take full responsibility," Pei Heng said, pushing her aside with his elbow, without even looking at her. He used force with his elbow, causing Qin Shu's shoulder to ache, almost making her cry. Qin Shu vented all her anger on Xie Zhaozhao. "It's all your fault. A beauty causing disaster." Pei Heng glared sharply and said, "Lady Qin, be careful with your words. If you keep talking recklessly, I won't care about our friendship." Qin Shu looked pained. Pei Heng, a wise and fair officer, was disturbed tonight because of her. It was all her fault for misleading him. Sure enough, charming women are never good people. Meanwhile, officials from the Yamen arrived quickly and surrounded the theater. They began checking everyone inside, naturally not letting anyone go. Li Mian saw the officials coming and suddenly gained confidence, shouting loudly, "Everyone, come over here." Someone recognized Li Mian's voice and hurried to help him. "Young master, what's wrong?" As soon as they touched Li Mian, he let out a loud scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Useless. Quickly tie this person up for me. I want to peel his skin and tear his tendons." Li Mian's arm was immobilized, so he could only shout at Pei Heng. Qin Shu was heartbroken because of Pei Heng, but she didn't want him to fall into Li Mian's hands. She quickly said, "Young Master Li, calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. Officer Pei only wants to solve the case early and means no harm to you. Madam Pei, this trouble was caused by you. If you really care about Brother Pei, come and apologize to young Master Li." Qin Shu sneered and looked at Xie Huimin. If she truly cared about her husband, she would admit her mistake. She relied on her looks to charm men, and if it could make Li Mian angry, it was somewhat useful. If she didn't step forward to apologize, it would just reveal her true nature to Pei Heng. Women like her, inexperienced and relying on her status as the wife of a judicial officer, only flaunted her power in the border town. This is not a small border town. She can't be allowed to act arrogantly here. Pei Heng immediately stepped in front of Xie Huimin, looking fierce and bloodthirsty, as if anyone who dared to approach would be splattered with blood. "This matter doesn't concern Lady Qin to speak recklessly." Qin Shu anxiously said, "Pei Heng, I am doing this for your own good. Now is not the time to act impulsively. We should first calm Lord Li's anger. She's just a woman. Women like Xie Huimin, who are delicate and rely only on their looks, can be found anywhere. If she is truly taken away by the officials, even with my judicial military status, I will definitely suffer. There's no need to confront Lord Li directly at this moment." She can tell that Lord Li is interested in Xie Huimin, because when she asked Xie Huimin to step forward and apologize, Lord Li did not object. Xie Huimin sneered, "Master Qin, as a woman, you look down on women so much. You wield a butcher's knife against her. Are you a justice officer trying to uphold righteousness, or just a man who bullies women?"
Qin Shu's face changed.
His fingers clenched tighter, and his voice became sharp. "I am talking about official business. Why are you bringing up men and women? Lady Pei, if you don't understand, don't speak, or you'll just embarrass yourself." Xie Huimin chuckled softly. "So-called official business for you is just pleasing the powerful and sacrificing colleagues' wives. Working for you is truly dangerous. Everyone, be careful." Her gaze swept over the officials behind Qin Shu. The officials looked at Qin Shu with suspicion. Who doesn't have wives, daughters, or sisters? If they all have to sacrifice themselves when things go wrong, what's the point of working outside? Qin Shu was annoyed and ashamed. "Stop spreading nonsense. You offended Lord Li, shouldn't you apologize? Insulting me and my wife is unforgivable. Master Qin, protecting the suspect and insulting my wife, Pei has no shame in associating with such people. Today, anyone who dares to hurt my wife, I will make her blood spill on the spot." Pei Heng's voice was calm and cold, yet carried a commanding presence that made people feel chills. "Pei Heng, she's not worth you doing this." Qin Shu was furious. If they fought and the magistrate blamed him, his judicial military position would be lost. "Get out of the way." Pei Heng's aura was fierce. Li Mian saw that Pei Heng did not show respect and snorted coldly. "Are you all just afraid of a few words? Take this woman away too. I will teach her proper rules." Although Li Mian had no official position, he was the direct nephew of the magistrate's wife. They dared not ignore him. Pei Heng patted his son and said, "Muir, hold on tight." Then he protected Xie Huimin behind him. "Don't be afraid." He knew these people's skills well. No matter how many there are, he was not afraid. "I wanted to enjoy a good show with them and their child, but it turned into a disaster that even involved them. However, as a judicial officer, it was my duty, and I do not regret stopping Li Mian. Not teaching a child properly is like raising a tiger. The Li family in Yanqing is probably facing a big trouble because of this." Stands still. Everyone sees him.
Li Mian Shota.
Who dares to move my people on my territory? A female voice rang out, and a group of guards led a woman from the gate. This woman was none other than the owner of Yulo Spring. When Yulo Spring had trouble, someone immediately informed her. Wan Chunyang saw Xie Zhaozhao surrounded by officials as soon as she entered. The man protecting Xie Zhaozhao was someone she didn't recognize, but she knew the child in his arms. He was Xie Zhaozhao's son. Wan Chunyang guessed his identity and was surprised to find he was an official. Her guards said that the scene was chaotic, and the first to step forward to control the situation was him. Xie Zhaozhao heard a familiar voice and turned to see Chunyang. Big Sister Qi. Xie Zhaozhao's face lit up with joy. A bright, charming woman happily called her sister, and she found it hard to refuse. Although Wan Chunyang was a woman, everyone loved beautiful things in the world. I didn't expect you to come to Yulo Spring. Why didn't you say hello? I would have personally hosted you, Wan Chunyang said affectionately, taking Xie Zhaozhao's hand. The new storybook from the shopkeeper had been delivered quickly by a fast horse, and she loved it so much. Before I could inform you, something happened. I suppose you came here because of a murder case, Xie Zhaozhao said honestly. The key issue was that someone had died in Yulo Spring. This was Chunyang's territory, and she was also a victim. If she guaranteed the investigation, the current dilemma could be solved. Exactly. Wan Chunyang nodded. Her business spread far and wide, and she had encountered many things, but tonight's chaos was the worst she had seen. Since it's rare to meet today, let me introduce you. This is my husband, Pei Heng, a judicial officer from Bianqing. He has solved many cases and is very skilled at this. He was the first to find the suspect just now, Wan Chunyang said, pulling Pei Heng over and proudly introducing him. Qin Shu was about to speak when Wan Chunyang looked at him with a commanding gaze. Master Qin, you're so impressive. It seems that after being an official for so long, you've forgotten that you are also a woman.
Chunyang, you misunderstand.
Shut up. If it weren't for your constant interference, the case would already be solved. The person who died was from Yulo Spring, not your family. Naturally, you can speak so arrogantly here. Xie Zhaozhao interrupted her. After speaking, she looked at Pei Heng again. Husband, you need to quickly investigate the case so the deceased can rest in peace and the Jade Building Spring can be peaceful. Most importantly, these guests can go home early. When Xie Zhaozhao said this, everyone agreed. Yes, solving the case is the key. Otherwise, how long will they be detained? No one knew what was going on with Qin Sihu, who kept blocking the investigation. If it was really Li Mian, they could have gone home long ago. It's so unlucky. Wan Chunyang nodded. Then, I thank Commander Pei. Although Xie Zhaozhao was using her influence, solving the case early and clearing the name of Jade Building Spring would also avoid offending the guests. That would be perfect. She was worried she couldn't solve the case soon, so this was a win-win situation. Wait, Li Mian interrupted. If you don't take me seriously, I think you don't want to open Jade Building Spring anymore. Li Mian was used to being domineering in Yanqing and never restrained himself in Fangcheng. He had heard of this autumn boss, who was quite influential. Could he be more powerful than the prefect? At most, he was just a merchant. Wan Chunyang sneered. The Li family in Yanqing, right? Good. You know, Li Mian wanted to show off his power, but when he moved his arm, he felt sharp pain. Someone, watch Li Gongzi carefully. If the case isn't solved, he won't leave Jade Building Spring for a day. Also, notify the prefect and Li Chongming that Li Mian is here. Wan Chunyang finished speaking and no longer looked at him. Li Mian was pulled away, crying out like a pig being slaughtered. I won't. But after just a few words, his mouth was covered, and he was forced to sit in a chair. Pei Heng had already gone forward to examine the woman's body. He had people cover her with a curtain to block outsiders and quickly determine the cause of death. This woman has been pregnant for at least 2 months. She probably took abortion medicine before dying, which caused her to bleed and collapse. She was also poisoned with strychnine, Pei Heng said. This woman is one of Jade Building Spring's performers. How could she be pregnant if she wasn't married? Wan Chunyang asked. Wan Qianyang's question wasn't about why she was pregnant, but about who the father was. These secrets naturally needed to be investigated from the people close to the deceased. A performer usually eats and lives together, so they knew the most about the lady. Yunyang hasn't had much appetite lately and has been vomiting everything she eats. But before going on stage, she drank a pigeon soup, which she enjoyed. She said her sweetheart specially made it for her. A few days ago, she told me she would stop singing at the end of this month to get married. She even gave me her savings from these years. Pei Heng went to get the bowl used by Yunyang, and indeed found 2 types of poison inside. The performers in the opera troupe all signed contracts with Yu Lu Chun, which still had 2 years left. If they wanted to leave, they would have to pay a penalty. Yunyang said this, meaning someone would pay that penalty for her. This was not a small amount of money. It seemed the other person was quite wealthy. Xie Zhao and Pei Heng exchanged a rare look of understanding. Do you know who she is going to marry?
No.
Since they have decided to marry for life, is there a token of their promise? Pei Heng walked up to Li Mian and took off the cloth from his mouth. Do you recognize Feng Yunyang?
No. Li Mian rapidly impatiently.
Think carefully before you answer, Lord Li. How would I know, performer? That's a joke. Pei Heng's eyes were very intense. When did I say Feng Yunyang was a performer? Li Mian licked his lips and looked around nervously. You. Pei Heng, I tell you, when my uncle comes, you'll be in big trouble. Do you recognize this purse? It's embroidered with. With what? Li Mian stared at the purse, looking tense. He wanted to grab it but couldn't lift his arm. Seeing that Pei Heng was gathering more clues, Li Mian threatened. You are an official. I have plenty of ways to get rid of you. When that happens, I won't let your delicate little lady go either. Pei Heng looked down at him coldly, a faint smile in his eyes, and slowly said, You don't have a chance anymore. Li Mian leaned back in his chair, becoming more arrogant. My uncle will be here soon. Let's see how you handle this. Feng Yunyang died on the stage in front of everyone. No matter how skilled he was, he had no proof it was him. He wasn't afraid of him. Xie Zhao stepped out from behind the curtain, sweetly saying, Husband, why waste time talking to him? Yunyang has already woken up. Just ask her, and she'll tell you everything. Li Mian's face changed suddenly, showing shock. Impossible. Poison from the madder root couldn't possibly be survived. Pei Heng appeared to be talking to Xie Zhao but was actually watching Li Mian's expression closely. This trick really worked. Xie Zhao's gaze seemed to casually brush past Li Mian, and she curled her lips, saying to herself, You say the person who poisoned her is really stupid. Don't they know that red flowers and madder root are incompatible? That way, the poison strength is weakened, and Yunyang might actually survive. It's just a pity. Xie Zhao hesitated, and Pei Heng naturally took over her words. What a pity. Unfortunately, the child was not saved, but luckily, Lady Yu was pregnant, which saved her life. This child is considered to have taken the disaster for her. Li Mian licked his lips, feeling a bit anxious. Lady Yu was quite lucky not to have been poisoned to death. She had vainly hoped that her status as a mother would help her marry him, but she didn't consider her own background. How could he possibly marry a lowly actress? It was just for fun. His father was unhappy with him lately and wanted to marry him a suitable wife who would benefit him. But she foolishly insisted on causing trouble in Yanqing. If her father found out, it would be over. He naturally couldn't let her live. As they walked, they talked, and their words happened to be overheard by Li Mian. Qin Shu also heard this and deliberately tried to ease the relationship with Pei Heng. Commander Pei, this concerns the case. Please, respected madam, avoid suspicion. After all, she's not part of the official office. If needed, I can help. Xie Zhao glanced at her with a cold smile. What does my husband's conversation with me have to do with you? Isn't Magistrate Qin shielding Li Mian? Now is the time for him to stay by his side. When the magistrate arrives and sees this, perhaps Magistrate Qin will get a promotion. As soon as Xie Zhao finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. Inside the spring pavilion, there were actually more female guests than male guests. Tonight, Qin Shu was going to introduce Xie Zhao to Li Mian to curry favor, and everyone was watching. Qin Shu, as a female official, was respected as a symbol of a woman's honor. Everyone looked up to her. But now, she treated women like toys, more contemptible than those arrogant men. The high regard she once had was shattered loudly today. Madam Pei, I may have acted improperly tonight, but I have no selfish motives. It's all for Lady Pei's good, Qin Shu said after a moment of silence. Boss Chiu knew Li Mian's identity and dared to act so boldly behind his back, which suggested he had powerful backing. Xie Zhaozhao was surprised to learn she was familiar with Boss Chiu. A woman like Qin Shu, who could hold the position of household registrar, naturally understood how to weigh pros and cons. After realizing this, she decided to swallow her pride and try to reconcile with them. Even if reconciliation wasn't possible, she couldn't afford to offend them. If she could join in, solving the case would also benefit her. Moreover, if the murderer was truly Li Mian, she could prepare early. That lady you had woken up, and she definitely wanted to see her. When the magistrate arrived later, she would have a way to handle the situation. Xie Zhaozhao snorted coldly. Who do you think you are, to pretend to be kind? Magistrate Qin, if you're free, you should take care of yourself first. Madam Pei, you're not part of the official office, so you don't understand many things. It's normal for colleagues to help each other. Surely, Madam Pei wouldn't feel jealous over that? Pei Heng glared at her and sneered openly. What does your wife have to be jealous of? Her intelligence is far below yours, let alone anything else. Although he didn't specify what anything else was, everyone understood. Qin Shu was only of average appearance, and her official robes gave her some authority. In terms of looks, she was clearly at a disadvantage. And based on tonight's events, it was hard to tell if she was just overly clever or what, but she looked very unrefined. Pei Heng's disdainful tone and gaze made it seem like he was looking at something dirty. Qin Shu's anger suddenly flared up inside her. You protect her like this, yet she refuses to do anything for you. It shows she doesn't truly care for you. She hurriedly took a few steps forward, glaring angrily at the man who refused to even look at her directly. I never thought you would also be so obsessed with beauty.
I was wrong about you.
Pei Heng finally stopped and looked at her with a calm, cold gaze. It turns out that not only are you not smart, but your eyes are also blind. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but laugh out loud, thinking Pei Heng was usually not good with words, but today she saw he was sharp and direct. Qin Shu was blocked outside the curtain, and she didn't get along well with Li Mian either, who scolded her as useless. Not only Qin Shu, but others from the government office were also kept outside. Soon, Yunyang was helped out of the curtain and walked step by step toward Li Mian. Li Lang. Her voice was full of longing and sorrow, unable to hide her feelings. Li Mian's face turned pale, and he instinctively stepped back.
She was really alive.
The guards who had been holding him back quietly retreated after Ming Chunyang signaled them. Li Mian almost fell off his chair. Wretch, don't come near. Li Lang, you're so cruel. Yunyang's voice was theatrical, like she was crying. I don't know you. Get away. Li Lang, why did you kill her child? Give me my child's life back. You're just a low-class actress.
How can you compare to me? You're not fit to have my child.
From now on, let's forget each other. Don't bother me anymore, Li Mian said impatiently. Do you know how much pain that red flower caused? And that marsh plant, it made me breathless. How could you be so heartless? With all those poisons, I should have used red lead. As soon as Li Mian finished speaking, Yunyang took off her headpiece. Although her face was still covered in makeup, it was clear she was not Yunyang. Actors were very good at imitating voices. She was familiar with Yunyang and could naturally imitate her voice. Only then did Li Mian realize he had been fooled. You are a fool to dare deceive me with false words. Watch me not punish you. Before Li Mian could reach, he was kicked away by guards from Yulo-chun. How dare you kill someone in Yulo-chun? That's extremely bold. Someone, tie him up. When the magistrate arrives, I want an explanation, Wan Chunyang said angrily this time. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Qin Shu, whose face was turning pale. Lord Qin, you should think carefully about how to explain yourself later. The smile in Xie Zhaozhao's eyes was light and casual, but the sharper her words, the more pointed they became. Qin Shu's face suddenly changed. She was proud and couldn't tolerate Xie Zhaozhao openly mocking her. Since they had already torn apart their relationship and there was no way to go back, she didn't need to hold back anymore. After all, she was an official, and the magistrate's office was not comparable to Pei Heng's border town military office. Madam Pei, your words are not correct. I also want to find the murderer. If Madam Pei hadn't obstructed, as the official in Fengcheng, I should have been involved, Qin Shu said with a smile. Li Mian openly admitted to poisoning and killing in front of everyone. Everyone in Yulo Chun was a witness. Even with his great power, he couldn't deny it. It's easy to buy one person, but impossible to buy so many. Most guests at Yulo Chun had some connection to the powerful. Li Mian chose to kill in front of so many people at Yulo Chun because he thought that killing a minor performer wouldn't cause the authorities to investigate the noble guests openly. In the end, it would just become an unresolved case. But Pei Heng was present. He not only took charge, but also found the real culprit in such a short time. Lord Qin is an official of the provincial government. Of course, you should investigate the case. That's why my husband handed over the suspect to you first. But not only did the magistrate's office not investigate immediately, they also protected the suspect, wasting everyone's time and delaying the case, she said openly, breaking Qin Shu's hypocritical mask. Now she wanted to clear herself and shift the blame onto her?
Dream on.
Qin Shu bit her lip and looked at her coldly. She underestimated her. She didn't expect her to be so sharp-tongued. Truly a cunning townsperson. Lord Qin, don't stare at me. The magistrate has arrived, Xie Zhaozhao said with a faint smile. A woman in a man's world of officials would naturally have a harder time. Playing tricks and flattering wasn't unusual, but she was reversing right and wrong, ignoring the law, trampling on women's dignity. Losing her conscience and bottom line in this pursuit of fame and fortune made her no longer a person. Qin Shu looked up and indeed saw Magistrate Tang arriving surrounded by a crowd. Qin Shu hurried forward to bow, but the governor of Tang seemed not to notice her and simply walked straight toward Wan Qianyang. Not knowing that Princess Fong is in Fong City, I apologize for my late arrival and hope Princess will forgive me, the Tang governor said, bowing deeply without any sign of disrespect. Not knowing is understandable. Governor Tang, please do not bow, Wan Qianyang said casually. The governor of Tang broke out in a cold sweat. All this trouble was caused by that little rascal Li Mian, nearly costing him his life. Li Mian didn't care about the princess. Those scoundrels tricked him into confessing and kicked him, almost killing him. When the governor of Tang entered, Li Mian shouted, "Uncle, save me. Uncle, please save me." The governor of Tang wished he could kick him to death. His own foolishness was dragging others down with him. He couldn't save him now, and even if he could, he wouldn't. Over the years, he had committed many evil deeds, harming countless women. If this continued, it would eventually bring trouble to the Tang family. How could he live up to his ancestors if he did nothing? The governor of Tang scolded angrily, "You poisoned and murdered people. Your crimes are heinous. The law will not tolerate this. Take him away, lock him in the death cell, and hold a court to decide his fate." "Uncle, you can't treat me like this. Auntie loves me most." "She won't agree," Li Mian wailed. "Take him away," the governor of Tang said firmly. Li Mian was taken away crying and howling, but the governor showed no mercy. He couldn't let him drag the Tang family down. This time, not only would the Li family not be able to protect him, but they might also face danger themselves. "Princess, rest assured. I will seek justice for the deceased and also give a fair verdict for Yulo Chun," the governor of Tang said respectfully. "Lord Tang, you uphold justice and show great integrity by punishing even your own kin. I admire that." Fortunately, Commander Pei quickly uncovered the truth today, giving justice to the deceased and reassuring the guests of Yulo Chun, Wan Qianyang said with a generous and clear smile. Pei Heng, who was called out, stepped forward to bow. "I am Pei Heng, reporting to the governor." The governor of Tang nodded. I know you. You solved the theft of the Buddha statue last time. Well done. Young people like you have a bright future. Thank you, sir. I am just doing my duty, Pei Heng replied humbly, not showing off his achievement. Qin Shu looked very upset. She knew Li Mian would pay a price this time, but she didn't expect the governor to sentence him to death with just a word. And he said it in front of everyone, that there was no room for mercy. She had chosen the wrong side this time. Sir, I was also present at the scene. It was indeed thanks to Commander Pei's experience that we quickly uncovered the truth. Qin Shu stepped forward to speak. Qin Shu's words were vague. She did not deny Pei Heng's contributions, but also did not fully acknowledge them. Those who didn't know might think she was involved in solving the case herself. Tang County Magistrate ignored Qin Shu and instead smiled as he patted Pei Heng's shoulder. Bianqing is too small. How about coming to Fangqing to serve as my judicial assistant in the future? Although both are judicial assistants, Bianqing and Fangqing are far apart in status. Thank you for your appreciation, sir. I am still young and need more experience. I would prefer to stay in Bianqing, Pei Heng politely declined. Tang County Magistrate thought Pei Heng was quite promising. Young people who are down to earth are rare. If you ever change your mind, feel free to come to me. Wan Chunyang also looked favorably at Pei Heng. She mentioned him in front of Tang Magistrate tonight, hoping to promote him. To her surprise, he refused. Such young people are truly rare. And then there was Xie Zhaozhao, who was even more remarkable. Seeing Wan Chunyang's gaze, Xie Zhaozhao responded with a smile. There was no flattery or fawning, only mutual admiration and recognition between women. No wonder she didn't remember a character named Wan Chunyang in the novel. It turns out she was a pseudonym. Qin Shu was completely ignored by everyone and dared not speak rashly again. Wan Chunyang apologized to the remaining guests. Tonight, an accident happened at Yulo Chun. I am deeply sorry and regret any inconvenience caused. To show our sincerity, everyone's expenses tonight will be charged to Yulo Chun. When new shows are performed there, I invite everyone to watch for free. The guests were naturally satisfied. Yulo Chun's prices were high, and their new shows were in great demand. Most importantly, they all heard that the owner of Yulo Chun was actually the princess of Deqi. Coming to watch the shows, there was a great honor, and they were willing to pay several times more. Yulo Chun's guards and officials dispersed the guests. Although there was some loss, in the long run, Yulo Chun's business would only improve. Pei, the military assistant, is meticulous. My sister is clever and resourceful. Thank you both for tonight's help. Wan Chunyang personally came to thank them. Tonight, there were many guests. Pei Heng was able to quickly notice clues and confirm his suspicions. Truly impressive. And Xie Zhaozhao's resurrection, which appeared real, caused Li Mian to reveal his crimes in front of everyone. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no chance for redemption. Both husband and wife seemed to hide their true intentions well. Xie Zhaozhao laughed out loud, like a bell touched by the wind, bright, clear, charming, and alluring. Since you called me sister, I believe I should do everything accordingly, and there's no need for you to be so polite. You're right, sister. Today is too late. Tomorrow, when I am free, I will host a gathering so we can have a good chat. Then we will stay up late talking by candlelight and not leave until we're satisfied. It's rare to meet someone with similar interests, so I want to enjoy it fully. Of course, that's great. I just worry someone might be reluctant to let go. Pei Heng looked at her with such gentle affection that it seemed like his feelings might overflow, and he was always supportive. A priceless treasure is hard to find, and a caring partner is even rarer. He has a good eye for men. Xie Zhaozhao tilted her head and looked at Pei Heng, blinking. Are you going to take care of me? The man's calm face showed a faint smile. I dare not. Xie Zhaozhao pouted proudly. That's more like it. Wan Chunyang covered her mouth and laughed. You two are still showing off your love. Sister, you're teasing us again. It's too late today, so we'll say goodbye now. Take care, sister. Take care. Wan Chunyang really couldn't leave now. Someone died in the Jade Tower Spring, and as the owner, she couldn't just walk away. Xie Zhaozhao noticed Mu'er had already leaned on Pei Heng's shoulder and fallen asleep. They came to Fong City specifically to watch a play, but unexpectedly, they saw a big drama. When leaving, Qin Shu came to say goodbye, but Pei Heng didn't even look at her, not stopping his steps. Xie Zhaozhao admired her thick skin quite a bit. If her intentions weren't bad, with her perseverance, she could probably succeed in official circles. What a pity. Did you borrow those 2 guards from Boss Chosho the other day? Pei Heng asked. No wonder he could track down Lu Romeu's residence and find her whereabouts. Yes, I thought her identity must be extraordinary, so I wanted to borrow her guards. I didn't expect she was a princess. Have you seen her when you were in the capital? Xie Zhaozhao asked. Pei Heng's mother was a princess of the Great Qi, so he probably knew these royal relatives. She is the only daughter of Duke Fong of a different surname. Duke Fong's territory isn't in the capital, and he's very low profile. I haven't seen her myself, but I have heard about Duke Fong's daughter. Wan Chunyang's real name is Fong Shuqiu. Her husband's family is the Zheng family from Hedong, a prominent noble family of Great Qi. She thought it was a perfect match, but it turned out that Zheng's 3rd son was a complete. Fong Shuqiu couldn't bear it, so she wanted to divorce him. But their marriage was arranged by the emperor, representing the royal family and their noble reputation. Marriage wasn't just about the 2 of them, it involved 2 large families. The Zheng family enforced strict rules for their sons and valued their daughter's reputation, even with a son under 3 years old, trying to make Fong Shuqiu swallow her pride. But she was unwilling to be burdened and waste her life. She told the emperor about her husband's crimes and asked for a divorce. Her father, Fong De, had only 1 daughter, whom he loved very much. He even wrote to the emperor, offering to exchange his daughter's freedom for the common people's benefit. People generally think that a man's flirtatious behavior is normal, but Fong Shuqiu is jealous and does not tolerate others. Xiang Shuqiu declared that she would rather remain single and live alone than share her husband with anyone. Big Sister Qiu has such courage. A clean separation is good. No wonder she looks young. It's because she isn't burdened by marriage, Xie Zhaozhao thought admiringly. In ancient times, it was rare for women to have such awareness, and she was determined to stand her ground. Even though she was born into a noble family, she was often criticized for going against tradition and not being a good wife. Perhaps that is why she chose to hide her identity. Why are you looking at me like that? Xie Zhaozhao lifted her delicate face and looked at him, unsure of his meaning. Do you think marriage is a burden? Pei Heng looked down at her with deep eyes. Women are like flowers. Good marriages naturally nurture the flowers, but bad ones are burdens because poor soil can't grow beautiful roses, Xie Zhaozhao said softly with a smile. Actually, she had never fallen in love or married because she hadn't met the right person. Her family never pressured her because they were happily married and understood that marriage was not about settling. Pei Heng was silent for a moment. I understand, he said. Understand what? Xie Zhaozhao squinted and smiled. You don't put yourself in her shoes, or you think Sister Qiu is rebellious. Pei Heng indeed thought that having concubines was not a big deal, as his father also had concubines. He had never considered this before, because his life might be confined to the border town, and marrying her was only out of necessity. But today, when he heard her say that poor soil can't grow beautiful roses, he was touched. It was a beautiful sentence, and it moved his heart. He couldn't bear to see this rose wither, and just wanted to nurture it well. His deep, ink-colored eyes looked at her, and he hesitated for a long time without speaking. The earth is silent, but nourishes all things. Though sweet words are charming, he believed actions matter more. Xie Zhaozhao waited a long time for Pei Heng to say something, and finally he asked, Are you hungry? Xie Zhaozhao said impatiently, Not hungry. He really was slow to understand. Compared to him, Pei Mu's sweet talk was almost unbelievable for his son. If he didn't look exactly like his father, she might have doubted it. But if he truly knew how to flatter and deceive, he wouldn't be him. Everything he did tonight proved his sincerity. Now I'm hungry again, Xie Zhaozhao said, smiling to herself. She just started dating and already feels anxious. Love really can make people less smart. Pei Heng didn't know why she changed her mind again. A slight smile appeared in his eyes. There's a good place for spring noodles ahead. He had been to Fangqing a few times for work, and the food was pretty good. Did you already decide to take me there? Xie Zhaozhao squinted her beautiful eyes at him. Pei Heng took her hand and said, let's go. Is that so? Xie Zhaozhao wouldn't give up. Couples in love often want to share everything they like. Pei Heng seemed to be leading her into his world. If you don't tell me, I won't go, Xie Zhaozhao insisted, wanting him to be honest. That night, when he said those words about not caring about insults and defending his wife, he looked so handsome. But afterward, he refused to say anything nice. Xie Zhaozhao, how do you want me to prove it? Xie Zhaozhao puffed out her cheeks, of course wanting to hear what she liked. Girls in love usually enjoy sweet words from their boyfriends.
And
suddenly, her eyes widened because Pei Heng kissed her lips. It wasn't on a busy street, but there were still people around. He actually kissed her, one arm holding the child, the other around her waist. This time, Xie Zhaozhao could clearly feel the strong sense of possessiveness coming from him. It was a man's claim over a woman. Her heart pounded wildly, almost out of control. In her theoretical understanding, this felt like crossing a line. When Pei Heng released her, Xie Zhaozhao was slightly breathless, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes shimmered with a thin layer of tears. Pei Heng remained calm, like aged wine, only intoxicating, never drunk himself. His deep voice lowered even more. Let's go. To eat noodles. The whole street seemed to fall into sleep. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't hear anything else. Only him. What she heard was not let's go eat noodles, but Zhao Zhao, kiss me. So, she tiptoed, leaning her body into his arms, her red lips pressed against his thin lips. With shadows flickering and her thoughts muddled, she felt a strange sense of time and space confusion. For a moment, she couldn't tell where she was. Was she the Xie Zhaozhao from the book, or herself? To confirm, she kissed him deeper and deeper. Xie Zhaozhao kept this pose but couldn't hold on much longer, so she reluctantly let go. Pei Heng's eyes were full of desire, fixed on her bright, moist lips. Xie Zhaozhao complained, "You're too tall." Every time he kissed her, her neck hurt, and she had to stand on tiptoe. Pei Heng's husky voice murmured, "Next time, I'll hold you." But there won't be a next time. Xie Zhaozhao's words were insincere. Pei Heng took her seriously, feeling impulsive and unable to resist wanting to get closer. He reached out and directly picked her up. Suddenly feeling weightless, Xie Zhaozhao was startled. She originally wanted to hold his neck, but worried about disturbing Muir, who was sleeping on his shoulder. She quickly withdrew her arms and could only lean into his embrace. "Is this okay now? Please put me down," Xie Zhaozhao said, realizing she was scared. She didn't know why she had impulsively kissed him earlier, but now she was afraid. Back to the inn? Pei Heng couldn't help but tease her with a light kiss on her lips. "Let's go eat noodles." Xie Zhaozhao was extremely shy and hit his chest lightly. The man's lips curled into a deeper smile. "Okay." Pei Heng finally put her down, but he took her small, delicate hand in his. Xie Zhaozhao adjusted her posture, clasped her fingers with his, and deliberately looked down. One was bony and distinct, his. The other was soft and delicate, hers. When she looked up again, her gaze met his, and she muttered, "From now on, let's hold hands like this." Pei Heng silently smiled, obviously not objecting. The two were deeply affectionate, completely immersed in their own world. The whole street seemed to be just a backdrop, unnoticed by anyone, including the pair in the corner, with a resentful glare. That woman, Xie Zhaozhao, no wonder Pei Heng was so devoted to her. She used such cunning tricks. Despicable. Qin Shu was always proud. As a female official, she stood out among many men and had always been a special presence. She had never been so humiliated before. It was all because of Xie Zhaozhao. She wouldn't let her get away with it. Qin Shu glared bitterly at their distant figures holding hands, then hid in the dark corner like a ghost. Pei Heng had always remembered the taste of this spring noodle shop, but after tonight, only her sweet lips remained in his memory, sweeter than the finest wine. Pei Mu woke up to find his father on one side and his mother on the other, with himself in the middle. He was dazed for a moment before slowly realizing this wasn't home. He had been watching a play at the theater, so how did he end up at the inn? Pei Heng, already a deep sleeper, woke at the slightest movement. He quietly made a shushing gesture to his son. Then he tiptoed and carried his son to a nearby chair. Pei Mu quickly understood his father's meaning, covering his mouth to keep quiet. When Xie Huimin woke up, it was already bright outside. She stretched lazily and got out of bed. The father and son were gone, probably already out. Her mind gradually returned, and her memories from last night became clearer. Xie Huimin unconsciously licked her lips and couldn't help but let out a small sound of surprise.
Ouch.
She pouted, now suspecting that Pei Heng didn't eat noodles last night, but some inappropriate medicine. Otherwise, why would he be so wild? Fortunately, Moon woke up too, or the situation might have gotten out of control. Xie Huimin shook her head and waved her hand to cool herself down. Her face was already red early in the morning, and she felt a little uneasy inside. After tidying up, she left the room. Mua was practicing boxing seriously, and Pei Heng was occasionally giving him tips. As soon as she appeared, both father and son looked at her. Mother, Mua cheerfully called out. But he didn't stop practicing. His father had taught him to finish what he started, so he planned to hug his mother after finishing his practice. Pei Heng approached, clearly wanting to get closer. Sometimes, the body reacts faster than the mind. Xie Huimin thought about the kiss she almost made a mistake on last night. She wanted to act relaxed, but her face turned red first, betraying her. She unconsciously bit her lip, and the pain made her gasp. She couldn't help but glance angrily at the person who caused it. Was he just full of energy? Eat first? Pei Heng chuckled softly, in a happy mood. Where do you get the nerve to smile? You cause me so much trouble, Xie Huimin said playfully. Pei Heng naturally noticed her lips, slightly swollen and red, making them look even more tempting. I'll be gentler next time. Next time, I'll make sure to get back at you, Xie Huimin insisted. Let me kiss you, Pei Heng said meaningfully, his gaze more like an invitation. Moore finally finished practicing and quickly ran over, grabbing Xie Huimin's hand. Mom, do you want to eat steamed buns? They smelled so good. When he was practicing, the aroma kept drifting into his nose, and he almost couldn't resist. Pei Heng remained calm, as if those inappropriate words hadn't come from him. He bent down to pick up his son, and then took Xie Huimin's hand. Moore got to enjoy the little steamed buns he had been craving. Xie Huimin usually only ate the bun skins, leaving the filling for her husband and son. The red bean porridge was soft and tasty, perfectly matching the salty, soft bun skins, which suited her taste very well. No wonder the inn was doing so well. Its owner was truly skilled. Let's go out for a walk later, then return in the afternoon. We'll be home tonight, Pei Heng said. They didn't get to watch the show properly last night, which was a bit disappointing, but there wasn't enough time. They could only wait for next time. Sounds good. Xie Huimin thought the plan was very reasonable. Fangcheng was the provincial capital, much bigger than Bianqing. Since they rarely came here, she definitely wanted to buy some favorite things. A family of 3 just left the inn and saw Qin Shu waiting outside, with a carriage parked nearby. Lord County Magistrate, thank you for Commander Pei solving the case at Yulo Spring last night. We invite Commander Pei to visit the government office. The carriage is waiting. Please, Commander Pei. Qin Shu, as if nothing had happened yesterday, smiled and gestured for him to come. Whether intentionally or not, her gaze briefly flicked over Xie Huimin and then ignored her completely. Pei Heng had already refused Lord Tang last night, so he naturally couldn't refuse again. However, this disrupted his plans. No need for the carriage. I'll go by myself, Pei Heng said calmly. Qin Shu seemed to expect this and replied, all right then. But when she saw Pei Heng get into the front carriage with the mother and son, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. What kind of place is the county government office? How could he take a woman along? After I meet Lord Tang, I will come out quickly. You and Moona wait in the carriage, Pei Heng said. He didn't feel comfortable leaving them at the inn after yesterday's events. The old Zhang, who was driving, was actually a bodyguard from Bafang Inn, skilled and capable of protecting them. Don't worry, go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back. Xie Zhaoxiao understood his difficulty. Since ancient times, workers have been helpless and constrained. Moreover, if a superior summons, unless he wants to quit his job, wait for Dad to come back. Pei Mu imitated Xie Zhaoxiao's tone. Pei Heng kissed their foreheads before jumping down from the carriage and entering the Zhizhou mansion.
Xie Zhaoxiao taut muerto shake a flower shipped toy.
The mother and son played happily, often laughing. A voice came from outside the carriage. Madam Pei, do you want to know what Lord Tang wants with Commander Pei? Xie Zhaoxiao recognized the voice and rolled her eyes impatiently. How could he be like a persistent fly, never giving up? No thanks. Madam Pei, are you covering your ears while stealing a bell? Qin Shu chuckled softly. Her teasing was very obvious. Uncle Zhang, there's a dog barking loudly outside. Please shoo it away. Yes. Uncle Zhang was amused by Xie Zhaoxiao's words. He had already stopped Qin Shu from approaching, but she stubbornly kept talking from across the carriage. Qin Shu clenched her teeth, annoyed at being called a dog, but thinking of Xie Zhaoxiao's future expression, she felt very pleased. At this moment, she wasn't angry at all. Fine, anyway, Madam Pei will find out sooner or later. Soon, footsteps sounded. Xie Zhaoxiao guessed that when Pei Heng came out, the curtain was lifted, and he had already entered the carriage. Then I heard a cheerful female voice outside. Pei Commander, see you in Yanqing. Qin Shu emphasized the words we too, clearly on purpose. Pei Heng didn't need to say thank you. Zhao probably guessed it. It seems the Li family in Yanqing already knows about Li Mian and is pressuring Tang Governor to release him. Tang Governor then asked Pei Heng to investigate the Li family, hoping to find enough evidence to make them disappear. After what happened last night, no one is more suitable than Pei Heng for this task. Qin Shu, being close to the water, should volunteer to help Tang Governor with this case. The truth is very similar to her guess. But there is one thing Zhao doesn't know. Qin Shu is actually the daughter of the Du family in Yanqing, with the surname Qin. The Du family and the Li family don't get along, so cooperation from the Du family is needed to investigate the Li family. That's why Tang Governor asked Qin Shu to join the case. Really a trouble that can't be shaken off, Zhao sneered. Pei Heng, I really underestimated your ability to attract women. The original owner attempted to run away secretly, but his romantic troubles were clearly happening right under her nose. Master Tang did ask her to help, but I don't need her assistance, so I won't have any contact, Pei Heng said, looking deeply at her. I will finish the Li family case as soon as possible. I'm not doubting you, but the buzzing of flies is annoying, and your romantic luck is like a curse on me, Zhao said casually, resting her chin on her hand. Pei Heng's eyes darkened slightly, not liking her mentioning a curse. Want to go shopping with you and more first? Pei Heng said softly, with a gentle tone. Zhao raised her eyebrows.
All right.
There's no need to punish herself for others' mistakes, causing unnecessary worry. Since she's in Fangcheng, she should enjoy herself and vent her frustration on Pei Heng. Zhao has never suffered from money problems since she was young, and later she became successful on her own, financially free. She is the family's favorite and always treats herself well. Pei Heng carried the big bags and placed them in the carriage without blinking. Old Zhang was amazed. Raising a wife costs a lot of money. Being single and free is better. Zhao felt exhausted after going out, her body even more tired. She took a bath and didn't want to move, but she couldn't sleep. When Pei Heng came in, she was leaning on the bed, sketching on an unfinished painting of Yu Lu Chun with an ink stick. Muir is asleep? Pei Heng whispered. Zhao's hair was loose. Her delicate features under the dim light looked less charming, and she seemed very quiet, with a touch of coldness. Pei Heng liked quietness and disliked noise around him. Even Muir was raised in a cold, quiet environment. Recently, she has been teaching him to talk more and become more chatty. He used to think Xie Zhao was unreasonable and annoying, so he would try to avoid her at home. But lately, he's gotten used to her sticking close and saying things that make his heart race. Now, seeing her so quiet makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. Xie Zhaozhao was thinking about something, and she was a little slow to realize what was happening. When she turned her head, Pei Heng had already walked quickly to the bed. He bent down, cupped her face, and kissed her. Xie Zhaozhao was overwhelmed by the kiss and felt weak all over, like water. Although she was confused, she still had a bit of reason left. She knew that once desire is let out, it's hard to take back. She didn't dare to let herself go and fall deeper into it. Her thoughts could be open, but her body must stay controlled. After all, she was not the same Xie Zhaozhao here. She wasn't ready and didn't want to test herself. Pei Heng's lips suddenly hurt, and a faint taste of blood spread in his mouth. He released her lips, but didn't let go of her in his arms. He gently licked his lips, his movements both and restrained. Looking down at her charming face, he smiled softly. "Are you satisfied now?" He had said in the morning he would return her favor. "So, is this how he does it?" "I suspect you're using a pretty boy trick on me," she said. Every time she looked into his dark eyes, she was afraid she might fall deeper. "Did I fall for it?" His low, husky voice whispered close to her ear. She bit her lip gently, cuddling his neck and acting cute. "Pei Heng, can we make a promise?" "What kind of promise?" Pei Heng was tortured by her, but tried to hold back. "If, after 100 days, we still like each other this much, you'll give me a wedding night, okay?" Xie Zhaozhao smiled. In the novel, the original story about the main character was brief, and it never described how they got along. But she learned quite a bit from Xie Huimin. Their wedding night was spent sleeping separately. That night, there was even a murder case in the border town, and Pei Heng was called away late at night. Later, their wedding night was interrupted because Pei Heng accidentally took medicine during a social event. He was young and full of energy, and once certain things started, it was hard to control himself. Xie Zhaozhao was young and had no one to teach her about these matters, so she only thought Pei Heng was rough and violent. Soon, Xie Zhaozhao became pregnant, and later, Pei Mu was born. They continued sleeping apart, and their relationship grew worse. So, even though they had been married for 4 years and had a child, they never had a perfect wedding night. Pei Heng didn't expect Xie Zhaozhao to suddenly bring up this topic. He did want it. When desire takes over, there's no extra reason to think about love or not. So, even if he didn't know whether he loved Xie Zhaozhao in the past, some things still happened. Now, he has become more cautious. He never dares to take that step. He fears she might not like it. "Do you want it?" Pei Heng's eyes were full of a gentle smile. She took the initiative to speak, which made him very happy. "It's only been 100 days. Of course, he's willing to wait." "This is what you owe me," Xie Zhaozhao said, lifting her chin. "When you married me, you were unwilling and reluctant. I only asked you to make up for the wedding night. If you're not willing, then I will." Xie Zhaozhao deliberately paused here, teasing him to make him anxious. "Then what?" The man's deep voice was husky to the extreme. "She really knows how to torment him. Not letting you kiss me, not letting you hold me, I still want to." Xie Zhaozhao's lips were covered, and she said softly and passionately, "If you like, I will give you 100 more." Pei Heng gently supported her chin with his finger, his gaze still fixed on her lips. His Adam's apple moved up and down, yet restrained. Xie Zhaozhao was surrounded by his fresh, pleasant scent, feeling light, as if floating on clouds.
"Dream on."
"Who wants you to give 100? Xie Zhaozhao scolded. "I only want one, for a lifetime of unforgettable memories. No matter what, there should be a sense of ceremony." "Okay." The man's lips curled into a subtle smile, silent but alluring. Xie Zhaozhao's finger traced from his Adam's apple to his lips, finally stopping at the place she had bitten earlier. "Does it hurt?" "No." Pei Heng's dark eyes looked at her face, as if he was charming her or inviting her. "It's late." Xie Zhaozhao didn't dare to look at him anymore. Otherwise, she couldn't guarantee she could stick to the 100-day promise. "Let's go," Pei Heng said, but he didn't move, still holding her in his arms. "Let's go." Pei Heng's deep voice was husky and determined, as if he had made a firm decision. Hurry up and go. Xie Zhaozhao reached out to push him, then closed her eyes. She really couldn't bear to look anymore. Pei Heng seemed to chuckle softly, gently pecked her lips, then got up and left. Only after hearing the door close did Xie Zhaozhao slowly open her eyes. Turns out, male beauty can be tempting. Fortunately, she managed to hold herself back. The next day, Pei Heng needed to go to the government office first to handle some matters here. The inspector already knew about Pei Heng's trip to Yanqing to investigate the case. He naturally didn't object. He had heard about Fangqing's situation. With such a capable subordinate, his achievements would only grow. He was even very supportive, allowing Pei Heng to choose someone to take to Yanqing for the case. In the afternoon, Uncle Zhang brought their caring grandma to visit. She was dressed in a slightly old but neat brown outfit, very tidy. Old Madam has seen the lady and the young master. She had a round face, deep double eyelid folds, and was not very old. She smiled kindly, and her appearance made people feel at ease. Mu'er calls her grandma, Xie Zhaozhao said with a smile.
Hello, Grandma, Mu'er politely greeted.
After asking, Xie Zhaozhao learned that Grandma Zhao was only 39 years old this year. Her two grandchildren were a bit older. The eldest had already started school in the village, and the youngest was about to begin learning. Since school fees cost money, she went out to earn some to help the family. At 39 in modern times, she would be in her prime, and if she took good care of herself, she might be called sister on the street. But in ancient times, she was already considered a grandmother. Xie Zhaozhao looked down at Mu'er beside her. The original owner had given birth at 16. If he married early in the future, Xie Zhaozhao shook her head, unwilling to imagine being called grandma at her age. Grandma Zhao quickly understood what she should do after a glance and worked very efficiently. Most importantly, her cooking skills were good. Xie Zhaozhao was very satisfied. Pei Heng had handled this matter well. She no longer needed to worry about accidentally burning the kitchen when he was away. Actually, when she was in a good mood, she would also try cooking a few dishes from online recipes. The taste was not amazing, but it was still edible. The key was that she really couldn't get used to the stove, so she didn't force herself. Pei Heng arranged the household chores and then set off for Yanqing, bringing two brothers along. Xie Zhaozhao packed his luggage and watched him leave with reluctance. She looked up at the man holding her, and her face was truly flawless. His skin was fairly fair among men, but because of his deep-set eyes, prominent nose, and handsome, cold appearance, he didn't look like a pretty boy. Instead, he looked noble and reserved. Come back early, and don't pay attention to Qin Shu, Xie Zhaozhao said with puffed cheeks. Okay, he replied. Pei Heng looked down at her and pulled her close into his arms. He often went out on missions, spending about half his time away from home, but he had never been as reluctant to leave as this time. Take good care of yourself. I'll be back soon. 2 days had passed, and 98 days remained. Once he returned, they would be closer again. Thinking of this, Pei Heng couldn't help but kiss her again. Outside, Zhao Lei and others were still waiting, so he didn't want to delay too long. Let's go. Pei Heng released her embrace, took a few quick steps, and when he reached the door, he couldn't help but look back again. That smile from Xie Zhaozhao almost made him turn around and go back. Pei Heng tightened his grip on his luggage and finally left. A few days before Pei Heng left, it felt like Xie Zhaozhao's soul had been taken away, leaving her feeling empty inside. It turned out that this was what restless, sleepless nights felt like. Today, Xie Zhaozhao still wore her cloud-patterned bun, simply tied with a ribbon, practical and easy. Her full forehead and delicate face made her look even healthier and more radiant. After giving birth, the original owner didn't take good care of herself. Her blood and energy were low, and she stayed home all day feeling upset. Although she was still more beautiful than others, her spirit was lacking, and her beauty wasn't fully shown. Xie Zhaozhao ate well, slept well, and kept exercising, so she naturally looked vibrant. Before, neighbors would scold her for being a flirt, but now they just dragged their men away, afraid their husbands' spirits would be lured away. Muir took her new toy to play with Dinyo and Ernyo, while Grandma Zhao was in the kitchen preparing chicken bought at the market to make soup. Xie Zhaozhao asked Uncle Zhang to prepare the carriage. She planned to visit the bookstore. That day in Fangcheng, she left in a hurry, and even her goodbyes were delivered by the inn's young clerk. In the past few days, she had drawn what she wanted so the shopkeeper could send it to Lu Chun. But soon after the carriage reached the street, it was stopped. A young master from my family invites the lady to chat at the tea house up ahead, the person said politely. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow, guessing who it was. Her husband was quite the troublemaker. He not only attracted women but also men. Uncle Zhang, let him lead the way, she said calmly, without anger. She had already guessed who it was, so she wasn't surprised to see Lu Rongyu. Although it wasn't their first meeting, Lu Rongyu's eyes still showed a hint of admiration. This woman seemed even more beautiful than the last time they met. You could tell how she was doing just by looking at her face. Pei Heng really cared about her. After what happened last time, Lu Rongyu was quite calm this time. Because of the woman in front of him, Pei Heng pointed a sword at him, almost ready to fight. Xie Zhaozhao sat across from Lu Rongyu and smiled as she spoke first. My husband isn't here, so this is a good chance. What plan do you have to deal with me this time, young Master Lu? Lu Rongyu also smiled. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. I'd rather not break you apart from him, because I don't want to hurt his heart. Xie Zhaozhao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to be so brave. If I didn't know my husband well, I might have misunderstood your words. Lu Rong squinted his eyes, recalling her words that shattered his reason that day. I grew up with Yi, like brothers, not as you think. His family has cousins and younger brothers, but none are as close to him as Pei Heng. Of course, Pei Heng feels the same. They are willing to risk their lives for each other. Xie Zhaozhao looked up and met his gaze, with a faint teasing smile. You probably came just to tell me that you and he are closer than gold, and I am nothing compared to you? Do you know his background? Lu Rong responded without arguing about her cold sarcasm. I know a little, but I don't want to hear about his past from you. Xie Zhaozhao clearly refused. Lu Rong smiled slightly. Is it that you don't want to? Or are you afraid? Xie Zhaozhao curled her lips. What are you proud of? Just because you know more about his past than I do? His past isn't something good for him, or maybe it's what traps him and makes him suffer. He doesn't want to tell me because he's deliberately hiding it. He doesn't want to bring his pain to me. He only wants to give me the best. As his best friend, have you ever thought about why he avoids you?
Why?
Because he wants to forget, to let go, and he doesn't want to drag you into it. Lu Rong's expression changed as expected, and his gaze on Xie Zhaozhao also shifted. This woman is much smarter than he thought. She's not just a pretty face. He was the one who invited her here, and he held the initiative. He had things to say, but hadn't spoken a word. Yet, she turned the situation around in just a few words. No wonder Yi is so loyal to her. She definitely has skills. But today, he had a serious reason for finding her. Your cousin is with me. Lu Rong raised an eyebrow, deliberately showing some attitude. He still wanted to save face. His noble duke was humiliated from head to toe by a woman and couldn't argue back.
It was
embarrassing. He thought Xie Zhaozhao must care about this matter.
Oh?
Xie Zhaozhao didn't seem surprised. She was the main admirer of the original heroine. After all, it was normal for him to help her. Lu Rong didn't see her jump in anger, so he found it a bit boring. She told me some things that sound unbelievable. If it was just about Pei Heng's past, it only shows that Xie Huimin put effort into it. Although it was years ago, the Pei family is a prominent family of 4 generations and 3 dukes, so it's not hard to find out. Xie Huimin knew what was about to happen and could foresee the future, so she had to pay attention. For example, the crown prince confined in the palace, and the empress who was practicing in the temple. He had some inside information before leaving the capital, but it was all secret royal news. Not all officials in the court knew the details, and even if they did, they wouldn't easily share it with their families. How could a girl from a border town know that the empress had already returned to the palace? He immediately sent someone to confirm, and this morning, News came from the capital. The empress had indeed returned to the palace. Although the emperor had not yet restored her title as empress, she had moved back to Qingning Palace. Counting the days, when Xie Huimin told him about this, it was the day before the empress returned. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow and lazily smiled. So, what do you want me to confirm? Since you grew up with her, do you know she has the ability to see the future? Lu Rong asked directly. Xie Zhaozhao argued that he couldn't compare, as he wouldn't gain anything and might even be harmed by her, so it was better to be straightforward rather than be mocked. Hearing the words "see the future," Xie Zhaozhao frowned slightly. Could Xie Huimin also be a person who travels through books?
She told you something.
If young Master Lu wants to know anything from me, please tell the truth. Xie Zhaozhao looked at him calmly and sharply, very different from her earlier proud and indifferent attitude. Lu Rong was curious about her. He had seen many women and thought he understood women somewhat. But women raised in the countryside and hidden away in the deep boudoir shouldn't be like this. The two sisters were like mysteries. She knows everything about Yiji, past, present, and future. She says she is Yiji's destined wife, and you are not meant to be in this world. You will leave Yiji sooner or later. And many things she said have been proven true. I have no choice but to believe. Xie Zhaozhao's thoughts were quick, but the information she received made her brain a bit chaotic. Still, her overall thinking was clear. Xie Huimin only knew stories from books, not the outside world. So, it was certain she wasn't traveling through books but reborn. No wonder the original protagonist's elopement was earlier than in the story. Turns out Xie Huimin interfered. Could it be that because of this, the cause and effect were skewed, and she replaced the original protagonist? Having figured this out, Xie Zhaozhao quickly calmed herself. Young Master Lu thinks she is a valuable treasure and wants to use her for his own purposes? Xie Zhaozhao smiled. Lu Rong indeed thought so, but it was true that Xie Huimin coveted Pei Heng. Having such a person around would make Pei Heng uncomfortable. So, after thinking carefully, he decided to meet Xie Zhaozhao. This is a message seeking some news about Xie Huimin, and also a way to say hello to her. He considers Xie Huimin as an aide, which is fine. Of course, he wouldn't let her wander in front of them and ruin their relationship. You are her older cousin, so you should ask for your opinion. Xie Zhaozhao chuckled softly. You also said I am her older cousin, not her parents. Whatever she does or whom she associates with in the future has nothing to do with me. After speaking, Xie Zhaozhao stood up. She and Lu Rongyu had little contact. They didn't even like each other much. Sitting down to talk was already rare. Since she had said her piece, there was no need to stay longer. As Xie Zhaozhao reached the door of the private room, she paused. Readers read the same books over and over. Some become famous, some remain unknown, and some are full of outdated ideas. The answers are in the books, but not everyone can find them. She pushed the door open and left. Outside the room, she saw Xie Huimin. Because her hair was cut by Pei Heng, she couldn't wear a traditional hair bun, so she wore a man's hat. She was naturally delicate-looking, dressed in a green round-collared long gown, with a jade belt around her waist, giving her a handsome scholar's appearance. Xie Zhaozhao thought of Lu Rongyu from the book and couldn't help but smile slightly. These two actually make a good pair. She had no objections. After all, Lu Rongyu was the son of a noble prince, and in terms of looks, she was like a butterfly, beautiful and charming. Although she wasn't her type, she couldn't say she looked bad. Overall, she was at least not worse than Pei Heng. Xie Zhaozhao had nothing more to say to her and didn't plan to stop. Older cousin. Xie Huimin called out to her proactively. Xie Huimin looked up, met her gaze, and even smiled. I was wrong before and paid the price. Recognizing my mistakes and improving is the greatest thing.
Can you give me a chance to change?
Her tone was sincere. So, if I don't give you a chance, it might affect your ability to change? Xie Zhaozhao chuckled softly, her laughter long and relaxed, appearing charming and alluring. These two styles, extremes of femininity, fused perfectly on her. Xie Huimin looked at her, her expression hard to describe. Women like Xie Huimin truly attract men and make women jealous and envious. Now, she was so dazzling that people might forget what she used to look like. Older cousin, I truly have changed. I will prove it to you, Xie Huimin said with a gentle, harmless smile. She didn't seem to be trying to flatter, and once she was calm, her face looked gentle and peaceful. I don't have so much free time to wait for you to prove yourself. As long as you don't cause trouble for me, whether you're good or bad, it doesn't matter to me. Do you understand? Xie Huimin thought that Xie Huimin had gotten involved with Lu Rongyu, probably causing some trouble. But since she left the tea house that day, half a month has passed, and things have been peaceful. Xie Huimin doesn't believe that Xie Huimin has truly seen the light and changed. She probably has some big plan hidden. However, she doesn't have much time to think about this. Her story was very popular when it was published, so she wasn't overly surprised. But the real surprise was that Wan Qianyang sent her a silver note. She liked the drawings she sent last time and was already looking for a craftsman to decorate. Wan Qianyang said this was her payment for the design. The money she earned during this time, though not enough for complete financial freedom in this world, at least ensured her income. That way, she wouldn't have to rely on anyone. The man who promised to come back soon had recently sent a message through someone. He said he might return later than planned because the Li family's influence in Yanqing was deeply rooted, making it hard to hurt them. Xie Huimin is not unkind or unreasonable. But honestly, men's words can't always be trusted. After finishing her story, Xie Huimin came out of her room to get some fresh air and happened to play with Muer's building blocks. She drew a picture and asked Brother Wang to make it. Brother Wang was very skilled, polishing the rough edges carefully, much more delicate than modern craftsmanship. Next door, a gentle melody of a piano floated over, soothing and refreshing on this sleepy afternoon. A few days ago, new neighbors moved in. Before moving, they sent cakes to each house. They said the house was being repaired, which caused some noise and disturbed the neighbors, so they brought cakes as an apology. On the day they moved in, the old servant also gave all the neighbors some homemade zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, saying that they might disturb the neighbors in the future and asking for understanding. Xie Huimin had never seen this neighbor before, but judging by how they handled things, they seemed considerate. She didn't expect their piano skills to be good. Since they moved in, they kept to themselves and were very quiet, so they didn't really disturb anyone. Mother, does the neighbor next door play the piano? Pei Mu blinked with curiosity. Do you know the piano? Xie Huimin smiled. Dad said that a man should understand the 5 classics and the 6 arts. The piano is one of the musical instruments. Pei Mu nodded. Although he was only 3 years old, he had a good memory and could remember what adults taught him after just one time. He could even clearly recite the 5 classics and the 6 arts. Yes, our Muer knows a lot. Xie Huimin gently patted her son's head. Can I go play next door? Pei Mu looked longing. It's not polite to go to someone else's house without asking. Xie Huimin shook her head to refuse. But I also want to visit Ernia's house, Pei Mu said confused. He knew the neighbors well, often playing with Daniu and Erniu. He had even been to Shida's house before, but not anymore. Still, Shirtu would come to visit and bring him snacks. In his mind, neighbors could visit each other. That's because we're not just neighbors with Uncle Wang. Your father is friends with him. Think about it, if a stranger suddenly came to our house, would you like that? Xie Huimin patiently explained. At this age, children can tell right from wrong and can listen to adults. Pei Mu thought for a moment and nodded. You're right, Mom. Mu won't go. When Dad comes back, I'll ask him to teach me. She could teach him piano or violin, but she didn't know much about traditional instruments and had to wait for Pei Heng. However, every day, Pei Mu would sit on a small stool outside listening carefully when the neighbor played the piano. His father said to become a top scholar, one must master the 5 classics and 6 arts, which isn't easy. His curiosity was too strong. Whenever he passed by the neighbor, he couldn't help but peek inside. Unfortunately, the gate was always closed. When Xie Huimin was walking with Pei Mu past the neighbor's house, the door suddenly opened. The woman's face added color to the gray brick wall. turning the narrow alley into a lively painting. Shen Xianyun had seen many beautiful women, but this was rare. She was holding a child who was also very beautiful, especially those eyes. They looked at each other, and Shen Xianyun quickly hid his surprise, bowing politely to let them go first. Xie Zhaozhao nodded slightly and took her son away. Pei Mu couldn't help but look back and meet Shen Xianyun's gaze. He smiled, showing a row of small white teeth, clearly friendly. Shen Xianyun also smiled back. This child was interesting. After turning away, Pei Mu tilted his head to look at Xie Zhaozhao. His mother said it was rude to bother strangers, but if he became friends with a neighbor, maybe he could play with him. In the following days, Pei Mu played with Erniu in the alley and met Shen Xianyun a few more times. Mom, the neighbor uncle asked my name. He also invited me and Erniu to have snacks at his house, but I didn't go. Pei Mu waved his little hand, looking very cute.
Good job.
Mu is polite and well-behaved. Xie Zhaozhao pinched her son's nose. What if he invites me again in the future? Pei Mu's clear black and white eyes looked seriously at Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao thought for a moment. If he invites you again, you can go. But when visiting others' homes, you need to be polite and not touch their things. Do you understand what your mother said? Pei Mu nodded seriously. I will watch over Erniu. Erniu always messes with his toys and doesn't clean up after playing. He doesn't like it, but Erniu is his friend, so he can tolerate it. He is not yet friends with Uncle Shen and he won't tolerate him. Since May, the weather has gotten hotter. Xie Zhaozhao was at home writing stories, while Pei Mu was nearby looking at the literacy cards Xie Zhaozhao prepared for him. He only asked questions when he saw words he didn't know. But children are naturally active. Staying in the room all day was too boring, so he ran outside to play with his friends in the alley. Gradually, he became close with a neighbor, and when Xie Zhaozhao was busy, he would go next door to play. Mother, Uncle Shen played the zither today. He let me touch the strings, and I did. He taught me the notes gong, shang, jiao, ji, and yu. Uncle Shen also painted today. He said he will draw a little portrait of me tomorrow. I told Uncle Shen that my father is a military officer, catching bad guys. He's very brave. Pei Mu was excited and kept talking nonstop. Xie Zhaozhao thought Pei Mu was just joking about the portrait, but surprisingly, the next day, Pei Mu really brought back his picture. Xie Zhaozhao had also learned to paint for a few years. Though not a master, he could still appreciate good work. The portrait was vivid and lifelike, jumping off the paper. He didn't expect that there was a master living next door. Uncle Shen also painted Erniu and Shirtu, but they aren't as good as me. Pei Mu couldn't hide his happiness. Hearing his son say that, Xie Zhaozhao felt more at ease. With Pei Heng not at home, he had to be more cautious while taking care of Mu'er. However, Xie Zhaozhao still asked Aunt Zhao to buy some expensive pastries as a gift. The next day, the neighbors brought cherries, saying they were from a friend. Since they couldn't keep the fruit, they gave it away. They didn't just give it to Mu'er, but also to Erniu and Shida's families. Aunt Zhao accepted it. Sometimes, Xie Zhaozhao went out and met Shen Xianyun. Their relationship had improved from just nodding to exchanging a few words. After all, he was Mu'er's good friend. Before bed at night, Mu'er asked again, I've already memorized the 3-character classic. Why isn't Dad back yet? Last time, he asked his mother, and she said he would come back after memorizing the classic. But he had already finished, and Uncle Shen said he learned quickly and could now recite the 100 family surnames and the 1,000-character classic. I also want to know, when your father comes back, will he properly stay at home and keep Mu'er company? And also spend time with Mother? Pei Mu mumbled softly and gradually fell silent. Xie Zhaozhao kissed her son and slowly fell asleep. In a hazy state, a hot kiss fell, and Xie Zhaozhao let out a soft sound. She wanted to turn over, but her body wouldn't move, so she gave up. Maybe she missed him too much, or that's why she had such a shy dream. But the dream became clearer, and she could even smell his fresh, pleasant scent. There was also the dampness after bath. It wasn't a dream. It was him. The familiar scent. The familiar kiss. Xie Zhaozhao's consciousness gradually cleared. She opened her eyes and could vaguely see his face. It was really him returning.
Pei Heng.
Xie Zhaozhao softly called his name, feeling a bit excited. Although she knew it was him, she still couldn't help but want to confirm. She hadn't been this happy in a long time. It was like her parents coming home after a long absence when she was a child. You're so annoying, disturbing my sweet dreams. She said this, but her arms wrapped around his neck, reluctant to let go. Her voice was a little sleepy and charming, and Pei Heng couldn't help but kiss her again. His deep, husky voice was a bit fuzzy. Keep sleeping. I'll stay here with you for a while. Xie Zhaozhao used some strength in her arm and whispered playfully, How am I supposed to sleep with you like this? She wasn't a stone. How could she not feel anything? Pei Heng finally released her lips, breathing a little unevenly. Light the candle, Xie Zhaozhao said. She hadn't seen him in a long time, and just hugging and kissing wasn't enough. She wanted to see him more. Pei Heng was worried about waking her, so he didn't light the lamp. He just looked at her in the starlight and then left. But when he saw her face, he couldn't help but want to kiss her again. However, as soon as he touched her lips, he couldn't let go. The room lit up, though not as brightly as modern lights, but enough to see his face clearly. He had just finished bathing, his hair still damp, and his clothes hanging loosely on his body. Xie Zhaozhao felt that if she just reached out and gently pulled, his clothes would fall off easily. But her hand was already there, and she still lacked the courage to do it. Muir is eagerly waiting for you every day, asking me several times when Daddy will come back. Xie Zhaozhao leaned on the pillow, her long hair spread out, looking charming and lazy. And you? What about me? Have you been hoping I would come back? Do you have a conscience? Xie Zhaozhao looked up at him with a teasing look and lightly tapped his chest. I'm almost turning into a stone statue, waiting for my husband. The man's lips curved into a handsome smile. Waiting for your husband? Thinking about a beautiful woman turning to stone makes me feel sad. Pei Heng held her hand and kissed it softly. Sorry, I will stay with you properly these days. He thought the case would take about half a month, but it ended up lasting over a month. The Leaf family is a big family in Yanqing, with complicated connections. Some trouble in the middle caused the delay. You always say that, but your words don't count. I don't believe you anymore. Xie Zhaozhao said softly, her voice gentle and sweet, with no real threat, making her seem more vulnerable. But Pei Heng didn't want to hurt her. What do you want me to do? I will agree to anything. Pei Heng's eyes showed a loving smile. He was supposed to return tomorrow, but he couldn't resist wanting to see her. Once the case was over, he hurried back to the border city, but still missed the scheduled return. Luckily, he recognized the city guard on duty, who opened the gate for him late at night. I want you to stay with me for a while. Xie Zhaozhao leaned on Pei Heng's shoulder, acting clingy. Do you miss me? After so long, she only received 2 letters. She read them over and over, but not even a word saying she missed him. Pei Heng didn't speak. He gently held her chin and kissed her. He couldn't say anything, but he needed to do something to show his feelings. His fresh, pleasant scent completely filled her senses. First smell, then touch, and finally her mind. By the end of the kiss, both of them were breathless. Xie Zhaozhao's collar was loose, revealing a large part of her red undergarment, making her look even more charming. Pei Heng's voice was husky as he whispered near her ear, 56 days.
What?
Xie Zhaozhao was confused by his sudden words. She was dizzy from his kiss, and her rational mind hadn't found its way back yet. Our wedding night, the man looked at her face, which was flushed with desire beneath her long hair. When he promised her, he didn't think 100 days was long. Now he was almost going crazy from the wait. Xie Zhaozhao finally remembered their promise. 56 days.
So fast.
He went out once, and more than half of the time had already passed.
Fast?
The man's Adam's apple moved. He wondered how to let her know how hard it was for him to wait. Not fast. If you go on another trip, it might be more than 100 days, Xie Zhaozhao said with a pout. It won't be any more. A man's eyes rested on her face, his long eyelashes like fan wings, fluttering like butterfly wings. He couldn't help but reach out to touch her. She used to think business trips were nothing, but now each day feels like a year. That's hard to say. If you're always accompanied by beautiful women, you might forget about home altogether. Whenever she thought of Qinshu, she felt uncomfortable. The thought of her wandering around beneath Pei Heng's watch made her even more uneasy. That's not true, Pei Heng said gently, his usual demeanor soft and kind. Who knows? I can't always be with you. Although Qinda Ren isn't as beautiful as me, she's a pretty young lady. Maybe they'll fall for each other over time. She looked at Pei Heng with a sad expression, puffing out her cheeks, feeling wronged and pitiful. You're so annoying. I've never been like this before. Why are you making me change? I hate this version of myself. He tightened his arm around her waist, pulling her close into his embrace. How could I dislike you? I like you so much, Xiao Zhao. He loved hearing her sweet words, loved that she cared about him and kept him in her heart. Really? Yes. Then can you stay and keep me company? It was almost dawn and she didn't want him to leave. When her parents left, they always took advantage of her sleeping time. When she woke up, they were gone. She was afraid that if she woke up now, he might also be gone. It felt like just a dream. Pei Heng's lips curved into a gentle smile, his deep voice carrying a hint of joy. Are you sure? She kissed his cheek. Just stay here with me and moo air. You can't do anything else, not even kiss. Will you agree? Pei Heng chuckled softly. All right. I'll be here. You can sleep a little longer. Pei Heng's strong arms wrapped around her shoulders, holding her tightly in his embrace. She only remembered her childhood when her grandma and grandmother used to sing her to sleep. Later, she started her own business and moved out, and it had been a long time since anyone held her like this while she slept. This moment of comfort finally eased her restless heart, and she quickly fell asleep again. As her breathing gradually steadied, Pei Heng opened his eyes to look at the woman beside him. He gently brushed aside her messy hair, revealing her delicate, beautiful face. He leaned down and softly kissed her forehead, then covered her with a blanket, tucking the corner over his own stomach. When she woke up again, the sky was bright.
She was alone in bed.
Her son was gone, and Pei Heng was not there. She hurriedly got up and ran out barefoot. Since it was late May, walking barefoot felt quite comfortable. As she left the room, she saw the father and son playing with building blocks in the corridor. Pei Muxu hadn't seen his father in a long time and clung to him, leaning into his embrace. Pei Heng was dressed in a blue traditional outfit, with his sleeves rolled up halfway, revealing his strong, slender arms. Cool, yet gentle. Pei Heng, Xie Zhao called out. She was only wearing a white inner garment. The wind lifted her flowing hair, making her look like a fairy about to ascend. Pei Heng, tall and with long legs, quickly walked over and picked her up around the waist. Why aren't you wearing shoes? I didn't see you and Mu'er when I woke up. Xie Zhao glanced at her son behind her. Pei Mu had already followed his father's steps. Mommy, are you dreaming again? Pei Mu asked with a small face turned up. What kind of dream? Pei Heng responded. Mommy was calling Grandma and Grandma outside the dream.
Pei Mu recalled.
He had woken up several times at night because of his mother, and once she even cried. The next day, he didn't go out to play with Ernio, but stayed with his mother instead. Are they very important to you?
Pei Heng asked.
Xie Zhao wrapped her arms around his neck, rubbing her face against him, and lowered her eyes. Yes, elders from afar, she replied. Pei Heng felt a bit distracted by her rubbing, so he didn't pursue the question about those distant relatives. Remember to wear shoes next time. Xie Zhao nodded, but inside, she felt relieved. If he had really asked who they were, she wasn't sure how to explain. It turns out secrets can be revealed in dreams. She hoped not to say anything more in her dreams in the future. Because I know you will definitely hold me, Xie Zhao pouted playfully like a little girl. She swayed her little legs as she spoke, showing a bit of spoiled arrogance. In this pose, her pants wrinkled slightly, revealing a small, jade-like leg. Her skin on her calf brushed against his arm, making Pei Heng feel a burning sensation. He struggled to steady his steps. Xie Zhaozhao noticed his pause and deliberately teased him. Can you handle this? Pei Heng's eyes darkened like ink, and his deep, clear voice sounded a bit hoarse. Xie Zhaozhao.
What?
She looked up slightly, gazing at his handsome face. Do you think I can't handle you? Pei Heng asked softly. Although there were 57 days left before their agreement, he didn't need to wait until then to feel satisfied. There were ways. Men often had flaws, and it all depended on whether he would let himself indulge. He just didn't want her to feel wronged. Are you threatening me? Xie Zhaozhao lifted her chin proudly. Because she was sure that Pei Heng was a gentleman who would never cross boundaries or behave improperly, even when kissing. That's why she dared to tease him again and again. Muir, go see how Grandma Zhao's lunch is coming along and help her, Pei Heng said softly to his son. Pei Mu nodded and turned to carry his small stool, running to the kitchen to help. He could help Grandma peel beans, which her mother loved to eat. Pei Heng quickly returned to his room, closed the door with a long stride, and headed straight for the bed. Seeing his eyes full of desire, Xie Zhaozhao started to feel afraid. Are you serious? She asked nervously. Pei Heng chuckled softly. I've sent Mu away. What do you think? As he finished speaking, he grabbed her head and pressed his lips down heavily for a kiss. Unlike usual, his kiss was deep and intense, moving along her jawline and downward. Bold and reckless. Xie Zhaozhao was completely panicked. Sure enough, men couldn't resist temptation. Pei Heng, my husband.
She tried to speak.
But Pei Heng ignored her completely. Calling her or begging didn't help. He even sealed her lips with another kiss. Compared to her chattering, her lips were now more in need of kissing. Don't bully me, she pleaded softly, sounding like she was begging. She had never been in love before and had no experience with this kind of thing. Her few experiences came from her senior sister's app. But virtual online interactions were nothing like real life. She had no experience at all. Seeing her eyes turn red, Pei Heng finally let go, but his lips still lingered on hers, reluctant to part. His breath was hot, and his voice husky. Weren't you very bold just now? Thinking she was teasing him, she believed he was a saint? I wasn't, you're so heavy.
Let me go, she frowned.
This time, Pei Heng was completely holding her down, possessively. She wasn't weak, but men and women are naturally different in strength. She couldn't move at all. Only now did she realize that he was just going along with her. If he wanted, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Moreover, she still liked him. Her body was more honest than her words. Wasn't your courage very big just now, teasing me? His voice was very low, like a cello's deep tone, vibrating from his chest into her heart. Xie Zhaozhao pouted and looked at him pitifully. I wasn't teasing you. I just want to know how much you like me, whether you would love me without limits, she said softly. Pei Heng gently stroked her soft face and chuckled quietly. He knew she was the best at coaxing people. He knew exactly what to say to make his heart soften. How does he refuse? How can he make her sad? Xie Zhaozhao, who really sent you to be with me? This torment makes him anxious, but he feels helpless. You don't like me? I do like you. Hold me up. I have something to tell you. Xie Zhaozhao looks at him softly and obediently. She was going to say this last night, but at the time, she only missed him and didn't want to ruin the good atmosphere. Later, after some tenderness and exhaustion, she fell asleep, and now this is where they are. Just say it? Pei Heng looks at her with interest, as if expecting her to do something playful. Suppose I and Lu Rongyu both fall into the river at the same time. Who would you save first? Look into my eyes and don't lie to me. Xie Zhaozhao's clear black and white eyes stare at him seriously. She is genuinely asking him this question. That's a strange question. Pei Heng frowns and smiles lightly, clearly amused by her stubbornness. If she's asking about this, he'd rather kiss her. He finally managed to distract Muir. You must answer me. Of course, it's you. Rongyu can swim, so I wouldn't need to save him. Pei Heng doesn't hide his feelings. If even this is something he needs to save her from, Lu Rongyu might be too ashamed to live. Xie Zhaozhao pouts. What if he can't swim? He's your good brother, and I'm just someone you're responsible for. What if he tries to bully me? Although Lu Rongyu is inherently selfish and ruthless, he truly cares for Pei Heng. For Pei Heng, he'd risk his life, or even give up his noble title. The Pei family's reputation was restored, and they returned smoothly to the capital, thanks mainly to him. Last time, Lu Rongyu sent people to capture her, and tensions rose, but Pei Heng didn't really do anything to him. What about later? If he had to choose between his brother and a woman, who would he pick? You are my woman. I won't allow anyone to bully you, not even my brother. Did Uncle Zhang tell you he looked for me?
Yes.
He did say he wouldn't interfere with us anymore, but you should know that Xie Huimin is now with him, right? Lu Rongyu managed to settle her vampire family, and they all went back to their hometown. Xie Huimin broke free from her prison. With her stubborn personality and memories from the past, she wouldn't be willing to accept this easily.
The current calm is just a chance to act.
A simple word, but it feels like she said nothing at all. Uncle Zhang did tell him, and he has been secretly protecting her with the people from Ba Fong Agency. He and Lu Rongyu are good brothers, but they do not interfere in each other's private matters. His keeping secrets from Huimin is his own business. Although he didn't expect it, he wouldn't interfere. If they can help you return to the capital and help your family rise again, you must sacrifice something, like me, Xie Zhaozhao said with a half-smile. She truly liked him. Men like Pei Heng are hard for women not to like. The more they spent time together, the deeper she fell. But she didn't love him enough to give up everything. She values her life very much. She is from a novel, not crossing a tribulation, and certainly not here to be a scapegoat. During the time he was away, she thought of him every day, but also about their relationship. Liking him is real. Not wanting to part is also real. But as adults, weighing pros and cons is true. In this era, family interests come first, and women can be sacrificed at any time. If he finds it hard to choose, rather than insisting she is the only option, she will cut her losses and end her feelings here. First love often ends in failure. She can just see this as a failed romance. That way, she won't hate because of love. She doesn't want him to regret day after day in the dull future. Later, love could turn into resentment. She has seen this many times in her later life. Though 5,000 years have passed, human nature is the same. Indeed, career is a woman's confidence. If she had just arrived in this world, she probably wouldn't have had such courage. His cold gaze flickered slightly, and her indifferent attitude made his heart feel like it was stung. It hurt. He was angry when she ran away from home, but he never felt pain. Zhao Zhao, his voice was slow, deep, and gentle, but you could tell he was holding something back. If I could return to the capital using these methods, I wouldn't have to wait until today. I won't compromise with anyone. Things I didn't do 8 years ago, I won't do now. If I did, Pei Heng and the entire Pei family would deserve to decline. You underestimate me, and you underestimate your importance in my heart. His gaze was like a tightly woven net, wrapping around her and making her feel a little breathless. Are you serious? Xie Zhaozhao's heart softened a little. Otherwise, what's the benefit of lying to you? You won't even let me touch you now, Pei Heng said plainly. He rarely spoke so directly, which made Xie Zhaozhao's face turn red. She pouted and said, "You're talking nonsense. Being close and hugging when you need me, then cutting ties harshly when you don't. Xie Zhaozhao, who taught you to be so cold and unfeeling?" Pei Heng stared at her blushing face. His gaze was so deep, it felt like it could not be penetrated. She was a little afraid to look directly at him. "It's because you didn't give me that confidence, so I didn't dare to bet," Xie Zhaozhao murmured. Sometimes, knowing the answer makes a person more afraid. Because in his view of the world, she didn't exist. He rested his arm beside her, trapping her in his embrace, and softly said, "So, what do you want me to prove?" Xie Zhaozhao looked thoughtful. Actually, who would know if nothing happened? She was used to taking the lead, used to smooth sailing, and didn't want to be passive. Pei Heng waited for her answer but received no reply. Instead, he leaned in and kissed her soft lips. It was you who wanted to marry me, who said you wanted to come back and live a good life with me, who said you liked me. I believed you, and you can't change your mind now. Xie Zhaozhao felt weak from his kiss, but her mind was still clear. She had to clarify this once and for all so she could have the courage to move forward without hesitation. I won't interfere in your relationship with him. He's your good brother, but not mine. If he offends me or hurts me, I won't hold back. You also can't ask me to forgive him. It's not because I don't care about your reputation, nor because I dislike you, but because I have my principles and bottom line, she said thoughtfully. I have no objections. If he hurts you, I won't forgive him either. The man's breath brushed past her ear, making Xie Zhaozhao feel itchy and unable to hide. Then it settled.
Get up.
I need to find Muir. She pushed him away. But Pei Heng's body didn't move at all. Instead, he let out a low, amused laugh. Zhaozhao, has anyone ever told you not to negotiate in a man's arms? Xie Zhaozhao shrank her shoulders, looking at him cautiously. What are you going to do? Pei Heng's gaze was like a beast seeing prey, wanting to claim her completely. In the next moment, he tilted her chin and kissed her fiercely and passionately. He held her hand and traced it down his abs. Xie Zhaozhao pulled back as if burned, but was forced to be pulled back again. Xie Zhaozhao's face turned red, her hair messy, breath ragged, her wrists weak. The instigator looked satisfied, calm and composed, as if he wasn't the one who had just done something shameful. So, you're this kind of person. I won't bother with you anymore, Xie Zhaozhao said softly, with a hint of tears in her voice, making her seem even more vulnerable and tempting to tease. Even as she spoke, Pei Heng felt something again. I'm just like this, Zhaozhao. I'm not as good as you think. The man's eyes were as dark and thick as ink. Men always have desires, or else how would Muir come into the world? In the past, desires were stronger, but now I prefer to take the lead. He held her wrist gently and massaged it. I will give him a chance to explain, clarify our agreement, and I won't give up, nor will I allow you to give up. Pei Heng tidied things up for the two of them. After all, it's daytime, and staying in the room too long isn't good. As soon as they left the room, they heard Muir's laughter. Pei Heng frowned slightly. The man sitting next to Muir, dressed in moonwhite, was someone he hadn't seen before. Mr. Shen. Xie Zhaozhao smiled and was about to go over, but Pei Heng subtly held her arm back. Shen Xianyan looked up at the sound, but his gaze fell on Pei Heng beside Xie Zhaozhao. He put down the beans in his hand, smiled politely, and said, "This is Commander Pei, right?" Pei Heng held Xie Zhaozhao's hand and stepped forward. One was tall and handsome, the other charming and lovely. Walking shoulder to shoulder like this, they looked very matching and enviable. The man smiled slightly, his thin lips forming a faint smile. He nodded.
Exactly.
My wife told me to thank Mr. Shen for guiding Muir during this time. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at him, her smile charming and a little mischievous. Did she tell him? It seems she hasn't had the chance yet. His possessive attitude, and the fact that she is my wife. Pei Heng, you're quite something. Shen Xianyun's smile deepened. He lowered his head and patted Muir's little head.
Miljonair is clever.
He understood after just a few words of guidance. It's not really teaching.
Dad.
Muir looked up with a small face, trying to hide his happiness, but the joy in his eyes was obvious. He's only 3 years old after all. Hearing Shen Xianyan praise his cleverness made him naturally happy. Pei Heng took his son's small hand and smiled. Mr. Shen is modest. Muir, you should respect him, understand? Yes, I will remember, father.
Muir nodded respectfully.
By the way, Lady Pei asked me to give you this calligraphy book for Muir the other day. I just brought it today. Shen Xianyan picked up a nearby book, a smile on his face, and handed it to Xie Zhaozhao. Today, she looked especially beautiful, like a rose well-watered. She is usually pretty, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Today, she looks radiant and charming. Xie Zhaozhao was about to reach out to take it, but Pei Heng quickly stepped ahead and took it first. Thank you, Mr. Shen. I'll return the favor another day. Shen Xianyan slightly lifted his lips. Commander Pei, you are too polite. We're neighbors, just a small favor. I won't bother you anymore. Let's invite the gentleman another day. Pei Heng personally saw Shin Xianyan out, showing very proper manners. Pei Heng turned around, his eyes fixed on Xie Zhaozhao's face, and in a normal tone asked, "Are you getting along well with the new neighbor?" It seemed indifferent, but Xie Zhaozhao still sensed some annoyance. She raised an eyebrow, a proud smile on her face. Yes, Mr. Shen is very learned, talented, humble, and polite. Pei Heng's face visibly darkened as he stared at her beautiful face. Learned, talented, humble, and polite? He used so many fancy words to describe a man. She thought he was quite thoughtful. Yes, you saw it too, right? Xie Zhaozhao looked as if she didn't notice his growing coldness. Pei Heng wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. He slightly curved his lips, smiling, but with a quiet, oppressive feeling. I don't like it. Pei Heng didn't like him smiling at Xie Zhaozhao. Well, you only like your good brother, Xie Zhaozhao said unhappily. Are you deliberately provoking me? Pei Heng chuckled softly. Yes, are you jealous? You don't even pay this much attention when praising me. Pei Heng looked a little wronged. Xie Zhaozhao snorted softly. You're so shameless to feel wronged. Mr. Shen is just a neighbor, and he's kindly teaching Mu'er. Yet you're jealous like this. Your messy love affairs and good brotherly feelings make me feel helpless. Pei Heng was silent. Xie Zhaozhao lifted her chin and continued. No, you're in the wrong? Being a man means being generous. Small-mindedness is worse than Mu'er. Also, I was very angry earlier. You'd better think about how to make it up to me, or don't even think about touching my skirt in the future. You didn't like that just now? Xie Zhaozhao blushed and hit his chest slightly. Let go, or the countdown starts today. Pei Heng quickly loosened his grip. Xie Zhaozhao took a step back, crossed her arms, and looked at him with interest. Stop with your crazy ideas. Deal with your good brother properly, or you'll end up living with him, and he'll hold a grudge and turn against me. I'll go see Rongyu later and prepare a generous gift to personally thank Mr. Shen for teaching Mu'er, Pei Heng said softly as he stepped forward, trying to take her hand. Seeing she didn't object, he slowly grasped her wrist. Are you still feeling unwell? Xie Zhaozhao glared at him and withdrew her hand. What do you think? Pei Heng held her hand again. Don't be angry. I've asked Uncle Zhang to buy your favorite crispy mountain cake. Don't think you can dismiss me like this. For the next 3 days, you are not allowed to enter my room or kiss me. Zhao, Pei Heng softly called. He hadn't been home for over a month. Finally returning, he couldn't believe she wouldn't let him in or show affection. It felt like she was trying to hurt him. It seems 3 days are too short. Let's make it 5, Xie Zhaozhao said with a pout. Just 3 days, only 3, Pei Heng agreed softly. He needed to stay calm first, and think of a way later. Since you sincerely regret, I will agree. After lunch, I will go see your good friend. Obey my command, wife. Xie Zhaozhao looked up at his handsome side profile. Though she didn't want to, she had to give him some hope. Otherwise, he might try to find other ways to tease her next time. Pei Heng originally wanted to use the excuse of putting Mu'er to sleep to enter the room, but Xie Zhaozhao saw through him and coldly closed the door, keeping him outside. He touched his nose, realizing this was what it felt like to be rejected. He knew she was just making a fuss. He had just been teasing her and lost control a bit. It was natural for her to be angry. And he really should go see Rongyu. When Pei Heng arrived at Lu Rongyu's side courtyard, he was not surprised. Lu Rongyu was playing chess with Xie Huimin. He didn't expect her chess moves to resemble his own. The trustworthiness of Xie Huimin's words was increasing. It seemed he made the right choice to keep her. Xie Huimin couldn't help but glance nervously, but Pei Heng's cold expression made her instinctively shrink back. She was naturally afraid of him. In both this life and the last, Pei Heng was inherently cold. She was the proud wife of a duke outside, but in front of him, she always lowered her voice and tried to please him. Lu Rongyu looked at her and, sensing her discomfort, wisely stepped back. Even if you're short of women, you don't have to keep her around, Pei Heng said bluntly. He even showed disdain for the seat Xie Huimin had just sat in, choosing a seat farther away. Lu Rongyu shook his head and chuckled, such a big fuss. Did your woman complain to you? Pei Heng, feeling frustrated but with nowhere to vent, snorted softly. She's not as tasteless as you. Lu Rongyu burst out laughing. I'm tasteless? Pei Heng, you're doing well. You have a woman now, and that's fine. But to insult your brother like this, aren't you ashamed? How can a grown man embarrass a woman like that? Pei Heng narrowed his eyes, his expression full of sarcasm. What did she say to you? Do we really need such a deep misunderstanding? Lu Rongyu looked at the man's mocking face. You know very well what Xie Huimin did, yet you still keep her by your side. Your selfishness is obvious. Rongyu, we have been brothers for many years, but I hope you won't interfere in my private affairs. If you act on your own, don't blame me for cutting ties with you. Pei Heng looked at Lu Rongyu's cold statement, not negotiating, and showing little emotion. Lu Rongyu raised his hand and threw the teacup. His overly handsome face was full of anger, and his eyes reddened slightly. Pei Heng, we've been brothers for many years. You pointed a sword at me for a woman last time, and now you want to cut ties again. Since there was such a big commotion here, Xie Huimin heard it too. She felt a little nervous. Lu Rongyu, who seemed wild and arrogant, was actually much easier to talk to than Pei Heng. Pei Heng, on the other hand, looked cold and distant, with an even colder heart deep inside. He was afraid he wouldn't easily believe those things. When did Xie Zhaozhao become so important to him? In the previous life, Pei Heng and Lu Rongyu were willing to risk their lives for each other, even more than she was. Why did everything change? You are my brother, not her brother. Even if you stab me, Pei Heng's eyes won't blink, and I won't blame you. You can't hurt her. Compared to Lu Rongyu's anger, Pei Heng was unusually calm. The sun outside was shining brightly, but it couldn't melt the deep black in his eyes. I know you've been planning for me all these years. Pei Heng, will remember this kindness for my whole life. But you should also know that the Pei family didn't fall into ruin because of her. She is innocent. From now on, she has been my close companion. Your attitude and opinion are unfair to her. Also, that Xie Huimin has a bad heart. You should deal with her early. It seems Xie Zhaozhao hasn't told you, Lu Rongyu sneered. It was hard to tell whether he was more self-mocking or sarcastic. This woman really knows how to stay calm. He thought Yi came today for Xie Huimin, but it turned out he was after him. Also, in Xie Zhaozhao's mind, she already believed he was using Xie Huimin to deal with her. After what happened last time, he knew that Xie Zhaozhao was Pei Heng's Achilles heel. Although he still thought her status didn't match his, he wouldn't hurt her. What? Pei Heng frowned. Well, it's hard to explain in a few words.
Just take a look at this game.
Lu Rongyu sat back in his seat. His anger came quickly but also faded fast. Pei Heng was right earlier. It's not just harsh words. Even if he stabbed him, he wouldn't really get angry. Perhaps I will personally hand him the knife and encourage him to use more force. Pei Heng glanced at him and snorted. With your poor chess skills, you dare to teach others how to play? How am I a bad chess player? I only lost to you. Lu Rongyu replied angrily. Speak if you have something to say. If not, I'll leave, Pei Heng said, not bothering to beat around the bush. There are others at home waiting for him to comfort them. You're becoming more impatient with me. Lu Rongyu waved his fan twice. So now, besides your wife, no one else catches your eye? Pei Heng stood up and left immediately. Lu Rongyu snapped his fan shut. I'm really afraid of you. I was just trying to talk. Lu Rongyu no longer hid anything and told Pei Heng about Xie Huimin's strange situation. Of course, he also mentioned the queen returning to the palace and today's similar chess moves. Pei Heng frowned and scoffed softly, just making things complicated. Astonishing things happen often in this world. If she fell into someone else's hands, have you thought about the consequences? Lu Rongyu didn't agree. That's why he kept Xie Huimin close. She knew too much, especially about Pei Heng and the Pei family. When will it be the turn of a woman to decide the fate of the Pei family? Lu Rongyu pinched his forehead, looking troubled. Yi, I won't interfere with you and your woman's affairs, but I must keep Xie Huimin. I like her. Now she's under my name. That's my private matter. Lu Romeu looked at him with a sneer. He had just claimed he wouldn't interfere in his brother's private matters. Surely, he wouldn't turn around and betray him so quickly? Pei Heng sneered coldly. Then you'd better watch her carefully. If she causes trouble, I won't care about brotherly ties. Since I said I wouldn't touch your woman, I didn't expect you to be so insecure, Lu Romeu said with a hint of mockery. It's not that she's insecure. She's truly innocent, Pei Heng replied. Lu Romeu said nothing, only raised an eyebrow at him, his face full of the message. Do you believe me or not? Pei Heng brushed his sleeve and didn't want to argue further. Seeing him leave, Lu Romeu didn't stop him. Just as his figure was about to disappear, he said, Since you've returned to the border town, I'll invite you for drinks next time. Today he took the initiative to find him. Perhaps he wouldn't avoid him so much in the future.
Sir.
Xie Huimin had been waiting at the path Pei Heng would pass after leaving the government office. Don't think that just because you've connected with Romeu, you can do as you please. You'd better behave. Pei Heng warned her. He had already given her a chance. If she dared to offend again, he wouldn't be lenient. Whether she truly possessed some mysterious foresight or not, it didn't concern him. He wouldn't let her hurt his people. How could I hurt an adult? Whether you believe it or not, in my past life, I was truly your wife, your close companion. I only wish for your well-being, Xie Huimin said sadly. Be quiet, stop talking nonsense. Pei Heng interrupted coldly, refusing to listen to her words. No wonder she was so angry, wanting to clarify things with him. Such matters bother everyone. She has been very rational. Recently, she has been suffering silently, though she doesn't know how she has endured. Rest assured, I won't bother you anymore, nor will I harm you. You will understand my true feelings in time, Xie Huimin said, bowing and leaving. Now that the truth is out, she won't do nothing. Of course, she wouldn't be foolish enough to openly oppose Xie Zhaozhao. But she also wouldn't just watch her take her place and glory. After bathing, Xie Zhaozhao found her son was missing. She had just put him to sleep before going to wash. Who did it? It was obvious. She went straight to Pei Heng's room and found her son sleeping on his bed. Give me my son. Pei Heng pretended to be asleep and patted the back of Romeu. I haven't been home for a long time. Tonight, my son is sleeping with me. If you want to sleep with your son, you should have told me earlier. You have your own plans, Xie Zhaozhao said with a light smile, hiding a hint of sarcasm. Pei Heng pretended not to understand. What plans? Stop pretending.
Give me my son.
I can't sleep alone, Xie Zhaozhao said angrily. Actually, she feels insecure in this world. She often dreams at night. Paimu has been with her, giving her comfort. He needs maternal love, and she needs someone who loves her to stay with her. The little guy is soft and fragrant, and she has gotten used to it. You can come sleep with me. I don't mind, Pei Heng said generously. Xie Zhaozhao squinted and smiled lazily. You have quite the imagination. Why didn't I notice before that you are so thoughtful? Pei Heng, who was sitting on the bed, stood up and walked to her side. I really want to stay with my son, and also stay with you. Don't be angry anymore, okay? I stopped being angry a long time ago, but there's a difference. You're a grown man. You shouldn't break your promises. How can I trust you in the future? I want to take Timu back to my room, Xie Zhaozhao insisted. No one keeps her company at night. She must take her son away. Pei Heng slightly lifted his lips. If I bring him here, he'll wake up from all the noise. Otherwise, you can sleep in my room tonight. Where will you sleep? I'll find a chair to lean on, Pei Heng said casually, but with a hint of sadness. Lord Pei, your acting skills are so good. It's a pity you don't go sing at the Jade Pavilion. Pei Heng first held her arm, then slowly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer little by little. He only said they couldn't kiss, not that they couldn't hug. He lowered his head, his lips almost touching her ear. I was wrong. My wife is generous. Please forgive me this time. Pei Heng's voice was very soft, sounding like begging or tempting. Xie Zhaozhao's ear was blown by warm breath, making her shiver. That shiver spread through her body like an electric shock, then slowly reached her heart, filling her entire chest little by little. Pei Heng felt her body and his arms gradually soften and relax, lost in her rich floral scent. Leaning against him, Xie Zhaozhao's almond-shaped eyes curved slightly. Her small hand slowly wrapped around his waist, then pinched him. The man couldn't help but let out a low, suppressed moan. It wasn't painful. He had strong muscles on his waist, firm and solid. But that spot was very sensitive for men. It couldn't be touched. Xie Zhaozhao left his embrace. Pei Heng looked at her with a smile and a mischievous glint, knowing she was deliberately teasing him. "Zhaozhao, are you trying to take my life?" His low, husky voice was almost a whisper. "I just want you to stay away from me." Xie Zhaozhao blinked at him. This man was too dangerous. One careless moment, and she might be tempted. Pei Heng didn't want her to leave. Seeing her about to hug Muir, he quickly said, "Sleep here with the child. I'll sleep over there. I promise I won't touch you." Xie Zhaozhao was a bit soft-hearted. Before she fully thought it through, her mouth moved faster. "All right."
Oops.
Xie Zhaozhao felt a bit annoyed, but since she had already said it, she decided to go along with it. This time, Pei Heng behaved himself. After Xie Zhaozhao lay down and extinguished the candle, he truly leaned back on the lounge chair. He draped a thin blanket over himself, but even so, he still felt very hot. Xie Zhaozhao thought she wouldn't be able to sleep after changing beds, but perhaps because Muir was still sleeping nearby. Or maybe. In any case, she slept quite well. Meanwhile, Muir woke up early and was a bit confused when he realized he wasn't in his mother's room. "Mother, why are we sleeping in Daddy's room?" Pei Mu asked sleepily. Since he could remember, Pei Heng and Xie Zhaozhao had always slept separately, so he was used to calling the study the Daddy's room. Of course your father is jealous that Muir spends every day with Mother." While Mother was bathing, he snatched Muir away. Luckily, Mother noticed and fought him off 300 rounds, took Muir back, and even took over his bed. Xie Zhaozhao sat cross-legged on the bed, talking and gesturing, making Muir laugh happily. "Mother is so amazing." Pei Mu puffed out his cheeks and gave Xie Zhaozhao a thumbs up. "Of course. Don't forget, Mother has the help of the great sage," she said. "And little Neza too," Pei Mu said excitedly. These were stories Mother told him. She had many stories every day. Wow. Muir guessed right away. Actually, besides those two, someone else also helped. Who could it be? Pei Mu looked curious and wide-eyed. "Yes, who is it? We'll reveal the answer tonight. Now let's go wash up and have breakfast, okay?" Xie Zhaozhao said patiently. Pei Mu nodded, hopped off the bed on his short legs, put on his shoes and socks, and ran off. Today, he wanted to burn an extra stick of incense, practice horse stance, and memorize another poem. That way, Mother could tell him 2 more stories. Thinking of this, Pei Mu felt more energetic and just wanted the evening to come quickly. Pei Heng watched the mother and son interact, a smile in his eyes. For the first time, he felt that these peaceful days were quite good. Happy times always pass quickly. Pei Heng's 3-day leave was ending, and there were 55 days left until their planned day. In the past 2 days, Xie Zhaozhao had been very strict, not allowing him to get close, giving him a firm lesson, so he wouldn't break the rules again. Today, Pei Heng went to the government office. Xie Zhaozhao personally saw him off at the door and kissed his lips. Pei Heng held her hand, surprised and touched. "This is a reward," Xie Zhaozhao blinked mischievously. "Work hard to earn money, support the family, and take good care of yourself." Although the town was small, there were many trivial matters to handle every day. She was often busy outside, which was quite tiring. "I'll come back at noon," Pei Heng said softly. "The weather is hot and running around is tiring. Come back early from the office. I also need to go to the bookstore later. Sister Chiao is coming to Confronting, and we have a meeting," Xie Zhaozhao said. "Okay. I'll come back tonight and buy you some crispy pastry." Pei Heng kissed her on the forehead. Pei Mu leaned against Xie Zhaozhao. Hearing about the pastry, his eyes lit up. He quickly reminded her, "Dad, don't forget about me too." "Got it." Pei Heng took the reins from Uncle Zhang, mounted his horse, and a clatter of hooves echoed through the alley as he rode away. When he reached the government office gate, he saw Zhao Lei looking around anxiously at the entrance. Zhao Lei saw Pei Heng and quickly ran over to greet him. "Brother Pei, that woman has come to border town."
Who?
Pei Heng casually handed the reins to Zhao Lei. "That one, Qin Shu." Pei Heng paused for a moment, then continued walking forward. "Qin Shu has been transferred to Border Town's household department and took office today." The prefect announced it. Zhao Lei whispered. Zhao Lei also went to the Yanqing Li family's case, so he naturally knew Qin Shu's feelings for Pei Heng. From Fong City to Border Town, although both are household departments, it's actually a lower rank. Qin Shu gave up her future prospects. Besides coming for Brother Pei, he couldn't think of any other reason. He had just planned to go home but was worried his wife would be upset if she found out. So he waited here, hoping Brother Pei would be mentally prepared. Behind Qin Shu is the Du family from Yanqing. This time, the Du family also contributed by connecting with a Tang County magistrate, so it's hard to shake off their influence. As they entered the room, Qin Shu came out just in time. Pei Heng's gaze didn't even bother to greet her. Qin Shu's smile froze on her face, but quickly returned to normal. "Colonel Pei, please wait." She looked official and businesslike. "I am here on the orders of Magistrate Tang to take over the household department work in Border Town. I hope Brother Pei will give me guidance in the future." Pei Heng's expression remained cold. "The household department isn't under my responsibility, so I might not be able to help you, Lady Qin." Without waiting for her response, he left directly. Zhao Lei followed Pei Heng, leaving Qin Shu standing alone. Qin Shu clenched her fists. She was here now, so she wasn't in a rush. If it weren't for him saving her in Yanqing, she would have been betrayed by the Li family. It showed he cared about her. Men are always insincere. A woman's youth and beauty are only temporary. Eventually, she will grow old and lose her charm. He would realize her worth sooner or later. Xie Zhao read with Mu air for a while, then told Grandma Zhao to let him rest in the afternoon after lunch. She then asked Uncle Zhang to see her off. She and Sister Chiu had an appointment at Chuanha Elegant Residence, and now was the perfect time to go. When Xie Zhao got off the carriage, a young servant came forward. Some helped park the horse, others led the way, each doing their part, orderly and efficient. They entered what looked like a high-end modern club, also requiring reservations in advance. The environment was elegant, with soft music and refined decor. The waiters were more handsome and clever than those elsewhere. Her ancestors truly knew how to enjoy life. Nothing was behind. Xie Zhao didn't expect such a good place in a small border town. The young servant slightly bowed and led her inside. As they turned the corner up the stairs, she suddenly bumped into someone. "Sometimes, I feel the world is very big because the person I want to see might be gone forever if I turn around. But sometimes, I feel the world is very small because everyone keeps running into each other." "Big sister, long time no see." Xie Huimin just came out of a private room. Before she could close the door, Xie Zhao saw who was inside. "Seeing someone you dislike once is enough. I didn't expect to see two at once." "When did Qin Shu come to Yanqing?" "She's sitting at the same table as Xie Huimin. Actually, they seem to have similar interests. Both like married men." "Are they sharing tips?" "To be honest, I didn't really want to see her," Xie Zhao said coldly with a smile, ignoring her and walking straight to the reserved room. "Big sister," Xie Huimin suddenly asked, "are you here to see brother-in-law?" Xie Zhao looked at her face with a calm smile, seeming harmless. "Today, Lu Lang invited the governor. He's at Inghua Pavilion. He probably can't leave for a while. Qin Jie isn't feeling well, so I'm just staying here with her to rest." The person Xie Huimin called Lu Lang is Lu Rongyu. With such a close tone, do they really have a secret relationship? Lu Rongyu wouldn't be so desperate. He knows that Xie Huimin was her good brother's wife in the past, and he can accept that. In the novel, he's not like that. Though flirtatious, he's not, and has never crossed any lines with Xie Huimin. That's why readers feel sorry for him. Xie Zhao shook her head, probably really hungry. "Long time no see."
My sister is still so talkative.
Remember to put more ice in the room later to reduce noise, Xie Zhaozhao said with a gentle smile, stretching out the last two words. After giving instructions to the waiter to continue leading the way, she moved through the winding paths, which felt a bit like a quiet, secluded garden. Qin Shu naturally overheard their conversation. Watching Xie Zhaozhao's back, she clenched her teeth but managed to control her emotions. Do you know each other? If it weren't for that embarrassing incident at Yilo Chun, which damaged her reputation, she wouldn't be so bullied by colleagues. She came to Bianqing mainly for Pei Heng, and she also wanted a change of environment, hoping that the incident would fade away. Does Sister Qin know my big sister? Xie Huimin's smile grew even brighter. She had sensed earlier at the banquet that something was off between her and Pei Heng. Pei Heng's attitude toward Qin Shu was unusually cold. His coldness and indifference are equal to everyone. He doesn't show love or dislike easily. Having lived with him for over 20 years, she knows him very well. If he hadn't offended his most sensitive point, he would never have disliked defending Qin Shu so much. Just now, he had tested Qin Shu's words, and indeed, they knew each other. It seems that something else happened. However, in the previous life, this character didn't appear. Or perhaps they did, but she never met them. But it doesn't matter. Other people's experiences can teach us. Qin Shu arrived just at the right time. Xie Zhaozhao followed the waiter into the private room arranged by Qionyang and asked about the direction of Yinghua Pavilion. It wasn't far from her, but she didn't plan to find Pei Heng. Wan Qionyang had been waiting for Xie Zhaozhao in the room for a while. When she saw her, she immediately gave a big hug. Not seeing you for a month, sister. You look more radiant than ever, Wan Qionyang praised happily. No wonder men like beautiful women. She liked them too. Not as charming as sister, Xie Zhaozhao was always sweet-talking, and complimenting others was her best skill. Moreover, Wan Qionyang was truly charming, different from young girl's beauty. She carried the charm of someone who had experienced years, with every gesture full of mature allure. She must have had a drink when waiting for her. Under the candlelight in the room, she looked even more attractive. Beautiful friends should also be beautiful, Wan Qionyang smiled warmly and brightly. Then, let's toast our first drink to the beauty, Xie Zhaozhao raised her glass. Although ancient wine was less pure, it had a fragrant aroma and a smooth, sweet aftertaste. She hadn't had such good wine in a long time and was quite tempted. Now you are our bookstore's goddess of wealth. Our bookstore has been open for many years, and this is the first time making a profit. Plus, those paintings you sent, I'll toast you properly. She looked at Xie Zhaozhao's sketches and ideas, thinking they were excellent. Men go to taverns and brothels, but where do women relax? At most, they watch plays. Women also need their own places to unwind. She was determined to do this business, and to do it big and well. In fact, she had earned quite a bit over the years, but she had also lost money. She not only ran this losing bookstore but also supported a school. In this era, women found it much harder to do things than men. Since her divorce, she had been holding back anger. Those noble families and men, why did they treat women as toys or tools for producing heirs? Men had multiple wives and concubines, flirting and being praised as romantic, but what about women? She just didn't want to suffer such humiliation, yet she was branded as unfaithful and rebellious. She insisted on accomplishing a great and shocking feat so that everyone would see. Not for anything else, but for the dignity of women. It's rare to meet a confidant who truly understands her, not only understands her, but is also her lucky goddess. Wan Qionyang hadn't been this happy in a long time. When she's happy, she tends to drink a few more glasses. Big sister, you have such courage. Then we shall. Before Xie Zhaozhao finished speaking, she suddenly heard a loud thud. The Wan Qionyang had fallen onto the table. Xie Zhaozhao was startled and quickly checked her pulse. Everything seemed normal, so she relaxed, realizing she was just drunk. She had spoken clearly just now, with no sign of drunkenness. Although the alcohol wasn't strong, being drunk still wasn't comfortable. Xie Zhaozhao left the private room and asked a waiter to bring some hangover soup. Just as she was about to return, a gentle-looking young waiter stopped her. "Excuse me, are you Lady Pei?" "Yes, I am," Xie Zhaozhao replied. "Lady Pei, Commander Pei has drunk too much and is a bit unconscious. Others can't serve him, so Lord Lu would like you to come over." The waiter bowed respectfully. "Which Lord Lu?" Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. "The young man is handsome and dressed in fine clothes. He's from the capital and is drinking and listening to music with the prefect at the moonlit pavilion. Lady Pei, if you go with the waiter, you'll find out. He's just ahead." Xie Zhaozhao looked in the direction the waiter pointed and saw it was indeed the moonlit pavilion. A faint smile appeared on her lips. "Then please, young man, lead the way." Xie Zhaozhao smiled, and the waiter almost stared in admiration, reacting a beat too slow. Realizing that Xie Zhaozhao had already agreed, his joy was hard to hide. He quickly said, "Lady Pei, please follow me." She followed the waiter at a steady pace. The terrain was complex, but not confusing enough to lose her way. Her sense of direction was excellent, thanks to her grandfather. Not only here, but even if she were dropped in the wild, she could find her way. The path the waiter took was clearly not toward the moonlit pavilion, but his wandering around gave her a better understanding of the terrain. This would make her actions easier later. Xie Zhaozhao's lips curled into a slight smile. This wasn't her fault. After all, the one who flirts first is at a disadvantage. The one who sends the invitation can't refuse it politely. Xie Zhaozhao appeared to follow casually, but she was actually observing the terrain carefully. It was indeed complicated, and the guide was deliberately misleading, but there was some pattern to it. "Young man, are we almost there?" Xie Zhaozhao smiled as she spoke, her beautiful eyes like a layer of water light, shining even more brightly. "Almost there. Just ahead," the usually clever young servant stammered slightly. Most people tend to pity and cherish women, especially such a delicate and charming woman. With her stunning beauty, it truly would be a shame to lose her. "Let's walk faster. I am a bit worried about my husband," Xie Zhaozhao said with a worried look. Her eyes seemed to hold an even deeper shimmer, making her look even more captivating. The young servant looked up at her briefly, then quickly lowered his gaze and softly responded, "Yes." During the daytime, there weren't many guests, and even with some music, the place felt quiet and peaceful. Especially here, it was particularly secluded. Xie Zhaozhao's lips curved into a beautiful smile. She took a few quick steps forward, then suddenly raised her hand and struck swiftly at the back of the young servant's neck. He didn't have time to react and collapsed immediately. Xie Zhaozhao quickly raised her hand, shook it, and winced. It hurt, really hurt. She was a delicate woman, yet she had to force herself to be both gentle and strong, fighting against these bad people. Fortunately, the self-defense techniques her grandfather taught her had become second nature. She dragged the young servant to a corner, pulled off his outer shirt, and put it on herself. Xie Zhaozhao was much smaller than the young servant, and even with her own clothes underneath, her outfit was loose. Finally, she took out a gold pearl from her pocket and whispered, "Please tell the guests at Kaiyun Pavilion that her matter has been settled. I can't leave now. Brother, please go in my place. That guest is quite generous." He quickly pocketed the pearl, smiling happily. "No problem, I'll go right now." They worked as waiters here. Although they earned quite a bit of silver, this one gold pearl was worth 6 months' wages. Plus, there was a reward waiting for him at the destination. He was happy to do such a good job. Xie Zhaozhao sneered silently. The gold pearl was something she had found when she took off the young servant's clothes. Gold pearls were valuable, and a waiter wouldn't normally have one. It was obvious who had given it to her. Perfect, she didn't even need to leave evidence. After finishing everything, Xie Zhaozhao knocked on the door of the room. Inside, a hurried voice asked, "Is the person brought in?" She lowered her voice and replied, "Almost there. Please be patient, young master. She's top quality and will satisfy you." Laughter came from inside, loud and wild. After she left, Xie Zhaozhao found a discreet corner to hide. Soon, she heard footsteps approaching. The person walking was light-footed and confident, and even without seeing their face, She could tell from their proud manner. Xie Zhaozhao frowned and wondered why only Qin Shu was here, and where was Xie Huimin. She had worked so hard, her hands swollen from effort, only to catch one person. What a pity. But at least she came, which is better than not coming at all. She really disliked women who calculated and tarnished their own reputation. Even though everyone knew a woman's virtue was precious, they still used such low tricks. But she couldn't really blame her. She was just using the same methods to fight back. Qin Shu was standing at the door. It seemed quiet inside. Qin Shu listened carefully, pressing her ear to the door, trying to hear better. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Qin Shu felt a sharp pain as someone kicked her into the room. "Little beauty, you finally arrived," a lewd male voice came from inside. Qin Shu's looks weren't as good as Xie Zhaozhao's, but she was still young and pretty. Her clothes and style were nice, and her face was charming, adding a few points. She was at least a pretty and elegant girl. Xie Zhaozhao heard Qin Shu's cries for help, as if they were right next to her. She probably ran to the door, but was pulled back inside. Qin Shu's desperate screams were heartbreaking. Xie Zhaozhao, as if she hadn't heard anything, calmly stepped away. She believed she had brought this on herself, and she would handle it. Places like this have always been full of trouble. Few people who come here are easy to deal with. Xie Zhaozhao found the young servant who brought her here, using her memory. He was still unconscious. She hurriedly put clothes on him and kicked him a few times before leaving. If all went well, he would wake up soon. He would know what to do. When Xie Zhaozhao returned to her room, she asked for a bowl of hangover soup. Wan Qianyang was still lying on the table. Xie Zhaozhao gently woke her and fed her half a bowl. Wan Qianyang finally woke up. She rubbed her temples and said, "Look at my drinking capacity. I need your help, or my sister will laugh at me." Elder sister gave me a chance to show my kindness. I was so happy I couldn't hold back, Xie Zhaozhao said with a bright, sweet voice. Wan Qianyang was amused by her look. "No wonder your husband is so devoted to you. With someone like you, any man would be easy to win. Elder sister has good judgment. I'm just so outstanding, beautiful when I need to be, talented when I should be. Plus, I have a noble supporter like you. How could anyone not envy and admire me?" Wan Qianyang couldn't hide her smile, feeling a little headache at first. But now, her head didn't hurt, and her whole body felt comfortable. "I was so busy drinking that I forgot to talk about the main thing." Wan Qianyang took out a prepared agreement and handed it to Xie Zhaozhao. "Take a look. Thank you for sharing the text. Here is the corrected and simplified version." Xie Zhaozhao took it, looked at it, and was shocked. "Sister, are you about to act now?" "Of course. Hesitating and overthinking won't lead to anything big. Now is the best time, and the place next Yellow Spring is perfect." Wan Qianyang always acted quickly and decisively. Such a large mansion, with mountains of gold and silver, she wanted to enjoy it properly. She wouldn't let others get the benefits easily. She knew very well what her ex-husband's family was planning. They didn't want her son to recognize her, and they wanted her son to think about their family's titles and wealth. She wouldn't leave anything for them. "Sister, you're so brave. But I can't take the share. I didn't pay or work for it." "You already paid the design fee last time." Xie Zhaozhao refused. "How did I not work? You drew the design sketches and came up with ideas that needed your effort to make real. Do you think I would give you a share for nothing?" "Don't worry, I don't cheat my own people." Before Wan Qianyang finished speaking, there was noise at the door. Clearly, someone was trying to break into the private room, but Wan Qianyang's guard stopped them. Xie Zhaozhao's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. She knew who was coming. Trying to blame her? They had the nerve to come here. "It looks like today I'll cause some trouble for my sister," Xie Zhaozhao sighed. Wan Qianyang sneered. It was really hard to find a quiet place to talk without trouble. "I'm not afraid of trouble," she said. When she left her marriage, she even confronted the emperor. What were these petty matters compared to that? "Let them come in," Wan Qianyang ordered firmly. As soon as she spoke, there was a loud bang at the door, showing how angry the person was. Qin Shu rushed straight to Xie Zhaozhao, her eyes full of rage, as if she wanted to tear her apart. "Xie Zhao, you wicked woman." Qin Shu's eyes were red and wild with anger. She raised her arm from afar, determined to ruin Zhao Zhao's pretty face and vent her anger. But before she could get close, the guard stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Qin Shu had brought people with her. But her people couldn't compare to the mansion guards, and they quickly were subdued. Compared to Qin Shu's fury, Xie Zhao looked calm and relaxed. She looked up and gave a faint smile, with a hint of challenge. Does Lord Qin not remember well? This made Qin Shu even angrier. Last time, she had been humiliated. This time, she wanted to ruin her completely. "You are simply extremely cruel," Qin Shu shouted at her. "If Pei Heng knew what kind of person you are, he would definitely leave you. You don't deserve him at all." Xie Zhao chuckled softly, calmly stood up, and walked in front of her. She raised her hand, slapped her cheek, then disdainfully withdrew her hand and wiped her face with a handkerchief. "Lord Qin has many worries. What does that have to do with me and my husband? So, you want to become a concubine? Marry a good wife, take a concubine. Does Lord Qin think he's more beautiful than me? Or does Lord Qin have some tricks to make men bow to him? But I see that Lord Qin is plain-looking, both foolish and mean. My husband's taste isn't that bad." Xie Zhao's words were completely blunt, openly dismissive, even showing her arrogance and sharp tongue without hiding. Qin Shu desperately wanted to tear her apart, shouting hysterically, "Xie Zhao, I will kill you. Don't think that having someone backing you gives you the right to do whatever you want." Qin Shu only realized after entering the room that Wan Qianyang was also there. But it didn't matter anymore. Xie Zhao ruined her, and she had to get revenge. "Yes, I have someone backing me, so I'm proud. The worst are people like you, who have no support but still try to act powerful, only to end up shooting themselves in the foot," Xie Zhao said meaningfully. Qin Shu, like a cat with its tail stepped on, roared wildly, "It's you. It's you. It's you who hurt me. What did I do to hurt you?" Qin Shu bit her lip and stared fiercely at Xie Zhao, but she couldn't say anything. She couldn't bring herself to speak. She thought her humiliation at Yu Lu Chun was the worst she'd ever endured. But today proved otherwise. Qin Shu closed her eyes. "Xie Zhao, you won't be so proud forever." Xie Zhao had already heard footsteps. From the sound, many people were coming. Xie Huimin almost stumbled in, running in hurriedly. "Elder sister Qin, where did you go? I couldn't find you." Seeing Qin Shu being supported by someone's arm, she thought Qin Shu's plan had succeeded and was being avenged by Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao was dirty, so Pei Heng wouldn't want her. But she wouldn't let Qin Shu go either. It was her own foolishness, and she couldn't blame others. Seeing Xie Huimin, Qin Shu felt like a savior had arrived. "Huimin, little sister." As soon as she spoke, tears started to fall. She truly hated and felt so wronged. "What's going on?"
"Why, sister?"
Xie Huimin acted as if she just realized Xie Zhao was there. Xie Zhao didn't interrupt her, quietly watching her perform. Xie Zhao had sat down again, holding a wine glass in her right hand and gently tapping her knee with her left, appearing relaxed yet showing disdain. "Qiu Jie, I'm really sorry. It's rare for us to drink together, but these flies and mosquitoes keep flying around, ruining the mood." Wan Qianyang sneered, "That's easy. Just throw everyone out." The guards at the mansion were not kind-hearted. Old Master Fangda was worried about his daughter being schemed against, so he chose only the best fighters. When the princess spoke, they naturally had to throw the people out. "Wait a moment, older sister, what's really going on?" Xie Huimin always had a bad feeling. Xie Zhao was dressed neatly, her hair perfectly arranged, and her captivating eyes still clear and pure, without a trace of hostility. She didn't look like a woman who had been assaulted. But Qin Shu, Xie Huimin, curious but cautious, was shocked again. The red mark on Qin Shu's neck was clearly a sign of intimacy between lovers.
Could it be
a failed attempt? Xie Huimin clenched her fists. Qin Shu was so useless. She couldn't even handle such a small matter. The guards wouldn't listen to Xie Huimin. When they were pulled to the door, suddenly a voice rang out. "Who dares to touch my people?" Lu Rongyu had arrived. Xie Zhaozhao raised an eyebrow. Whether to call him a troublemaker or a persistent ghost, she wasn't sure. Lu Rongyu held Xie Huimin's arm to steady her, preventing her from falling. Qin Shu wasn't so lucky. Her body, already in pain, was hurt even more by being roughly thrown out, and she felt her pain intensify. She looked up and saw Pei Heng nearby. All her suffering was for him. Qin Shu opened her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Pei." Pei Heng frowned with disgust, stopping in his tracks and not moving closer. He kept a good distance from Qin Shu, separated by several people. He didn't know what had happened, only that Lu Rongyu and the local official had come with him. Xie Huimin steadied herself in Lu Rongyu's arms. "I came to find Sister Qin, but I didn't expect her to be in older sister's room." Xie Huimin frowned, looking worried. When Pei Heng heard her call her older sister, his face suddenly changed. Was Zhao Zhao here? Xie Huimin and Qin Shu were also present, so he was worried Zhao Zhao had been wronged. He strode quickly toward the room, unstoppable in his approach. When Xie Zhaozhao saw Pei Heng, he was already in front of her, almost immediately lifting her from the chair. He supported her shoulders nervously and asked, "Are you hurt?" Xie Zhaozhao lowered her eyes, then raised them again, her eyes shining like autumn water, filled with endless grievance. She raised her slightly red and swollen right hand and said, "It hurts so much." Pei Heng held Xie Zhaozhao's hand and gently blew on it, like comforting a child. Xie Zhaozhao's fair face immediately lit up with a smile. "My husband is so amazing, it doesn't hurt anymore." Next to them, Wan Qianyang almost couldn't hide her smile. If someone else had done that, it might seem a bit fake. But Xie Zhaozhao's eyes were full of bright, genuine happiness. She wasn't acting. Instead, she looked innocent and cheerful, like a young girl. She didn't seem at all like the sharp, capable woman from the negotiation table. I am truly impressed with Xie Zhaozhao. She comforts her man like she's playing with a puppy, pinching his hand gently. Pei Heng blew on her hand a few more times. If there weren't so many people around, he'd want to hold her in his arms and comfort her. Pei Heng's gaze turned toward Lu Rongyu outside the door. He had promised her something. It had only been a few days, but Xie Zhaozhao was hurt because of it. Lu Rongyu was surprised by his look. He didn't even know Xie Zhaozhao was here. He came because a servant told him their companion was in trouble. Lu Rongyu quickly looked at Xie Huimin, his expression turning colder. He had warned her before. If she worked as his aide, she would be famous. But she wasn't allowed to bother Xie Zhaozhao anymore. Xie Huimin shivered. Lu Rongyu was her lifeline now. She absolutely couldn't offend him. When I arrived here, Sister Qin was already blocked in her room by the guards. It seemed they had a disagreement, but I don't know what happened or how my sister was hurt. Xie Huimin quickly distanced herself from the situation, knowing she could protect herself no matter what. Lu Rongyu also relaxed a bit, glad it wasn't related to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to protect her. His gaze toward Pei Heng also gained confidence. Husband, that Lord Qin was so fierce. Luckily Sister Chiu was there, or I would have. Otherwise, my face would be swollen from her hitting me, or I might even have been disfigured. I was peacefully with Sister Chiu, and suddenly she burst in, swinging her arms and shouting, "Did you offend Lord Qin? Otherwise, why would she keep bothering me? You really shouldn't join the army, I'm scared." Xie Zhaozhao's soft voice choked with emotion, her beautiful features furrowed in worry. Her eyes, slightly red, shimmered with tears that gathered and then fell like pearls, one after another. This was classic melodramatic acting, the kind that touches hearts most. Especially the tear that just happened to land on Pei Heng's hand. It was warm, but it burned his heart. Pei Heng almost lost control when he thought her swollen hand might appear on her face. "You are lying, Xie Zhaozhao. You are lying," Qin Shu shouted wildly. She didn't even touch her sleeve, so how could she hit her? This wicked person. Clearly, She was the one who was schemed against, the one who lost her innocence. Yet she was here twisting the truth. She's so fierce, I'm scared. Xie Zhaozhao shrank back onto Pei Heng's shoulder. When Qin Shu entered, she swung her sleeve to slap her, but the guard stopped her. That's the truth. She wasn't lying. I understand. Pei Heng's voice was low and gentle, like comforting a child. Wait for me a moment. Pei Heng strode to the magistrate and bowed. Sir, I do not mean to disrespect you, but my wife has been insulted. I must seek justice for her. Otherwise, what's the use of me being an official? He really took off his badge with both hands and presented it to the magistrate. Although Magistrate Li wasn't perfectly honest, he was skilled at scheming. Pei Heng had worked under him for many years, diligently solving many big cases. Most importantly, he never boasted about his achievements. He was the one who solved the famous Buddhist pagoda case that shocked the court. The county magistrate of Tang had tried more than once to transfer Pei Heng elsewhere. In other words, after Pei Heng resigned from his position in Bianqing, he immediately became the county magistrate of Fangcheng. The Ministry of Personnel raided officials every 3 years. If nothing unexpected happened, Tang would likely be promoted in the next 2 years. That meant the position left by Tang would be his. Pei Heng was about to leave. Who would do his work? Who would earn his credit? This was a good opportunity. As for Qin Shu, behind her was the Du family, a local noble family, and they were still in Yanqing. Even if Tang wanted her to go to Bianqing to coordinate work, so what? She was foolish and had made a big mistake. He didn't know the identity of the woman behind Mrs. Pei, but her aura suggested she was not simple. Never offend someone whose background you don't understand. That's a lesson he learned over many years of being an official. He quickly thought through what was more important. Magistrate Li returned Pei Heng's badge. Pei Heng, don't be impulsive. It's just a small matter. How could you throw away your future? Rest assured, I will give you justice, he said. According to the laws of Deqi, hitting an official's family without reason results in 30 strokes and 2 years of imprisonment, Pei Heng said coldly, like cold jade. Qin Shu couldn't stand Pei Heng's cold gaze and felt like she was being roasted alive. I didn't hit her. It was Xie Zhaozhao who harmed me. I came to seek justice. Qin Shu rushed in, but Pei Heng raised his hand to stop her. Qin Shu stared fixedly at the handsome, cold man before her. Do you know what your good wife has done? She's not as simple as she seems. She's acting in front of you, deceiving you. She has nothing to do with you. The man said indifferently, his cold aura seeming to seep into his bones. He spoke the most calm words that sent chills to the bone. Someone like you, who is so unimpressive, I was too lazy to bother, but since you keep bullying my wife, it's a provocation. I cannot tolerate it. Qin Shu felt her blood boil and trembled all over after hearing this. I didn't do anything to her. It was she who harmed me. Qin Shu shook her head and looked at Xie Zhaozhao. Xie Zhaozhao, if you dare to do it, don't dare to admit it. It's you who harmed me. I have witnesses. Don't try to deny it. Pei Heng, aren't you the best at judging cases? Then just clarify everything in front of the magistrate. You'll see who is the real victim. Xie Zhaozhao smiled faintly. Since Magistrate Qin insists I framed you, let's investigate clearly. Isn't there a witness? Bring them here. Xie Zhaozhao's tone was light and casual, showing no regard for Qin Shu. Just as Pei Heng said, Qin Shu was simply someone unworthy of attention. Xie Zhaozhao wasn't afraid of her so-called evidence. After all, she wouldn't be the one to suffer embarrassment. It wasn't that she left no room for mercy. It was that she refused to change her ways. Then let's investigate and find out the truth, Magistrate Li said with a frown. Even he could see what was happening. Qin Shu clearly had feelings for Pei Heng. Women's disputes shouldn't be dragged into the court. Since she was shameless, he couldn't blame her. Lu Rong, with a faint smile, said, I didn't expect there to be such an exciting show today. This time, it had nothing to do with him. Xie Zhaozhao was quite skilled at stirring trouble. No matter who was behind it, he wouldn't suffer losses. Actually, he had a hunch that Xie Zhaozhao was definitely not innocent. But he had no proof. And he wouldn't offend Pei Heng either. Lu Rong, again, looked at Xie Huimin beside him. She showed no change in expression and appeared completely unshaken. Qin Shu pulled the two young men behind her forward. It was them. It was this person who told me to go over. The young man had never seen so many officials before and was so nervous that he kneeled down immediately. Yes, someone told me to call the guest from Kaiyun Pavilion. I was just passing the message. I don't know anything else. The young man shook his head repeatedly. Did you hear that? The person who told me to go was me? Xie Zhaozhao stepped forward to the young man. The young man looked up and quickly shook his head. No, the person who told me was a young man from Chunhayaju. He's a man. Xie Zhaozhao smiled as she looked at Qin Shu, her eyes calm and steady. Did you hear that?
It wasn't me.
No way. It must be you wearing their clothes to disguise yourself. Qin Shu sharply refuted, her voice becoming more harsh and sharp as her carefully gathered evidence was overturned. Xie Zhaozhao looked at Qin Shu as if she were a fool. Master Qin, you're a lady official. Please use your brain when you speak, and don't lower the intelligence of officials in Daki. What motive would I have to harm you? You've been a lady official for a while, handling cases all along. Surely you've seen this simple truth. Are you just trying to boost your height? District Magistrate Li looked at Qin Shu with a sharp, piercing gaze. That's right, such a useless teammate must be removed. His temple is too small to hold her grand presence. Qin Shu's face alternated between pale and flushed. It's you. He must have been bought by you. Definitely. She shook Xiaojie back and forth, as if shaking her could produce evidence. Xiaojie was dizzy from her shaking. There is evidence. There is evidence. That person gave me a gold bead, Xiaojie suddenly said. Although reluctant, with her life almost gone. What use was a gold bead? Xiaojie took out the gold bead, and Qin Shu was stunned. She snatched it away. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was her gold bead. How could it be with him? Xie Zhaozhao sneered. Master Qin, do you recognize this object? Pei Heng looked at Qin Shu with a cold gaze. It was clearly summer, yet she felt a biting chill. When handling a case in Yanqing, he had indeed seen Qin Shu use the exact same gold bead. It wasn't me. Qin Shu shook her head, her expression somewhat blank. She didn't know how her gold bead ended up with this young servant. But it was definitely not her. Lu Rongyu and others noticed Pei Heng's gaze. The two brothers had known each other for many years. Their tacit understanding was beyond others' comprehension. He helped Pei Heng, not only to clear himself, but also to ease the relationship between him and Xie Zhaozhao. After all, a woman's influence can be powerful. Bring her purse, Lu Rongyu ordered. As a prince, he naturally wouldn't be opposed. Qin Shu covered her purse, resisting clearly. But it was useless. When opened, they found the same gold bead inside. Are you all crazy? How could I use a gold bead to harm myself? Qin Shu's eyes showed panic. Things were spiraling out of control. Why was this happening? Xie Zhaozhao sneered. You wouldn't harm yourself, of course. What you want to harm is me. District Magistrate Li was already very angry and said coldly, Qin Shu, what else do you have to say? You have embarrassed the reputation of my office. Fortunately, she just took office today and hadn't caused too much trouble yet. Otherwise, she might have caused her to be dismissed completely. She must return the goods. This kind of merchandise not only fails to bring her honor, but also damages her reputation. Sir, I am truly being framed. Qin Shu tried to explain several times but couldn't find the words. She clearly gave the gold beads to another servant to take Xie Zhaozhao there. Qin Shu looked again at Xie Zhaozhao. You planned everything from the start, didn't you? Xie Zhaozhao, you're so cruel. Trying to steal a chicken but ending up losing the rice. That's exactly your kind of foolishness, Xie Zhaozhao said with a mocking smile. The evidence is right here. What else do you have to say? The master's eyes are sharp. He can see through your little tricks. If you admit that you caused my trouble, you might save some face. Xie Zhaozhao didn't really care about Qin Shu. Once things were over, she wouldn't look back or get angry. People often meet all kinds of excellent individuals in life. Why waste energy being angry about them? Moreover, Qin Shu was clearly being manipulated by Xie Huimin, but she didn't realize it herself. The real danger wasn't Qin Shu, who was foolish, but Xie Huimin, a hidden snake lurking in the dark. Qin Shu, insulted by Xie Zhaozhao's contempt, lost her temper. I have witnesses. I have witnesses. After saying this, she suddenly went crazy, pulling another servant over. Tell me, is it him and Xie Zhaozhao who conspired to harm me? Qin Shu shouted hysterically. The servant had been trying to stay low-key, but was pulled out anyway. He really didn't want to be involved. He truly didn't know that the people inside the room were her. The servant looked at Qin Shu trembling and said, I don't know.
You know.
You better tell everything you know. Don't hide anything, or I will exile you 1,000 miles away, Qin Shu threatened fiercely. Even if she were to die, she would drag Xie Zhaozhao down with her. Xie Huimin closed her eyes briefly. Today, Pei Heng and Lu Rongyu were both present. If Xie Zhaozhao committed any shameful acts, the matter would surely escalate. Even Pei Heng, despite his reluctance, would have to end his relationship with Xie Zhaozhao. She had thought Qin Shu was useful, but she couldn't even handle such a small matter properly. Xie Zhaozhao's words earlier clearly aimed to anger her and make her reveal her true nature. In fact, Xie Zhaozhao even wanted people to suspect her, even without evidence. The servant felt helpless and could only tell how he had taken the gold beads from Qin Shu, pretending to be drunk to get the wife to take care of him, then taking Xie Zhaozhao to Lord Chen's room. Everything was explained clearly. Qin Shu shouted wildly, Who told you to say that? How did you all conspire? Qin Shu, you really don't see the coffin without crying, Li the magistrate said, unsure how to describe his feelings right now. In the future, the magistrate's office must be more careful when hiring. Such people should stay far away. The waiter trembled and knelt on the ground, saying, Later, I found out, sir. Qin Shu screamed, I told you not to say that. Lord Qin falsely accused me, wanted to watch the fun, but ended up suffering the consequences. Isn't that retribution? Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is important, Xie Zhaozhao said calmly, with a soft voice. Stressed by her words, Qin Shu suddenly raised her arm and rushed towards Xie Zhaozhao, but before she could take a step, Pei Heng stopped her. He grabbed her wrist as if to break it. Qin Shu felt her bones almost breaking and turned pale from pain. Pei Heng, you've been fooled. You've really been fooled. Her heart hurt more than her wrist. Then she heard a cracking sound. The wrist was completely broken. The more Qin Shu caused trouble, the clearer the truth became. It turned out Qin Shu wanted to frame Xie Zhaozhao for losing her innocence to Lord Chen, but unexpectedly, Lord Chen mistreated her instead. She was driven mad by the shock. Li the magistrate shook his head. What a crazy woman. Take her away, 30 strokes with the cane. Lock her in the prison, Li said coldly. Qin Shu took a few steps back. No, you can't touch me. I'm the county magistrate's wife. You can't do this. Li the magistrate was too tired to admit that such a fool belonged to his office. First, 30 strokes, then send her to Fangqing tomorrow. The mess left by Lord Tang was for him to clean up. Arrested by the officials, Qin Shu couldn't move her arms, but still looked at Pei Heng. Why did you treat me like this? If you didn't like me, why did you save me in Yanqing? Saved me but didn't want me. Better if I had just died back then. Since meeting Pei Heng, everything had changed for Qin Shu. Pei Heng didn't even look at her, and coldly said, The day I saved you, I was rescuing my brother from the border town. Saving you was just incidental. Besides, I saved you because I didn't want to ignore a human life. And you are not worth it. If she had known she was so stubborn, saving her that day was pointless. Qin Shu laughed hysterically, tears falling down her face. She lost her face, her innocence, her heart. In the end, she only got 2 words, not worth it. The sound of laughter in Xie Huimin's ears felt like a spell. She must remember this moment well. This is the result of failure. And she cannot lose. Xie Huimin looked toward Qin Shu's departure, her gaze distant and calm, as if unaffected. When she retracted her gaze, it met Xie Zhaozhao's, and she smiled gently, harmlessly. When did this woman become so scheming? She quietly let Qin Shu suffer the consequences. And she narrowly escaped trouble again. But she won't be this lucky forever. Xie Zhaozhao's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Huimin, be careful when making friends in the future. Xie Huimin smiled softly. Sister, you're right. We just met not long ago. Oh? Xie Zhaozhao said meaningfully. I thought you two hit it off immediately. Her tone was calm, but carried a storm's calm before the rain. Sister, you're joking. There's no such instant connection, Xie Huimin said gently, speaking flawlessly. Anyway, she had no proof. If she did, she would have taken Qin Shu and her away long ago. Xie Zhaozhao's gaze landed on Lu Rongyu with a smile. So it wasn't love at first sight? Then it must be love at first glance. Xie Huimin looked surprised, following her gaze to Lu Rongyu. Sister, are you talking about me and Lord Lu? Who else would I be talking about? Lu Rongyu. Was she talking about Qin Shu? Why bring him into this? Today's matter had nothing to do with him. Please don't drag him into it. Xie Huimin's lips parted, trying to hide her emotions. Sister, you're joking. Really? Isn't Lord Lu helping me because of your face? Could it be for some other reason? Xie Zhaozhao chuckled softly. Xie Huimin bit her lip. Feeling a surge of emotion, she couldn't hold back. Xie Zhaozhao definitely wouldn't let her go. But she had no proof. So, what if she suspected? As long as Lu Rongyu cared enough about Pei Heng, he would protect her. Thinking of this, Xie Huimin felt more confident. She lowered her head, acting like a delicate woman. Sister, please don't tease me. Xie Zhaozhao's smile was long and gentle. Young Lord Lu, thank you for finding the evidence in time today. Lu Rongyu felt uneasy under her smile, unsure of what she was planning.
It was just a small favor.
Lady Pei was startled today. Perhaps Commander Pei should take her home first. Li the prefect nodded as well. Yes, young Lord Lu. Pei Heng, please take Lady Pei home. Pei Heng bowed slightly. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your message. Here is the corrected and simplified version. Xie Zhaozhao smiled and said goodbye to Wan Qianyang. Thank you, sister, for your protection today. Sorry for disturbing your peace. I will make amends another day. You're my sister. That's nothing. If you need help, just ask. I can still do something. Wan Qianyang said this casually, glancing at Lu Rongyu not far away. Lu Xiaowangi, a royal relative, is very important. But she's not afraid. She already gave up military power and now lives a wealthy, relaxed life as a prince. She doesn't get involved in politics or government, just enjoys life. Most importantly, her title might be lost if she makes big mistakes. As long as she doesn't commit treason, the emperor will keep her wealthy and safe. This shows the emperor's kindness and how he rewards loyal officials. She suspects tonight's events are connected to the woman beside Lu Xiaowangi. She's not someone who likes to interfere, but she won't tolerate anyone bullying her friend Wan Qianyang. Lu Rongyu frowned. This woman's accusations were too obvious. She was being very bold. She must be Feng Xiuqiu, the rebellious woman who once insisted on leaving the palace. Indeed, she's a troublemaker. Why is Xie Zhaozhao mingling with such a person? Since you've said that, I won't hold back in the future, Xie Zhaozhao said with a gentle, teasing smile. The two of them had a natural, familiar atmosphere that no one else could break into. District Magistrate Li secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he hadn't offended her earlier. From her tone, even the prince didn't matter to her. That meant she was important. He was surprised. Why are such high-ranking people coming to this small border town? But he also sensed something strange about Lady Pei and her cousin. Her cousin was protected by the prince, yet the prince also valued Pei Heng. It was complicated. He needed to think carefully. He should avoid offending anyone. He didn't want to hurt his chances for promotion. Xie Zhaozhao had finished saying goodbye to Wan Qianyang and then left with Pei Heng. Lu Rongyu noticed that when Pei Heng left, he didn't even look at him. Could he really have been influenced by Xie Zhaozhao? Lu Rongyu turned and walked away quickly, with Xie Huimin following closely. Suddenly, Lu Rongyu stopped, almost causing Xie Huimin to bump into him. Is it really true that Qin Shu has nothing to do with you? Lu Rongyu's dark eyes looked at her sharply. Xie Huimin seemed surprised and said, "Why would the prince think that? Qin Shu and my sister have had a long-standing grudge, and I only met her once." "That's best. Xie Huimin, don't forget why I keep you close," Lu Rongyu warned. "Don't worry, prince. I want him to return to the capital even more than you do," Xie Huimin said with a bright smile. The man raised his hand and pinched her chin. "I have sent someone to find that person." "You better not have lied to me." She said that this person was key to overturning the case for the Pei family. Finding him would allow the Pei family to return to the capital. "My life is in the hands of the young prince. What are you afraid of?" Xie Huimin looked into his eyes honestly. She knew him very well. And she also knew his weakness. Everyone in the past thought he liked her. She believed it too. But now she saw it was only because of Pei Heng. His affection raised her status, making others less likely to criticize Pei Heng for marrying a woman from a small town. He even considered her family as his own, supporting her publicly, letting the whole capital know she was loved by two great men, so popular. This made noble ladies in the city jealous and envious. They looked down on her, but secretly copied her every move. Just as they left the room, Pei Heng suddenly picked up Xie Zhaozhao and strode outside. Xie Zhaozhao's body suddenly felt heavy, and she was startled. She didn't expect Pei Heng, who was usually so composed, to carry her openly in front of everyone. There were many people watching, including his superior. Xie Zhaozhao pouted and said, "What are you doing? Aren't you worried about others laughing?" Pei Heng looked down at her with a calm, handsome face showing no emotion. She saw he didn't speak, so she didn't mind. He didn't talk much anyway. Now he was holding her, and it was hot outside. Not talking was understandable. Uncle Zhang, who had been dozing nearby, quickly got up when he heard the noise. Pei Heng directly carried Xie Zhaozhao onto the carriage, placing her on his lap like a child. "It's too hot. I can sit by myself," Xie Zhaozhao said. The carriage shaded the sun, but the space was small. Even with windows open, it was still stuffy. Their combined heat made it even hotter. But before she could move, the man held her waist firmly, making her unable to move. "What happened to your injury?" The little servant bought by Qin Shu said, "He took you to young Master Chen's room. What's going on?" Pei Heng looked into her eyes and kept asking, his handsome face showing a hint of lonely sadness. Pei Heng had been a soldier in the border town for 8 years, with 2 different governors. He had solved many cases, so he could see the key points immediately. Xie Zhaozhao thought quickly. Pei Heng was not only careful, but also very just. Tonight's events probably couldn't be hidden from him. No man wanted his partner to be someone calculating and scheming. The pink bubble between her and Pei Heng probably wouldn't burst just yet. Qin Shu was the one who made the first move. She simply used her own way to fight back. If he stubbornly believed she was a malicious woman, and since the scheduled time hadn't arrived yet, they could part ways peacefully. She thought she was feeding her love to a dog. "Have you decided how to fool me?" Xie Zhaozhao's eyelashes trembled, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. "Lieutenant Pei isn't a detective? Since he already knows everything, why are you asking me?" Pei Heng's heart felt like it was being burned by her tears. That familiar burning pain made his eyes deepen. He felt both pain and sadness. "You knew from the start that Qin Shu was scheming against you. Why did you still leave with Xiao Er? If he was a disguised guard and had the skills to keep you trapped, did you think about the consequences?" Xie Zhaozhao's eyes widened suddenly, confirming that what she saw in his eyes was loneliness and concern, not disgust or anything else. He wasn't questioning her, but worried about her. Xie Zhaozhao was naturally gentle and not confrontational. Her rising emotions to argue with him suddenly dissipated. "I knew he wasn't skilled, so I went with him. Also, Sister Chio's guard was nearby," she said softly. People with skills in martial arts have a different aura and walking style, she could tell. Even so, what if the guard can't arrive in time? Young Master Chen is a notorious, but he's also a rare expert, Pei Heng said. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought about it. When Xiao Er mentioned the surname Chen, he knew who it was. Though he was he only enjoyed entertainment venues and never committed violent acts against women. Women sent to such places were considered fair game for enjoyment. There was no pity. Even if they resisted, it was seen as part of the fun. I'm not that foolish to really go into the room, Xie Zhaozhao stubbornly said. In a way, she was lucky tonight. If she had spoken at the door and young Master Chen had opened it and forcibly pulled her inside, she might not have escaped. You're gambling on luck, but do you realize this plan has many flaws? Xiao Er's clothes are stained with your jasmine scent, and a close inspection would reveal everything, he said. He guessed from the 2 witnesses being brought in, so he hadn't spoken up earlier. He had also thought about how to make her plan succeed smoothly. Fortunately, Magistrate Li was a bit muddle-headed. Qin Shu was upset and spoke incoherently, so no one believed her. Anyway, Sister Chio's testimony will prove I never left the room. As long as she says that, no one can do anything to me. Xie Zhaozhao firmly said, is it that I can't earn your trust, or that I haven't given you enough sense of security? The man's voice was deep and gentle, without any blame or guilt. She would rather take risks than ask him for help. When the little second said he was drunk and asked her to take care of him, she clearly knew he was here. Xie Zhaozhao suddenly understood his meaning. He was worried about her safety, and his feelings grew deeper. He thought she didn't trust him enough or like him enough. Of course not. Xie Zhaozhao closed her eyes, tears silently falling. How can you think that of me? I know Qin Shu is plotting against me. I want to get revenge myself. That feels better, more satisfying. I know you can help me, but helping me is different from solving it myself. Whoever harms me, I will definitely fight back. That's just who I am, and I won't change. Just like I like you and trust you. Now that you know I'm not a kind-hearted little girl, do you still like me? Xie Zhaozhao spoke while tears fell, her eyes red like a rabbit, but her expression was stubborn. It looked like she would cut ties if he didn't agree with her. Liking someone means willing to compromise, but liking doesn't mean you have to always give in. Even if she liked him very much, she was first and foremost Xie Zhaozhao. She had her own thoughts and didn't like others interfering. Pei Heng felt his heart being pulled by her, squeezed and kneaded as she pleased. Especially when he heard her say she liked him and trusted him. He hadn't felt this heartbreak and tenderness in a long time. Pei Heng raised his hand to wipe her tears. Why are you talking such silly things? How could I not like you? Then what if I become worse in the future? Xie Zhaozhao asked. You don't need to do it yourself, I will. No, I like to handle it myself. Then I'll take care of the aftermath. From now on, don't speak to me in such a harsh tone.
I'm scared.
Xie Zhaozhao pouted and hid in his arms. Pei Heng chuckled. Is she afraid? He looked at her confidently, standing her ground. If he dared to disagree with her even a little, she would immediately kick him out. She wouldn't even glance at him again. Also, don't stop trusting me. I like you so much, and you're so ungrateful. Pei Heng's lips twitched. He had no conscience? Good. Really good. Xie Zhaozhao could smell the faint alcohol on him. She didn't really like the smell of alcohol on others after they drank. It always felt like a strong, unpleasant odor. But Pei Heng smelled surprisingly good. Xie Zhaozhao leaned closer to his neck and sniffed again. She even wanted to taste what the alcohol he just drank tasted like. Thinking this way, she truly did it. She lowered her head and pressed her lips against Pei Heng's. Before, kissing him always required her to lift her head, and her neck would hurt afterward. Now, she finally understood the feeling of a passionate kiss from above. The moment her soft lips touched his, Pei Heng's mind exploded like a loud bang. Her warm breath brushed against his neck, and he was already nearly overwhelmed by her. At this moment, all his reason collapsed. She was really going to drive him crazy. His hot, soft tongue gently intertwined with hers, wrapping around her completely. Xie Zhaozhao's tentative kiss felt like a child's play, only teasing him. He wanted more. He hadn't kissed her for 3 days and missed her very much. He didn't kiss her earlier because he was worried she would be angry. But now he was no longer afraid. Pei Heng held the back of her head tightly, his hand a little forceful, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Her hair, originally simply, now fell loose, black and shiny like fine silk, wrapping around them both. Xie Zhaozhao was so overwhelmed by the kiss that she felt dizzy and almost suffocated. She pushed his shoulder and mumbled, "I can't breathe anymore." Pei Heng reluctantly released her, his already rosy lips shimmering with a watery glow, more alluring than ever. He couldn't help but give her another gentle kiss. He wanted to kiss her, and he couldn't stand it if she didn't want to. He lowered his gaze, suppressing his desire, and softly whispered in her ear, "Isn't it amazing? And now you say you can't handle it?" Xie Zhaozhao's eyes suddenly widened. She struggled and sat up straight in his arms, looking down at him from above, her lips pouting. "I can't handle it. Are you joking?" Xie Zhaozhao, was very capable, good at everything. Pei Heng looked at her charming yet angry expression and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing his smile, Xie Zhaozhao felt like every cell in her body was challenging her. Her stubborn spirit surged to her mind. She reached up and lifted his chin, then leaned down to kiss his lips again. There was no way she could lose. No way. Xie Zhaozhao thought she could write the perfect kiss in a textbook, but to Pei Heng, it was just childish. Like scratching an itch through a shoe, only making him more excited. Soon, he took control like a storm, overwhelming her. Xie Zhaozhao felt her tongue go numb and couldn't breathe normally. But she couldn't stop, or she would admit she was useless. But she really was about to run out of air. Pei Heng looked at her flushed face, which was so red it seemed she might faint at any moment. He paused at this moment, looking at her with a half-smile, his voice hoarse and barely audible. "Madam is indeed impressive." Xie Zhaozhao had no time to speak, gasping heavily as her chest rose and fell rapidly. The summer clothes were thin, and the neckline was slightly open, revealing a bit of skin. Pei Heng lowered his gaze slightly and could see more than he should. Xie Zhaozhao was unaware of this, even feeling a little guilty and twisting her body shyly because of his praise. Her movement made her feel something was wrong. To confirm, Xie Zhaozhao quickly twisted her body a few more times. "Stop twisting." Pei Heng's voice was restrained, clearly trying to hold back. Xie Zhaozhao chuckled nervously. "Sorry." Feeling guilty and a bit annoyed, she thought, if she had known he would react so easily, she wouldn't have been in such a hurry to prove herself. She wanted to slip down from his lap, so he wouldn't be so uncomfortable. But Pei Heng held her waist tightly and didn't let go. His cheek pressed against her delicate face, and he let out a low sigh. "How am I supposed to get out of the carriage now?" "Then let him be." Xie Zhaozhao noticed. He wasn't planning to get down but seemed to be getting more enthusiastic. "Can he listen to me? I can't help you." Would he be as reckless as last time, forcing her to help?
She didn't want that.
Who caused all this? Pei Heng's voice was hoarse, even his breath was hot. Xie Zhaozhao wanted to distance herself from him, feeling his breath was dangerous. Who knows, he was just like this.
She teased.
At this moment, the carriage stopped. Pei Heng looked at Xie Zhaozhao and held her tightly. "Be good when we get out, don't twist around." Xie Zhaozhao pouted, but with her hair disheveled and being carried out like this, she thought it might be misunderstood even more. But Pei Heng already carried her out of the carriage, and that place. She didn't dare move at all. Xie Zhaozhao wanted to act normal, but her cheeks felt painfully hot. Oh well, sometimes it's better to be a turtle hiding in its shell. Pei Mu heard the noise and ran over with small steps. "Dad, what happened to Mom?" Pei Heng looked down at the woman pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, then smiled. "Your mom has fallen asleep." Pei Mu immediately covered his mouth, not daring to speak loudly. If his mom was sleeping, he couldn't make noise. Pei Heng carried Xie Zhaozhao straight back to the room. She quietly opened one eye, relieved when she saw Pei Mu hadn't followed. I never want to see you again, Xie Zhaozhao whispered softly.
Just because of that?
What else? Do I feel happier without you? The man's deep, dark eyes fell on her face. Xie Zhaozhao parted her lips, but didn't speak. That's true. After all, they had already been so close. Not reacting would make her seem uncharming. Thinking this, her small annoyance faded, and her heart softened. Does it hurt a lot? Pei Heng didn't leave immediately after setting her down, but knelt by her bed. He held her hand and kissed it. What do you think? This is a test for you. Do you like me?
Like.
She had lived so many years, and for the first time, she felt her heart flutter. How much do you like me? Well, Xie Zhaozhao puffed her cheeks and thought for a moment, then said, I understand now what those old poems mean when they say parting at dawn and dusk, morning and evening. She had memorized many poems in school but didn't truly understand their deeper meaning. But as she grew up, she would suddenly say them at certain moments.
Like now.
Pei Heng didn't speak but held her head and gave her a long, gentle kiss. This time, he behaved properly. Suddenly, her mind recalled a line from a movie. Liking is indulgent, but loving is restraint. In the prison of the provincial governor's office, Qin Shu looked at the man standing outside the cell, dressed in black official robes. The prison was bright during the day, but the light was dull, making his expression seem cold and indifferent. I did want to scheme against her, but clearly, she is smarter than me. The man didn't speak immediately. He looked down at her from above, his icy, disdainful gaze piercing her like arrows. She had known him for some time. He cared for colleagues but was never lenient with prisoners. But now his gaze on her was colder than on the prisoners. She even suspected he might use all the cruel punishments in the cell on her. Now she realized he truly disliked her and could never like her. The more he stayed silent, the deeper her fear grew. She didn't know how Xie Zhaozhao had figured it out, but now she thought it was Xie Zhaozhao who had kicked her at the door of Mr. Chen's private room. She looked fragile and delicate, but her strength was surprising. Xie Zhaozhao is not as simple as you think. The fact that she could see through her so quickly, turn the tables, and plan everything perfectly showed she was not a delicate woman. She had always underestimated her. And she kept falling into her hands again and again. How do you know Mr. Chen, and who told you he was at Chuanha Elegant Residence? Pei Heng finally spoke. Qin Shu shook her head. No one told me. I heard it myself. Pei Heng looked expressionless, his eyes dark as ink. Where did you hear that? Qin Shu didn't understand why he was asking. She had been beaten and thrown into a cell. Tomorrow, she would be taken back to Fong City. She had lost face and her reputation. Her family's official position was probably gone too. Her life was over. No one warned you. How would you know about young Master Chen when you just arrived at the border town? Qin Shu looked at him and suddenly smiled foolishly. Did you come just to ask me that? Otherwise? I thought we were colleagues, or maybe you came because you genuinely like me and wanted to see me off, Qin Shu said, almost unable to continue. She was a proud official of the Great Qi, and she never expected to end up like this. Pei Heng, seeming to have exhausted all patience, turned to leave. Qin Shu's voice was quick and urgent, as if afraid he wouldn't hear if she spoke more slowly. Are you trying to find out if I was told to do this? No one told me. I just overheard the second servant discussing young Master Chen, who is wasteful and flirtatious, and I came up with this idea. Pei Heng appeared again at Lu Rong and the side courtyard, and his guards followed Lu Rong's orders, not blocking him but being very polite. He walked straight to Xie Huimin's courtyard. Xie Huimin was playing the zither, thinking it was a servant entering, and didn't look up. I told you not to come in while I'm playing. When she saw who it was, her face showed some surprise. She raised her hand to press the strings and smiled. It's you. Pei Heng's expression was as calm and cold as ever, which Xie Huimin was used to. She instinctively touched her hair, which had been cut messily by him. She had cut off a lot of her maid's hair to style this bun. Did he like it? Are you here to find Lu Lang? He's gone out. I came to see you. Xie Huimin looked at him in disbelief for a moment, then smiled. That's unexpected. You want something? About Chuanha elegant residence. She raised an eyebrow. You're not here to seek justice for Qinshu, are you? Do you really like her? Did young Master Chen hear it from her himself? Or did you tell her? His eyes were deep, dark, calm, and impenetrable, full of pressure. Most people would be afraid. But Xie Huimin had been with him for over 20 years and was used to it. She chuckled softly. Haha, really for her, huh? Are you not afraid my older sister will get angry? I don't want to repeat myself. You better think carefully before answering. I just met her today. As you know, I only brought her out because you men were discussing matters. Do you think I would share private topics with someone I don't know well, or let a stranger do such foolish things? Xie Huimin stared steadily at the man's face, trying to see if he was the same person she remembered as her husband. Pei Heng wasn't a very caring husband, but he still gave her the dignity of a noble wife. Although cold and private, he wouldn't be as indifferent as he was now. Do you remember the song I just played? It was the first song the princess taught you, and also your favorite. Xie Huimin's smile grew brighter as she spoke. Even Xie Zhaozhao didn't know these things. Over time, he would see her true heart. Compared to understanding, she knew him even better than Lu Rongyu. Pei Heng took a few steps forward and grabbed her neck tightly, with strong force. Don't think that listening to my matters at Rongyu's place makes you understand me. Xie Huimin desperately tried to pull his hand away, but her strength was no match for his. For a moment, she felt he might choke her to death. But all these years, you've been guilty, thinking you caused your mother's death. Pei Heng's eyes momentarily clouded with pain or sorrow. Recently, this was the most relaxed time he had in 8 years. So relaxed that he forgot the past and his guilt. Seizing the moment, Xie Huimin pushed his hand away. It wasn't him who told me everything, including what he doesn't know.
So what?
The man recovered and spoke calmly. The more you know, the faster you die. Xie Huimin's face slightly changed. She couldn't see through Pei Heng now, but at this moment, she understood her own situation. Even if she knew everything and told him all, he wouldn't admit she was his wife. Her eyes grew colder. Do you dare to kill me? If you kill me, you'll be stuck in Bianqing forever. She was the only one who knew the evidence linking the Pei family to the crime. Even if she told Lu Rongyu, there was a way to kill him. Then the Pei family's case would become a complete mystery. Even if the Empress returned to the palace and tried to overturn the case, she would need proof. Pei Heng sneered. Try it. Xie Huimin looked at him. Just because I like you, and because I remember our past life, you think I caused Xie Zhaozhao's trouble? Even if others caused it, you still want to blame me. Do you think that's fair? Pei Heng's gaze was faint but cold. I want to kill you. Do you think Rongyu can protect you? Xie Huimin's face changed repeatedly. You're framing me, but I won't admit to something I didn't do. Even if you treat me as a criminal, you need proof. As for whether Lu Lang can protect me, don't be too confident. Where do you think my sister stands in your heart? I am just as important to Lu Lang. You can't interfere in his private affairs, yet you interfere in his. If you won't marry me, does that mean others can't marry me either? In her previous life, Xie Huimin had been a duchess. Decades of hardship had completely erased her small-town girl image. She carried herself with a noble air. Pei Heng suddenly smiled. A servant from Chuanha elegant residence has gone missing. You'd better pray every day that I don't find him. Then you'll see if Rongyu can protect you. Xie Huimin's face nearly couldn't stay calm. Pei Heng's gaze was too sharp. But he couldn't find that servant, because he was already dead. How could he find him? Xie Huimin lowered her head, her nails digging into her palm, almost piercing the flesh. It hurt, but it was nothing compared to the emptiness in her heart. It was as if something had been torn out by the roots. She had already believed it. She knew he was her husband, but refused to admit it. When she looked up again, the man had already left. She only had time to see the hem of his robe, which quickly disappeared from her sight. Xie Huimin sneered coldly. It's not that he can't keep her, no matter how hard he tries. It's that he's his, whether he wants her or not. He must accept it. This is the reality. Xie Zhaozhao originally planned to lie in bed pretending to sleep when she returned at noon, but she ended up falling asleep. When she woke, Pei Heng had already gone to the yamen. This month, she didn't need to write a script, so she decided to spend quality time with her son. "Where is the new literacy book Mr. Shin drew for you?" Xie Zhaozhao asked. Pei Mu's clear black and white eyes widened. "Didn't Mama put it away?" He hadn't seen it. He thought Mama was worried he might tear it, so she stored it away. The literacy book Mama drew was convenient for him to learn, but Mr. Shin's drawings were better and had color. "No, I can't find it," Xie Zhaozhao said. Strange. She hadn't put it away. She looked in her room and in Pei Heng's study, but couldn't find it. "Mama, is this it?" Pei Mu held up the literacy book, blurred by water stains. Xie Zhaozhao recognized it at once. It was smaller than a normal book, and the cover was made by her. "Where did you find it?" Xie Zhaozhao stepped forward to take it. "I can't look at it anymore. The pages are stuck together, and the ink has smudged." Pei Mu pointed to the side room and pouted, saying, "It wasn't me who did it. Nyo hasn't been home recently, so it definitely wasn't him. Who else could it be?" Xie Zhaozhao was also thinking about who might have done it. Although Grandma Zhao can't read, she respects scholars. She would carefully place any paper she finds, not just a book. It probably isn't her. So, only one person remains.